Chapter 1. Black clouds rolled across the horizon, as if densely smearing ink. Thunder and lightning traveled back and forth between the lead-like clouds, like silver snakes. The silence of the frozen atmosphere, without a hint of wind, resembled a stream frozen motionless. Several dozens of youths in clothes made out of sackcloth, walked on the cragged mountain road. They were hurrying with their heads buried, as if something dangerous lurked behind them, not even daring to turn their head once. Hurry up. It's nearly time. There's only half an hour left. Such voices were heard everywhere from the procession. These young children were so anxious that their faces were covered in sweat. They continuously sped up their pace, wanting to pass through the mountain road, but the road was so long that it was like they would never stop walking, and there was no end in sight. The mountain walls around them seemed to reach through the clouds, except for one narrow road, which split between the walls, allowing these children to walk through. It was not long before many young girls collapsed, their body unable to endure the strain. However, an even greater number of people grit their teeth and moved forward with great efforts. Hong long long. A bolt of lightning, thick as a water jar, struck down in front of the procession on the mountain road, and split open a deep, huge pit in the ground. The sound of thunder rolled through the sky, growing louder and louder. The shaking lightning struck and lit the ground, making the tall young man at the very front shudder with fear. I won't go. I won't go. I'll die if this lightning strikes. I won't go either. I don't want to be an immortal, I don't want to join Taihua Mountain, I want to finish my trial. I want to finish my trial too. The people who said, finish trial, were able to dodge the silver rays of light, and quickly disappeared from the mountain road. The others advanced without delay, continuing their trials. Taihua Mountain was the cultivation world's #1 sect. They opened their gates every 10 years, accepting any child 15 years or younger for trials. As long as they passed 3 trials, these ordinary children could receive the chance to enter Taihua Mountain, and even instant success from then on, becoming the immortals that the common folk held so high in their hearts. Of Taihua Mountain's 3 trials, the first 2 held no danger. However, the last one, Leitang Road, had children losing their lives every time it happened. The thunder and lightning were real thunder and lightning. These children had ordinary bodies, and they would undoubtedly die if lightning struck them. Not only that, but there was a time limit for walking through Leitang Road. If they went over the time limit, they still wouldn't pass the trial. There was still a quarter of an hour remaining, and there were still 31 children remaining on Leitang Road. And they were still a great distance away from the final destination, but the thunder continued to grow even more ferocious. Every time it struck, the heavens and earth alike trembled and shook, as if it were splitting through the mountain. A young girl in the group said timidly, face white with fear, Big Brother Chen, can we give up? This lightning could kill someone. A boy about 14 years old was walking in front of her. He heard her and turned around to face the girl. This young man was not too handsome, but he was well worth a second look. A shrewd light flickered in his eyes, looking oddly at the little girl in front of him. Finally, he laughed. Little sister, you're not any better than them. Relax, we can both become immortals. Take my hand and walk. The little girl still wanted to say something, but looking at how resolved the young man was, she swallowed her words. When they continued forward, a rumbling, thick bolt of lightning struck towards the young man at once. The girl trembled with fright, but surprisingly, she managed to summon her courage and suddenly put forward both hands to block the young man, shouting, Big Brother Chen, be careful. The lightning was no more than 10 meters away from the girl, but she didn't notice. Behind her, the young man she was protecting smiled a little, showing no surprise. His eyes were filled with pride and anticipation, as if he was suppressing something restless. However, just as the lightning was about to strike the girl, the green glint of a sword cleaved the air. The sword's brilliance, swift and fierce, struck the violent lightning, silver sparks surging. That glint was ice-cold and ruthless as it skewered the lightning. The green sword's tip majestically rang, and the children on the mountain road shook so hard they fell to the ground all at once, the lightning instantly fading away to nothing. The 31 people's eyes were wide open, staring in shock at the person who suddenly appeared in midair. Between the almost endless, split precipice, they could only see an immortal standing straight in the middle of the countless lightning and thunder rumbles, with white clothes and wide sleeves. His eyes gazed at the paralyzed trial-takers sitting on the ground with indifference. He had phoenix eyes and long eyebrows, straight nose and thin lips, and the outer corners of his narrow eyes were slightly raised. Then a halo, black as ink, slowly spread out, making the children hold their breath, not daring to breathe. Black hair, unable to act on its own, danced and swayed in the air, silver snakes of lightning and thunder behind him. This person bore the countless bolts of lightning without a care, and only looked serenely at the group of children, his eyes drooping. This was truly a noble man who did not feel any worldly ties, the peak of elegance and tranquility. Another bolt of lightning struck viciously. He took his sword behind him and shattered the approaching tumultuous lightning into pieces. His long silver sword danced in the air, creating a beautiful display of sparks. It gradually shrunk into a ribbon of silver light, rushing between his eyebrows with a whoosh, and left behind a silver design. On the entire Laytang road, not one person dared say a word. The time limit of the trial had passed long ago, but this issue hadn't come to anyone's minds. It had not been long when 3 white-robed cultivators hurriedly flew over. Upon seeing that person, they immediately saluted, and yelled, "Senior Brother Luo." Luo Jianqing lightly nodded, hinting something towards the 3 people. Then he turned and continued to look at the children on Laytang road, giving the crowd a glance, and quickly discovered the pair of trial-takers that seemed to be brother and sister. Upon seeing this, the cultivator next to him immediately said in a low voice, "That young man is known as Li Xiuqin, 14 years old this year, and has an ordinary constitution. That girl is named Lu Xiaoxiao, 9 years old this year, and her constitution is considered to be 3rd degree." His voice dropped, then continued, "Senior Brother Luo, we do not know what happened today on Laytang road that it became so serious. If you had arrived later, I'm afraid this young girl would have unfairly lost her life here. Taihua Mountain opened its gates once every 10 years, but they didn't always accept new disciples each time. Although a 3rd degree foundation is not any higher than 1st degree or 2nd degree, their potential to become an immortal was still considered to be higher than an ordinary person's. Logically, they could enter Taihua Mountain to cultivate. Luo Jianqing heard his words, and he lightly glanced at the pair of brother and sister. Then he turned his head and started to speak. "Fortunately, I was returning to our sect. It was simply coincidental. This matter of Laytang road still needs your careful examination to prevent any other mishaps in the future." His voice was like a dreamlike sonata, like jade strings colliding, gentle and moving. The 3 immediately nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment, Luo Jianqing left on his sword. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared from Laytang road. Once he left, it was like the world resumed moving again, without the intimidating and oppressive atmosphere. Lu Xiaoxiao swallowed her spit. Pulling on Li Xiuqin's sleeve, she said very cautiously, "Big brother Chen, that big sister is really good-looking. Are all immortals that good-looking?" Li Xiuqin's face was gloomy like water, and didn't respond. The girl didn't notice Li Xiuqin's strange behavior, and continued, "Is that pretty big sister from Taihua Mountain? Big brother Chen, we have to join Taihua Mountain. She saved us, so we should thank her." "Let's go," Li Xiuqin said coldly. Lu Xiaoxiao inhaled. "Big brother Chen, you're grabbing me too hard, you're hurting me." Li Xiuqin slowly let go of the girl's hand, who had been pulling on him. He first turned his head to glance at the little girl beside him, then continued to walk. The girl was completely unaware of what happened, and muttered, "Big brother Chen still isn't slowing down." Then hurriedly followed after him. This was wrong. Completely and utterly wrong. The little girl never knew that her life should have ended there in order to block her favorite big brother Chen from that bolt of lightning. What happened at Laytang Road was an anomaly. It had suddenly become much more dangerous, and the Li Xiuqun with ordinary constitution was nearly struck by lightning, but was saved by his dear childhood friend, his little sister Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao should have wilted like a flower, then Li Xiuqun would cry and lament painfully. This act would be seen by the eyes of Taihua Mountain's immortals, and then they would resolve to make an exception to let this ordinary boy through their gates. That was exactly what happened in the plot of Seeking Immortality. 3 years ago, Li Xiuqun had not been called Li Xiuqun. An accident caused him to cross into Seeking Immortality. When he found out that he had been turned into Li Xiuqun, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Li Xiuqun, Seeking Immortality's protagonist. He possessed a super golden finger rivaled by none. It was practically like he was the heaven's favorite child. 3 years later, he earnestly led a life based upon his memories of the plot. Afterwards, he brought the little sister Lu Xiaoxiao from next door to join him in Taihua Mountain's trials. He had been prepared to sacrifice this little girl to let himself inside the gates. But now, why was everything not right? Where exactly did he go wrong? Why did Luo Jianqing appear now? At that very moment, that mistakenly named white-robed immortal, Big Sister, had already flown away from Leitang Road long ago, and stepped inside Taihua Mountain's gates. Senior and junior brothers all around enthusiastically greeted him, every one of which he gently replied to. His handsome face carried a genial smile, beautiful as a woman, face like a spring blossom, brilliant and gentle. However, after Luo Jianqing stepped inside his room, his sleeves flew as he violently slammed the door shut. The smile on his face instantly faded without a trace. Luo Jianqing's eyes were ice cold as he turned his head to look at the desk not far from him. He narrowed his eyes, and a heavy book instantly flew into his hands. On the cover, there were 2 impressive large words written with spirit. Seeking Immortality. Luo Jianqing was the chief disciple of Taihua Mountain's Yushao Peak, and the last disciple of the top person of the cultivation world. Because of jealousy towards his junior brother Li Xiuqun, he betrayed his school and became a monster. Many years later, a group led by Li Xiuqun sought to kill Luo Jianqing. After enduring a violent battle lasting 10 days and 10 nights, he died under Li Xiuqun's sword. It could even be said that his death was justified, and died to everyone's satisfaction. But right now, the corners of Luo Jianqing's lips turned up in an easy smile, looking at the sparkling words, Seeking Immortality, with an indifferent gaze. I, Luo Jianqing, have returned. Chapter 2. After a day, a little junior brother came running to tell Luo Jianqing that the mistake at Leitang Road was a complete accident. As the cultivation's world number 1 sect, Taihua Mountain accepted disciples from anywhere under the sun once every 10 years. 10 years to cultivators was nothing more than one bout of seclusion. This manner of accepting disciples naturally made it impossible to have the sect elders handle it directly, so they handed all of them over to the younger generation of disciples. Luo Jianqing was Taihua Mountain's chief disciple, but was also the only disciple of Taihua Mountain's 7th peak, Yushao Peak. 10 years ago, he had also handled these matters at one point, but this time he was fortunate enough to be out traveling. Thus, this mission fell to Taihua Mountain's 3rd senior sister, Wei Qiongyin. However, a mishap occurred at Leitang Road. The disciple in charge of activating Leitang Road with spiritual stones was careless and put in medium-grade spiritual stones to serve as low-grade spiritual stones. This led to the sudden increase in danger and nearly turned it into a disaster. Wei Qiongyin knew that she had made a mistake in her direction, and for her punishment, she had to run to Sigua Cliff to meditate for a month, and thus the matters of the all-peak examinations were given to Luo Jianqing. Listening to Wei Qiongyi's voice transmission, one, that had traveled across 1,000 miles, Luo Jianqing didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Senior brother Luo, of Taihua Mountain's 7 peaks, your Yushao Peak is the most idle. This time was my mistake. I must be punished. According to our head marshal uncle, I ask you to help me with the all-peak examinations. Many thanks. Wei Qiongyin. Who would tell someone, you are the most idle, and still ask for help? It seems that Wei Qiongyin was just like the one in his past life, she still only knew how to cultivate and not how to conduct herself. Luo Jianqing didn't reject this matter. In fact, he had handled the all-peak examinations in his past life. He stared blankly at the child with ordinary constitution that seemed to have saint-like generosity. In just a short 10 days, his strength had progressed enormously. In the end, one move had turned him into the second ranked in the all-peak examinations and directly stepped into Yu Shao Peak, becoming Yu Shao Peak's second disciple. 3 days ago, Luo Jianqing had woken up in the middle of a pile of carcasses. All over his body, his bones felt like they were going to be crushed, his head felt like it weighed 1,000 jin, too, the white robe on his body was covered in mud and soaked in thick blood, and he was surrounded by hundreds of dead beasts. Luo Jianqing had thought that he was in hell, but when he found his spiritual energy starting up automatically, he was overjoyed. At the same time, he suddenly remembered where this place was. The Wanshou Mountains. Many years ago, he often liked to come to the Wanshou Mountains and kill demons, so much that he wouldn't return for 2 or 3 years at a time. There was no one to punish him if he killed demons at the Wanshou Mountains. Demonic cultivators also came here to hunt and kill human cultivators, as it was an unregulated area. Also, there were often human cultivators and demonic cultivators that came here to settle grudges. Massacres occurred here, and no one was likely to show any self-restraint. After waking up, Luo Jianqing didn't get up right away, and sat in the middle of the pile of beast carcasses, while thinking about what happened in his past life. He already knew that he had gone back 18 years in the past, when Li Xiuqian still hadn't joined Taihua Mountain or become his junior brother yet. And now, he was just in time for that important week when Li Xiuqian joined the sect. After realizing this point, Luo Jianqing hastily moved to prepare his return to Taihua Mountain, to prevent Li Xiuqian from joining his sect. Who would have guessed that one step after he got up, not having gotten on his sword yet, that he suddenly felt like something was falling from the sky, which smashed directly into his body. Luo Jianqing raised his hands and grabbed what he thought was some kind of secret weapon. He glanced downwards. Seeking immortality. After opening up the book, Luo Jianqing's entire life was completely turned upside down. His world was a book. And it was a stallion novel devoid of the rules, logic, or any of the 3 views. 3. When Li Xiuqian raised his head, he received a blessing. When he lowered his head, there was a spiritual beast. Ever since he first stepped into Taihua Mountain, he was like a fish back in water. He had practically snatched all the luck under the heavens. In this book, when every young lady met him, they treated him unfavorably. But there was always an opportunity for Li Xiuqian to heroically save the beauty, making their opinions change so drastically that they pledged their hearts to him. After finishing the book, Luo Jianqing did not feel well. His beautiful elegant face was filled with rage, and his phoenix eyes were squeezed tight. Then he took his sword and killed a demonic cultivator who had been secretly preparing to attack him. Afterwards he hurried to fly back to his sect on his sword. However, seeking immortality didn't seem to be very complete, and only told the story of Li Xiuqian replacing Luo Jianqing in turning into Taihua Mountain's beloved little junior brother. Luo Jianqing knew that after that, he would be framed by Li Xiuqian time and time again. Then he lost his temper and impulsively hacked Li Xiuqian's only spiritual beast to death, and also caused Li Xiuqian to be injured critically in the hidden realm, and so he was driven out from Taihua Mountain. Obviously there was a guarded treasure in the hidden realm, because this matter had come up during his huge fight with Li Xiuqian. In the end, he had unexpectedly turned it into a sneak attack against Li Xiuqian. The entire time he was traveling from Wanshou Mountains back to Taihua Mountain, Luo Jianqing had read Seeking Immortality, front to back 12 times. The feeling of being stabbed through the heart in his past life still remained in his memory, but this time he refused to let something like that happen again. Before he arrived at Leitang Road, Luo Jianqing recalled Li Xiuqian very quickly, who had killed him with his sword. But this was merely a thought, and there were many junior brothers and sisters at that moment watching him at Leitang Road, so he couldn't slip and behave strangely in that manner. Thus Luo Jianqing changed the course of the story so that guileless little girl who would have been struck by lightning, wouldn't die a tragic death. Although Senior Brother Luo, this is the roster of this year's new disciples. Please look it over. Luo Jianqing looked down at the dozens of names, and upon seeing the words, Li Xiuqun, his lips twitched slightly. Smiling as he raised his eyes to meet the little junior brother, he said genially, I remember that this Li Xiuqun's constitution is quite ordinary, yet he entered this sect. Looking at his fair and elegant face and that smile that was cold as wind, the little junior brother couldn't help but swallow. His voice quivered as he said, although Li Xiuqun's constitution is not good, he passed Leitang Road. Senior Brother Luo, after you took it upon yourself to stop the lightning, Leitang Road was quick to close itself. Therefore you have received 14 junior brothers and sisters altogether. He had received nearly all the last ones who took the trial. Luo Jianqing raised his eyebrows, not saying anything else. The little junior brother watched him with a reverent and admiring gaze. By the time he had left Luo Jianqing's room, he had turned his head 6 times. What he said was, 3 days after the all-peak examinations, he would come ask Luo Jianqing to take charge of them. Luo Jianqing agreed to his requests one after another. When his junior brother left, the smile on his lips swiftly vanished. He sighed heavily and got up to leave Yushao Peak. It had only been half a day since he came back, and already he had more business to settle. After 3 days, the examinations started on schedule. 24 newcomers stood in the arena below, sizing up their peers around them with curious eyes. Out of these 24 newcomers, there were no more than 8 girls, including the most lovable one, Lu Xiaoxiao, who was also very eye-catching. Next to her, a boy who had been dragged to her side the entire time, was talking and not really paying attention to the people next to him. Even if this boy may be outstanding, Li Xiuqun actually had an ordinary constitution, which was reflected in his looks. This made many people pay attention to his arrival, wanting to see how this guy had such good luck with women, what made this new female disciple with a 3rd-degree constitution like him so much. Big Brother Chen, did you practice your techniques well enough? I feel like you don't know them very well. Don't you think something might go wrong today? Li Xiuqun carelessly nodded. Amen. Seeing how the other person didn't seem to care, Lu Xiaoxiao's little face frowned sadly. Big Brother Chen, didn't you say that if we joined Taihua Mountain, we could become immortals, and then my parents could live happily? But yesterday that senior brother said we couldn't go home whenever we wanted to. Li Xiuqun said unhappily, you'll be able to go home sooner or later. When Li Xiuqun spoke those words, he didn't spare any glance for Lu Xiaoxiao, making this little girl, who wasn't even 10 years old yet, feel very hurt. Lu Xiaoxiao didn't know what was going on with her Chingij. Before Leitang Road, Chingij had always treated her with special care. In the past 3 years, he would always care about and cherish her. But nowadays, Li Xiuqun seemed like he never wanted to pay attention to her. She followed Li Xiuqun so she could let her parents live out their days comfortably, but she didn't recognize this person at all. In a moment, every kind of bitter emotion sprang up from her heart. After all, she was only an 8 or 9-year-old little girl. Lu Xiaoxiao blinked, and tears fell from her eyes. But once she opened her eyes, she saw that lively white-clothed beautiful person, and widened her eyes in surprise. She shouted loudly, Big sister. Big Brother Chen, come look. It's the big sister who saved us. Though Lu Xiaoxiao's voice wasn't quiet at all, most of the disciples there had refining levels higher than hers, so their hearing was excellent, hearing her words very clearly. Big sister. This little girl called Senior Brother Luo a big sister. Ha 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 ha, really, our Senior Brother Luo is that charming and carefree. Indeed he is the man of countless women's dreams, in all 36 prefectures. The first day I entered Taihua Mountain I thought Senior Brother Luo was some senior sister who liked to wear men's clothes, he is truly very good-looking. Upon hearing these words, Luo Jianqing immediately looked distracted. Astonished, he lowered his head to look at the young girl in the arena, only seeing the latter tightly hugging her Chingij's arm, happily waving her arm continuously. He was thin and a meter taller than her, yet this little girl who was like a small bean sprout, called him a big sister. A young man in black clothes chuckled, and moved close to Luo Jianqing to say in his ear, "Senior brother, this little girl has an excellent way of looking at things." Luo Jianqing glanced at him while his head was down. The black-clothed young man immediately spread his hands innocently, not saying another word. Luo Jianqing returned to calmly sweeping his eyes over the arena, and his junior brothers and sisters who had been whispering quietly quickly shut up as well. However, there were still people who were secretly sending voice transmissions, conversing in stealth. Luo Jianqing could guess what they were saying even with his eyes closed. His lips turned up in a small smile, and walked up to the middle of the tall platform, accepting a white crystal into his upturned palm. Beneath the glorious and brilliant sunlight, the tall, handsome young man wearing a silver-lined white chongpao surveyed his junior brothers and sisters with a mild gaze. His extremely fair face seemed as carefree as a bird, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off him. In reality, his powerful and dominating aura made people think twice about their actions, having no choice but to gaze at him with reverence. Luo Jianqing lightly waved the white crystal in his hand, saying, "The 6 peaks of Taihua Mountain accepting disciples in the all-peak examinations is a major event during this important time. Therefore, you must avoid any secret underhanded behavior by all means. If this voice transmission stone lights up, don't blame my ruthlessness when I put you under my sword. I'll send you to see your gentlest senior sister Wei." The crowd of disciples shut up immediately. On the Sigua cliff far away, Wei Qiongyin was silent as she was helplessly being ridiculed. The black-clothed young man next to him said, "Hee, senior brother, you really abuse your position. We can't even send voice transmissions. And our gentlest senior sister Wei? If senior sister Wei was so gentle, then no man under the heavens would be more infatuated than me." Luo Jianqing turned his head to look at his own junior brother, and said seriously, "Fourth junior brother, I could pass on what you just said to third junior sister." Xie Zizhua's face flooded with fright. "Senior brother Luo, you're a bully." Luo Jianqing smiled wordlessly. This was just a brief interlude, as after a short period of time, the all-peak examinations officially began after Luo Jianqing's announcement. 24 new disciples drew lots to fight on stage one after another, as previously, to demonstrate their progress in cultivation over the past 10 days to the senior brothers and sisters of the 6 peaks. The winner could continue in the next competition, and if they were talented enough, they could even be taken in by an elder as their last disciple. The disciples that were accepted must not have any cultivation base, even if they were a young master or young lady of a large family. At most, they were allowed to learn self-defense techniques, but weren't allowed to have even a bit of spiritual power. Thus, the all-peak examination this time was to see every disciple's strength and their effort during the 10 days, which was unusually fair. Anyway, these disciples didn't have any cultivation base, so fights like these weren't anything interesting. Most of the female disciples secretly looked at the platform towards the eminent white-clothed senior brother. Luo Jianqing was completely calm, playing with the sound transmission stone in his hands. His lips carried a smile, and his expression serene, as he looked at what was happening on the arena. After a long time, it was finally time for the boy with ordinary constitution, the unexpectedly fortunate Li Xiuqin, to come up to the platform. Luo Jianqing's hands suddenly came to a halt, which Xie Zizhua keenly noticed. He turned to look at Li Xiuqin, and said with a low smile, "It seems that senior brother is very interested in that boy with the worst constitution out of everyone here." Luo Jianqing raised an eyebrow. "Do you think he can win?" Xie Zizhua laughed out loud. "If he won, I would practice seclusion for a year." Luo Jianqing waved a hand. "You don't have to be so dramatic. Accompanying your senior sister Wei at Sigua Cliff is good enough." Xie Zizhua's eyes were wide open. "Senior brother Luo, you're a bully." Luo Jianqing's lips raised in a soft smile, seeming to be completely relaxed. However, even Xie Zizhua didn't know that Luo Jianqing's gaze had always been fixed on Li Xiuqin. Watching this mediocre, ordinary boy walk up to the arena with a gloomy face, Li Xiuqin stared at the opponent across from him with a complicated look. Luo Jianqing's smile slowly dwindled, a dark glint flashing through his clear and limpid eyes. You don't have anything of that kind, Li Xiuqun. What will you do now? Chapter 3. The next day, the 24 newcomers competed one after another on the arena, and every single one did not have any foundation for spiritual power. This sort of competition was very dull, and the great majority of official disciples were bored stiff watching. In fact, by the time it was Li Xiuqun's turn, many people didn't even look at him. There was only Luo Jianqing, whose gaze had been concentrated on this ordinary-looking young man this entire time. Throughout the entirety of his past life, Luo Jianqing never understood how a young man with such a mediocre constitution could oppress the stars in the all-peak examinations with average strength, or how he received second place. Even though none of the other disciples had any spiritual power, there were many new disciples among them that had come from clans who studied martial arts techniques since childhood, and their strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person's. However, Luo Jianqing was actually the only one who had achieved qi condensation level in 10 days. Among the 36 provinces, the human cultivators were divided into 9 levels, namely, qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, out-of-body, body fusion, calamity passage, 1, Mahayana, and immortal ascension. Every level had their own sub-levels, namely the initial stage, the middle stage, and the last stage, except the qi condensation period was divided into 9 phases, from qi condensation phase 1 to phase 9. In his past life, there were 23 disciples altogether, apart from the deceased Lu Xiaoxiao, and surprisingly only the worst one, Li Xiuqun, had reached qi condensation. And not only was Li Xiuqun born in poverty, but there wasn't any good environment for children in his family to cultivate. Just like a fantasy story. Nowadays, after reading Seeking Immortality, Luo Jianqing finally understood why. How could have he said that? It was simply because Li Xiuqun was a child of the heavens. See a magic potion when he raises his head, meet a spiritual beast when he lowers it, this was the truth when it came to him. Li Xiuqun and the rest of the new disciples were temporarily assigned as outer disciples of Tai Hua Mountain to cultivate for 10 days. This is what Seeking Immortality said. Due to his dear childhood friend's tragic death, Li Xiuqun was determined to become strong, working hard to cultivate every day. However, his innate skill was actually very low, and there was a huge difference between him cultivating for 8 days and someone else cultivating for 1 day. Therefore, the night before the all-peak examinations started, he went to the back of the mountain to entertain himself, and then, he stepped on a medicine pill. The spirit-melting pill. This was considered to be the most common medicine pill, and what Li Xiuqun also didn't know was that some medicine master had accidentally left it behind, which was how he found it. The spirit-melting pill was a very average, level 1 medicine pill. If 10,000 of these were put in front of Luo Jianqing he wouldn't give them a second glance. But he was no match for the glittering MC Halo. This spirit-melting pill wasn't too bad, actually, it was a heaven-rank spirit-melting pill. After Li Xiuqun took it, his meridians were cleansed and became stronger overnight, and officially stepped into the first level of cultivation. When he got to this point in the book, Luo Jianqing was speechless. A heaven-rank spirit-melting pill, huh? On the entire Tai Hua Mountain, the Qinglan Peak Lord, the Honorable Yu Qingzi was able to refine medicine. But how could a great master who could refine a heaven-rank spirit-melting pill, possibly refine a level 1 spirit-melting pill? Not only that, but did that old woman have nothing to do than look for outer disciples strolling around at the back of the mountain, and casually drop a heaven-rank medicine pill on the way? Where is the logic? Where is the reasoning? This made no sense at all. Therefore, 3 days ago, Luo Jianqing left Yushao Peak without a word, and headed to the back of the mountain to gather items. Someone, not just Li Xiuqun, would have stepped on that heaven-rank medicine pill at some point, but Luo Jianqing had practically overturned the entire mountain to look for it. Finally, after an entire night, he found the gold, glittering medicine pill. This pill was truly extraordinary as it said, the will of the heavens was so slanted that you couldn't see its face. After using his spiritual sense to examine it, he put the heaven-rank spirit-melting pill inside his storage ring. Luo Jianqing's thin lips curved up slightly, blossoming into a tranquil and easy smile. His umber-black eyebrows lightly smoothed out, his phoenix eyes curving so they resembled crescent moons. Seeing this, the hearts of many female disciples toppled one after another. However, Luo Jianqing's gaze had been fixed on what was happening on the arena, not even the slightest bit distracted. And so he said, "You don't have the spirit-melting pill, so how will you defeat your opponent as an ordinary person?" Luo Jianqing's jade-like slender fingers gently rapped against the black iron table. His eyes slightly narrowed, and his smiling expression was profound. In the arena, Li Xiuqun was gloomy, his entire heart restless. He nearly wanted to go back and read Seeking Immortality again. Seeking Immortality was a very well-known stallion novel with a super golden finger. In his past life Li Xiuqun read it no less than 10 times. He went over the details in his mind over and over, but nothing particular came up. He clearly remembered that on the 9th day, he had walked around the back of Tai Hua Mountain, then stepped on the heaven-rank spirit-melting pill and raised his cultivation in one go. But yesterday, he spent the entire night walking around the back of Tai Hua Mountain where the outer disciples were. Don't even mention a heaven-rank medicine pill, he didn't even see a single spiritual root. Can you really say he isn't depressed? Can you really say he isn't sullen? Without the heaven-rank spirit-melting pill, how could he win against these disciples who were raised in clans? His constitution was nothing special at all. 10th match of the Tai Hua Mountain New Disciple All-Peak Examinations. Su Hua from Changzhou, 4th degree constitution, Li Xiuqun from Yuzhou, no constitution. After the voice fell, the senior brothers who were judging them retreated a step back to give the newcomers some space. Seeing the sturdy-built Su Hua across from him, Li Xiuqun's face twitched, he didn't have a single thick arm. How is he going to fight him? He was no better than a punching bag. On the high platform, 2 people were watching this massive gap in strength. Xie Zizhua chuckled, completely covered in black, and moved close to mutter quietly in Luo Jianqing's ear, "Senior brother, didn't I say this earlier? How could you say he might have a chance to win? That Su Hua's constitution is 4th degree, and his cultivation is already a level higher, but Li Xiuqun doesn't have any constitution at all, and he is short and small. If he wins, wouldn't the heavens be too biased?" Luo Jianqing turned his head to look at Xie Zizhua, his fair and elegant eyes softly curving into a smile. He looked at his sloppy-looking junior brother with a smile that wasn't quite right. "Are you so sure that he'll lose?" Xie Zizhua said like it was obvious, "Of course. If he does win, tomorrow I'll go to Sigua Cliff and accompany senior sister Wei." Luo Jianqing feigned surprise, raising his eyebrows. "You're going to take that large a gamble?" Xie Zizhua said mysteriously, "Yes, I will. Anyway, senior brother Luo, if you end up being wrong, I want the jade ox comb you use every day." The corners of Luo Jianqing's lips pulled into a smile. Xie Zizhua saw his senior brother's "don't be such a pervert" expression. He immediately waved his hand and made himself clear. "It's not what I want, it's what little junior sister wants. Senior brother, did you know that little junior sister has been in love with you since she was young? Otherwise she would never refine. I don't want this to happen ever, so you can argue with her, but her ultimate wish is to use your jade ox comb." "Why would little junior sister possibly want my jade ox comb?" Xie Zizhua's eyes widened, and said in disbelief, "Why wouldn't she? If Yu Shao Peak wasn't so strict, our little junior sister would never go up. Do you believe me when I say that she would even climb up in the middle of the night to peep you?" Luo Jianqing. Xie Zizhua's words were still coming like an unending torrent. He was obviously talking about how his own little junior sister was so wretched and perverted, but he didn't have a single bit of disdain in his words. Instead, it was more accurate to say he sighed with pride. Little junior sister is so willful. If I was even half as bold as her, I would have visited Sangshuang Peak every day. Hearing his words made Luo Jianqing smile wordlessly, but in his heart, a bitter moodiness started to stir. He had been very close with his little junior sister since they were young. Before she became of marriageable age, she declared that she wouldn't ever marry. But his little junior sister was married to Li Xiuqin until the end, becoming his wife with her hair tied and all, too. He never expected that from his proud and stubborn little junior sister, and her husband still took 9 more wives after that. Luo Jianqing heard his little junior sister was very generous in taking care of Li Xiuqin along with other sisters, but he couldn't imagine anything like that. Under that blue sky and scorching sun, Li Xiuqin held a heaven-rank medicine pill in his hand as he said to him with arrogance, "Luo Jianqing, though you are Qinglong Peak's inheriting great disciple, these medicine pills you have been enjoying throughout your life are now with me. Don't feel any regret." He was that kind of person. Those red clothes were as bright as fire. Was it possible that he actually enjoyed being superior to Li Xiuqin until the very end? Because he was a hero that saved beauties. Because the poison of desire ran through his body. How were the heavens ever unfair? The heavens were only fair towards Li Xiuqin. His elegant, pale face was slowly covered in a layer of grief, only to fade away in an instant. Luo Jianqing watched Li Xiuqin with a complex expression. Not knowing why, he said without thinking, "Fine, if he loses, I'll give you my jade ox comb." Xie Zizhua had been earnestly trying to persuade him, and from time to time he would pull Wei Qiongyin in, saying things like, "Accompanying senior sister Wei is such a scary thought. Senior brother Luo, it's lucky that you won't lose anything by giving me your jade ox comb." Hearing Luo Jianqing suddenly agree made him elated beyond belief, and looked towards the arena with excitement. But in the next second, the tall and strong Su Hua suddenly covered his stomach. "Ah, it hurts. Judges, senior brothers, please give me a moment." "Judges." Li Xiuqin. Xie Zizhua was stunned. Luo Jianqing was completely silent. Even though he had guessed before that the heavens were biased all the way to the other end of China, he didn't think they would be this biased. Li Xiuqin's first match ended as the other person's stomach hurt too much, winning without a fight. Li Xiuqin's second match ended just as the other person made a move and suddenly sprained his waist, winning without a fight. Li Xiuqin's third match was against Lu Xiaoxiao. Just as Lu Xiaoxiao extended her hand to strike Li Xiuqin's arm, he howled in pain, scaring Lu Xiaoxiao into pulling back her hand and asking timidly, "Big brother Chen, are you okay?" After that, Li Xiuqin moved to subdue her. Everyone watching was completely silent. Luo Jianqing sighed. Xie Zizhua was inconsolable and indignant. "This isn't fair. This is just luck. Everything's only been luck." Luo Jianqing gently shook his head and laughed, "Junior brother, as we immortals say, luck is always power." Xie Zizhua watched the arena, fuming with anger. He said furiously, "There's only 3 people left. The other 2 are both children of the 8th largest aristocratic family. I don't believe it. One has a first-degree constitution, and the other has a second-degree constitution. How could they be worse than a terrible little boy with no constitution?" Li Xiuqin's fourth opponent happened to be excused, naturally winning without a fight. Xie Zizhua was silent as tears streamed down his cheeks. Below, the entire arena was filled with muttering, and many people were pointing at Li Xiuqin. The little girl Lu Xiaoxiao hadn't stopped rubbing her aching stomach, and wasn't sitting so close to her big brother Chen anymore. Li Xiuqin's palm had ruthlessly struck her body. Although she was young and only knew how to depend on her familiar big brother Chen, she wasn't stupid. That palm of Li Xiuqin really didn't hurt that much, but she was very upset, her small pretty face completely broken-hearted. What happened wasn't anything different from his past life. Li Xiuqin got second place yet again in the all-peak examinations, bound to become an inner disciple. After that, Li Xiuqin beamed with happiness, and muttered proudly, "So this is the protagonist halo, huh? This is really cool. He 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 he." Luo Jianqing was watching Li Xiuqin's immensely proud face with complex feelings in his heart. After watching him for a long time, he slowly started to smile. He raised his head, looking towards the clear blue sky, as if he could see things from the ancient past in a dark blue sky. His delicate, beautiful face held only a gentle smile. He came in second place again this time, but already, there were some things that were different. In his past life, after Li Xiuqun got second place, the disciples on the stage below all exclaimed in admiration. A new junior brother without any constitution was shining on the arena above, becoming the only disciple to achieve qi condensation. This encouraging event made people cannot help but admire him. And many people also knew that this junior brother had just lost his childhood friend, so they were sympathetic towards him. But now, this guy is really lucky, huh? Yeah, that guy is pretty vicious. He just struck down that little girl he knew in the arena. He'll become an inner disciple with second place, but I don't know if he'll be so lucky in the future. Luo Jianqing took in these mutterings without a word, a small smile on his face. Xie Zizhua stood at his side, so depressed that he had been paralyzed above his chair. He said, dispirited, the heavens aren't fair, the heavens really are too unfair. This kind of luck is something that Xie Zizhua, has never heard of. The heavens aren't fair. Luo Jianqing laughed once, and said tranquilly, Junior brother, the heavens have never been fair. Originally, Xie Zizhua only spoke without thinking, and didn't expect to receive an answer from Luo Jianqing. He raised his head to look at his senior brother, and saw a despondent look on his face for just an instant. Then Luo Jianqing smiled bitterly, saying, if the heavens are not fair, then make them fair. Junior brother, our cultivation is due to ourselves, not the will of the heavens. Do you understand what I just said? Xie Zizhua was startled for a moment, then respectfully nodded, without any trace of his carelessness from before. Yes. The all-peak examinations had ended. The best 6 of the examinations all became inner disciples, the rest having become outer disciples. And the top 3 could pick wherever they wanted to go, going from first to third in order. The first place winner came from a powerful family, with a first-degree constitution, and immediately chose the peak of Taihua Mountain's sect leader, Zangshuang Peak. The inheriting disciple from Zangshuang Peak came and took him away. Next was Li Xiuqun. Luo Jianqing stood on the center of the high platform, his handsome face calm and collected as he said neutrally, in the past 10 days, there should have been an inner disciple that told you the main circumstances of our Taihua Mountain. Since you have come in second place in the all-peak examinations, we will let you choose from Taihua Mountain's 6 peaks. Which one do you wish to go to? Unlike the first-place disciple, no one said a word after Luo Jianqing's voice fell. All of the senior brothers and sisters of the 6 peaks that came to receive the new disciples were all mute, staring oddly at Li Xiuqun, who was on the stage. They didn't really like this weak junior brother, and no one wanted to personally help him get stronger. Could they take this boy by the neck and make him go back? Would his luck be as good as today's in the future? This situation was entirely different from the one in his past life. At that time, everyone was clamoring for Li Xiuqun, but now no one was showing any interest. Luo Jianqing's expression didn't change as he watched Li Xiuqun, showing neither sorrow nor joy. Like a god in the frosty skies, his imposing manner and neutral expression were oppressing. However, exactly the same as his past life, Li Xiuqun humbly cupped his hands in greeting, saying seriously, Senior brother, I heard that Taihua Mountain has 7 peaks altogether. Why do you say I'm allowed to pick one out of the 6 peaks? Once his words fell to the ground, everyone was in an uproar. For a while now, Luo Jianqing had felt ice-cold and cutting in his heart, but he said with a tender smile, the Yushao Peak where I reside does not accept disciples. I am the only one, so go ahead and choose from the other 6 peaks. After hearing these words, pleasant surprise flashed through Li Xiuqun's eyes. Feigning indifference, he continued, Senior brother, I would like to enter Yushao Peak. Sir Xianlingzi is rivaled by none, challenging demonic cultivators with his own strength, a model for us cultivators. I will not hide from you, senior brother, that I greatly admire him. In fact, I came to Taihua Mountain just to study under Sir Xianlingzi. Even if I became an odd job's disciple, I would be most willing. When this happened in his past lifetime, Luo Jianqing was so angry that the spiritual energy in his body rebelled, a flick of his sleeve nearly sending the boy falling to his death. His accomplishments since birth had been excellent, he had extraordinary patience, but his only weakness was that person. Li Xiuqun had hit his sore spot just right, and he couldn't help but grow furious. He injured Li Xiuqun, then that person, who had never left the gates before, suddenly left Yushao Peak to go back and personally treat Li Xiuqun. Then he told him in a neutral voice, Jianqing, from now on, he will be your junior brother. In his past life, he was framed countless times by Li Xiuqun. Though there was only one thing that Li Xiuqun said that was right. He hated Li Xiuqun. He hated that Li Xiuqun had become that person's disciple, sharing that position reserved only for him. The past floated like clouds in front of his eyes and passed in a flash. Luo Jianqing lowered his head to look at Li Xiuqun. He saw that the latter was looking at him with slight fear, but his eyes also had a trace of expectation, like he was waiting for something. Yet this time, Luo Jianqing merely sighed heavily. Under his sleeves, his fingernails tightly clenched his palm. He said with a gentle smile, Yushao Peak has never accepted any disciples. Junior brother, pick another one. Li Xiuqun was instantly stupefied. This entire time, he had been waiting for Luo Jianqing to attack, and then Xianlingzi would come to help resolve the dispute with Luo Jianqing, while simultaneously bringing him into Yushao Peak. How did Luo Jianqing never raise a hand against him all this time? Perhaps he had passed into this book, and that's why he changed so radically. After waiting for a moment, Li Xiuqun's expression indecisive the entire time, he slowly ran out of words to say. He didn't speak. Luo Jianqing said nothing as well and patiently waited. To his side, however, Xie Zizhuo was impatient. Stop being so indecisive and pick somewhere to go already. That young lady who got third place, I can see that your constitution's pretty good. Do you want to go with my senior brother to Haoming Peak? Our Haoming Peak has the most beautiful scenery in Taihua Mountain, and fits a cute young lady like you the best. The other 5 disciples who had been waiting the entire time already picked their own school to go to. Li Xiuqun was still standing at the same place he was before, unmoving. When Lu Xiaoxiao was taken by the Qinlan Peak person, she hesitated for a moment, then said to Li Xiuqun, Qingage. Qinlan Peak is really good. Do you want to come with me to Qinlan Peak? Li Xiuqun answered her in a resolute tone, I want to study under Sir Xianlingzi. Luo Jianqing heard what he said. The smile on his lips deepened, and he didn't reply. Finally, the other 23 disciples had all picked out the peaks they wanted to go to, leaving only Li Xiuqun who was slow with his decision. He raised his head to look at Luo Jianqing, who lowered his head to look at him. Of the two, one stood in a high position, wearing a white robe, natural and graceful, so handsome it appeared he held the radiance of the whole world. One stood in a low position, wearing clothes made of sackcloth, looked completely ordinary, and his eyes were filled with a shrewd look. After a while, Luo Jianqing said gently, Junior brother, you should go to Haoming Peak. Their techniques suit you better. Li Xiuqun staunchly shook his head. No. Senior brother, I came to Taihua Mountain to join Yushao Peak, to study under Sir Xianlingzi. The phrase, Sir Xianlingzi, made Luo Jianqing's smile slowly bend toward his eyes. His palm had already been stained with his own blood from being pinched, but he hadn't revealed a trace of his true feelings since the very beginning. The corners of his lips were raised as he paid no more attention to Li Xiuqun. Instead, he turned his head to say to the embarrassed Xie Zizhuo, Junior brother, take him away. Xie Zizhuo originally wanted to say something, but he looked at the clear wisps of blood in Luo Jianqing's eyes and dumbly nodded his head. But when Xie Zizhuo ordered people to take Li Xiuqun, he still shouted noisily, No. I want to go to Yushao Peak, I want to go to Yushao Peak. I want to see Sir Xianlingzi, I want to see Sir Xianlingzi. The skies were clear as crystal. The outer disciples of Taihua Mountain on the other side of the platform were calm and quiet. The elegant, unworried great senior brother of Taihua Mountain stood high with a tranquil expression, watching the junior brother shout as he was being taken away. Who would have anticipated this? But he saw the clouds roll in the horizon and a golden sword light cut the air, quickly penetrating the sky. The majestic sword light brought the whole Taihua Mountain to submission. The atmosphere stood still, and water stopped running. The golden sword light that filled the sky made everyone's swords begin to tremble and shake, like they wanted to pledge their allegiance. The disciples were intimidated, their hearts so unstable they nearly kneeled down. Only a prolonged, deep voice could be heard throughout the boundless distance, like it had come from ancient times. Mixed with a faint sigh, it rang gently from the sky, Jianqing. 1. Body fusion, calamity passage. I couldn't find any English translation for these, so I tried my best. If there is, tell me. 2. Binding your hair upon coming of age. Chapter 4. This limitless spiritual energy filled the entire sky, so powerful that it seemed to coagulate into a sea, so oppressing that every disciple there couldn't lift their heads. Only Luo Jianqing, who was standing in the middle of the tall platform, faintly raised his head, like he had long gotten used to this fearsome, oppressing aura. He raised his gaze, fixed on somewhere far away. No one had arrived yet. Only the voice had reached them first. After that vast, majestic golden sword light passed, they were finally able to see a white-clothed figure. Long black hair was tied up in the simplest white jade crown, clothed in a white embroidered gown sewn with complicated, densely veined patterns, rich clothes with wide sleeves, contrasting against the blue sky above. He was so dazzling that people couldn't help but look at him with reverence blooming in their hearts. He stood at the summit above all living things, watching the crowd below him with an apathetic and tranquil gaze. Finally, his line of sight slowly stopped at the top of the tall platform. Luo Jianqing's head was lifted, several hundred meters away, one in the sky, one on the ground, staring at that person. Like he hadn't seen him in 100,000 years, Luo Jianqing gazed at him soundlessly, the other person calmly returning his gaze. After a moment, the bloodstains in his palm were so hot it felt like it was going to combust. Luo Jianqing raised his hand in a show of respect, solemnly saying, "Master." Xian Lingzi stood in the clouds, answering lightly, "Amen." Taihua Mountain's Yushao Peak Lord was Sir Xian Lingzi, the current #1 immortal in the cultivation world. At 15, he achieved foundation establishment. At 25, he reached the core formation stage. At 56, he succeeded in creating a nascent soul. At present, he had cultivated for no more than 300 years, but was the only cultivator under the heavens who refined his qi into spirit. Looking over the past 5,000 years, he was also the only cultivator who had hopes to levitate heavenwards and become immortal. Countless disciples widened their eyes in amazement when they saw Xian Lingzi. Even the newly accepted disciples did not dare look towards that person in disbelief. They only stared for a moment, then timidly moving away their line of sight. This was the superiority of an honored senior who had achieved spirit refining. They had merely looked at him for an instant, but quickly became panic-stricken. And among the crowd of disciples, no one was more excited than Li Xiuqian. With wild joy, he looked at the noble honored senior who was dressed in a white chung pao. Although he couldn't look at him for too long, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Xian Lingzi came. Xian Lingzi's going to take me as his disciple. Xian Lingzi's cold, elegant face had no trace of emotion, like he totally had no concern for the disciples all around him. His line of sight was fixed on his own disciple, the golden sword mark in the middle of his forehead glowing faintly with golden light. He had thin eyes and long eyebrows, a nose like it had been cut with a knife, lips devoid of color. He truly seemed like a simple and elegant immortal with no worldly concerns, making anyone respect him. Xian Lingzi attentively gazed at the disciple on the high platform. Luo Jianqing lowered his head, keeping silent. After a moment, Xian Lingzi's pupils shrunk, and suddenly shifted to the high platform. Once he appeared, Xie Zizhua next to Luo Jianqing became intimidated. Xie Zizhua hurriedly shouted several sentences, "Martial Uncle Xian Lingzi." Xian Lingzi lightly nodded towards him, and Xie Zizhua hastily descended the high platform, not daring to stand next to this gifted martial uncle. "You really won't lift your head?" Xian Lingzi asked apathetically. Luo Jianqing kept his respectful position as before, not answering. His handsome eyebrows knit together, Xian Lingzi looked down towards his rebellious disciple, and asked again in a low voice, "Your master has just come out of seclusion and heard you are currently arranging the all-peak examinations for the new disciples. Your flying sword has finished refining, would you like to look?" Luo Jianqing still kept his head lowered with no reaction. This situation made Xian Lingzi knit his eyebrows together tightly, as if he didn't understand what was the matter with his usually considerate disciple. His cold lips pursed, about to ask a question, then suddenly heard a pleasantly surprised shout off stage. "Sir! I am Li Xiuqin, I have admired you for many years, and wished to enter your school." Xian Lingzi seemed as if he didn't hear him and put his hands together behind him, continuing to look down at his disciple. After a long time, the powerful and oppressive ocean-like aura scattered heavily, making the disciples near the tall platform feel so threatened their faces turned white. Even Li Xiuqin, who had shouted earlier, was sweating like a pig from fright. And the white-clothed great senior brother who was in the heart of the oppressive aura felt so constricted he could not straighten his back, but he still grit his teeth and didn't make a sound. Xian Lingzi sighed heavily and drew back his oppressive aura. "Go back to Yushao Peak." Luo Jianqing suddenly raised his head in surprise. He looked at the other person and asked, astonished, "Master?" This time, Xian Lingzi discovered that at some point, his normally respectful disciple's eyes had turned completely red. His fair and beautiful face was covered in dense sweat, and his scattered hair was damp with sweat and stuck to his face. He was out of spiritual breath, but this frightened state was more beautiful. Having no reaction to this, Xian Lingzi neutrally nodded. "Go back. I'll let you see your new flying sword." Luo Jianqing was overjoyed at the unexpected good news, and immediately answered, "Yes." As he spoke, Luo Jianqing gave the follow-up matters of the all-peak examinations to the disciple next to him, then prepared to return with his master. No one expected that at that moment, Li Xiuqin ran to the side of the high platform and raised his head, saying loudly, "Sir Xian Lingzi, this disciple wishes to enter Yushao Peak, to become your disciple." Everyone was strangely quiet when these words fell. Luo Jianqing's smile disappeared in a flash. He clenched his fingers tightly, his fingernails digging into the recent bloodstains again. The bloodstains had already formed a scab, but blood started seeping out again when it was punctured. The pain made Luo Jianqing narrow his eyes, looking at Li Xiuqin off stage. Li Xiuqin had an earnest and serious expression, but he was secretly very excited. After he became Xian Lingzi's disciple and entered Yushao Peak, he would receive careful guidance from the cultivation world's most powerful person. At 20 years old, he could achieve Qi Foundation, and Core Formation at 40. He may not be as good as Xian Lingzi, but it was good to be well prepared. His inherent weakness was no problem, he had a golden finger. The first step is to find a good master, then he would get further and further. This was all well and fine, but although this Luo Jianqing was a little strange, Xian Lingzi still arrived in the end. He could enter Yushao Peak as he had before. Through his joy, Li Xiuqin was not paying attention to what was happening on the high platform. Only being able to see Xian Lingzi's cold white robe and the dazzling golden sword marking on his forehead, he lowered his head to glance at Li Xiuqin, then turned his head to continue looking at his disciple. With a cold expression, he asked serenely, "Jianqing, has Yushao Peak started accepting disciples?" Suddenly hearing these words, Luo Jianqing stumbled, the monstrous hatred in his heart instantly fading away. He looked at him in surprise, his logic and reason also vanishing in the moment. Under the shining sunlight, Xian Lingzi looked at him with his usual indifference. He buried that sentence he said into the bottom of his heart. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never destroyed his hurt and bitterness, and suddenly felt like it had lightened somewhat. Luo Jianqing faintly opened his mouth. When he spoke, he found that his voice was already hoarse. "No, master." "Then let's go." "Yes." This happened very quickly. Li Xiuqin looked at the pair of master and disciple with astonishment, and couldn't collect his thoughts for a long time. By the time he reacted, in the wake of the golden light fading away above the mountains, the two had left behind the waiting Li Xiuqin standing in the audience, along with his watching senior and junior brothers. Yu Shao Peak has traditionally never accepted disciples for years. How come this new junior brother doesn't realize that? I heard in those days, martial uncle Xian Lingzi was the only disciple of Yu Shao Peak, and now Yu Shao Peak has a great senior brother. Does he still think he can enter? Yu Shao Peak standards for apprenticeship are so high. This guy totally doesn't meet the qualifications. Martial uncle Xian Lingzi has a super-level constitution, and so does senior brother Luo. This person doesn't seem to have any constitution at all. How could martial uncle Xian Lingzi even look at him? Li Xiuqin's eyes were wide open, looking towards where the two people had disappeared in confusion. Once he was taken to Haoming Peak, in the room he was assigned he muttered, as if he lost his soul, no no no, how could this happen? How could this happen? Where did I go wrong in the end? Where did, Luo Jianqing? Thinking of this, Li Xiuqin seemed like he was struck by lightning. After a moment, he cursed loudly, that's right. That little girl should have gotten hit by lightning, so why did Luo Jianqing suddenly show up? And today, why didn't Luo Jianqing hit me? Luo Jianqing, is it possible he transmigrated as well? Fucking Luo Jianqing, who the hell are you? Luo Jianqing didn't hear Li Xiuqin's curses, as he had been following Xian Lingzi the entire time back to Yu Shao Peak. It wasn't long before he could see the two simple and modest bamboo houses. The bamboo houses were surrounded by a dense forest of bamboo. Green bamboo swayed gently in the breeze, causing them to gurgle. After they returned to the bamboo houses, Xian Lingzi took out a sword from his storage ring. This sword is 3 feet and 7 inches long and 312 pounds. Use this 10,000-year black iron that you have brought back previously, a 1,000-year lightning crystal, a low-level 4th-degree lightning pellet and refine them together. This sword is quick, and can pull 10,000 miles of lightning and thunder to join you in resisting the enemy. It is considered to be a earth-level magic weapon. As he spoke, Xian Lingzi grasped the sword with one hand, handing it to his disciple. Jianqing, from now on, this will be your life-bound magic weapon, so it must have a name. The cyan tip of the sword faintly twinkled, and the sharp and fierce edge seemed like it could cut the skies, but it had been temporarily sealed by Xian Lingzi's spiritual power. The sword lightly shivered, as if it didn't agree to surrender in this tiny bamboo house. Xian Lingzi had been holding the sword the entire time, waiting for his disciple to take it. However, Luo Jianqing had been staring attentively at the sword the entire time, and was slow with reacting. In his past lifetime, he named this sword Jue Yin. His master had asked him in astonishment why he chose this name. His reply was, this sword is quick, and chases at the speed of sound, so I named it Jue Yin. 1. At the time, his master lightly nodded and didn't ask any further. But he was the only one who truly knew what this sword's name meant. The immortal name of Taihua Mountain's Yu Shao Peak Lord was Xian Lingzi, originally named Wu Yin. 2. Chasing and chasing sound, chasing at the speed of sound, or perhaps no sound. Looking at this sword, Luo Jianqing's heart gradually began to ache. After a moment, he took the sword. The originally howling sword suddenly became obedient in Luo Jianqing's hands, flowing with blue light and letting out a low cry. Xian Lingzi looked at this scene, satisfied. He understood this sword had already recognized its master. But before he could think anything else, he heard his disciple say quietly, Master, its name will be Shuang Fu. 3. Xian Lingzi's entire body trembled, and raised his head to look at Luo Jianqing. After a while, he finally asked. For what reason? Luo Jianqing laughed, and said, thunder frightens electricity into scattering. Snow splashes, becoming floating frost. And since this sword can pull 10,000 miles of lightning, I name it Shuang Fu. Luo Jianqing's voice had just fell when the sword trembled slightly, like it was agreeing with him. Luo Jianqing looked at his sword with a smile, then decided to turn and go into the bamboo forest to try it out. However, just when he turned, he heard Xian Lingzi's cold and elegant voice say behind him, Jianqing, what happened to your hand? The next moment, an ice-cold hand suddenly gripped Luo Jianqing's wrist, pulling him back. Luo Jianqing. I don't know, but that seems kinda gay. I can't be the only one who got serious second-hand embarrassment from LXC's desperate cries for attention, right? 1. Zhui Yin, to chase sound. 2. Wu Yin, without sound. 3. Shuang Fu, floating frost. Chapter 5. The jade-green bamboo swayed freely, the slender leaves dancing back and forth. Yushao Peak was at the very heart of Taihua Mountain, surrounded by the other 6 peaks, and held the position of having the very best Earth-type spiritual veins. Yushao Peak had 81 first-class restrictions, 36 second-class restrictions, which just so happened to correspond with China's 36-inch provinces, and lastly there were 9 third-class restrictions, symbolizing that 9 divided by 9 is 1. 1. There were so many that all of the previous great elders even joined together to set up and seal an enormous army at the summit, which could trap any cultivator that was at the Mahayana stage or lower. If Taihua Mountain was every cultivator's holy land, then Yushao Peak was the foundation of Taihua Mountain. For the past 13 consecutive generations, Yushao Peak has only ever accepted one disciple. One reason was that Yushao Peak's requirements for accepting disciples were very high and they must have a superior level constitution. The other reason was that training one disciple needed a great deal of effort and care. If they were merely an ordinary disciple, then there would be no problem, but Yushao Peak's disciples were nurtured with the goal of making them great elders of their sect. Xian Lingzi had cultivated for no more than 316 years, and today he was the sole cultivator in the entire world who had achieved spirit refining. Luo Jianqing was 17 years old when he achieved Qi Foundation, core formation at 32, and he was also already a giant among men of this generation. He had confidence that he would definitely break through spirit refining one day. And currently, Xian Lingzi was looking downwards at the bloodstains in his disciple's palm, not saying anything. Cultivators that achieved core formation already had bodies as tough as steel, and it was nearly impossible to injure them. This series of crescent-shaped scars were clearly recent and were left behind by the owner's own nails. How strong was his determination, even if he had absolutely no fingernails, if it made him able to draw blood from his hard skin. Xian Lingzi still hadn't made any inquiries, only brushing away his sleeve to take out a small white jade bottle from his storage ring. He drew out a drop of concentrated jade syrup and gently smeared it on the wounds. His smooth, round fingertips softly stroked the tender skin of his palm. Luo Jianqing's entire body trembled a little, the numbness passing along to his palm. Even when Xian Lingzi was applying the magic medicine, he was as calm and undisturbed as usual, completely unwavering. His narrow eyes lowered slightly, the white robe that covered his entire body aloof and eminent. The golden sword marking on his forehead made him seem elegant, dignified and honorable, making no one dare to approach him. After he was done cautiously applying medicine on Luo Jianqing's left palm, he smoothly took the other hand. But Luo Jianqing suddenly withdrew his hand and said hoarsely, "Master, I'll do it myself." Xian Lingzi's movements suddenly become sluggish. After a moment, he lightly nodded his head and handed over the concentrated jade syrup to him. Luo Jianqing took a bit of light green ointment and smeared it over his right palm. He used his right hand to hold his sword, and as a sword cultivator, this was his most important hand. His left hand was already so sensitive, provided that if he really let this person help him apply ointment on his right hand, he didn't know what kind of things he would have done. After a short time, Luo Jianqing was done with the ointment. The light green ointment immediately dissolved, and Luo Jianqing felt that his wounds were a little numb. When he raised his hands and looked at them, the small wounds had already healed, leaving behind only a row of pink scars. Xian Lingzi said lowly, "Take this bottle of concentrated jade syrup with you, and do not harm yourself again." Luo Jianqing nodded in response. Less than a moment later, the two went to an open space outside the bamboo house, preparing to try out the sword. Luo Jianqing's right hand held his sword, his line of sight concentrated into a thin line. He stared solemnly in front of him, like he was facing a single enemy. In his hand, Shuang Fu answered his greeting and sent out bursts of green haze in eagerness, like it was impatient. In the next second, his sword rushed forth, emitting a brilliant sword light. His long sword danced, his sleeves flying energetically as the green sword light fluttered all around the viridian bamboo like a swimming dragon, stirring up sand and dust. The oppressive aura of his sword swept the entire forest like a mighty river, but he handled it so flawlessly that he didn't hurt the bamboo itself, only making them wobble violently. This sword was an earth-type life-bound magic weapon, and the person dancing with the sword was the top master of a young generation. His black hair moved without wind, the beauty of his refined and exceptional appearance could be faintly seen in the middle of the sword movements, his manner relaxed, and his sword energy was also oppressive. If his little junior sister could see this, perhaps stirrings of love would emerge. But the one watching off to the side was Xian Lingzi, only watching from above with indifference and without any judgment. After he was finished trying out his sword for the first time, Luo Jianqing clung to Shuang Fu as he headed back to the bamboo house. "Master, this sword is connected to my heart." Xian Lingzi nodded indifferently. "Amen, practice hard." "Yes." Luo Jianqing's hair was already soaked with sweat, his bright eyes rippling with the color of water, with his lips dark red and cheeks pink. His already beautiful immortal-like face became even more astonishingly alluring, like the most splendid, flickering haze around scenic lakes and mountains. His loveliness was so great that it had already transcended the boundaries of gender. But Xian Lingzi had no reaction to any of this. After talking about some trivial things again, he started to walk. Luo Jianqing was slightly startled, and impulsively yelled, "Master." Xian Lingzi turned to look at him. "What is it?" Luo Jianqing pursed his lips for a long time, saying, "Master, why were you in seclusion for so long this time?" As if he couldn't come up with an answer, quite a while had passed before Xian Lingzi finally said, "The shortest I have been in seclusion was half a month. The longest was 3 years. Luo Jianqing's expression turned dark. This was entirely different from his past life. In his past life, after Xian Lingzi had accepted Li Xiuqin, he never went into seclusion again. Throughout the entire 18 years, he spent a generous amount of time teaching Li Xiuqin with great attention, so much that this boy with no constitution achieved Qi Foundation at 20 years old and possessed an extraordinary ability to resist. Luo Jianqing was already quite well along in his past life, having been in the late stage of core formation and only a step away from entering the nascent soul stage. But at that time, Li Xiuqin was no more than 34 years old and he was only in the late stage of Qi Foundation. To his surprise, he led a group of decent and righteous people and broke a great boundary, stabbing that sword into his heart. When Li Xiuqin was present, this person never went into seclusion, preferring to let his cultivation stagnate at the early stage of spirit refining for 18 years. And now that Li Xiuqin wasn't here, he immediately continued seclusion and only spoke a few trivial words to him, then had nothing else to say. Slowly, this bitter feeling became agony, until it finally transformed into a raging blaze, consuming Luo Jianqing's heart. His handsome and unworried face no longer had any trace of the joy he had before. Luo Jianqing cupped his hands in salute, and said expressionlessly, "Master, this disciple hopes that your great masters will order to drive out that new disciple who should have never entered Taihua Mountain." For a very long time, Luo Jianqing waited for Xian Lingzi's answer with his head lowered. Finally he heard the other person say flatly, "What for?" Luo Jianqing said again, "You do not need to ask who it is." Xian Lingzi said, "That boy who wanted to enter Yushao Peak, isn't it?" Luo Jianqing's entire body tensed. His master never remembered people. Of the 7 finest disciples of Taihua Mountain's 7 peaks, his master didn't remember any of them. But surprisingly, he had remembered Li Xiuqin. Luo Jianqing's eyebrows furrowed as he looked down, his voice colder than a forest. "Yes, that's him. Master, at Leitang Road, Jianqing personally witnessed him take the effort to retreat back a step, hiding behind that year-old little girl who was accompanying him. He even pulled the corner of the girl's robe just to block the lightning for him. Such a cruel and merciless disciple absolutely must not enter our Tai Hua mountain. Master, please see clearly. Luo Jianqing's fingers were clenched tight, stubbornly waiting for his answer. After a while, he heard Xian Lingzi say in a level tone, since he has already entered Haoming Peak, naturally senior brother Guangling should inspect this matter instead. You should discuss this with senior brother Guangling and ask him to investigate this thoroughly. If what you say is true, no mercy should be shown. Luo Jianqing gritted his teeth, the blaze in his heart already burning again. Jianqing, you must not get involved in this matter by any means. Bear in mind that you should concentrate only on cultivation. Do not get too involved with that disciple again. His voice fell, and the door to the bamboo house shut. Luo Jianqing stood outside the bamboo house by himself, still cupping his hands in salute. After a very long time, he slowly straightened up and stared at the bamboo house with a painful and complex gaze, like he could see the person inside. That's right, he'd forgotten. At that time, that person's life-bound sword had ruthlessly pierced through his stomach. That sword was so cold as the person who owned it. In the end, the master and disciple who had been together for dozens of years couldn't compare with Li Xiuqun, who he had known for 18 years. If he didn't have the heaven-level Xian Ling sword, Li Xiuqun's fortune with the heavens wouldn't matter, as he couldn't cross levels and behead him. Unfortunately, it did turn out to be Xian Ling. Mind boiling in impure qi, Luo Jianqing's pupils shrunk, and hurriedly rushed into his own bamboo house. Once he entered, he vomited a mouthful of blood from his heart. The resentful sorrow that had been reverberating ever since he reincarnated, dissipated and was replaced by an overflowing rage. Aren't you my master, and aren't I your disciple? I followed your teachings so closely throughout my entire past life, I never crossed your limits by even half a step until the very end, and what do I get back? Wu Yin. Wu Yin. Wu Yin. After taking care of the blood in his heart that boiled from his anger, Luo Jianqing meditated in the bamboo house for the next 3 days. On the afternoon of the third day, Luo Jianqing heard a clamoring coming down from Yushao Peak far, far away. He immediately grasped his sword and went down the mountain, then saw the erratic Xie Zizhua. Luo Jianqing's lips pulled up and turned around to leave. Xie Zizhua hurriedly caught up to him without saying anything further. Suddenly, he laid down on the ground and hugged Luo Jianqing's thigh. Senior brother. Luo Jianqing. After a moment, Luo Jianqing flung the animal off his thigh. However, he didn't expect for this animal to cling to him so tightly like a piece of dogskin plaster, and couldn't get him off. Luo Jianqing said in astonishment, Junior brother, you're a golden core cultivator as well, can't you have some face? Xie Zizhua shook his head, not caring in the slightest. Nope. Senior brother, if you don't answer me I won't get up. Luo Jianqing. After Luo Jianqing went up Yushao Peak, dragging Xie Zizhua along the entire journey, he carried some bamboo green tea from the top of Yushao Peak, which Xie Zizhua gulped an entire cup of. He immediately took the teapot and poured it in his mouth, just like a cow chewing a tree. Luo Jianqing, who was not in a good mood, tilted his head to look at this person. Xie Zizhua didn't seem to notice. After he was done drinking, he laid on his stomach again and clung to Luo Jianqing's thigh. Senior brother save me. Luo Jianqing wordlessly gave Xie Zizhua a boiled chestnut and listened to his explanation. Originally, the reason why Xie Zizhua wanted to find little junior sister to refine pills for him was not for him, but was for fifth junior brother's spiritual beast. That day, Xie Zizhua went to Yushao Peak to find fifth junior brother and couldn't find him. Then he went to find fifth junior brother's recently tamed 6th level spiritual beast. Xie Zizhua took a big gulp of tea, then said, Senior brother, a 6th level spiritual beast. That's on the same level as a nascent soul cultivator, and it was tamed too. Luo Jianqing raised an eyebrow. So what happened with it? Xie Zizhua chuckled mischievously. I just did a little something to it. Luo Jianqing didn't believe him as Xie Zizhua was in the early stage of core formation, and what threat could he pose to a 6th level spiritual beast? But the affairs of the world were hard to guess. Xie Zizhua didn't know that this spiritual beast had an internal injury, and the reason why fifth junior brother left was to give this spiritual beast a medicine pellet. In front of Xie Zizhua's shameless provocations, the spiritual beast was knowledgeable and was certain he would not hold back. Thus, Xie Zizhua attacked it despite its internal injuries and caused it serious injury. Xie Zizhua originally had thought, have I really gotten that strong? Then heard that fifth junior brother was hurrying to humiliate him. Fifth junior brother had already made every Yusho peak disciple beat Xie Zizhua whenever they saw him, and if they couldn't, they would call him to come beat him up. Therefore, on the days that Luo Jianqing wasn't present, everyone was calling each other to beat up Xie Zizhua. It was so awful that it had gotten to the point where he would frequently seclude himself. Xie Zizhua knew that he was guilty, and wanted to find little junior sister to refine a medicine pill to bring the spiritual beast back to death. However, little junior sister didn't care, and that was why he went to find Luo Jianqing today. Xie Zizhua sobbed as tears and mucus flowed down his face. Senior brother, next year is the great sect competition. If I don't resolve this spiritual beast business, fifth junior brother will beat me to death. His cultivation isn't as good as mine, but his spiritual beasts are so scary, you have to rescue me. As he spoke, Xie Zizhua was holding onto his thigh the entire time, beginning to explain in detail the past 10 years or so. First he talked the time during his childhood when he accompanied Luo Jianqing kneeling in punishment, then talked about the camaraderie of the time the two of them peaked at. Third senior sister showering. Listening to him talk made the blue veins on Luo Jianqing's forehead jump. Stop talking nonsense. In those days, you dragged me off to wherever you went, and I didn't know that was third junior sister, cough, and you weren't accompanying me, I was accompanying you. Master, his voice stopped suddenly. Xie Zizhua didn't notice Luo Jianqing's strange behavior and picked up his words. Yes, I know that martial uncle Xian Lingzi was always strict with you, but it's not your fault that you wanted to kneel together with me. Senior brother, help me this time, I don't want your jade ox comb anymore, you only, be. A short, light brown jade comb suddenly appeared in front of Xie Zizhua. Xie Zizhua scrambled for the jade ox comb and raised his head, smiling bashfully. He wanted to give Luo Jianqing thanks, but saw the Taihua's flower, great senior brother smile tranquilly. A small star flashed through his clear and elegant eyes, enough to draw anyone in. Go, give it to little junior sister, and tell her that I like someone else, so she won't wait anymore. He said these words softly and quietly, making Xie Zizhua gradually become sentimental. By the time Luo Jianqing got up to see him out, Xie Zizhua suddenly snapped out of it. He looked at his senior brother with a complex and profound look, and finally couldn't help saying, Senior brother, you have been friends with her for 33 years. Little junior sister could never forget you. If you use that kind of excuse, there's no way she'll believe it. Luo Jianqing couldn't help but give a low laugh, looking at Xie Zizhua for a moment too long. It was just like in his past life. They thought that, I like someone else, was just an excuse, but no one knew that he was telling the truth. Xie Zizhua's words reminded Luo Jianqing to ask, his eyebrows furrowed, I remember that the new disciples' first practice is in 2 months. Are they led by little junior sister? Xie Zizhua nodded seriously. Yes, senior brother. They are being led by little junior sister. This matter had already happened a very long time ago, but once he was reminded, Luo Jianqing remembered something. Xie Zizhua said that little junior sister could never forget him, but little junior sister still married Li Xiuqun in the end, becoming his #1 wife. That was because during their first practice, little junior sister and Li Xiuqun fell into the great vestiges of someone's nascent soul. Together. In the end, he was consumed by the poison of desire, and had no choice but for that kind of relationship to break out between her and Li Xiuqun. Xie Zizhua could guess what happened considering Li Xiuqun's nature and how he treated his little junior sister. That boy, merely third-stage Qi foundation, was violating the early-stage core formation little junior sister, whose mind was not clear. He remembered that in his past life, after his little junior sister came back, she came to Yushao Peak to look for him before completely secluding herself for 5 years. His little junior sister waited at the bottom of the peak for an entire 10 days. Because he wanted to break her heart, he cruelly never went to see her. At that time, little junior sister had just, and the person who came up Yushao Peak and humiliated her was none other than Li Xiuqun, but she still stubbornly waited at the place where her enemy came to find her. Thinking about this, Luo Jianqing's heart hurt unbearably. He would never give that crook a chance to do that to his little junior sister ever again. Even though little junior sister would be rescued by Li Xiuqun time and time again, finally left with no choice but resolved to give herself in marriage, he would not allow Li Xiuqun to rape his junior sister under those circumstances. Seeking immortality didn't miss any details, so much that even those private affairs were written out in full. This senior sister had been long feverish from head to foot, but through life or death, she would not budge. Finally, Li Xiuqun could not bear it and pulled her hand. A tear streamed from the corner of senior sister's eye, and after a long time, she finally took Li Xiuqun's hand. The haughtiness she displayed just before dissipated thoroughly under the poison of desire. Li Xiuqun turned over the arrogant and willful senior sister and pushed her down, tearing apart her clothes. What was written afterwards was too embarrassing to mention. His eyes already completely red, Luo Jianqing had been preparing for this moment, and steadied his mental state as much as he could. He turned his head to say to Xie Zizhua, "I can ask sect leader Martial Uncle to let me lead practice in 2 months. Let little junior sister relax and take her time refining pills for you." Xie Zizhua stared blankly. "Senior brother, guiding newcomers during practice is an unimportant matter that you don't have an obligation to." Luo Jianqing shook his head firmly. "I'll go this time." Xie Zizhua shook his head in a way like it was filled with fog. When Xie Zizhua was about to leave, Luo Jianqing looked at him and said calmly, "How is that Li Xiuqun doing at Haoming Peak?" When he mentioned the name, Xie Zizhua's expression darkened. "How? His constitution is so awful that he still hasn't entered qi condensation." Luo Jianqing nodded his head in understanding. Quietly, he said as a last word, "Junior brother, I don't like him." Xie Zizhua suddenly stared, then chuckled. "I know, senior brother. You can relax." Very quickly, Xie Zizhua turned into a ribbon of silver light disappearing into the horizon. The business about driving Li Xiuqun out of our sect, Luo Jianqing hadn't mentioned to Xie Zizhua at all, because he knew that not a single person would believe him based off empty words. Also, Lu Xiaoxiao herself didn't know something like that had happened, and even in fear she will stand up for her big brother Chen. Luo Jianqing could not act so recklessly. Looking at the verdant, lush grass at the base of Yushao Peak, Luo Jianqing knit his eyebrows slightly, and finally let out a long sigh. In 2 months, he would lead the new disciples through practice. During this period of time, he must concentrate fully on cultivation, or at the very least deal with his incessantly scattering spiritual energy appropriately. The boundaries must never be crossed again. 9 by 9 is 1, an abacus rule. Also means that things are inevitable. Jianqing, yes master. Eating vinegar, no master, open your mouth, ha ha ha. Chapter 6. He worked his cultivation methods, absorbed universal qi, and completed a microcosmic orbit, 1, along the direction of the veins, muscles, and bones in his body, then completed a macrocosmic orbit. He repeated this 81 times, a common routine for cultivators. The day Luo Jianqing reincarnated, on the way back to Taihua Mountain, he discovered that he was unable to inhale the universal qi as he once habitually did. If the universal qi was compared to an innocent yet powerful child, it would have been happy to play with the superior level constitution Luo Jianqing before, and now it avoided him like the plague. No matter how Luo Jianqing worked his cultivation methods, nowhere within 3 zhang of his body had even a single drop of universal qi. What Luo Jianqing was practicing was Yushao Peak's unique cultivation method, the true 9-petaled lotus record, that was always kept hidden. This was Taihua Mountain's most protected secret. It was said that in those years what Taihua Mountain's grandmasters studied was that very cultivation. method, and relied on them to levitate heavenwards and achieve immortality. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the true nine-petaled lotus record, but this spiritual influence was unwilling to get close to him. For a long time, Luo Jianqing sat on the praying mat, thinking about this issue, but in the end he still couldn't come up with an answer. When he had just reincarnated, he was already firmly in the middle stage of core formation, and now he had fallen to the beginning of the middle stage. If he fell down like this again, he was afraid that in 1 year he could drop to the early stage of core formation. After meditating inside his bamboo house for a month, Luo Jianqing got up to face the vast blue sky, and suddenly he had a thought. Could it be that the heavens cannot tolerate me any longer? Naturally, the heavens had no way to answer him, but the inside of his body couldn't grow any more. Besides, the still slowly dropping boundaries was enough answer for Luo Jianqing. But Luo Jianqing did not get angry. He already resented the unjust will of the heavens, and although he knew his world was merely a book, being a cultivator was something he truly wanted. Cultivation was his identity. So what if it was just a book? He was still Luo Jianqing, and there was no way he was a disciple who had one appearance, in reality a filthy, dark, and jealous person, or so it was written in that book. Cough cough, maybe he was a little jealous. He didn't think about it too long, as the time for the new disciple's first practice experience was approaching. Luo Jianqing packed some essential materials in his storage ring, then went to find the elder who was in charge of leading practice to receive his token. After he took the Taihua Mountain's leader token, Luo Jianqing had just barely come down from Sangshuang Peak when he glimpsed a distant ball of fire coming from the sky. His immediate reaction was to turn around and run, but he hadn't taken 2 steps when he heard a hurt voice behind his back. "Senior brother, do you have to turn and run whenever you see me?" Luo Jianqing forced out 2 laughs and helplessly turned back around, looking at his little junior sister. From head to foot, she was covered in a fire-red cotton skirt. She had a very small face that had big round eyes with slender tightly knitted eyebrows. She looked extremely sweet and charming, but her arrogant and willful personality set her far apart from the gentleness of women. Instead, she was high-spirited and reckless like the blazing sun above, bursting into thousands of rays of light. The 7 great disciples of Taihua Mountain's 7 peaks, the celebrated and famous young generation of the cultivation world, the 7 children of Taihua Mountain. Among them, though Luo Jianqing wasn't too old, his cultivation was the highest, and so he was respected as the great senior brother. The other 6 were currently in the beginning stage of core formation, and they could probably go out and start their own sect, but at Taihua Mountain, they were still only disciples. Luo Jianqing let out a deep sigh, and said, "Junior sister, I didn't see you." Mu Tianxin didn't believe him, and pursed her lips. "Senior brother, you used to call me by my name. You never called me junior sister." As she spoke, Mu Tianxin again stepped forward, forcing Luo Jianqing to step back. Mu Tianxin moved forward again, and Luo Jianqing retreated again. And so in this way, the 2 went 1 step back and forth on the walkway below Sangshuang Peak. At this rate, they would be back at Sangshuang Peak. The junior brothers and sisters watched them curiously. Luo Jianqing finally stopped moving and adjusted his expression to ask, "Exiner, what did you come to see me for?" At hearing Exiner, the charming young lady immediately beamed in happiness, but coughed, trying to feign indifference and hide her sounds of joy. "Senior brother, I heard that you wanted to lead the new disciples this time instead of me. I specially refined these medicine pills for you. Please be careful while traveling." Luo Jianqing took 3 small jade bottles from his little junior sister, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. "You mean these?" Mu Tianxin nodded heavily. "Yes, these." Her voice had just fell when her face suddenly burst into a brilliant smile, her big eyes fixed rigidly on Luo Jianqing, fiddling ceaselessly under her sleeves, like she was worried Luo Jianqing would not accept her kindness. He stared at the jade bottles for a long time, then put it inside his storage ring. "Junior sister, I remember that 4th junior brother asked you to refine a 3rd-level medicine pill. You've refined these pills for me, so what about 4th junior brothers?" Mu Tianqin waved her hand, not seeming to care in the slightest. Like a dictator, she stated calmly, "I'll make that boy Xie Zizhuo wait patiently." Luo Jianqing couldn't help but laugh. Junior sister. In the next moment, Mu Tianqin also started to laugh softly, without any hint of the small dictator she was acting like just a moment ago. The two talked for a bit on Songshuang Peak's mountain road, then Mu Tianqin urgently hurried back to refine a medicine pill and didn't stay long. Before leaving, she looked at Luo Jianqing for a while, reluctant to leave, turning around twice every 3 steps. When she walked to the end of the mountain road, the girl in the red clothes stopped and turned around to face Luo Jianqing, saying loudly, "Senior brother, whether I owe you in your past life, or if I like you, that's my business. Whether you like me or not, that's your business. Never use the excuse that you like someone else to reject me again. That'll break my heart." Right after her voice fell, the bright red rays flew quickly to the sky and merely left Luo Jianqing standing in his original position, stupefied, and didn't react for a very long time. Between the precipitous and craggy mountain road, Luo Jianqing lifted his eyes to look at where that ray of red had just left. After a long time, he finally shook his head lightly. He took out the 3 medicine bottles from his storage, 2 of which were 2nd level, and 1 was surprisingly 3rd level. Even if his little junior sister was the inheriting great disciple of Qinglan Peak, refining a 3rd level medicine pill was no easy task. Such a high-level medicine pill could only be achieved in the span of a month. He was afraid that little junior sister had not rested very much. Thinking about this, wisps of blood floating in Luo Jianqing's eyes, he sighed wordlessly. "You didn't owe me in my past life, it was I that owed you." Faint murmurings flooded the atmosphere, and no one was able to make out anything. Suddenly, a stream of green light rose from Songshuang Peak and flew straight towards Yushao Peak. Luo Jianqing again returned to his bamboo house. He continued to meditate in seclusion, seeking a solution to his being untolerated by the heavens. Though he couldn't respond to his little junior sister, he could at least make a promise. "Junior sister, I won't let anyone bully you." A month had passed very quickly. Luo Jianqing took Shuang Fu and returned it to between his eyebrows, a green sword mark appearing on his forehead. He took off the white Yushao Peak uniform and changed into a simple, light, green embroidered gown, then stepped outside. When he left Yushao Peak, Luo Jianqing turned his head to look at the bamboo house on the summit. After a long time, he returned his line of sight and walked quickly. The new disciples this time made up 24 altogether, which could even be said the most that ever came together in 100 years. Every new disciple all had to go through practice, and this time the leading senior brother was Luo Jianqing. At the same time, there were 4 Qi Foundation stage disciples who accompanied Luo Jianqing to lead the new disciples. 12 junior brothers and sisters were already being taken along by the Qi Foundation stage disciples. When Luo Jianqing caught up to them, the remaining 12 disciples were all standing straight as an arrow, watching him with big eyes. Their gazes carried curiosity, reverence, and gratitude. Gratitude? Luo Jianqing turned his head and only saw the little girl Lu Xiaoxiao waving her hand incessantly at him, and mouthed, "Thank you, big sister." Luo Jianqing. Even if you don't talk, he can still tell what you're saying, you know. Luo Jianqing looked down at the 12 new disciples, directly ignoring the little Lu Xiaoxiao's fiery gaze. A cold and calm qi field dispersed into the surroundings, pressuring the crowd of children so that they couldn't breathe deeply. Luo Jianqing said neutrally, "Those who have gotten on the transporting formation, hold hands and be sure not to separate. Those who entered Qi Foundation, when you enter the transporting formation you will only feel a bit of dizziness, so it would be best if you endured it. Now, come up one by one." The little radishes nodded obediently, each and every one of them walking to the transporting formation. After the last one went up, Luo Jianqing stepped up, standing in front of the 12 people. He turned his head to look at the 2 disciples in charge of the transporting formation. He lightly nodded, and the 2 cupped their hands to salute him, saying simultaneously, "Great senior brother." Then they put in the spirit stones in the trough, preparing to start the transporting formation. In a flash, the whole world was flooded in white light, boundless, powerful spiritual energy soaring, wrapping up Luo Jianqing and the 12 radishes. Naturally, the transporting formation's oppressive aura was nothing to Luo Jianqing, but to the little radishes, it was the first time they had been assaulted with spiritual energy. Seeing that it was becoming nearly unbearable for the little radishes, Luo Jianqing helplessly shook his head, flicking his sleeves to block some spiritual energy for the little radishes. A second later, he saw a little radish looking at him, eyes brimming with tears as he nodded his head with emotion. Luo Jianqing, I was just doing it in passing. The little radish strained to nod his head. Thank you, senior brother, thank you, senior brother. Seeing this small radish being so emotional, Luo Jianqing secretly found it amusing, and felt a little warm inside. The transporting formation was slow to start, but by the time the 13 people were really about to be transported, there was a flash of golden sword light in the horizon. Luo Jianqing only heard a voice echoing in his mind, Jianqing, did your master not tell you to concentrate on cultivation? His voice was as cold as always, but for some reason, Luo Jianqing felt like he heard a bit of urgency. When this voice echoed in his heart, Luo Jianqing's entire body shivered, then he slowly calmed down. He sent a voice transmission back. Master, as the great senior brother of Taihua Mountain, I ought to guide these new disciples through practice. A long time had passed before Xianlingzi's voice said deep and low, Jianqing, do you truly want to leave? Luo Jianqing grit his teeth and said, Master, the transporting formation has already begun. After waiting for some time, Luo Jianqing thought that his master didn't want to speak with him anymore. But surprisingly, a ray of golden sword light split cleanly towards his forehead. Luo Jianqing's pupils shrunk and had just took his sword to defend himself, but he heard Xianlingzi's apathetic voice echo in his mind, this red seal carried a little thought of your master's. If you dare not to concentrate on cultivation on the way, your master will surely know. Chapter 7. The scorching sun was already overhead when Luo Jianqing brought the 12 little radishes to Liangzhou's Tian city. The 12 Qi Foundation cultivators who were all dressed alike, plus the handsome, solitary core formation cultivator, formed a battle formation that was too powerful, attracting many people's attention the entire journey. They could not fly in the city, so Luo Jianqing and the others came down from the flying magical tool and stepped into Tian city. They were just about to enter the city when Luo Jianqing saw the 4 Qi Foundation junior brothers and sisters, as well as the other 12 new disciples. The 4 disciples saluted Luo Jianqing one after another when they saw him, yelling, Great senior brother. The 12 newcomers also immediately saluted. Great senior brother. Luo Jianqing faintly nodded, sweeping a mild gaze over them. When he saw Li Xiuqian, he didn't react, but only calmly shifted his line of sight. Then he guided the crowd to Tian city's stronghold and took the men Tian sect had prepared. Today, they stopped to rest in the largest tavern of the city. A man as tall and strong as a horse saw Luo Jianqing, surprise flashing through his eyes. Then he cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist, I am Lu Dong, an elder of Tian sect. Concerning the matter of the hidden realm, my sect has already assigned people to investigate. Today we will invite everyone to rest for the time being in this guest house. Tomorrow morning I will lead everyone to the entrance of the hidden realm. He paused and said, What is this fellow Taoist called? To others, Luo Jianqing's expression was calm as he said neutrally, Luo Jianqing. The man was startled, his eyes wide. After a while, he lowered his head and said, Fellow Taoist Luo. After the 4 Qi Foundation disciples made the proper arrangements for all 24 newcomers, Elder Lu left unhurriedly. Before leaving, he quietly sized up Luo Jianqing several times with a complex and unreadable look. Luo Jianqing doesn't pay attention to these sorts of trivial matters, but he knew what this elder was thinking. The reputation of the 7 children of Taihua has long spread all over China. In Seeking Immortality, when Elder Lu heard the leader was the little junior sister, the last of Taihua's 7 children, he had the same reaction. After all, for a small sect like Tian sect, the strongest had only passed no further than the late stage of core formation. Even Elder Lu just then was only in the late stage of Qi Foundation. At Taihua Mountain, it was only possible to become an elder by attaining late-stage core formation as well as establishing great merit. All the regular elders were above nascent soul stage. Among the 7 peaks, Sir Xian Lingzi of Yushao Peak was the only cultivator on earth who reached spirit refining. For the other 6 peaks, the 5th peak lord was at the Mahayana stage, and only Yuqingzi was at the Calamity Passage stage. Taihua Mountain was located right in the heart of China. Yushao Peak was so high it clashed against the skies, and it was said that it towered above all living things. Among the millions and millions of places Taihua Mountain encompassed, the schools there all received Taihua Mountains protection. Their only request was that when they found any remnants of the hidden realm, they must inform Taihua Mountain so they could explore them. It seemed that these remnants that the nascent soul cultivator of Tian's sect discovered was only one among others. Yet Taihua Mountain still looked down on the remnants that the nascent soul cultivator found. But fortunately, this was the first time the newcomers had come out for practice in 10 years, so the sect leader let the new disciples come here to learn. This seemed to be very similar to paying tribute, which was a good thing for these small sections. As they said, treasuring a jade ring turns into a crime, and since their strength was not enough to protect their treasure, they could only rely on Taihua Mountain's protection, which benefit them. That night, after Luo Jianqing finished meditating in cultivation, a Qi Foundation disciple came to him. The disciple was from Haoming Peak, and it could also be said that he was a trusted follower of Xie Zizhua's. After he entered Luo Jianqing's room, he immediately said tactfully, "Senior brother, my senior brother Xie told me to tell you that he doesn't like that thing you don't like either. So at this time, the thing you don't like has been handled properly." After speaking, he chuckled. Luo Jianqing raised an eyebrow. How did he handle it? The disciple looked all around him. Luo Jianqing coolly waved a hand to set up an enchanted boundary, cutting them off from anyone who might watch. The disciple explained, "We Haoming Peak do not like that Li Xiuchen. You know that the next sect-wide competition is less than a year away, and last time, Haoming Peak came in second last. We were only ahead of Qing Feng Peak by a little bit, and they devote themselves to refining medicine pills. Everyone at our peak is very driven, and we want to work hard and climb up. Who would have guessed that some lucky bastard with no constitution came along, and what's more he's a newcomer that thinks he's better than everyone else." With competition came motivation, and the ranking at the sect-wide competition was just and fair. The disciple continued, "Also, what's strange is that after Li Xiuchen came to Haoming Peak, he didn't properly cultivate and just gave up. And he would also run to the back of the mountain practically every day. Every single new disciple has reached Qi Foundation already, while he's just wasting time." Having heard what was said, Luo Jianqing finally wrinkled his eyebrows. "Today I saw that he was already at the second phase of Qi Foundation." The disciple immediately nodded. "Exactly. This is the strange part. Obviously he never cultivated, but half a month ago he suddenly entered Qi Foundation, and after 7 days he entered the second phase. Even senior brother Xie thought this was very strange. He doesn't like him, and sent some disciples to provoke him, even taking away his meals, but anyway he was really angry and confronted us, and also." At this point, the disciple stopped. After thinking for a long time, he finally said, "Right. Li Xiuchen said, 30 years the river runs east, 30 years the river runs west, 1, do not deceive a poor young man." He was talking while standing on top of a rock looking at us all high and mighty. Then he said he will leave us behind in the end and make us into his stepping stones. So senior brother Xie didn't talk to him and planned for a few new disciples to beat him up. Luo Jianqing. The disciple spoke with an admiring expression, "Senior brother Xie truly deserves to be our senior brother Xie." He only said one sentence and made Li Xiuchen speechless. He said, "Laozi is at the core formation stage, you are at the Qi Foundation stage. We Haoming Peak are as strong as kings. Do you believe that Laozi can crush you with just a finger?" Luo Jianqing finally let out a snort. "Pfft. The disciples still continued to talk about Li Xiuqin's run-ins with bad luck at Haoming Peak. After an hour, he finally left Luo Jianqing's room. Before he left, the disciple looked at the sword mark on Luo Jianqing's forehead in astonishment, and couldn't help asking, "Senior brother Luo, I did not know you were." Luo Jianqing sensed the disciple's gaze and opened the door with a flick of his sleeve, saying indifferently, "It's just a little something. You don't need to worry about it." It was obvious that Luo Jianqing wanted to see him out, so the disciple did not dare to ask any further. He cupped his hands in salute, then left immediately. After there was only one person left in the room, Luo Jianqing raised his hand up into the air to draw a water mirror, looking at his reflection peacefully. If someone practiced Yu Shao Peak's unrivaled cultivation method, the true nine-petaled lotus record, then practiced the sword, a sword mark would form on the forehead. This sword mark was shaped like a nine-petaled lotus. From the beginning of the Qi foundation stage, the first petal of the design would open, then a second petal at core formation. At the spirit refining stage, there would be 8 petals opened altogether, and finally when someone flew heavenwards and became immortal, they would attain the 9th petal, becoming the 9-petaled lotus. From that point on, they could gallop all over the world, unstoppable. Luo Jianqing currently had a 2-petaled green sword mark on his forehead, whereas Xianlingzi's golden sword mark already had 8 petals. Xianlingzi's thought had entered Luo Jianqing's stream of consciousness and took shape in the form of this red seal. Luo Jianqing had rushed to Tian City, carefully examining the red seal the entire journey, but in the end, it was unable to be covered up, much less removed. That person was a spirit-refining stage cultivator. Even though he himself was very gifted, he still hadn't gotten past core formation. Both were separated by 5 great boundaries. Even if it was merely a thought, he couldn't resist the other person. Looking at the red seal in the water mirror for ages, Luo Jianqing slowly restrained his pupils and dispersed the water mirror with a flick of his sleeve. He slowly turned around to meditate, following what that person said and concentrate on cultivating. On the second day, he watched the Qi Foundation disciples around him, then watched the 24 new disciples. After that, he nodded with satisfaction and activated the flying magical tool, letting everyone get on, and headed towards the remnants together. This time, it was not the Qi Foundation elder Lu who showed the way for Luo Jianqing, but instead an old early-stage core formation man. He cupped his hands in salute, saying, Tian sect did not know that Taihua Mountain had surprisingly assigned fellow Taoist Luo as the leader this time. There was truly no respect shown yesterday. This one is the 3rd elder of Tian sect, Chao Haining. This time, a specialist has come to guide our fellow Taoist. I hope that fellow Taoist Luo will find it in himself to forgive us, please do not be angry. Seeking immortality didn't mention Tian sect replacing the guide, but Luo Jianqing didn't mind. After he spoke a couple sentences with Elder Luo, he returned to his own room and opened an enchantment boundary, continuing to meditate in cultivation. 6th junior brother had sent this flying magical tool to Luo Jianqing a few years ago. Its external appearance was a treasure ship, and had 81 rooms in total. It was 2 times slower than a core formation cultivator, but it was very cozy and quite suitable for transporting these little radishes. When they approached the remnants, Luo Jianqing put away the magical tool and headed towards the land with the other disciples. Naturally, cultivators had extraordinarily strong legs, but the remnants were deep in the Tian mountains. They walked for an entire day, but not a trace of the remnants could be seen. Elder Chao, worried that Luo Jianqing would misunderstand, immediately cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Luo, these remnants are in the depths of the Tian mountains, and they are completely hidden from sight. We must travel for another day before we arrive." Luo Jianqing nodded in acknowledgement. With how strong his and Elder Chao's legs are, it was natural that they would soon arrive. But these little radishes were different. Among them, the best of them was not anything more than phase 4 of Qi condensation, and a dozen or so of them were merely new cultivators who had just reached phase 1 of Qi condensation. They had done well keeping up to now and being undemanding. At night, the party sat on a mat in the meadow of the mountain woods. Everyone was divided up at two bonfires, while Luo Jianqing had his own. Even though Chao Haining and Luo Jianqing were both core formation cultivators, he knew that at Qi Foundation, the first of Tai Hua's 7 children had once killed a demonic cultivator who was at the early stage of core formation. He was so powerful that he could match his strength. Elder Chao looked at Luo Jianqing distantly and sighed in sorrow. Fellow Taoist Luo is truly hardworking, cultivating on the entire journey. A Qi Foundation disciple laughed. Elder Chao, you don't really get it. Our great senior brother is the famous madman of Tai Hua Mountain. In those years, senior brother wasn't anything more than a baby when martial uncle Xianlingzi brought him to Tai Hua Mountain. That time, second senior brother had reached Qi Foundation long ago, and he was older than great senior brother by a year. But now, great senior brother already reached the middle stage of core formation, and second senior brother hasn't reached anything higher than the early stage of core formation. Elder Chao said, aghast, is fellow Taoist Luo really so audacious? Another Qi Foundation disciple explained, actually, it should be said that martial uncle Xianlingzi was extremely harsh to great senior brother. Apparently in those days, great senior brother could break martial uncle Xianlingzi's Qi Foundation record, but martial uncle Xianlingzi said great senior brother's foundation wasn't stable enough, and stubbornly made great senior brother go to Wanshou Mountains to kill demon beasts for 3 years. After that, he let him pass Qi Foundation. He paused to sigh. Great senior brother was only around 10 years old at that time. Elder Chao's eyes were wide with fright. Sir Xianlingzi is truly, truly spirited. Everyone laughed loudly. Gossiping like this, even if someone reached core formation, would inevitably lead to depravity. Very soon, the Sly Fox's Qi Foundation disciples began to tell a story about some sex scandals on Tai Hua Mountain. Excluding Elder Chao, the rest of the new Qi condensation disciples strained their ears to listen with curiosity. In the pitch-black night, no one saw Li Xiuqun sneakily stand up and move next to a bonfire not far away. Luo Jianqing set up an enchanted boundary for himself so cultivators below core formation could not approach him. However, he did not set up an enchanted boundary that was soundproof. Li Xiuqun looked at Luo Jianqing up and down with an odd look, and finally whispered, TV set. Luo Jianqing still had his eyes closed in cultivation. Li Xiuqun said again, computers. Contra. Internet. Luo Jianqing's expression was unperturbed. His radiant face contrasted against the flames, making him even more shockingly beautiful. Li Xiuqun continued to ask incessantly, brothers, the 2008 Olympics. Korean groups. The 4 heavenly kings of Hong Kong. Li Xiuqun had been talking for a whole 3 minutes, but not once did Luo Jianqing raise his eyes. Right when he was about to say something else, he saw Luo Jianqing suddenly open his eyes and fix his ice-cold gaze on him. Li Xiuqun's entire body shook. When he was on the verge of opening his mouth, Luo Jianqing flung his wide sleeve. Li Xiuqun wailed as he was flung a complete 10 meters away. He knocked into a large tree, producing a loud monstrous sound. Everyone nearby who had been gossiping. Luo Jianqing rose and brushed dust off his body, and said with a cold expression, shut up. Go back to your own spot. Li Xiuqun grit his teeth and got up. When he returned to his spot, Luo Jianqing had sat back down a while ago, continuing to meditate. At this time, Li Xiuqun was suffering while staring at Luo Jianqing with eyes full of threat and wrath. He muttered quietly, 30 years a river runs east, 30 years a river runs west. Right now, you may be pleased with yourself, but wait until, The other disciples looked appalled when they saw Li Xiuqun fall 3 or 4 meters down, then knock into another several hundred-year-old tree. For some inexplicable reason, his face had another shoe print on it. Blood slowly flowed from his nostrils. This time, he was completely knocked out. Everyone didn't understand what had happened except the early-stage core formation Elder Chao, who wiped off his sweat with a shaking hand. Secretly, he thought, this power is truly astonishing. Luo Jianqing is as quick as lightning, and I didn't even see how he kicked him. And he even went back to meditate. Truly, no one is deceiving me. This is the first of Tai Hua's 7 children. He was really worthy of the title first of Tai Hua's 7 children. After a day, everyone was finally approaching where the remnants were supposed to be. Li Xiuqun felt disgruntled as he followed behind everyone else, the shoe print still on his face. No matter how he washed it, it wouldn't come off, so he could only walk with his head bowed and a shoe print on his face. Not long after, they saw a middle-stage core formation cultivator walk towards them in midair. First he nodded to Elder Chow, and exchanged glances. Then he turned his head to face the graceful and renowned green-clothed cultivator in the crowd, cupping his hands in a salute. Fellow Taoist Luo, I, Yi Tian Sect's second elder of Zhao Yu Peak who leads 30 Qi Condensation disciples and 12 Qi Foundation disciples, have been looking forward to this for a long time. 1. 30 years the river runs east, 30 years the river runs west, describes natural cycles, rising and falling. Ah, Li Xiuqun, you embarrass me just reading about you. Chapter 8. The second elder of Yi Tian Sect said that he brought 30 Qi Condensation disciples and 12 Qi Foundation disciples. It appeared that they had many more people than Taihua Mountain, but in fact, if they were matched up against each other, the 12 Qi Foundation disciples would be no match for Taihua Mountain's 4 Qi Foundation disciples. Of the 4 Taihua Mountain Qi Foundation disciples, the oldest had cultivated for no more than 50 years, and the youngest wasn't even 30 years old yet. And in Yi Tian Sect, the youngest Qi Foundation disciple was already 60 years old, and in addition, many of the disciples relied on taking medicine pills to force their way to Qi Foundation, as their foundation was very weak. On one side, Yi Tian Sect had 12 people who reached Qi Foundation. Only one was at the middle stage, while the rest were all early stage. And on the other, Taihua Mountain had only one who was at early stage Qi Foundation and one who was at middle stage Qi Foundation. Besides these two, everyone else was in the late stage of Qi Foundation. These ordinary sects did not dare try to figure out the internal affairs of great sects, which was why yesterday after Elder Lu had heard the leader was surprisingly Luo Jianqing, he rushed to report to his sect. Finally, Yi Tian Sect assigned the early-stage core formation Chao Haining to personally welcome Luo Jianqing. Since the two groups had assembled, the first order of business was to merge into one group and prepare to enter the remnants. When Yi Tian Sect's disciples saw Luo Jianqing walking, they couldn't help widening their eyes. Every single one was looking at him attentively, the gazes of many girls drawn to Luo Jianqing like magnets. On the green hills and under the bright sun, the great senior brother looked noble in his cyan clothes, the sword mark on his forehead adorned with a tiny scarlet mole. Indeed he looked bright and elegant, with divine poise and sage-like features. That person must be a senior brother of Taihua Mountain, right? Surely he is a Qi Foundation senior brother. I'm positive that he's in the late stage of Qi Foundation, he's from Taihua Mountain after all. Right, he must be in the late stage of Qi Foundation. So awesome. Although they spoke mostly in voice transmissions and everyone else including Luo Jianqing couldn't hear them at all, watching these young girls stare and point at their own senior brother made all of the Qi Foundation disciples smile in understanding, everyone chuckling in solidarity. After both groups were ready, everyone entered under the guidance of Yi Tian Sect's elder Zhao. The endless ranges of mountains were winding and snaking, like streams coming together to form an ocean, and finally ended at a tall and erect peak. They abruptly stopped, and Luo Jianqing activated the flying magical tool and led the disciples to the clear sky. Everyone assembled on the deck and looked down at the bony crowd of mountains. On the treasure ship, Yi Tian Sect's elder Zhao suddenly soared into the air, taking out a smooth and round white jade pearl. Upon seeing this, Taihua Mountain's disciples looked at it several times with curiosity. Only Luo Jianqing cleanly swept his gaze over it once, then moved away his line of sight. Elder Zhao tossed the white pearl into the air, his fingers moving in succession, forming a hologram. The white pearl was emitting a glaring light, its rays penetrating through the clouds as it directly launched towards the top of the peak. In a flash, there was a sound of rumbling, and a screen of white light suddenly emerged in front of everyone's eyes. Elder Zhao cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Luo, ahead we will find the remnants that the nascent soul true Lord found. This one will still guide everyone through this stage. Let us depart." Luo Jianqing nodded. "Let us depart." Very soon, the flying treasure ship passed inside the rays of light. Everyone suddenly felt the world fluctuate. Luo Jianqing put back the treasure ship inside his storage ring and lifted his head to look at this bizarre place. The black iron gate stretched 33 zhang tall, towering over everyone and emitting a heavy oppressive aura. Though it was a gate, this gate had no doors whatsoever, only wide open to let people in. Everyone stood in front of the gate, as tiny as a drop in the ocean. Suddenly seeing this kind of gate, the disciples couldn't help glancing all around them, at a loss. Elder Zhao said aloud, "True Lord Baidu's most skilled formation is the Ursa Major formation. This gate is the first mountain pass of the remnants, known as Yaoguang 1. There are many small characters on the side of the gate that detail the requirements to enter the gate. Those who enter the gate must not be older than 100 years old and cultivation level must be nascent soul or lower." Tian sect had once dispatched cultivators who did not meet the conditions and were all shot out of the gate with critical injuries. His voice fell. Luo Jianqing nodded indifferently, then turned his head to look at a new disciple of Taihua Mountain. This disciple was the child from the aristocratic family who won first place at the all-peak examinations. He tactfully nodded and took a step into the gate. Having passed unobstructed, he quickly entered, then turned around and said, "Great senior brother, everything's all right." The words, "Great senior brother," had just fallen when Tian City's disciples stood dumbly in place, like they had been struck by lightning. Great senior brother. Taihua Mountain's great senior brother." Everyone looked to the front of the crowd with looks of disbelief. The calm and composed young man Luo Jianqing didn't seem to notice them and was assigning every one of Taihua Mountain's disciples to enter the gate. When there was only one person left, he said, "After you, Elder Zhao." Zhao Yupeak originally felt completely embarrassed. These were the remnants that their Tian sect had discovered, but they had to let Taihua Mountain's disciples go in first. When Luo Jianqing remained where he was, not taking the initiative to enter, Elder Zhao looked at him gratefully and cupped his hands in salute, then let his disciples enter. When the last Tian sect disciple went in, the only people remaining outside the gate were Luo Jianqing and Tian sect's elders. Luo Jianqing glanced coolly at Tian sect's elders. Then he stood on his toes, his silhouette turning into green light, and swiftly entered the gate. Henceforth, the affairs inside the gate had nothing to do with the people outside, and Tian sect's guidance was no longer needed at this point. After entering True Lord Baidu's remnants, the oldest of Tian sect's Chi Foundation disciples timidly walked over to talk things over with Luo Jianqing. Luo Jianqing said mildly, "Then walk with Taihua Mountain's disciples. There's no need to worry." The person immediately let out a sigh of relief. Inside the black iron gate, there was a quiet and pitch-black trail. Taihua Mountain's disciples took out a moonstone from their sleeves which emitted faint and dim light. Although it was not as bright as sunlight, it was enough. Everyone walked like this for an hour. The trail became wider, and the more they walked the more clearly they could hear sounds of crashing water. When they had just reached the end, even Luo Jianqing couldn't help but look surprised. What a big river! A huge river. It's not just a big river, it's a huge river. Muddy river water surged up from somewhere far, crashing against the mountain walls with vigor and grandeur. The water was dark yellow, but its waves were very violent. As Luo Jianqing's eyesight was not good enough to make out how far the river water spread, he could only see that the water didn't just stop at 100 li, too. It was 100 li long and already opened up a small space. The open space was definitely something that was made with the powerful ability of a body fusion stage cultivator. Clearly it was not True Lord Baidu's doing. He surely received some kind of treasure, only then could he create such unnatural nascent soul level remnants for himself. Luo Jianqing glanced at it, then soon saw a green stone tablet standing right in the middle of the river water. The stone tablet was at least a li away from the shore. Only Qi Foundation and above was able to read the words on it. The one Taihua mountain disciple read aloud, "Such vast and mighty waters, whence must there be a vessel?" A Qi condensation disciple yelled immediately, "There's a boat here. There's a lot of boats here." The Qi Foundation disciple continued to read, "Seventh level may carry 1, across 1 li, 6th level may carry 2, across 2 li, 5th level may carry 4, across 4 li, 4th level may carry 8, across 8 li, 3rd level may carry 16, across 16 li, 2nd level may carry 32, across 32 li, 1st level may carry 64, across 64 li. The heavenly superior level may carry 128, across 128 li." His voice fell. Of the disciples who were all completely silent, only Luo Jianqing knit his brows, while Li Xiuqun laughed vulgarly. The words on the stone tablet were too simple. All cultivators were divided into 9 kinds of constitutions. First, people who had no constitution, like Li Xiuqun. Second, people who had a lower grade constitution, from 4th to 7th level. Third, 2nd and 3rd level, which were medium grade, and lastly, an outstanding 1st level constitution. Out of countless people, not one had a superior level constitution. A superior level constitution was hard to come by. It already defied the natural order. Among millions and millions of people, only one was suitable for cultivation. And among countless cultivators, only one could have a superior level constitution. On Taihua Mountain, there were only 2 who had a superior level constitution. One was Sir Xianlingzi, while the other was Luo Jianqing. Li Xiuqun, stained with a dirty black shoe print, eyes giving off a bright radiance, looked towards the great senior brother in green who was standing at the side of the river. Though Li Xiuqun had no evidence, he still believed that he and Luo Jianqing both transmigrated. Otherwise, according to the original work, at this moment it would be impossible for everyone to cross the river. What should have happened was little junior sister, and also his first harem member, would carry a total of 64 people, then let 2 first-level constitution disciples carry 5 disciples. Everyone worked strenuously, used many magical tools, and finally crossed the river with great difficulty. But right now, everything was different. The little junior sister Mu Tianxin had a first-level constitution. Although a first-level constitution was the best of the best, it wasn't superior level. But Luo Jianqing's constitution was. This made the first mountain pass too easy to cross. Let Luo Jianqing captain the boat and take everyone. It was a piece of cake. Thinking of this while watching the Yi-Tian sect disciples hesitate and worry, Li Xiuqun chuckled and said, "Don't worry. Everyone knows that our Taihua Mountain's great senior brother has a superior level constitution. He can carry the 70 of us and more." Li Xiuqun's voice directly passed through every single person's ears. Yi-Tian sect all looked dumbstruck. Taihua Mountain's disciples stared at him peculiarly. Some of the Yi-Tian sect disciples still didn't exactly know what was with that shoe print on his face, but after hearing him talk, many disciples couldn't help whispering apprehensively, "We didn't know that Taihua Mountain's great senior brother had a superior level constitution, but why would he carry us anyway?" Exactly, he doesn't have a superior level constitution, so why is he so proud of himself? What constitution does this Taihua Mountain disciple have? Maybe first level. These people spoke very quietly, and as Li Xiuqun wasn't anything more than phase 2 of Qi condensation, he couldn't hear them at all. However, Taihua Mountain's phase 4 Qi condensation disciples were listening to them talk with their heads lowered in resentment, while 4 Qi Foundation disciples had their lips pulled taut. One of the Haoming Peak disciples slapped Li Xiuqun on the back of the head, making him stumble and nearly fall to the ground. "Go ahead and speak. Do you know what you've just done? Do you? You made our Haoming Peak completely lose face." Li Xiuqun covered his head, looking at the Haoming Peak senior brother with anger. He didn't understand what he said wrong at all. Since someone already pointed out the situation, naturally Luo Jianqing couldn't hide anything. He waved his hand to summon the largest boat and said neutrally, "Everyone get on the boat. This river goes for over 100 li. I don't know where it will take everyone, but let's take it step by step." All of the Tian sect disciples looked at Luo Jianqing gratefully. After everyone boarded the boat, Li Xiuqun got on it with a face full of hatred. He had just stepped on the deck when Luo Jianqing stated calmly, "You 19 junior brothers, shut this person's mouth for me." The 19 Haoming Peak junior brothers cheerfully cupped their hands. "Yes. Great senior brother." Li Xiuqun widened his eyes in shock. He hadn't yet understood what happened when his mouth stuffed with a chunk of sackcloth. It was unknown where this sackcloth came from, and it even stunk a little bit. Li Xiuqun was about to lift a hand to take the sackcloth out, but Luo Jianqing glanced down at him. When Li Xiuqun wanted to lift his hand again, his entire body was stiff as a corpse, unable to move an inch. "Li Xiuqun, woo woo." Luo Jianqing turned around. "A small internal matter in our sect has been settled. I'll let you laugh." The Tian sect disciples hurriedly shook their heads, pretending not to see Li Xiuqun. No matter. Go ahead, fellow Taoist Luo." Though they were very grateful that Li Xiuqun opened his mouth to let them get on the boat, if they were Tai Hua mountain disciples, they would definitely be so furious that they'd die. After everyone boarded the boat, Luo Jianqing walked to the bow of the ship and looked at the enormous jewel. He narrowed his eyes and put his hand on the top, transmitting his spiritual energy through it. In an instant, a bright light suddenly appeared and the ship immediately came to a stop. After a moment, the large ship rumbled loudly and broke the wind as it sped forward at an unstoppable and ambitious velocity. For the entire 128 li, Luo Jianqing kept a calm expression, not even wrinkling his eyebrows. After they reached the shore, Luo Jianqing was the first one to get off the boat. His toes touched the ground lightly, his green robe cutting a beautiful arc in the air. Don't mention the Tai Hua mountain disciples, even the Tian sect disciples felt admiration blossom in their hearts, eyes full of reverence. After everyone walked for several hundred li, someone suddenly remembered, just now that Tai Hua mountain disciple looked like he couldn't move, and he hadn't come with us. Luo Jianqing's lips turned up slightly as he said quietly, "I forgot." "Everyone, did you really?" Luo Jianqing flicked his sleeve and a flowing stream of light flew to the river bank. After a few minutes, everyone saw the shoe print stained Li Xiuqun miserably catch up with them. He stood at the very back of the procession, not even raising his head or saying a single word, like he truly did. Learn from his mistakes. Luo Jianqing only glanced at him once, then returned his line of sight and continued to lead everyone forwards. Li Xiuqun didn't speak. Did he truly not understand after all? When the boat stopped, Luo Jianqing had been the first one to get off, which totally did not fit his nature. It was all because of that moment when the small boat stopped. A jade-white ray of light suddenly flew by and Luo Jianqing came out, then took the prize of the mountain pass for himself. This prize was a treasure, even to Luo Jianqing. This was a white jade token. In Seeking Immortality, after little junior sister obtained the white jade token and crushed it, she could shift a distance of 64 li. It was a magical tool used to escape. And now that Luo Jianqing had the white jade token, he could move 128 li in the blink of an eye. In his past life, Li Xiuqun got the first-level white jade token at the very end, though he didn't get it himself. Little junior sister didn't get anything useful at the remnants, so she gave everything she obtained to Li Xiuqun, hoping it would be enough for him to keep his promise. What happened that night should not be mentioned. But now, Luo Jianqing's eyes curved in a faint smile, and continued to walk forwards. Now, Li Xiuqun wished he'd gotten it. 1. True Lord Beidou, also a name of a deity in Taoism. Originated from ancient Chinese worship of the Ursa Major constellation, Beidou. Yaoguang, a star in Ursa Major, namely Eta Ursae Majoris/Alcade. 2. Li, 500 meters. Chapter 9. The scale of these nascent soul remnants completely went against Luo Jianqing's expectations. It was written in Seeking Immortality that true Lord Baidu's remnants were created with the Ursa Major formation. The entrance to the first mountain pass was called Yaoguang Star, and the large river that everyone had just passed through was called Kaiyang Star. Below should be the Ursa Major's third star, Yuheng Star. Surprisingly, after walking for less than an hour, they still hadn't reached the end of the road. As the only cultivator with a golden core and the leader of the entire group, Luo Jianqing walked to the very front, as was his duty. The further they walked, the colder it got. Fortunately, the lowest level out of everyone present was phase 1 of qi condensation, and they could resist the cold, so no one was too affected. Yet when they had walked through the entirety of the trail, everything before their eyes was a vast expanse of white. Countless disciples sighed with emotion and exclaimed with admiration one after another. Could this be the third pass? Separated by a screen of white light, a world of ice and snow appeared before everyone's eyes. Snow blew violently and gales snarled. Even though no one had stepped in it, everyone could feel a bone-chilling chill scuttling from the bottom of their feet to the very center of their heads. This time, the stone tablet was erected directly in front of the snowfield. Vast and boundless white snow, is there no end? The 19 junior brothers stared at it for a long time until they turned their head to say to Luo Jianqing, "Senior brother, this must be the Ursa Major Formation's third pass, Yuheng." Luo Jianqing lightly nodded. "Do you have the courage to enter?" The 19 disciples laughed out loud and took a step inside. "Then, great senior brother, we will try to find a path for everyone." Their voices had just fell when the silhouettes of the 19 junior brothers completely went into the screen of light. What amazed everyone was that they had completely faded away before everyone's eyes. In the vast snow, there was not the slightest hint of the 19 junior brothers' silhouettes. The snowflakes continued to flutter in the air as the furious gales roared, like they were swallowing people. There was immediately an uproar among the crowd. Many people stepped back in fear, but Luo Jianqing turned his head and said, "The 19 junior brothers have already entered a different space. From here on out, everyone will be separated during this practice experience. No one can help you anymore. If you truly can't endure it, remember to immediately turn back. Don't try to show off. Crush the pieces of jade you got at the start of the Black Iron Gate, and you should be able to evacuate out of the remnants, ending this session." Everyone simultaneously cupped their hands in salute. "Yes, great senior brother." Etian Sect's disciples nodded as well, like they were trying to dispel other people's doubts. Luo Jianqing gave everyone an indifferent glance, then suddenly stepped into the screen of light, disappearing from this space. When Luo Jianqing opened his eyes, he had already entered the third pass. There was no one else around him, only seeing nothing but the endless snow. Luo Jianqing thought of raising his spiritual energy, but found out that his cultivation had been suppressed to Qi Foundation stage, so he was no longer capable of flying high up in the air like before. After he calmly gave his surroundings a quick look, Luo Jianqing narrowed his eyes. The first pass restricted age and cultivation, the second pass tested innate skill, and the third pass suppresses cultivation. Is it testing perseverance? After a moment, Luo Jianqing began to walk forward. This snow was not considered too deep, but the snow piled to Luo Jianqing's ankles as he walked step by step. If an ordinary person had come here, even if they didn't freeze to death, they might have ended up suffering from snow blindness looking at such white snow for so long. Luo Jianqing knew that those disciples that followed him and would have gotten their cultivation suppressed by now, becoming truly ordinary people. According to that book, the better a disciple's constitution was, the harder the trial would become. For example, the aristocratic child who won first place at the all-peak examinations. His cultivation was at phase 4 of qi condensation, but he would become an ordinary person here. Plus, he had a first-level constitution. In the book, he had struggled the most to cross the mountain pass. But now, Luo Jianqing was afraid that the title of most struggling had fallen to him. Luo Jianqing lifted the spiritual energy in his body to protect his arteries, while the remainder was put at the bottom of his feet, and walked continuously. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but it seemed that it had been 2 hours, while seeming like an entire day at the same time. His surroundings never changed, making him feel like he was making no progress. But the thickly dotted footprints behind his body told him that he had been walking for a very long time. The snowstorm became even more brutal, the gales engulfed in snowflakes, like a knife scraping Luo Jianqing's cheeks. Luo Jianqing looked down at the ground, as if he didn't notice the frantic snowstorm, still continuing to walk persistently. The count he had been keeping had reached 100 li, and now he had walked for another 1,000 li. When he reached 9,000 li, the snow had finally reached his stomach. Luo Jianqing still did not react, calmly using his spiritual energy to dispel the snowflakes. His behavior seemed to have incurred this place's wrath, the snowstorm surging downwards, as if flooding the area Luo Jianqing was in. This snow was different from before. Luo Jianqing again used his spiritual energy to push it away. When Luo Jianqing reached an entire 10,000 li, the snow had already submerged nearly his entire body. According to Luo Jianqing's current cultivation level of Qi Foundation, he could already big a diet, 1, and not have to breathe for a short period of time. However, he would not let this snow bury him. Just when he had walked for 10,000 li, he heard a lingering sigh coming from his surroundings. A heavenly superior level, walking in defiance of the natural order. Here, you have a first-level constitution, but even with a superior-level constitution, this is only the beginning. At present, you are still able to turn your head. Luo Jianqing's right foot stepped on the ground, and the heavy snow around his body was knocked away with his sword light. He raised his head to look at the sky. For mere nascent soul remnants, what could you do to me? As he spoke, the green light in the middle of his forehead shone, his green sword mark seeming like it was going to break through his mind. The horizon roared. The tiny red mole was bright as fire, making the snowstorm stop for an instant. His voice had just fell when Luo Jianqing suddenly sped up his pace, continuing to move forward. When he had walked 100,000 li, Luo Jianqing couldn't stop panting, and the spiritual energy in his body was about to dry up. Fortunately, after he walked the last step, the snow and ice-filled world seemed to transform into a mirage, disappearing completely. It seemed this was a sign that he had gotten through the mountain pass. All of a sudden, his cultivation sharply rose back to middle-stage core formation. Luo Jianqing caught the talisman that dropped from the sky and examined the reward he'd gotten from the mountain pass. After resting to meditate for a time, he stepped into the fourth pass. Gales that cut like blades, it is not too late. Just as he stepped into the fourth pass, a fierce wind rumbled loudly like a wild beast. Luo Jianqing had no time to prepare and suddenly stepped back. This path through the pass wasn't too long, only 10 li, so he could pass through it. However, at this moment, the wind that Luo Jianqing faced was absolutely brutal. Every attack was with the strength of a core formation cultivator. This time, Luo Jianqing was again unable to treat this lightly. He directly drew out his own defensive magical tool, then very cautiously walked forward. Surprisingly, he hadn't walked further than a li when the dark-level magical tool exploded loudly. Luo Jianqing's eyes were afraid. He took a bottle of the medicine pills that little junior sister gave him and took one. The fourth pass of the Ursa Major formation was named Tianquan. He didn't know where true Lord Beidou got so many treasures from, even putting a core of a 7th-level demon beast at the end of the fourth pass. This beast core constantly emitted evil wind. The closer he got, the stronger the attacks became. This demon beast must be a wind attribute demon beast. Its original body also has an out-of-body cultivation level. I'm afraid that if I get too close to it, the evil wind will reach out-of-body level. Luo Jianqing's eyebrows furrowed. He stopped at 3 li and didn't walk any further. A 7th-level wind attribute demon beast. Out of body. A light flashed through his eyes. Luo Jianqing took an oil paper umbrella from behind his back. This oil paper umbrella seemed normal, but the surface was a faint golden color, matching the decorative designs. The material of the frame also seemed to be ordinary green bamboo. Light and simple, it appeared to be an ordinary person's oil paper umbrella. However, as soon as he opened the umbrella, the violent winds suddenly stopped for a moment. Luo Jianqing looked at the umbrella with a complex gaze, and slowly opened it above his head. After he opened the umbrella, the devastating gale's ardent winds completely avoided it and never dared to assault him. The golden light on the umbrella's surface flowed softly. Luo Jianqing held the umbrella forwards, walking step by step until the end, and took the 7th level beast core. The moment after he took the beast core, the gales faded away. Luo Jianqing sighed softly and tenderly put away his umbrella. He didn't notice the red mole on his forehead shine faintly, then becoming silent again. When he reached core formation, the green umbrella was given to him by that person as a gift. Everyone in the whole world knew that Sir Xianlingzi, apart from being the most powerful, was also an expert in refining medicine pills, taming beasts, and refining tools. It seemed there was nothing he couldn't do. The congratulatory gift he gave to his disciple for attaining core formation was also a magical tool of the best quality, and could resist an attack from the greatest efforts of a body fusion cultivator. Luo Jianqing recalled what his master said at that time. This umbrella is a magical tool that consumes. It can block a single attack from a body fusion cultivator for you, and then it will be destroyed. If it is not necessary, you must never take it out. After taking the umbrella, Luo Jianqing never used it. He only sometimes gently stroked the umbrella while looking pensive. In his past life, when he was driven out of Taihua Mountain, he gave this umbrella to his little junior sister to take it to his master. Even if he was somewhere he could die, he refused to ever take out the umbrella, though now he had come to terms with it. I won't use it as a magical tool. It is merely ornamental. When Luo Jianqing had just put away the umbrella, he found that one of the frames had broken off. If he used it many times after that, the umbrella would really be destroyed and become a pile of garbage. Luo Jianqing felt too depressed thinking about this. After he rested in the same place for a short time, he got up to walk towards the stone tablet of the 5th pass. An endless wasteland, with countless ferocious beasts. Like it heard his words, Shuang Fu moved excitedly for a short while in his mind. Luo Jianqing's lips quirked up. A ray of green sword light abruptly shot out from his forehead, turning into an iron sword that fell into his palm. We must be quick, Shuang Fu. Shuang Fu trembled lightly, like it was answering, okay. In this broad space, the handsome and bright cultivator narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the vast wasteland behind the white screen of light. He held his sword in his right hand, green robe fluttering in the wind. Between his forehead, the scarlet mole burned like fire as if it was about to ignite the entire world. He had to be fast because the remnants assigned difficulty by constitution. Among the 71 people, only Li Xiuqun had no constitution, so any barriers he came across would be very easy to pass. Li Xiuqun was bound to reach the end very soon, so he had to scramble ahead of Li Xiuqun and cut off any chance he got. In the next second, Luo Jianqing transformed into a ray of green light, fleeing into the endless wasteland, and began to fight hand to hand. 1. Bigu Diet, Taoist fasting technique that avoids eating grain. Chapter 10. Before entering these remnants, Luo Jianqing hadn't expected to run into anything dangerous. In that book he obtained, Seeking Immortality, the whole journey was through Li Xiuqun's perspective. As everyone knew, Li Xiuqun was the only one out of 71 cultivators who had no constitution. Because he used every kind of baffling means possible to raise his cultivation to qi condensation, the remnants went very easy on him. For example, in the endless wasteland, the strongest demon beasts Li Xiuqun came across was nothing more than rank 1 or rank 2, actually he had only came across one rank 2 demon beast. But right now, Luo Jianqing had just stepped into the wasteland when he was immediately surrounded by 9-inch rank 4 blazing beasts. A rank 4 demon beast was equivalent to a Qi Foundation cultivator. 9 demon beasts suddenly rushing forth like this caught Luo Jianqing by surprise, and he spent a lot of effort killing all of them. However, he still hadn't put away his sword nor taken a breath when 18 rank 4 giant storm snakes surrounded him in every direction. Luo Jianqing. The further he walked through the wasteland, the more fearsome these demon beasts became. To the very end, wave upon wave of 81 rank 4 demon beasts charged into Luo Jianqing simultaneously. The green light on his forehead shone bright as Shuang Fu in his hand let out a clear cry. One man, one sword together formed an illusion, rapidly flitting about between the crowd of beasts. Each blow brought a head dripping with blood. His strikes were fierce and cutting, the results of many years spent practicing at the Wanshou Mountains. The 81 demon beasts, all at the strength of Qi Foundation, were all slain under Shuang Fu. But Luo Jianqing did not relax. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he looked toward somewhere not far ahead. He could only see a 10-zhang tall golden ape with fiery eyes, and walked towards it. It was a rank 5 demon beast, the same level of strength as early-stage core formation. Luo Jianqing's eyes narrowed. In an instant, the sword in his hand flashed and the golden fire-eyed ape's head tumbled to the ground. Right after that, there was a middle-stage core formation golden ape. And a late-stage core formation one, until they reached early-stage nascent soul. This true Lord Beidou is quite remarkable. These definitely aren't an ordinary nascent soul cultivator's remnants. Luo Jianqing's green Chang Pao danced in the air as he hunted. Sweat was already seeping from his forehead, but he had no fear as he faced against a rank 6 demon beast who overstepped him by one great boundary, and simply raised his sword as he advanced. 2 jade-white fingers kneaded and pinched ceaselessly, forming complicated hand seals. After a few short breaths, Luo Jianqing's hand had already formed a virtual image, while Shuang Fu's brilliance erupted at the same time. Dark clouds quietly gathered in the sky, overstepping the remnant's enchanted boundaries as it emerged above the endless wasteland. The lead-colored clouds rolled as a breeze gradually came to brush against the wasteland, then abruptly started to stir up a storm of sand and rocks. The wind became bigger and bigger, until finally it was whistling and roaring, lifting up Luo Jianqing's robe. Meanwhile, the dark clouds in the sky oppressively shrouded the wasteland, the air gradually stagnating. The rank 6 golden fire-eyed ape angrily yelled at Luo Jianqing, rapidly slapping its stomach, then fled. Now's the moment. Shuang Fu's green light sprung up everywhere. The sky started to rumble with rolls of thunder. A thick and solid bolt of lightning roared as it struck down from the sky. Luo Jianqing raised his sword and the bolt of lightning struck the stomach of the fire-eyed golden ape, making it howl in pain. One sword becomes a 9-petaled lotus. Luo Jianqing tossed his sword in the air, the long sword turning into 9 as it directly pierced the body of the fire-eyed golden ape. The ape gave a roar of pain, then collapsed on the ground with a rumble. Its enormous body twitched for a little while, until finally it stopped moving, dyeing the wasteland red with its blood. Shuang Fu excitedly emitted a sword cry. Like a naughty child, it flew around the sky once before coming back to Luo Jianqing's side. However, Luo Jianqing's face had been pale for some time now. He was quietly gasping, his phoenix eyes half-lidded, vigilantly guarding against his surroundings. One sword becomes a 9-petaled lotus, was one of the true 9-petaled lotus record sword techniques. It was reasonable to say that it could be used upon reaching nascent soul. Xian Lingzi had taught this sword technique very early on to Luo Jianqing. However, until middle-stage core formation, Luo Jianqing hadn't succeeded once. Just now, he had gotten lucky with this killing technique. However, this technique used up all of the spiritual energy in his body. Supposing if a rank 2 demon beast had showed up suddenly right now, he could probably get critically injured. Luo Jianqing absolutely didn't regret using the technique, but that golden ape just now was truly too vicious. He had to be the first to move so he could kill his opponent. He also had a general idea that sending out a nascent soul-level demon beast was too outrageous. In a second, there were no more demon beasts to be seen in the endless wasteland. Luo Jianqing recovered a bit of his spiritual energy, then hurriedly opened his storage ring to take out the 3rd level. Medicine pill little junior sister had refined herself. This medicine pill was known as the spirit assembling pill and stored an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Using it recovered a cultivator's spiritual energy. Luo Jianqing immediately took 5 pills. Finally he felt the spiritual energy in his body recover by 70%. Very soon, he continued to walk forward while holding Shuang Fu. This time, he didn't run into any abnormal nascent soul demon beasts, but he did encounter several late-stage core formation demon beasts. Later, the number of demon beasts became greater and greater. Though they were all core formation level, they forced Luo Jianqing to have no choice but take out his bamboo umbrella. One hand held an umbrella, while the other held a sword. The umbrella's exterior made it unapproachable for all of the demon beasts, while the green-clothed cultivator inside slaughtered life ceaselessly. With one raise of a sword light came a decapitated head. The entire journey, Luo Jianqing's speed was extremely quick as he searched for Li Xiuqun's figure. In seeking immortality, it was in this endless wasteland that his little junior sister was sent in. Surprisingly, Li Xiuqun came along with her. After all, they came from the same sect. Little junior sister wasn't the Virgin Mary, but taking care of the new qi condensation disciple was something she ought to do. Thus the two walked forwards together. Li Xiuqun was unable to offer little junior sister any help whatsoever, but she carried him all the way until they left the endless wasteland. Just when they were about to leave, little junior sister ran into a rank 6 phantom demon fox. A rank 6 demon beast was very troublesome. Luo Jianqing had just learned that from experience. What's more, the phantom demon fox was good at illusion techniques. Little junior sister had exhausted her supply of medicine pills and magical tools to finally critically injure the demon fox, then took Li Xiuqun and left the endless wasteland. But little junior sister didn't know that the phantom demon fox walked behind her and Li Xiuqun and spat out a mouthful of purple demon mist. The demon mist was momentarily undetectable, so little junior sister didn't notice it. Surprisingly, the demon mist hid inside their bones, and waited until the last pass, Tianshu star, to suddenly flare up, making the poison of desire to flare up in the two of them as well and cause that kind of stuff to happen. Luo Jianqing's current notion was very simple. According to common sense, the endless wasteland should only have 2 people in it, him and Li Xiuqun. Although Li Xiuqun's strength was very weak and he had no constitution, the barriers he came across were very simple, so he passed through quickly. And he had come the entire way by himself, putting all his mental and physical efforts into accelerating his speed, just so he can catch up to him in the endless wasteland and kill Li Xiuqun in one blow. No one could say for sure what was going on inside the remnants. It was also very probable that Li Xiuqun was crushing the jade token, but was killed by a demon beast before being sent out. In addition, Li Xiuqun was nothing more than an ordinary disciple. In this world, only the almighty spirit-refining Xianlingzi was able to look back in time, and even looking back in time might only yield the heaven's worst false countercharge. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to know how Li Xiuqun truly died. The endless wasteland will be your burial ground. The handsome and apathetic green-clothed cultivator sped along rapidly, searching around in the endless wasteland. With the bamboo umbrella to defend him against attacks, he traveled back and forth between the demon beasts, completely worry-free. At last, inside a basin, Luo Jianqing finally spotted Li Xiuqun's figure. Li Xiuqun was currently facing off against the attacks of 2 rank 1 demon beasts. A rank 1 demon beast's strength was no more than a phase 1 to 3 qi condensation cultivators. He also had no spiritual sense, only being able to rely on pure instinct for combat. This Li Xiuqun was already at phase 2 of qi condensation, but surprisingly he could still hold on with such strenuous efforts, which made Luo Jianqing feel nothing but disdain. Seeing that Li Xiuqun was on the verge of killing one of them, Luo Jianqing put away the bamboo umbrella. The corners of his lips pulled up as he raised his sword before thrusting it downwards. To his surprise, just when he was about to seize his sword and prepare to assassinate him, he heard a seductive cry of a beast ringing behind him. An alarm bell immediately sounded in his head, and the hairs all over his body stood up. Being a core formation cultivator, his sharp intuition let him hurriedly dodge to the right. A second later, he left a deep imprint that showed where he was before. Luo Jianqing rushed to take out the bamboo umbrella and opened it. But a fluctuating mental attack from the sky directly pierced the umbrella's defensive enchanted boundaries, aiming towards Luo Jianqing. Luo Jianqing dodged without end, as the mental attacks never ceased. When he flew 5 li away from the basin, Luo Jianqing quickly put away the bamboo umbrella. A mental attack. The bamboo umbrella could take the entire power of a body fusion level attack, but only spiritual attacks, not mental attacks. In this world, there were few cultivators who could use mental attacks. For the most part, mental techniques were an innate skill in demon beasts, almost never seen. Luo Jianqing raised Shuang Fu and watched his surroundings vigilantly, his entire body on guard. Suddenly, he heard alluring and charming laughter from the skies, the sound slightly piercing. The arrival smiled softly. "My good handsome darling, how can such beautiful skin exist on your filthy, smelly human body? Wouldn't it be better to peel that leather bag off for me? I'll spare your life. What do you think?" Chapter 11. On the wide, smooth wasteland, there were no mountains to be seen, only a bumpy ditch. Luo Jianqing grasped his sword in his right hand, brows tightly locked together, as he looked all around him cautiously. The piercing cries of beasts echoed from every direction, like a monster was following Luo Jianqing. The purple phantom turned into a virtual image, so quick that Luo Jianqing couldn't see it, but he had a rough idea of who the demon beast could be. A rank 6 demon beast, the phantom demon fox. The fox race had always been intelligent. At rank 5 and 6, they could pour out any kind of human speech. "Little darling, why don't you give your servant a smile, Human, why do you still hold your sword? Your servant is confused. Why don't you follow your servant? Your servant might spare your life." Laughter like silver bells reverberated all around him. The sound was like a weapon that ruthlessly stabbed into Luo Jianqing's ears. Green Lotus Sword Seal. Luo Jianqing did not stop changing hand seals. Shuang Fu rose slowly and transformed into 4 sharp swords, protecting Luo Jianqing. The 4 identical swords shook ceaselessly in the air and formed a green barrier. The demon fox's attacks kept ramming into the barrier. The green curtain of light shook endlessly. The first attack was already hard to resist, and by the second attack it already looked like it was about to fall apart. Luo Jianqing's eyes trembled with fear. He took out a spirit-assembling pill from behind his back and took 10 pills at once. Immediately, his spiritual energy sharply increased, the screen of light becoming considerably stronger as well. At the same time, Luo Jianqing watched his surroundings carefully, about to track the trail of the other party. "Darling, if you don't obey your servant, she will be very hurt." The purple figure slowly condensed into form, transforming in front of Luo Jianqing. It was a purple demon fox as tall as a person, its huge purple tail constantly swaying behind its body. Its form wasn't complete yet, but its eyes were already overflowing with fox charm, fixed on Luo Jianqing's face. Its blatant gaze roamed over his body, like it was undressing him. "You humans are always so stupid like this." Since this is the case, each word was a powerful mental attack. Luo Jianqing was appalled to find out that even though the other party revealed its body, he was unable to attack, only defend passively. He saw the demon fox close its big mouth and laughed. "Since this is the case, then, peel off this leather bag of a body for me." Its voice had just fallen when the demon fox suddenly changed into a purple light, charging towards Luo Jianqing. Luo Jianqing's phoenix eyes lifted, the side of his mouth evoking a smiling expression. The 4 swords transformed into 1 Shuang Fu, appearing in his right hand. Sword draws lightning. Silver lightning rumbled from the sky. The 1,000-year lightning crystal inside Shuang Fu pulled all the thunder and lightning from the sky. Luo Jianqing's right hand slashed through the air, sending thunder towards the phantom demon fox's body. The demon fox was startled and hurriedly continued downwards, receiving a small wound. "You child, I'll make you regret disobeying me." 1. A demonic light flashed through the demon fox's eyes and the purple tail suddenly grew larger, striking towards Luo Jianqing in a split second. The silver sword and purple tail battled endlessly in the air. Luo Jianqing continued to struggle against his opponent. The tail became rapid attacks in midair, which he couldn't react to. Bang! 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 It seemed that the demon fox was absolutely terrible at spiritual attacks. Although it had already reached nascent soul, the strength of its body was on the same level as Luo Jianqing's. In a flash, a golden sword light shone behind Luo Jianqing's body. The demon fox's tail was suddenly cut in half, making it howl horribly. Though it didn't move, a ray of golden light flashed and the demon fox was cut cleanly into two pieces. A white core rolled out from its body. Luo Jianqing's entire body was frozen stiff, standing in place with disbelief. A neutral voice said behind him, "Jianqing." After a while, Luo Jianqing slowly turned around and finally saw that person. With brilliant white clothes and cool, elegant features, a 8-petaled golden lotus sword mark on his forehead, not even the purity of his features was dirted in this desolate place. He watched him, then slowly stretched his hand towards him. His voice had a hint of urgency as he said, "Jianqing, your master has arrived a bit late." Luo Jianqing could not help grasping his hand in return. The coldness was no different from what he remembered. Luo Jianqing murmured, "Master." Xian Lingzi gazed calmly at his disciple. His lips quirked up, revealing a hint of a very light smile. "Good to see that nothing happened to you. That demon fox is nascent soul stage. You are much weaker than it. Had your master arrived a second later, you may not be alive right now." Right after his voice fell, Xian Lingzi thrust his palm right into Luo Jianqing's chest. Like a lotus flower, cool air immediately flooded his nostrils. Luo Jianqing was seized with terror from this feeling in his chest, and heard a low voice mutter into his ear, "Jianqing, if you need me for something, it would be good to let your master know." Luo Jianqing's fingers shook slightly. He couldn't help but embrace the other tightly, greedily sucking in the familiar scent of his chest. He heard the other person said quietly, "These remnants are truly unusual. Today your master will first bring you out, then Taihua Mountain will come and carefully examine it. After that, we might find out what kind of mishap occurred here. Jianqing, your master will not permit you to do something so dangerous again. When we get back, you will remain at Taihua Mountain and concentrate on cultivating this, NGH, you." Shuang Fu stuck out from Xian Lingzi's stomach, without a drop of blood on the blade. In a flash, the entire world changed, and the Xian Lingzi just then transformed into a demon fox. The purple demon fox spat out blood, its paw already on Luo Jianqing's back, only 3 inches away from pulling out his heart. The demon fox said in disbelief, "Why? My illusion comes from what you humans desire the most. Your cultivation is lower than mine, it would be impossible for you to realize, why?" His elegant and calm face without any trace of expression, Luo Jianqing emotionlessly pulled out his sword. He thrust his left hand inside the demon fox's dantian and pulled out the purple core. "You ask why I could see through your illusion?" His left hand still sticking out from the demon fox's body, Luo Jianqing lowered his head with a tranquil expression, and said neutrally, "Because that person would never say those kinds of words to me. If I died, he would still stand at his Yushao peak. He wouldn't show a fraction of sentiment for me." Luo Jianqing took out the purple core. The demon fox trembled with hatred as it spit out a final purple breath of demon mist, then looked at Luo Jianqing's resisting sword, Shuang Fu, who was brimming with lightning as it blocked the demon mist out of Luo Jianqing's body. "What I did to little junior sister before, I won't do again. Since you've delivered yourself to me, then use your life to apologize to little junior sister in my past life." With unwillingness and remorse, the demon fox gradually fell down. The rank 6 phantom demon fox's corpse was also quite valuable as the fur on its body could be used to make a magical tool. Luo Jianqing put the demon fox's corpse inside his storage ring with a wave of his sleeve. He carefully observed the purple demon core. Purple light was circulating around its surface, faintly reflecting a sort of sinister feeling. Luo Jianqing thought to himself that this was a bit strange, but finally put the demon core in his storage ring. If you weren't so impatient for victory and battled with me for a moment longer, I'd be unable to resist you. Looking at the pool of bloodstains on the ground, Luo Jianqing was not at all reluctant to lift his head. He pulled up his sword and left. Though he had just gone through a life-threatening aerial battle and still hadn't regained his strength, he still had enough to fight a Phase 2 Qi. Condensation boy and more. When Luo Jianqing flew back to the basin, Li Xiuqun had just sat on a large stone, panting. It seemed that he had killed those two demon beasts just now and didn't notice Luo Jianqing's arrival. Luo Jianqing didn't give him a moment to rest. Without saying anything, a green sword light flew down rapidly, aiming straight for Li Xiuqun's head. A core formation cultivator's breath was absolutely not anything Li Xiuqun could sense. He remained resting on the large stone, still not noticing the earth-level sword coming right towards his head. However, right when it was about to pierce through Li Xiuqun's skull, he suddenly shifted to the side a little bit. "Oh! It hurts!" Shuang Fu had skewered through Li Xiuqun's left shoulder to his arm, narrowly destroying his hand. Luo Jianqing's pupils shrunk, and instantly understood why. The will of the heavens. The wrath-filled voice made Li Xiuqun turn his head and see Luo Jianqing, startling him, then hurriedly moved towards the side to dodge. This time he could not attend to the unbearable pain in his arm, and he said urgently, What are you doing? Do you want to kill me?" Luo Jianqing didn't answer. Shuang Fu turned into a ray of green light and returned to his right hand. With a handsome face as cold as snow, his completely emotionless gaze fell on Li Xiuqun, like he was looking at something that was not a living being. Suddenly, Li Xiuqun understood. "You want to kill me and replace me as the main character?" "Luo Jianqing, that's impossible. I am the main character, you put down your sword right now and leave with me. I guarantee that you and I can become immortal together. I won't kill you in the future, okay?" Luo Jianqing didn't acknowledge him, the ray of sword light flying rapidly towards Li Xiuqun's stomach. Li Xiuqun ran ahead and never stopped, but he couldn't run anywhere that Shuang Fu couldn't get to in a flash. In a very short time, the tip of the sword was about to pierce Li Xiuqun's stomach. Yet Luo Jianqing didn't relax and took two fingers together, 3 rays of sword light springing up from his fingertips to block Li Xiuqun from the other 3 directions. Shuang Fu's tip had already impaled through Li Xiuqun's clothes. Luo Jianqing's eyes widened, waiting for that moment to arrive. Until, the world rumbled loudly, and white light flooded everything. When Luo Jianqing opened his eyes again, Li Xiuqun had disappeared from the endless wasteland. Luo Jianqing stared dumbly at this scene. After a very long time, he clenched his right hand and took back Shuang Fu, pointing it towards the blue sky in resentment. The will of the heavens. In the next moment, a white light flickered in front of Luo Jianqing's body, and the endless wasteland no longer held his shadow. Everything around him was darkness. Luo Jianqing looked so gloomy that it looked like a drop of water was about to leak. Shuang Fu grasped tightly in his hand. He couldn't make out anything in his surroundings because he had been transported to the 6th pass, Tianxian Pass. Seeking Immortality had said that this pass was the easiest to cross. All he needed to do was to stand in place for a moment, and he would cross. In the endless chaos, Luo Jianqing heard an indistinct and hoarse voice. This voice was like rough sandstone and repeated 3 words over and over, never ending, like it never got tired. Human or demon? Human or demon? Human or demon? There was no other voice, but it was mixed with a tinge of something ancient, echoing endlessly in this space. Luo Jianqing's face was calm, and didn't take notice of the voice, until it suddenly stopped somewhere not far from him, and said one sentence in a low voice, "You are human." Luo Jianqing immediately brandished his sword, but only cut through empty air. Yes, Li Xiuqun was human, so he was transported to the 7th pass. Human or demon, human or demon, human or demon. The voice slowly came towards Luo Jianqing. At this very moment, his anger had even cooled down a bit. Luo Jianqing calmly took out Shuang Fu and waited for the pass to test him. When it finally arrived near him, he seemed to feel a faint presence stop in front of him. The voice whispered, "Human, or demon?" The voice stopped spontaneously. After a moment, it suddenly said in a sharp voice, "You are a demon." 1. The actual phrase was this. Ktik's definition is to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, figure to hesitate to do sth until forced to do even more. Here's a more extensive explanation. I obviously had no way of putting this comfortably in there lol. Chapter 12. The voice had just fallen when a strong and solid attack of spiritual energy came towards Luo Jianqing. When he heard, "You are a demon," Luo Jianqing, pupils shrunken, simultaneously took out the bamboo umbrella from his storage ring out of reflex. The surging, vast spiritual energy attacked the bamboo umbrella and suddenly broke off a frame. In response, an alarm bell erupted in Luo Jianqing's heart and immediately drew his sword to meet the enemy. In the hazy and lightless chaos, Luo Jianqing shut his eyes, listening attentively, and raised his sword to face the attacks that came from every direction. The others' attacks all struck against the bamboo umbrella, while Luo Jianqing's attacks fell in the vast empty void, not able to land a single hit. Bang! 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 Although these attacks weren't as daring as the first time, like when it immediately broke off a frame from the bamboo umbrella, it was able to break off a frame within 10 strikes. Even if Luo Jianqing wasn't emotionally attached to this umbrella, he knew that the next time it happened, sooner or later he would meet his end by the hands of the other party. At the very least, this kind of attack was of a late-stage nascent soul experts. Even late-stage would be perfect at this point. Mind working rapidly, Luo Jianqing fought back with difficulty while thinking about what exactly was going on at the same time. He didn't believe for a second that he could be a demon. Since ancient times, demons and humans have never lived side by side. If even the spirit-refining Sir Xianlingzi saw that he was a demon and still accepted him as his disciple, it was impossible for anyone in these remnants to perceive him as a demon. How did such a problem come about? The demon core. Luo Jianqing firmly grasped his umbrella while ignoring the others' attacks, and yelled loudly, "Elder! This one is definitely not a demon." His voice had a thread of spiritual energy mixed in it, making it resound into the distance and finally stop the attacks. Then he heard the voice, as hoarse and unpleasant as before, croak, "Demon, demon, demon." Luo Jianqing turned his hand to take out the purple demon core from his storage ring, and said respectfully, "Senior, this one had just taken this demon core from a rank 6 demon beast in the endless wasteland. In reality, this one had previously slain countless demons and even took their cores. Isn't this just a misunderstanding?" The chaos was silent for a moment, and Luo Jianqing's heart gradually relaxed, but unexpectedly, the voice abruptly screeched in an ear-piercing tone, "You are a demon. You are a demon. You are a demon." Another earth-shattering attack came towards Luo Jianqing. Even if Luo Jianqing's bamboo umbrella could withstand these attacks, in the end, he didn't know where the enemy was, so there was no way to attack. Luo Jianqing only felt that the voice was too unreasonable. Why did it come to the conclusion that he was a demon? If he was, then wasn't every honored senior and elder at Taihua Peak playing a prank on him? Soon, another one of the bamboo umbrella's frames had broken off. Luo Jianqing grit his teeth and tossed the umbrella in midair. Gentle golden light spilled from the umbrella's surface, wrapping Luo Jianqing inside. Luo Jianqing's fingers, which held Shuang Fu, had several points on them as the sword slowly flew away from his palm, its tip facing straight outwards. Luo Jianqing rapidly formed hand seals, green rays of light flickering between his two hands like little stars. Shuang Fu's radiance was even more dazzling. Above the chaos, there seemed to be a faint sound of thunder. Luo Jianqing's hand seal forming speed became even faster and Shuang Fu spun rapidly, waiting for the enemy's attack. But at that moment, the green light between his hands seemed to darken to some degree. Luo Jianqing did not hesitate to stamp his right foot on the ground, and a mouthful of hot blood spurted on Shuang Fu. Suddenly, there was a burst of green light. Luo Jianqing, still forming hand seals, had a trail of blood flowing from his lips. One sword becomes a 9-petaled lotus. The sword fluctuated and became 9, flying forward swiftly. Shuang Fu had already become a virtual image, while thunder rolled from the highest heavens like the sound of drums and lightning struck down. This was because of the 10,000-year-old iron and the 1,000-year-old lightning crystal that was cast to make Shuang Fu. Luo Jianqing was able to use one sword becomes a 9-petaled lotus twice in one day, but at this moment his spiritual energy was going to dry up early, so he was forced to rely on the bamboo umbrella to protect himself. Purple lightning flooded the entire space. Like silver snakes, it wriggled wildly. The 9 swords couldn't find a target to attack, so they turned into a sword formation, sweeping every inch of space with an unstoppable force. Luo Jianqing was already out of options. If he truly couldn't cross this mountain pass, he had no choice but to break the jade token and evacuate out of the remnants. Luo Jianqing's right hand covered his stoma, having used up so much of his spiritual energy. Unfortunately, he ran out of spirit-assembling pills when he was fighting off the phantom demon fox. As a result, looking at Shuang Fu attacking blindly, Luo Jianqing could only smile bitterly. Could it be that I will truly stop here? A moment later, a white light shone on Luo Jianqing's body. When he opened his eyes, he was in a stone room. Luo Jianqing stood dumbly in the same spot. His first reaction was to inspect where Shuang Fu fell. When he sensed the sword dancing happily in his mind, Luo Jianqing finally let out a sigh of relief. He raised his line of sight and was suddenly startled. Li Xiuqian also stood dumbly as he watched the battered Luo Jianqing. The two stared at each other like this, at a loss at what to do, for a short period of time. Then Luo Jianqing gathered 2 fingers together, a green sword light solidifying at his fingertips. Li Xiuqian had just kneeled on the praying mat when he saw Luo Jianqing do this. In response, he immediately got up and said urgently, Do you really want to kill me? We both came from the same place. We are both fellow townsmen. I promise that I won't kill you in the future. I can't even kill you anyway, please spare me. Luo Jianqing narrowed his eyes, his sword light still heading forwards. Li Xiuqian continued, I won't compete with you. I'll give you the main character role, okay? You know that the 7th pass prize is gone now. I won't pass it on, I don't want treasure either. I'll let you have everything I own. I can be your little brother. Everything I have will be yours. At this moment, Luo Jianqing already walked in front of Li Xiuqian. His lips turned up coldly. This kind of look suddenly brought to mind of that time when he used that expression to look at himself at Duanqing Cliff. At that time, Li Xiuqian said, Senior brother Luo, today will be the last time I call you senior brother. Having fallen to demonic cultivation, even injuring 2nd senior brother and 6th senior brother, it is almost as if the heavens will not tolerate you betraying everyone so rashly. Today, you seem like you're ready to die at Duanqing Cliff. For the sake of the camaraderie between martial brothers in those days, I might ask everyone to spare you and leave your corpse intact. That Li Xiuqian was so flamboyant and reckless. This Li Xiuqian, however, was as insignificant as an ant. Li Xiuqian's tears and snot flowing down his face and that pleading expression made Luo Jianqing feel disgusted, but he was also unwilling to waste any more time. His frigid sword light slowly rose to face Li Xiuqian directly, whose face had gone pale long ago. This time, Luo Jianqing took the bamboo umbrella to block himself from any external attacks. He looked at Li Xiuqian in front of him with an apathetic gaze. Then he unhurriedly raised his fingers, but suddenly heard a bell-like voice echoing in his mind. He, you humans still slaughtered each other. Little darling, you're so corrupt, but your servant likes it. It would be truly better to give yourself to your servant, wouldn't it? Luo Jianqing's eyes widened, and a sharp, piercing pain went through his mind. Ah! It was so painful that he covered one side of his head. Li Xiuqian took advantage of this and ran to a corner. The purple demon core flew out of Luo Jianqing's storage ring, purple demon mist diffusing into the air. Soon, the green-clothed cultivator was trapped inside it. Li Xiuqian watched the scene, utterly stupefied and not understanding what was going on. He naturally didn't understand what kind of pain Luo Jianqing was going through at this moment. In his mind, Shuang Fu let out a cry of concern and fear as a ball of white light confronted the purple demon mist intruder. Luo Jianqing rolled around on the ground in suffering, dust dirtying his green robe, his hair disheveled. One eye remained clear, while the other was already bordered with purple. "Little darling, don't struggle. Right now, your body's like a lamp all out of oil. It would be best to obey your servant. Don't even think about it. Little darling, there is no need to show off again. You." His unmatched handsome face was soaked with sweat. Luo Jianqing was holding his head in pain, blood flowing from his purple eyes. No one knew how long it had been. Li Xiuqian had been hiding off to the side, watching and listening to Luo Jianqing cry out in pain inside the purple demon mist. He waited for ages and ages, even when he heard Luo Jianqing sobbing. Then Li Xiuqian suddenly saw the purple mist disperse considerably, but he still hid in the corner, not daring to budge. Until he heard a low and ambiguous groan. That sound was too alluring. Li Xiuqian's entire body was rigid, then he walked over in curiosity. In the hazy purple mist, he could only see a handsome and elegant young man leaning against the wall, gasping roughly. His phoenix eyes were bright and beautiful, his lips red with dripping blood, so indescribably gorgeous. Li Xiuqian felt chills run down his spine. As the arrogance of being the great senior brother of Taihua Mountain and a core formation cultivator had faded away completely, that beauty that was unique only to Luo Jianqing blossomed fully. Li Xiuqian had always known that Luo Jianqing was definitely the most attractive character in Seeking Immortality. Even though he would later marry a mermaid princess, he was afraid that he couldn't compare with this villain. In the past, Li Xiuqian never really paid attention to Luo Jianqing's appearance because his aura was too powerful. Even at this moment, he couldn't withstand this person's strength. But now, Luo Jianqing was collapsed inside the purple mist, powerless. His black hair was scattered across his green clothes as he stared ahead with rippling eyes and pink cheeks. At this moment, Li Xiuqian finally understood this was what they called beauty that was neither male nor female. Li Xiuqian's fingers gradually began to tremble. He stepped forward without thinking, wanting to have a better look. He hadn't moved, but he was thinking that this purple mist resembled something in his memory when suddenly, it dispelled towards him. Li Xiuqian felt this purple mist was unusually familiar, but he couldn't think of how. He heard Luo Jianqing shout himself hoarse, "No." Perplexed, Li Xiuqian looked towards Luo Jianqing and saw that his eyes were wide open in rage, eyes already bloodshot as he looked at him and the purple mist in pain. Just as he began to waver, Li Xiuqian suddenly felt his entire body heat up, spreading from his thighs to the rest of his body below. There was a sound of an explosion, like his rationality had burned to cinders. Li Xiuqian panted hoarsely, his body trembling as he looked at the beautiful cultivator who was reclining. Luo Jianqing's eyes was unable to open any further, but even his wrathful expression could not weaken his beauty. A drop of sweat fell down from Luo Jianqing's pale forehead, rolled down a line to his jaw, and finally down inside his clothes. Li Xiuqian couldn't help swallowing his spit, whispering hoarsely, "So pretty." Luo Jianqing turned his hand to form a burst of sword light, sending it flying towards Li Xiuqian. Surprisingly, the sword light was only slightly crooked and left a trace of blood on Li Xiuqian's face, then finally hit the wall. The heavenly will. Luo Jianqing shuddered and suppressed his body's strongest desires, wishing he could flee to Yushao Peak. Just now, when the demon fox had taken advantage of his spiritual energy being used up, it unexpectedly sought to possess his body. During that difficult struggle, Luo Jianqing nearly died, killing the demon fox's consciousness. At the same time, he was suffering from the demon core's poison of desire. However, Luo Jianqing never would have guessed that the demon fox, even at death's door, suddenly steered that demon mist towards Li Xiuqun, who was in the same space as him. As the demon fox was dying, it seemed to echo in his ear, "Filthy, vile human. Have a taste of what it feels like to be a woman under a man's body." The sword light just now was already Luo Jianqing's final move. His entire body supply of spiritual energy had been exhausted, which was not something that could be recovered in an hour. Right now, even the effort used to open his eyes stirred up the poison of desire, not to mention other things. If the poison of desire inside the demon mist trapped even his core formation little junior sister, then the demon core's poison would already make it difficult for a body fusion cultivator to control themselves. At this moment, Luo Jianqing had already been madly swallowed up by his desires for a while now. His body was screaming for someone's touch, but his barely existing rationale made him only look on helplessly as Li Xiuqun walked towards him step by step, undoing his belt. His eyes went back and forth between his face and body, then slowly lowered his head. "Li Xiuqun. I must kill you, in this life. I will definitely kill you." A trail of blood seeped from his lips as Luo Jianqing spoke those words with his utmost effort. Every time he spoke, more blood filled his mouth. Li Xiuqun didn't hear any of his words. His avaricious gaze lingered on that beautiful face and finally, that red mole on his forehead. The redness seemed to ignite, making Li Xiuqun look at it for a very long time. After a short period of time, he couldn't help but lower his head, wanting to kiss his full lips. Humiliation and resentment emerged one after another on Luo Jianqing's face. He could already feel Li Xiuqun's vile breath. His two eyes were at its widest, unwilling to close them, as he wanted to remember this moment forever, remember when this person brought dishonor to him, so he would return it tenfold in the future. There was less than an inch's distance between their lips. Li Xiuqun's breath sprayed on his alluring face. But in an instant, a golden light erupted. Bang! Li Xiuqun was kicked to the wall. A cold voice, mixed with hard-to-ignore anger and anxiety, echoed loudly in the narrow stone room, like something holy. "If you dare take another step, I will cut your body into thousands of pieces, and I will not hesitate to do it here." Chapter 13. Rumbling echoed in the stone room. Li Xiuqun's body hit the wall, along with the flying rubble. The wall didn't stop him at all, but he was beside himself with pain. Every bone in his body seemed to be pulverized from head to foot. His ribs were at the very least, broken in 4 places. If he was an ordinary person, he would probably be dead by now. Not only that, but the powerful oppressive aura kept Li Xiuqun's feet firmly rooted to the ground, making him unable to budge. At this moment, screaming desire still boiled inside Li Xiuqun's chest, but he didn't care about that anymore. He struggled to lift his head and finally saw clearly who the arrival was. The person's body was handsome and graceful in his white chongpao. His black hair was brilliant, and there was a golden light that was faintly discernible around his entire body. The 8-petaled golden lotus on his forehead blossomed into countless rays of lights, burning so brightly no one could look directly at it. Li Xiuqun's teeth trembled. He had already known who this person was, but all along he did not dare believe why he showed up here. Xian Lingzi coldly regarded the sorry-looking Li Xiuqun on the ground without any trace of sadness nor joy, or even the wrath he had just displayed. Instead, he looked at Li Xiuqun like he wasn't a living thing, making the latter tremble and only wish to move, as this person could kill him. Without the slightest hesitation. "Just now, did you use those 2 hands to touch my disciple's clothes?" His low and cold voice resounded calmly. For a while now, Li Xiuqun was aching as well as suffering from the poison of desire, so much that he could not utter a word, so naturally there was no reply. However, Xian Lingzi had no desire to hear his answer and only raised his hand apathetically. In an instant, a golden sword light flashed and a spiritual energy directly burst through Li Xiuqun's palms. Ah! Li Xiuqun's eyes were leaking tears out of pain, mucus also overflowing down his face. He looked at the aloof honored senior in front of him with fright. The other person said indifferently, "Just now, did you use those 2 eyes to look at my disciple's body?" "Ah! Tears of pain flowed from Li Xiuqin's eyes. Even the dark thunder roaring fiercely in the skies above could not stop Xian Lingzi's movements. Xian Lingzi pressed two fingers together, the golden swordlight still flowing between them. His narrow phoenix eyes stared quietly at his utterly defeated body. Xian Lingzi said, "Just now, did you, Li Xiuqin, want to fight my disciple again?" The swordlight between Xian Lingzi's fingers erupted. He narrowed his eyes and pointed his fingers at Li Xiuqin. At this moment, Li Xiuqin's eyes were closed as he rolled about in agony. He could not understand why this person, who should have been his master, would suddenly want to kill him, even. So much that every word he spoke dripped with hatred. He watched as that swordlight was about to meet his body, while the sound of thunder in the skies grew even fiercer. In an instant, a silver bolt of lightning rumbled from the sky as it cleaved the air, and struck towards Xian Lingzi. The level of this lightning was not something that Luo Jianqing could summon before. It was so thick that it surpassed the size of the stone room, and silver snakes swam around it. Such lightning made people think of a frightening thought, that it was a lightning tribulation, one that could wipe out an almighty calamity passage cultivator. After the bolt of silver lightning came down, Xian Lingzi raised his hand to block it. And after that, there was a bolt of red lightning that looked like it could topple the heavens and wipe out the earth. No more than 36 reckless bolts of lightning struck down. Even though Xian Lingzi's face became gradually paler, he again turned his hand to block a bolt of purple lightning. Storm clouds rolled in the skies, like another lightning tribulation was going to drop. However, Xian Lingzi's pupils shrunk as he said angrily, "I've already given up to this degree, do you really think you can stop me?" The storm clouds were silent for a moment, but lingered and did not disperse. They continued to spiral around the skies of the remnants. The dense, dark clouds could be seen from anywhere in the 300 li of the Yitian mountains. Countless ordinary people crouched on the ground, praying endlessly as they begged the heavens not to punish them. And in Yitian sect, 3 core formation honored elders were all present, looking at the storm clouds that were spreading over hundreds of li with astonishment. The second elder said, alarmed, "Is an almighty calamity passage cultivator going through a lightning tribulation?" The great elder shook his head. Even if it was Sir Xian Lingzi of those days, it was said that he had only come across storm clouds that spanned across 811 li, and 81 lightning tribulations. In this world, is there still anyone that can surpass Taihua Mountain's honored senior? It must be a holy vision that the demon realm will riot. The third elder suddenly remembered, "Senior brother, could it be true Lord Baidu's remnants?" Nonsense. They are nothing more than a nascent soul's remnants. How could it trigger this kind of vision? For a moment, ordinary people everywhere kneeled on the ground and prayed, while countless cultivators never stopped talking. And inside those remnants, Xian Lingzi's emotionless and handsome face was unchanging as he silently raised his head to look at the skies. His swordlight did not stop until the very end. He raised a foot to kick Li Xiuqin to the corner, then reached out and extracted a white light from his forehead. "Forget what happened. I will spare your life today." But he did not wake, no matter how much the poison wrecked his body. Xian Lingzi, no longer paying attention to that person, turned around and looked towards his disciple coolly, but when he caught sight of the other person, he suddenly startled. Jianqing. Xian Lingzi hurried forward and took Luo Jianqing's hand, sending pure spiritual energy to him. Luo Jianqing's cheeks were flushed, and he had been breathing heavily for a while. When he received spiritual energy all of a sudden, he suddenly had the strength to move. As a result, the poison of desire in his body he had been suppressing all along, immediately took over that refreshing source. And he flipped over the other person, pressing him down. Xian Lingzi stared blankly at this scene. Luo Jianqing sat on top of his body, his eyes drooping as he looked at him with blurry vision. Those lips that called out, "Master," in the past were now red with dripping blood, an alluring red. His beautiful eyes were shining with liquid, clothes in a disorderly mess, and his pretty, frail collarbone was exposed. Luo Jianqing slowly opened his eyes, looking at the person he was pressing down. When he saw his face, he was not surprised in the least. He only laughed hoarsely and murmured in a low voice, "Is this another illusion? Illusion, illusion, amen." A low and vague groan came from his throat. Luo Jianqing restrained himself and slowly looked down at his body, moving closer to the face of the person below him. With a complicated look, he gazed at his face, his line of sight moving from his indifferent eyes all the way to his thin lips. Finally, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed him. Xian Lingzi's eyes shrunk. Luo Jianqing's warm, moist breath pressed up to the other person. He closed his eyes and sincerely kissed the person below him. Their lips rubbed against each other, gently nipping and licking. Originally he wanted to pry open the other's teeth, but surprisingly the other person tightly locked his jaws, refusing to open even an inch. They kissed for ages. Luo Jianqing raised his head and looked at the noble Sir Xianlingzi, whose facial expression still hadn't changed as he looked at him indifferently. Only his red, swollen lips revealed what had happened earlier. Luo Jianqing was not angry or humiliated at all. His master ought to be like this forever, unable to move for him. The peerless, exceptional great senior brother of Tai Hua Mountain laughed lowly. He seemed to be laughing yet crying at the same time. He had been restraining the poison of desire in his body up until the very end. He rubbed at his own clothes, handling his lust himself. His lower body had been as hard as iron, pressing rigidly against Xianlingzi's stomach. Yet he still remained entangling himself, refusing to take the initiative. Earlier, Luo Jianqing's belt had been pulled off by Li Xiuqian. But now, after he tore it off, his clothes were disheveled, exposing much of his snow-white skin to the open air. His entire skin was a faint shade of pink, resembling the most beautiful white jade on earth, so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. Luo Jianqing sat on top of Xianlingzi's body, unable to control himself as he fondled his own body. He didn't notice the eyes of the person below him getting darker and darker, darker and darker. Xianlingzi watched Luo Jianqing caressing his own chest for 2 minutes. His eyes narrowed and he suddenly turned over, pressing Luo Jianqing under his body. He looked at his disciple with a complicated look. After a long time, he finally pulled Luo Jianqing's hand. Luo Jianqing looked at him blankly, eyes filled with lust. Xianlingzi's expression was tranquil as he quietly looked at his lower body. His ice-cold lips were boiling hot on his body, kissing every inch of his skin. Finally, he stopped at Luo Jianqing's left shoulder. He kissed him delicately, sucking until it left behind an alluring red. At last, he raised his head and looked at his disciple, trapped in lust and unable to free himself. When Xianlingzi moved, Luo Jianqing was panting ceaselessly. He looked at him with watery eyes, a slight pain in his voice as he murmured, "Master, master, oh." Hot lips pressed down, sealing whatever words Luo Jianqing would have said next. His cold tongue broke past his burning lips, lapping at every inch of scalding skin in his mouth, sucking his full lips with smacks. Luo Jianqing involuntarily let out a moan. He passionately embraced the person above him, bringing him close, wishing the other person would stroke and caress him. But Xianlingzi was not only kissing him. They kissed greedily and wantonly, as if the feelings that were repressed for so many years were all set free. He bit and nibbled at those soft lips, lapping at those sweet fluids, making his serious and restrained disciple cry out unbearably. Xianlingzi caressed Luo Jianqing's hair and pulled out the green jade hairpin. In a flash, 3,000 strands of black hair fanned out. The black hair in the middle of his heart-stirringly beautiful face was especially alluring. Xianlingzi looked down at this scene, then kissed him even more tenderly. He softly kissed him for a very long time, then finally stopped. Luo Jianqing shuddered as he held him, bringing his bare chest close. But Xianlingzi's gaze was still peaceful, not moved in the slightest. After a short period of time, Xianlingzi lowered his head and kissed those lips again. This time, a pale red light shone where his lips pressed. Luo Jianqing's entire body was rigid, laying limp on the stone to let the other kiss him. The red light became brighter and brighter. After some time had passed, the heat on Luo Jianqing's skin gradually faded away, and his fair skin returned to its jade-white color. The truth was that the flickering red light was between Xian Lingzi's forehead. By the time the red light between the two people's lips disappeared, Xian Lingzi immediately released Luo Jianqing. As if he didn't want to wait a second longer, he placed his sleeping disciple on the ground after taking care of that poison of desire inside him. Xian Lingzi tidied up his clothes. Noble and cold, not a single hair out of place, like nothing had ever happened. He conscientiously put every single article of clothing back on Luo Jianqing, his expression cold as if he was really merely taking care of his own disciple, without any other kind of affection. After everything was done, he slowly got up and looked at the praying mat of the stone room. Xian Lingzi's eyes narrowed, and said in an ice-cold voice, "Since you have already watched us for so long, why are you still hiding? You disgrace my disciple's honor, slander him and call him a demon, setting up that demon fox to possess his body, you best prepare to properly apologize." Chapter 14. Xian Lingzi's voice fell, leaving only silence in the stone room. He gathered two fingers together and a golden swordlight broke the stone table in front of the praying mat. Immediately, a wobbling remnant soul appeared from the stone table. His body was very faint, like it would break in the next second, but the words, human or demon, still repeated endlessly from his lips. If Luo Jianqing woke at this very moment, he was afraid that he would immediately discover that this voice was the very thing he had been struggling against for so long while trying to cross the sixth pass. This was merely a remnant soul, and it can even be said that this remnant soul had little spiritual sense. However, he'd been containing the original master's obsession, and hadn't dispersed for a very long time. Human or demon, human or demon. Xian Lingzi's cold face had no emotion as the golden eight-petaled lotus on his forehead abruptly blossomed into innumerable rays of light. The remnant soul howled painfully, shuddering as he raised his head to look at him. After looking at him up and down for a very long time, he exclaimed sharply, "You are a demon." Xian Lingzi snorted lightly and sneered. "In what way am I a demon?" As if the voice didn't hear him at all, he ferociously pounced towards Xian Lingzi. Xian Lingzi raised his swordlight, and the remnant soul started to howl miserably. His eyes gradually became clearer and brighter. After a while, he raised his head to look at Xian Lingzi, and asked in astonishment, "A nascent soul?" After a moment, the remnant soul said in fright, "Half a nascent soul, you are a cultivator higher than the Mahayana stage." Xian Lingzi did not take note of the remnant soul's words at all. With an indifference like a frozen lotus, he said neutrally, "You have already recovered your consciousness. Now apologize for wrongly accusing my disciple of being a demon." Not waiting for the other person to attack, the remnant soul shrieked hoarsely, "He's a demon, he's a demon, he's a demon." Xian Lingzi sneered. "What nonsense!" The remnant soul shuddered as he spoke. "He is not tolerated by the heavens 81 greater Daos and 3,000 lesser Daos. If he isn't a demon, then what is he? So cultivators that are not tolerated by the heavenly will are demons?" "Yes." Xian Lingzi's Changpao swung, a bit of golden light falling in the stone room. He asked calmly, "Then, am I one?" The remnant soul was suddenly speechless. In a flash, he seemed to turn insane again, and began to repeat endlessly, "A Mahayana stage demonic cultivator, a Mahayana stage demonic cultivator, a demon master, you are a demon master, you are a demon, you are a demon, you are a demon." Xian Lingzi's phoenix eyes fell on this mad remnant soul for a moment. He watched on indifferently as the remnant soul held his head in agony. According to the remnant soul's nature, he would begin to attack him, but whenever he raised his head to look at him, he timidly returned his line of sight. Until the very end, the remnant soul flew up slowly, repeatedly hitting the ceiling of the stone room. He had absolutely no physical body, only screaming, "Demon Master," and "Human or demon," all the while incessantly abusing himself in this manner. At this, Xian Lingzi only watched quietly. Even though the remnant soul knocked into Li Xiuqin's body, making the unconscious Li Xiuqin shudder, he never stopped him. When the remnant soul was just about to hit Luo Jianqing's body, Xian Lingzi's eyes finally shrunk and swept the remnant soul back, with a flick of his sleeve. The almighty spirit-refining cultivator's voice echoed like thunder in the narrow stone room. You are already dead, and yet you continue with this obsession. Since ancient times, demons and humans have never lived alongside each other. In this generation, I have always done as humans do. The two races, human and demon, have had peace between them for hundreds of years. Now you must leave. This is your final destination, after all. Human or demon, a demon master, you are a demon master. You accused my disciple of being a demon and nearly caused him to get possessed. You must compensate for causing him trouble to this degree. Demon master, you are a demon master, you, all. Xian Lingzi's Chang Pao fluttered, and a golden light pierced through the remnant soul's body, making him scream in agony. After making the same effort required to make a cup of tea, the remnant soul's blood-curdling screeches abruptly came to an end. He silently lowered his head to look at the ground, like he had no awareness. Xian Lingzi said quietly, except for that person, give the reward you owe to everyone else. The remnant soul looked at Li Xiuqian out of the corner of his eye and nodded lightly. Yes. The storm clouds in the skies got even thicker, producing a rumbling noise as if they criticized Xian Lingzi's words. However, Xian Lingzi ignored it and said again, to my disciple, give the reward you owe to him. The remnant soul nodded. Yes. Xian Lingzi flicked his sleeve. Inside that wide, spacious sleeve, a blood-red light suddenly flew out. The storm clouds in the skies cried ferociously. Each bolt of lightning struck only in the vicinities of Tian Mountains, and one thick, solid, devastating red bolt of lightning struck precisely towards Xian Lingzi. A golden light flashed between Xian Lingzi's forehead, and the Xian Ling sword appeared in his hand. Raising his sword at the heavens, he sent his majestic spiritual energy soaring up towards the sky. The lightning and the golden sword flowed together in midair, producing a sound that shook the earth and skies. At that moment, the mountain peaks near True Lord Baidu's remnants were all razed to the ground. A powerful sound wave dispersed, shaking the cultivators who had gathered around in curiosity. Cultivators below nascent soul stage spat out a mouthful of blood, while cultivators in chi condensation stage suffered critical injuries along with dizziness. The storm clouds were still screaming but didn't dare send down any more lightning tribulations. And in that stone room, the remnant soul's head was lowered as he stared at the ground, and Luo Jianqing remained unconscious. And not a single soul knew that the most powerful cultivator on earth was staggering, spitting out mouthfuls of blood one after another. That blood was glittering as Xian Lingzi propped half of his body up on Xian Ling, and raised his head to face the remnant soul. This belongs to my disciple. His voice fell. That blood-red ray of light flew towards the remnant soul, who had thought to catch it, but he had not yet moved when that terrifying breath paralyzed him with awe. He only naively stood there and saw the blood-red light stop in front of his eyes. The remnant soul said respectfully, yes. Xian Lingzi muttered to himself for a very long time while staring at that red light. Finally, he brushed away the little thing inside the red light, then walked to the side of Luo Jianqing's body. His young and elegant, handsome face was covered in sweat, but his breathing was smooth and steady. It was clear that he had already fallen asleep. Xian Lingzi looked at him silently for a very long time, then sighed softly. Finger pointed at Luo Jianqing's forehead, like how he had previously handled Li Xiuqian, he drew out a beam of white light. His movements were extremely tender, with Luo Jianqing only letting out a muffled groan. A moment later, Xian Lingzi suddenly disappeared. A ray of golden light broke through the remnant's boundaries, flying towards Taihua Mountain, then finally disappeared inside Taihua Mountain's defensive formations. Taihua Mountain, Changshuang Peak. At the summit of Changshuang Peak, there was a grand, imposing hall that overlooked the entire peak, emitting overwhelming righteousness. In this hall, an old man with grizzled hair was meditating on a praying mat with his back and shoulders straight. In front of him were 4 layers of life-bound lamps. The fourth layer had several dozens of lamps, the third had 6, the second had only 2 lamps remaining, and finally the first layer, located at the very top, only had one golden life-bound lamp, its flames flickering. Taihua Mountain sect leader Hao Xingzi's eyes were shut, meditating in cultivation. In a flash, the golden life-bound lamp suddenly went out, and Hao Xingzi opened his eyes. He looked at the one curtain with shock, and said in a quiet and astonished voice, "Junior brother Xian Lingzi." His voice had just fallen when Hao Xingzi transformed into a ray of white light and flew to Taihua Mountain's centermost Yushao Peak. But in the Yitian Mountains, hundreds of li away from Taihua Mountain, the disciples of Taihua Mountain and Yitian sect were still going through their cruel practice experience. In the endless wasteland, the demon beasts were too many to count. Since childhood, Taihua Mountain's cultivators were assigned by their masters to kill demon beasts in hand-to-hand combat at the Wanshou Mountains. They had plenty of experience with actual combat, but not the Yitian sect disciples. The majority's constitutions were not strong enough, nor did they have much experience in actual combat. Many disciples had already broken the jade piece to leave the remnants. Therefore, by the time they truly left the endless wasteland, Taihua Mountain still had 15 people left, but Yitian sect only had 2 remaining. The party was made up of 17 people and ran across each other in the 6th pass. The strange thing was, they waited for a very long time in this pass, but there was only darkness, like nothing was there, which made them confused. And in that 7th pass, the Tianshu pass, Luo Jianqing's fingers twitched, and he slowly rose to consciousness. After just going through that fight with the demon fox to stop it from possessing his body, Luo Jianqing's spiritual energy had been dried up for a while now. He didn't even have the strength to get up and could only open his eyes. He saw Li Xiuqun laying right in the corner, his entire body covered in blood. Luo Jianqing squinted. He had not reacted yet when suddenly, he felt something strange. He turned his head to look and saw a vague shadow floating in front of the praying mat, head lowered and unspeaking. Luo Jianqing's eyes widened. He was already preparing to take out the bamboo umbrella from his storage ring, but he heard the remnant soul say quietly, "The practice experience has ended. You have failed." That voice had just fallen when a white light flashed on Li Xiuqun's body. He disappeared from the remnants almost effortlessly. Luo Jianqing stared blankly at this scene, not understanding what happened at all. The only thing he did was struggle against that phantom demon fox for a very long time, then lose consciousness. How could a remnant soul suddenly appear when he had just opened his eyes, and how did Li Xiuqun seem to be so critically injured? Luo Jianqing raised a bit of spiritual energy he had just recovered, guarding against his surroundings vigilantly. The remnant soul's hoarse voice echoed, "You survived this lord's remnants, and now this lord will gift his 3 magical tools to you." He paused, and then a hateful expression appeared on his face. "Humans and demons must not coexist. I must exterminate the demon race. I, true Lord Beidou, rushed into the battlefield for many years and killed a great number of demon beasts by myself. Between the human and demon races, one must die. These 3 magical tools are the most effective against demon beasts, and they will certainly help you behead demons and wipe out devils." 3 rays of white light appeared in front of Luo Jianqing. At this, Luo Jianqing. So say, what was he going to do with these? But the remnant soul was not done speaking. He continued, "This lord still has a manual here, which will be given to you as well." This time, the remnant soul spoke very simply and did not speak of any other rubbish. A ray of blood-red light flew straight towards Luo Jianqing. At this moment, Luo Jianqing had already recovered 30% of his spiritual energy and raised his hand to catch the red light. It was a blood-red jade piece, only the size of his palm. It resembled condensed blood, brightly colored and strikingly dazzling. In his hand, it seemed like it could burn him. At the moment it was quietly waiting for its master's inspection. A powerful oppressive aura was coming from the jade piece, turning the air stagnant. Luo Jianqing's eyebrows were knit tightly. He looked at the remnant soul. "Elder, is this?" His voice suddenly came to a stop. In Luo Jianqing's astonished gaze, the remnant soul vacantly raised his head. His body turned into innumerable white points, fading away into the stone room. There was only a low, coarse crowing that still echoed for a very long time. Human, or demon? His voice was mixed with obsession and regret that crossed through time. Since the remnant soul had already disappeared, Luo Jianqing was left with no choice but to examine the 4 things he had gotten. In his sight, one of the 3 was an earth-rank magical tool. Although it was quite precious, it was also something a nascent soul cultivator could own. Except for the blood-red jade piece, everything made Luo Jianqing feel completely bewildered. The jade piece emitted a frightening aura that seemed to cross through ancient times and attack him. Could that true Lord Beidou really have had such good fortune that he could arrange that frightening Ursa Major 7-star formation and obtain this frightening jade piece? After hesitating for a very long time, Luo Jianqing sent out a bit of spiritual sense and pierced through the jade piece. In a flash, a shocking, oppressive voice echoed in his ear. Seize the lasting years, seize the boundless earth, seize the life energy of all living things, seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. Seize man, seize demon, seize the heavenly law, this will be known as the 9. The voice suddenly stopped, then after a moment, the voice spoke again. This will be known as the 9 heavenly seizure record. Chapter 15. In the vast, boundless clouds and mist, the sect leader of Taihua Mountain, Sir Hao Xingzi, broke through clouds and sea with blinding speed and arrived at Yushao Peak, which was located right in the heart of Taihua Mountain. At the bottom of Yushao Peak, he sent a voice transmission to his junior brother. Surprisingly, the other person never responded. The honored sect leader furrowed his grizzled eyebrows and immediately went up the mountain. All Taihua Mountain disciples knew of the restrictions placed throughout Yushao Peak. Not to mention there were still the great mountain defense formations in place. Even the little junior sister of the 7 children of Taihua Mountain, Mu Tianxin, could not go up. Each time, she could only wait at the bottom of the peak for senior brother Luo to come down. However, they did not know that not only little junior sister, but even all the other honored seniors and elders, could not go up Yushao Peak. Yushao Peak was Taihua Mountain's most important forbidden area. Only Sir Xianlingzi, the great senior brother Luo Jianqing, and sect leader Sir Hao Xingzi could enter. If those without permission were to take a single step inside, they would be directly killed by the mountain defense formations. Before Hao Xingzi arrived at the front of the bamboo house, he suddenly could sniff out a mix of spiritual energy and barely discernible thread of vital breath in the air. Hao Xingzi opened his round eyes and hurriedly broke through the enchanted boundaries his junior brother left behind, entered the door, and was immediately stunned at the sight before him. The handsome, elegant, white-clothed honored senior was propping half of his body up on a bamboo couch, his face deathly pale, and forehead covered in sweat. The lapels were completely muddled with glaring bloodstains. There was also a pool of blood on the seat of the bamboo couch, which contained golden flickering universal qi in it. Seeing this, Hao Xingzi's eyes widened, and he cried out in alarm, "Heart's blood! Junior brother, you!" Xianlingzi did not speak, but his pale face already answered Hao Xingzi's question. Hao Xingzi quickly took out a bottle of medicine pills from his storage ring. The instant the dark green pill appeared, its fragrance scattered into the air. Outside, any plants that touched even a bit of the pill's fragrance danced excitedly without stopping. Hao Xingzi clapped his hands and the medicine pill flew into Xianlingzi's mouth. After 15 minutes, the chaotic spiritual energy in Xianlingzi's body was finally nursed back to health. Hao Xingzi could not help but ask, "Junior brother, what on earth happened to you? Did you perhaps enter qi deviation?" "Impossible. You have cultivated for more than 300 years. Even if it may not be very long, you have always had a pure heart. You never run into internal demons, so what happened today to make you react like this?" Xianlingzi said coolly, "Sect leader, senior brother." Hao Xingzi's face was grim. He thought for a long time, and suddenly exclaimed in alarm, "Internal demons. At that time, Martial Uncle had once ordered you to set up and pledge your life to guard those things. Perhaps something happened with them and so, you became like this?" Junior brother, that is our Taihua Mountain's most important and forbidden thing, 9 Lotus He. Sect leader senior brother. Xian Lingzi's cold voice interrupted Hao Xingzi's words. This has no relation to that. For the time being that thing is doing fine. His voice fell. Xian Lingzi turned his hand to pull out a ray of blood-red light. For a split second, the flowing clouds in the sky seemed to freeze, and faint storm clouds formed above Yushao Peak. When Xian Lingzi put the thing back, the storm clouds immediately dispersed. Hao Xingzi let out a sigh of relief at this. So long as nothing's wrong with that thing, then it will be all right. He paused and suddenly remembered, then junior brother, is it all because? Xian Lingzi spoke with a tranquil expression. A little accident happened during the newcomer's practice experience. Those remnants are not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator's remnants. I attached a primordial spirit to Luo Jianqing as he entered the remnants and he saw that cultivator's remnant. Soul. He was an out-of-body cultivator, so naturally, something must have happened for him to fall to late-stage nascent soul. Hao Xingzi asked in disbelief, Junior brother, didn't you make a deal that prevents you from leaving Taihua Mountain? How did you manage to bring out a nascent soul? Xian Lingzi replied calmly, I split half of it, so it was not really considered leaving Taihua Mountain. These short words left Hao Xingzi speechless. Cultivators that reached nascent soul stage were able to form a nascent soul. But their nascent soul was nothing more than a small infant that did not have much attack power. Once they reached the out-of-body stage, the nascent soul was able to leave the body. When they reached the Mahayana stage, the nascent soul could be broken up however they wanted. The stronger the cultivator, the more pieces they could break up, and each nascent soul could fight in place of them. Therefore, during that time inside the remnants, after true Lord Baidu saw Xian Lingzi's half-nascent soul, he blurted out, a cultivator higher than the Mahayana stage. However, that was all theory. A Mahayana cultivator could only split a nascent soul into very small pieces. There was no other reason than that the pain of splitting up a nascent soul was nothing an ordinary person could ever know. A nascent soul was a cultivator's most sensitive part. Even someone brushing against it would cause them to feel such sharp pain that they would go numb. For example, say a physical body and a nascent soul collided into the same thing. The body may be in everlasting pain, but for a nascent soul, that pain would be 100 times worse. Just thinking of splitting a nascent soul made Hao Xingzi's scalp feel numb. After a while, he heaved a sigh. Don't you treat Jianqing a bit too well? Xian Lingzi's calm, handsome features were not disturbed in the slightest. He said neutrally, Jianqing is my disciple. Watching his own junior brother act like this, Hao Xingzi swallowed the words that he wanted to say. Those were nothing more than an out-of-body cultivator's remnants. So long as they had a desire to leave, nobody would come into any life-threatening danger. What's more, Jianqing had carried many magical tools and medicine pills. To go as far as to split your nascent soul to follow him, don't you care about him a bit too much? After all, when it came to matters between a master and his disciple, Hao Xingzi did not have much to say. After carefully asking questions about Xian Lingzi's body, he ended with, I will go find junior sister to refine you some medicine pills to help your nascent soul recover promptly. Then he transformed into a ray of white light and left Yushao Peak. After Hao Xingzi's departure, Xian Lingzi, unable to support himself any longer, fell backwards, and blood welled up inside his mouth again. Like before, the blood had little specks of gold. It seemed that Xian Lingzi would inevitably fall into a coma, his face now as pale as a sheet. Meanwhile, at Taihua Mountain, the life-bound golden lamp at the summit of Changshuang Peak kept flickering. It was a while before the flames slowly stabilized, though it was a tad darker than before. Meanwhile in the skies of Tian Mountains, millions of li away, the storm clouds had long dispersed. Many cultivators watched for a long time, but never saw any sort of magic treasure and left with anger. After waiting for a few moments, all the disciples came out of the remnants. Luo Jianqing had already put the 3 magical tools and blood-red jade piece in his storage ring. After being transported out, he surveyed his surroundings. Immediately, he sensed the presence of the Tai Hua mountain disciples and flew over to them. Senior brother Luo, the 17 disciples of Tai Hua mountain that passed through the 6th pass have all received their rewards. As the 19th junior brother spoke, he took out a white jade pearl. This escape droplet. It seems that you can dive 50 li underwater with it, so it could be considered a magical treasure. Luo Jianqing nodded his head appreciatively. After looking all around him, he asked, "How come there's only 20 of you?" The 19th junior brother chuckled and said helplessly, "Senior brother, that endless wasteland was truly dangerous. Some of us got injured and immediately crushed the white jade token to get out. When we left just now, we discovered that Li Xiuqun had already been transported out and went back to be healed by Tian sect people. So I let the other injured martial brothers follow and get healed by Tian sect too." Luo Jianqing lightly raised his eyebrows and feigned shock as he asked, "Everyone got injured? Even that Li Xiuqun?" The 19th junior brother spread his hands and sighed. "That's right, a lot of people got injured. Apparently, some Qi condensation disciples from Tian sect died too. Anyway, senior brother, you haven't seen Li Xiuqun's wounds yet, apparently, his are really serious. His hands are gone and he's even blind. No one knows what kind of terrible demon beast he ran into at the endless wasteland for him to end up like this." He spoke while Luo Jianqing led the Tai Hua mountain disciple to Tian sect, preparing to hand him over. The 19th junior brother concluded, "Unless an elder from Qinglan Peak refined pills especially for Li Xiuqun's health, he will never get better for the rest of his life. Anyway, he's only a new disciple, the sect wouldn't go that far for him." Senior brother, did you ask how he couldn't crush the jade piece? What kind of strength to get what kind of reward, indeed. Luo Jianqing laughed and said, "Danger always follows the practice experience. The reward comes with risk. Don't learn from him in the future. When you give up, you must give up with conviction." The 19th junior brother nodded and beamed, exposing pure white teeth. When they spotted Tian sect's elder Zhao, Luo Jianqing lightly cupped his hands, and the other, flattered, immediately returned the favor. Luo Jianqing smiled. "This time, I have truly troubled your sect concerning these remnants. I will dutifully report to our sect about what happened during the practice experience. After our sect's elders finish their inspection, they may give the rewards to Tian sect." Pausing, Luo Jianqing added, "How are our Tai Hua mountain disciples staying at your sect doing now?" Elder Zhao said respectfully, "They are fine, save for a fellow Daoist at Phase 2 Qi condensation that seems to be injured very seriously." Luo Jianqing didn't need a name to guess who the seriously injured person was. Although Li Xiuqun had been transported out very quickly, Luo Jianqing had seen Li Xiuqun's terrible injuries with his own eyes. Those kinds of injuries would be fatal to a Qi condensation cultivator, and the fact that Li Xiuqun wasn't already dead especially surprised Luo Jianqing. He held these thoughts in his heart, but his expression betrayed none of it. His pale, elegant face showing a bit of distress, Luo Jianqing sighed, "Since junior brother has been so critically injured, then may we borrow your sect to let him recuperate? Due to his current condition, I fear that he would not do so well on a long and difficult journey." Elder Zhao immediately said, "Yes. I am afraid that every fellow Daoist of Tai Hua Mountain that had just gone through such dangerous circumstances are exhausted in body and mind. Fellow Daoist Luo, it would be best if you step into our Tian sect gates. We would be very willing to accommodate our fellow Daoists and let them cultivate breath control." Having heard what was said, Luo Jianqing's phoenix eyes widened slightly. He had only wished to leave Li Xiuqun at Tian sect, but he did not expect Elder Zhao to actually put forward such a proposal. After thinking for a moment, Luo Jianqing nodded with a smile. "Then I will inconvenience my fellow Daoist." Not long after, the entire party boarded Luo Jianqing's flying treasure boat, which majestically flew towards the gates of Tian sect. This period of rest would take 3 days. Tian sect welcomed Tai Hua Mountain's disciples with generosity and did not dare neglect the Qi Foundation Phase 1 inch newcomers by even the slightest bit. By the 3rd day, The handsome green-clothed cultivator stood in front of his bed, his head raised as he gazed at the thick, verdant greenery in the courtyard. He saw a pale yellow crane slowly fly to him from the sky, wobbling as it passed through a splendid mass of flowers. Finally, it stopped in front of Luo Jianqing and spoke, like a person, "Senior brother Luo, the information you wanted to be investigated has already been investigated." Luo Jianqing's thin lips raised slightly and split into a dazzling smile. "Second junior brother, I've inconvenienced you. What is the situation?" The paper crane used a voice transmission seal that was so high level that it could imitate someone's tone and timbre perfectly. He heard a warm and tender voice coming from the paper crane. The second senior brother of Taihua Mountain's Wei Yunhua seemed to smile lightly as he said, "True Lord." Beidou was the one out-of-body cultivator in the past 1,000 years who had participated in the 230-year-long Human-Demon War. Later, he was chased and killed by a 9th-rank demon beast, and his cultivation dropped from out-of-body stage to nascent soul stage. Chapter 16. Chapter 016. Since ancient times, the human race and demon race were like water and fire. Conflicts sprung up everywhere. The demon race originated from the cultivation of demon beasts. Just like they said, those who are not our kin are sure to be of a different heart. Since the beginning of ancient times, the humans and demons warred against each other time and time again over resources, up until now, where there was already a deep sea of resentment, and it was too late to ever turn back. Luo Jianqing had known about what Sui Yunhua said about the persisting 230-year war. That war was the ultimate hatred between the two races in all history. The demon race had 3 demon masters, and the human race had 2 Mahayana stage cultivators. Among them, one of them was the Haoming Peak Lord of Taihua Mountain, Luo Jianqing's one martial ancestor. However, Luo Jianqing had presently cultivated for no more than 36 years. In that time period, everything was peaceful as can be, and no conflict broke out between the two races for a full 100 years. The high-level demon beasts were all in seclusion and did not come out, and the human race did not take the initiative to stir up conflict. Only body fusion cultivators and below and demon beasts below 8th level would battle hand-to-hand at the borders, though there was no conflict now. The Wanshou Mountains that Luo Jianqing frequented were an unregulated zone set up by the human and demon race. Any demon beast 8th level and below could enter as they pleased, and any cultivator body fusion stage and below could enter as well. Here, life and death, poor or rich, it was all destined. The two races could freely unleash their hatred through reckless carnage. Zui Yunhua's soft smiling voice echoed in the quiet courtyard, "Senior brother, although true Lord Beidou is not strong enough, he acquired a great amount of merit during the war and obtained many treasures. When you went through the remnants during this practice experience, that was his life-bound magical tool, the Ursa Major 7-star formation. This is one Earth-rank formation that could kill a nascent soul cultivator. A pity that the remnants are closed now. Otherwise, you could take over. It would be of great use to you in the future." Hearing what he said, the corners of Luo Jianqing's lips raised slightly. He asked, "Junior brother, when did you learn to be so analytical?" Zui Yunhua said helplessly, "The sect-wide competition is in half a year. Senior brother, I certainly do not wish to be rebuked by our sect leader again." The two people laughed and bantered for quite some time, then the paper crane brandished its wings and slowly flew off into the sky, swiftly disappearing from Luo Jianqing's view. Gazing at the crystal-clear sky, Luo Jianqing slowly squinted his eyes. His sleeves flicked as he turned around to go back to his own room. After he came back, Luo Jianqing immediately took out the blood-red jade piece from his storage ring and studied it meticulously. 9 Heavenly Seizure Record. The name sounded tyrannical enough, and especially the words heavenly and seizure made Luo Jianqing feel apprehensive in his heart. True Lord Beidou said that this was a manual he had gotten, but Luo Jianqing felt that this was impossible. Even if that true Lord Beidou came to own a great number of possessions during the war, set up remnants that were far beyond an ordinary nascent soul cultivator's ability, he should not have such an extraordinary cultivation method. If true Lord Beidou truly practiced this cultivation method, then surely he would not have fallen to such a low cultivation level, been killed by a demon beast, and finally die a tragic death. After struggling against the phantom demon fox's possession, Luo Jianqing only remembered being in extreme pain and nothing else after that. When he regained consciousness, he saw Li Xiuqian, who was covered in blood. After 2 days, Li Xiuqian awakened. Even though he was blind in both eyes, he was not deaf nor mute. Luo Jianqing made someone question him for the truth, but Li Xiuqian only remembered that he had finally gotten to the last pass and didn't remember what happened afterwards. Li Xiuqian had also lost his memory. Luo Jianqing's intuition told him that this matter was definitely complicated. He and Li Xiuqian probably had their memories erased by someone powerful. His thoughts came and went. The only theory Luo Jianqing could come up with is that there was probably some connection to true Lord Beidou, but he was no longer able to enter the remnants and figure it out for himself. It had already been 2 months since Luo Jianqing reincarnated. He could clearly feel spiritual energy slowly flowing inside his body. This speed meant that when the sect-wide competitions came around half a year later, there was no way he could beat second junior brother, Sui Yunma, who was always working hard at cultivation. Even third junior sister Wei Qiongyin could probably defeat him. Most importantly, his cultivation levels were probably heading south. Thinking of this, Luo Jianqing tightly clutched the blood-red jade piece in his hand. Time passed outside the window. The sunset slowly fell behind the mountains, and the clear moon rose up from the east. On the second day when the morning sun soared from the earth and leapt out, Luo Jianqing walked to the window in deep thought, gazing at the bright, glittering, round sun. Finally, he let out a long sigh and went back to the couch. This time, Luo Jianqing arranged enchanted boundaries all around the room so no one looking for him would be able to go inside. He probed the jade piece with a thread of spiritual sense. Less than a moment later, that ear-splitting noise rang again. In his mind, he could read the words of the secret method, 9 heavenly seizure record. Luo Jianqing shut his eyes and sat in the lotus position on the soft couch, his 2 hands forming hand seals in the air. At first, he was extremely slow, but he got faster and faster the more time passed until they were forming virtual images. Watch how dogs are cut down by all, how the world is cold and heartless, the years leave no trace behind, seeing all as worthless dregs. We are cultivators. We cultivate our true feelings. We cultivate ourselves. We cultivate every living thing in the world, yet the one thing we do not cultivate is the heavenly law. What do you cultivate? The green light on Luo Jianqing's body released. The sounds of thunder rumbled inside his mind. He suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head to look up. His gaze pierced beyond the ceiling, looking directly at the sky. I cultivate the way of seizing the heavenly law. I rebel against the heavenly law. I will become the heavens. Luo Jianqing's voice had just fallen when the green 3-petaled lotus on his forehead erupted. Ancient qi slowly floated up from underground and took shape of a transparent phantom. As if it were a thin snake, it slithered up his body, but Luo Jianqing seemed to be completely unaware of it. The thin snake stretched inside his body and turned into boiling spiritual energy. This spiritual energy boiled like magma, frantically colliding against every inch of spiritual veins in his body. The pain made him grit his teeth tightly, but blood still flowed down from the corners of his lips. Inside this trail of blood contained boundless spiritual energy. Finally, Luo Jianqing couldn't bear it any longer and spat forth a mouthful of blood. The spiritual energy inside the blood was vast as a great river. Fortunately, Luo Jianqing had used the magical tool that 6th junior brother gifted to him to set up the boundaries around him, and it could stop any curious nascent soul cultivator. The cultivation of Tian sect's great elders were nothing more than the middle stage of core formation, so they would not discover any abnormalities. The first heart's blood was only the beginning. After the thin snake entered his body, Luo Jianqing spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood, as if he was going to spit out all the blood in his body. The spiritual energy that was contained in this blood frantically rammed against the enchanted Boundaries. Finally, the enchanted boundaries began to resist it little by little, and it slowly dissipated into the air, returning to the skies. Luo Jianqing's boundaries did not stop tumbling. Beginning stage of core formation, late stage of qi foundation, middle stage of qi foundation. Finally, his cultivation fell right to qi condensation. After Luo Jianqing spat out the last mouthful of blood, his body shook. He toppled backwards feebly and lost consciousness. At this moment, a sighing voice lowly echoed in his mind, "True nine-petaled lotus record, someone from a later generation of Yushao Peak." After the voice fell, the sound of thunder echoed again. With every waking moment do the spirits of nature struggle, if the heavens thy desire dost follow, seize them. Seize their all-knowing power. Seize the season's rhythm. The first seizure of the 9 heavenly seizure record will be the seasons. The voice had just fallen when all the plants, flowers, and trees in the tiny courtyard started to shiver and sway timidly as if they wanted to flee. A violent wind blew past, an imaginary force that blew from their bodies, carrying rays and rays of bright light as it swept by, but did not enter Luo Jianqing's body. In a flash, Luo Jianqing's body trembled, and he abruptly sat back in meditation reflexively. His fingers wove hand seals effortlessly as the rays of light bore into his meridians and joints all over his body. The light moistened his slowly drying meridians, restoring them back to their original state. Then it came to Luo Jianqing's dantian, approaching the golden core inside his dantian. The golden core had dried up when Luo Jianqing vomited out all the blood in his body. Now it had no strength left to counterattack and was helpless against the rays of light as it bore into it, rubbing and grinding once again. Green rays of light softly blossomed on Luo Jianqing's body, whose imaginary power had already flown outside the courtyard. They raised any vegetation they met inside Tian sect, which shook in fear until they finally gave up a bit of light as an offering. The force swept past the courtyard where the Tai Hua mountain disciples were resting, past the hateful and derisively Xiuqian, past the countless infatuated young girls surrounding Luo Jianqing's courtyard, and finally to the Tian sect leader's spirit herb garden. Every single spirit herb was wiped out by the mighty force, all except a third-grade spirit herb that shook as it struggled against the force for its own life, but finally gave up a wisp of light. This light was much brighter than the others. After the light broke off, the spirit herb didn't change but instead stretched toward the sunlight without restraint. The second elder of Tian sect said with alarm, "Senior brother. Doesn't the cold branch grass fear sunlight? Why is your beloved third-grade cold branch grass stretching its leaves below the sunlight?" Having heard what was said, the great elder was shocked as well. "Impossible. I lovingly raised this cold branch grass for many years. It already has spiritual sense. It is impossible for it to injure itself like this." And many other baffling incidents like this kept popping up one after another at Tian sect. Even the sun-facing flower that always faced the sun suddenly lowered its head to look at the ground, and the plants that only blossomed during the winter suddenly sprouted buds in the spring. It appeared that these plants all gave up following the natural law and began to act as they pleased. No longer were they bound by this world's invisible rules. Under this ego-driven competition, some plants gradually wilted, while others grew even stronger. Luo Jianqing did not have any idea of what had just happened. Slowly, he rose to consciousness again and felt the strength in his body gradually recover. The rays of light flew towards his body from every direction. With each one, his qi began to slowly increase. Qi condensation, qi foundation, early stage core formation, middle stage core formation. He had returned to middle stage core formation once again. Except for his meridians and his aching joints, it seemed that nothing had even happened. But Luo Jianqing already understood what he had just given up as he looked at the condensed chunk of blood on the floor. The spiritual energy in his body had completely vanished. If you wanted to cultivate 9 heavenly seizure record, then you must give up the spiritual energy that you already cultivated. Right now, although it seemed that there was no difference in the spiritual energy levels in his body, Luo Jianqing already felt that nothing like that ever happened. He felt that he and this world were totally incompatible, as if he were rejected by every living thing in the world. Only the plants and flowers inside Tion's sect seemed to be excitedly cheering and leaping for his awakening. This was the first seizure of 9 heavenly seizure record, snatching away the plants and seasons. Luo Jianqing cultivated in his courtyard for 3 days. When his cultivation settled, he left Tion's sect and flew back in the flying treasure ship to his own junior brothers and sisters. Back then, the third elder of Tion's sect said, "Fellow Taoist Li, it seems that he still has not yet recovered. Fellow Taoist Luo, perhaps you would like to rest a bit longer." Luo Jianqing stood in the blue skies, a green gown covering his body. His long hair blew freely in the wind, his eyebrows like they had been drawn with ink. He smiled slightly and said, "No need. I must return to my sect urgently. Many thanks for your hospitality." The third elder said, "Since this is the case, then this one will not delay you any further. Originally, sect leader senior brother wished to see you off personally, but recently the cold branch grass in senior brother's garden are nearly beginning to wilt. Senior brother wishes to save them, and there is not a moment to waste." Luo Jianqing was faintly surprised when he heard that, and a bit of embarrassment flitted over his elegant face. As if the spiritual energy in his body heard the third elder's voice, it proudly rushed forth several times, like it wanted to take credit for this achievement. Luo Jianqing nodded in shame. He had not opened his mouth when the third elder added, "But the strange thing is, this morning, a second-grade spirit herb in the spirit herb garden managed to upgrade to a third-grade spirit herb. Fellow Taoist Luo, Taihua Mountain is famed for its long history, and their knowledge is broad and varied. Do you know what might have happened?" Luo Jianqing shook his head faintly. "No, I do not." The two exchanged pleasantries for a bit longer. Then Luo Jianqing waved his sleeve to start up the flying ship and officially departed from the Yitian Mountains. On the ship, the 19th junior brother quietly came to Luo Jianqing's door, knocked, and went inside. After all, they were returning back to their sect, and while courtesy may not have been needed when they were outside before, the 19th junior brother now respectfully cupped his hands to salute Luo Jianqing. "Great senior brother, I understand that we are returning to Taihua Mountain, but may I ask if that Li Xiuqun?" Luo Jianqing had just been lowering his gaze to a strand of immortal grass. Having heard what was said, he said neutrally, "Junior brother Li's injuries are especially severe. You have said before, that at the very least he should have a calamity passage elder who would take up the task, or perhaps have the ability to help him recover." The 19th junior brother furrowed his brows in confusion as he listened to him speak. Luo Jianqing said calmly, "Our elders are the towers of strength of our sect. Helping him recover would damage our elders' cultivation. Tell sect leader Marshal Uncle what I said to you. As for how he will deal with it, that has nothing to do with us." Pausing, Luo Jianqing turned his head to face the 19th junior brother and smiled. "Junior brother Li's injuries are serious, and he cannot cultivate. Since this is the case, the resources of the inner disciples are going to waste. For him to recover, make him move outside Haoming Peak before his body recovers. I think after you return, ask fourth junior brother, and he will surely know what to do." The 19th junior brother was stunned, and then finally chuckled mischievously. "Yes. Great senior brother, I know now." Looking at the 19th junior brother's increasingly distant shadow, the smile on Luo Jianqing's face gradually disappeared. Naturally, he could guess what the 19th junior brother was thinking. Nothing else should be done other than drive this arrogant brat with all bark and no bite out of inner Haoming Peak, and he will be perfectly content. But to Luo Jianqing, he wished for Li Xiuqun to die. The scene he saw right before he died in his past life was still fresh in his memory. Luo Jianqing would not dare forget it, but nowadays he had already broken away from the heavenly will a little bit. Naturally he felt that if the heavenly will drop 3,000 consciousness, then at the very least 2,000 was gathered onto Li Xiuqun's body. He could not kill Li Xiuqun. At least for now, he absolutely could not kill Li Xiuqun. And Li Xiuqun had a great fortune, a great destiny, yet what could a cripple do with great fortune? Only all his achievements would end up being useful to someone else. Luo Jianqing's lips raised in a faint smile. The next day, everyone made their majestic return back to Tai Hua Mountain. The disciples who had just gone through the practice experience felt like they had turned over a new leaf and proudly spoke to their martial brothers, who hadn't gone through the remnants, about what happened there. And for Luo Jianqing, he went to Changshuang Peak to give the jade piece to the elders and wrote down what happened during the practice experience. After the elder in charge approved of it, Luo Jianqing saluted and flew back to Yushao Peak. Right when he had just settled down, he heard a clear, cold voice behind his body. Violating your master's orders and leaving the mountain by yourself. Jianqing, when have you become so bold and shameless? Luo Jianqing shivered and turned around stiffly. In front of the verdant bamboo and green mountains, an honored senior in a white chongpao gazed down at him with a cool gaze. Luo Jianqing's heart gradually became ice-cold as he stared at the other person without any trace of feeling in his eyes, only sensing his throat becoming rough. He lowered his head and said stubbornly, "Master, this disciple has always practiced cultivation earnestly without rest. The newcomer's practice experience is an important matter in our sect. Naturally, as I am the great senior brother, it is only right that I should lead them. Yet you still dare argue with me." As he spoke, a mighty force erupted in a split second, suppressing Luo Jianqing so he could not raise his head. Luo Jianqing's heart hurt as he listened to these cold words. Gritting his teeth he said, "Jianqing does not know what he did wrong." After a while, he heard Xian Lingzi say calmly, "Since this is the case, then let your master see the results of your cultivation. Endure 10 attacks, and this matter will be forgiven. Otherwise, I will punish you by secluding you within Yushao Peak for a year, and will not let you out." His voice had just fallen when an expansive sword light flew straight towards Luo Jianqing. He reflexively drew back, but the sword light still cut off a strand of hair. A green light flashed between his forehead, and Shuang Fu appeared in his hand. He saw Xian Lingzi swap the sword for bamboo, and said with a voice cold as ice, "Your master has suppressed his cultivation to early-stage core formation." Luo Jianqing grit his teeth. Yes. 2 figures, one white and one green, flew rapidly through the bamboo forest. Shuang Fu released burst after burst of lightning snakes but were all blocked by the unassuming bamboo sword. The bamboo sword had nothing remarkable about it. It was only because its wielder was the world's strongest cultivator. It rose up sharply and lifted a mighty sword force, pressing Shuang Fu down that it had no strength to resist. Luo Jianqing struggled as he blocked Xian Lingzi's attacks. This time, he seemed to be truly furious, as each attack headed straight for Luo Jianqing's vital points. Although he suppressed his cultivation to early-stage core formation, his cultivation level surpassed Luo Jianqing's by miles. A mere thread of sword intent alone was enough to make Luo Jianqing roll over. Another ray of golden sword light flashed past yet again. Luo Jianqing hastily dodged, though a trail of blood marked his face. Xian Lingzi's face remained impassioned, and the force behind his attacks grew stronger with each blow. On the 9th attack, his sword pointed at Luo Jianqing's chest. Luo Jianqing raised Shuang Fu to block him, his entire body shifting to the side. The bamboo sword split Luo Jianqing's sleeve, exposing snow-white skin. The red mark on it was bright and dazzling as if a red flower was blooming, creating an extremely beautiful contrast against his fair skin. Xian Lingzi's pupils shrunk, and his movements suddenly came to a stop. Now, Luo Jianqing poured all his spiritual energy into Shuang Fu. Immediately, the sword light flared up, and the silver lightning around Shuang Fu's blade rolled and boiled. Luo Jianqing pulled up his sword and thrust it towards Xian Lingzi, who, surprisingly enough, did not resist. When the sword light and the lightning were nearing his face, he hurriedly dodged, and a strand of hair was cut off. Luo Jianqing returned Shuang Fu between his forehead. "Master, this disciple defeated you on the 10th attack." Xian Lingzi was completely silent. Luo Jianqing raised his eyes in astonishment and just caught Xian Lingzi looking at his tattered cuffs with a complex gaze. Luo Jianqing turned his head to look at that red scar, and said quietly, I seem to have gotten this mark by something inside the remnants. I used concentrated jade syrup, but it would not disappear. This was nothing important, so I ignored it. Master, do you know what made this scar? A red cloud quickly flew across Xian Lingzi's fair face. Once his face was cold again, he sent Luo Jianqing flying 3 meters away with a flick of his sleeve, then said neutrally, Your master does not know either. But this seems to be nothing important, so pay it no mind. As you have cultivated well, this time you will be in seclusion for half a year. When the sect-wide competition arrives, you may leave. Luo Jianqing stared blankly when he heard what he said, but finally, he nodded in agreement. In a blink of an eye, Xian Lingzi vanished, like he did not even wish to spare another second for his own disciple. Luo Jianqing looked on dumbly at this scene. After a while, he sighed, and said to himself with a bitter smile, I remember that each time little junior sister went back to do the practice experience, Lady Yuqingzi looked after her with the utmost care. She wished she could lock up little junior sister and never let her go out for the practice experience again. With only a faint smiling expression on his elegant face, Luo Jianqing peacefully gazed toward the confining bamboo door, and whispered, Wu Yin, I escaped within an inch of my life this time, but you didn't show the slightest bit of concern. Do you, even care at all? His bitter, pained voice gradually dissipated into the air. Luo Jianqing broke through the bamboo forest and quickly returned to his bamboo house. Half a year hurried by. One early morning, a pale yellow figure appeared at the base of Yushao Peak. The arrival's face was delicate and pretty. Though he was not very handsome, his features were soft and tender. He said in a loud voice, Great senior brother, there's only 3 days until the sect-wide competition begins. Master ordered me to come and tell you to be there within a shirchen. This was the second of Taihua Mountain's 7 children, Sangshuang Peak's inheriting great disciple, Zui Yunmo. Chapter 17. Chapter 017. Cultivators from the outside world called the 7 inheriting great disciples of Taihua Mountain's peaks, Taihua's 7 children, for a reason. These 7 were the most remarkable disciples that ever existed in Taihua Mountain's entire history. Save for the little junior sister Mu Tianxin, who specialized in refining medicine and whose cultivation differed slightly, the other 6 were the very first to achieve core formation out of nearly 100 disciples. They never failed to reach the top ranks in each sect-wide competition. To a cultivator, age was fleeting. Before Luo Jianqing formed his golden core, he was actually the little junior brother. However, Taihua Mountain had a custom. Forming a golden core implied being able to walk anywhere under the skies, not failing Taihua Mountain's name. Therefore, whoever formed a golden core first among the direct disciples would become the great senior brother. Zui Yunma came before Luo Jianqing in order of age, but he was ranked second simply because he formed a golden core later than Luo Jianqing by a year. This was the first time Luo Jianqing saw Zui Yunma after his rebirth. His second junior brother and third junior sister Wei Qiongyin were the same in that they were both cultivation fanatics. Zui Yunma wished he could shut himself inside the mountain and never come out, cultivating all day long except to manage Sangshuang Peak's affairs. Among Taihua's 7 children, Zui Yunma had the most ordinary constitution. The great senior brother Luo Jianqing had a 1 in a million superior level constitution, and the other martial brothers and sisters all had a great constitution, except for Zui Yunma who had a decent constitution. However, this did not mean Zui Yunma was weak. The only one who could ever match Luo Jianqing in the sect-wide competition was Zui Yunma. After being in seclusion for half a year, Luo Jianqing came down the mountain after hearing Zui Yunma's voice, his clothes not even tidied up. Zui Yunma smiled faintly upon seeing his hurried manner, extending a hand to help his senior brother fix up his clothes. Senior brother, you are this old, yet you still continue to act like an impatient child. He spoke only with resignation and tenderness, voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Luo Jianqing was caught off guard and the other person pressed his head. Feeling helpless as well, he was obliged to say, How can you say that while I'm still the great senior brother? Junior brother, are you trying to lose face? Sui Yunma's delicate face betrayed a hint of astonishment. Finally, he pretended to be hurt and said, "I thought of our childhood when this junior brother would take senior brother to play all over Taihua Mountain. Senior brother, in those days, you especially loved to sit on my shoulders and let me take you over the clouds. This was at least 30 years ago. Have you forgotten, senior brother?" Luo Jianqing's face was full of shame. He immediately changed the subject. "What about the sect-wide competition?" Sui Yunma immediately burst into a detailed explanation. The half-year period of seclusion had already passed by earlier. A few days ago, Luo Jianqing noticed the time and asked Xian Lingzi if he could come out of seclusion. Xian Lingzi did not oppose him at all, only replying coldly, "Do not make Yu Shao Peak lose face," then continued to cultivate him. Seclusion. At this moment, Luo Jianqing was flying with Sui Yunma towards Changshuang Peak. Although he was the great senior brother, Sui Yunma was much better suited for handling sect-related affairs. He spoke very clearly about the details and crucial points of this sect-wide competition. Each time when he raised an important matter, he would remind Luo Jianqing to pay attention, though. His tone was always respectful and never challenged the great senior brother's authority. Luo Jianqing listened and nodded, but his gaze unconsciously wandered off to Sui Yunma's face. In his past life, on Duanqing Cliff where his body was buried, Li Xiuqian shamed him for slaughtering his fellow sect members with a voice of righteousness. Although he had already fallen into demonic cultivation at that time, there was no way Luo Jianqing would ever hurt his fellow sect members. However, that time, the entire world believed that he killed his own two junior brothers, and even his master Xian Lingzi would not stand up for him. Because the evidence was too damning. Luo Jianqing soon fell into demonic cultivation after being driven out from Taihua Mountain. The sect leader of Taihua Mountain, Sir Hao Xingzi, issued a Taihua command to the rest of the world that this degenerate traitor was wanted for arrest, making Luo Jianqing go through an especially depressing period of time. 3 years after it was issued, two people found him, Sui Yunma and his sixth junior brother Xiu Hen. The three engaged in a great battle in the far north. No matter what great talent Luo Jianqing was endowed with, he still lost to his two junior brothers because how exhausted he was from running. That time, Xiu Hen stepped forward, and said with grief and anger, "Great senior brother, follow us back. I will definitely ask what sect leader Martial Uncle thinks. I will not believe that you are truly that kind of person." However, Sui Yunma stopped Xiu Hen and faced Luo Jianqing. Up until his death, Luo Jianqing would never forget how his second junior brother who was older than him, looked at him with a complex gaze that burned like fire, as if he could see the improper feelings he held for his master in his heart. Sui Yunma was always smiling, but back then, there was no smile on his face. When Xian Lingzi carried Luo Jianqing back to Yu Shao Peak as a baby, Sir Xian Lingzi's naturally cold disposition made it hard for him to take care of a child. So he let Sui Yunma, who was in his teens those days, take care of Luo Jianqing as he grew up. From Sui Yunma's fumbling inexperience at the beginning, to his later attentive care, Luo Jianqing's childhood was filled with an older brother's warmth. Sui Yunma wasn't wrong. Luo Jianqing indeed enjoyed playing with him in his childhood, until he officially began cultivation and they gradually drifted apart. The one who understood Luo Jianqing the most in this world was not Xian Lingzi, or even Luo Jianqing himself, but Sui Yunma. In the gales of the far north, Sui Yunma stopped his impulsive sixth junior brother and faced the weary Luo Jianqing, who had fallen into demonic cultivation. At last, he let out a heavy sigh and said, "You have already turned to demonic cultivation. Naturally, you cannot exist alongside us righteous cultivators. Luo Jianqing, you cannot return to Taihua Mountain. Fend for yourself. You still have a long life ahead." Then Sui Yunma stopped Xiu Hen and let Luo Jianqing go. After 3 days, Luo Jianqing finally discovered that his two junior brothers died at the far north, and even their bones could not be found. Everyone whispered that Luo Jianqing took advantage of his junior brother's friendship and killed them both. But what no one knew was that after Luo Jianqing found out, he nearly fell apart and even went back to the far north in spite of all its dangers. In the end, he never found their bodies, only the tassel on Zhui Yunma's life-bound sword. The life-bound lamps had already gone out. There was no doubt the two were dead, and they also died without a funeral. Luo Jianqing was hated by his junior brothers and sisters until the end of his past life, except for the other 6 of Tai Hua Mountain's 7 children who had no complaints against him. The 5th junior brother, Hui Yuchong, was not close to him but never held any hate for him. The 4th junior brother, Xie Zizhua, would speak up for Luo Jianqing time and time again, but was stopped by ironclad evidence. The 3rd junior sister, Wei Qiongyin, never raised any questions, but after Luo Jianqing was driven out from Tai Hua Mountain, she immediately shut herself up in seclusion, and Luo Jianqing never did hear if she ever came out. And his little junior sister was absolutely heartbroken, but she was stopped by her cultivation partner Li Xiuqian. In this sect-wide competition, the 4 schools and the other sects will be able to send people to come to see the matches. Master told 4th junior brother and me to organize the reception. But senior brother, you know that 4th junior brother keeps dueling with 5th junior brother these past several months. I fear there will not be much time. Senior brother, I don't suppose you would be willing to do your junior brother a favor? Having been lost in distant memories, Luo Jianqing was startled back to the present when he heard him. He turned his head to face Sui Yunma and saw his pupils shrink. Then he raised his hand to tuck a long strand of hair behind his ear, and said helplessly, "Senior brother, what happened in the past few days to make you look like this?" Sui Yunma paused, then smiled. "To make you look so sad." Luo Jianqing quickly readjusted his expression. "Nothing important. Anyways, what did you say just now, junior brother? I was just thinking about something and didn't hear you clearly." Sui Yunma was not annoyed at all and explained to him again. Luo Jianqing said, "All right, since 4th junior brother is occupied, let's organize this together." Sui Yunma smiled as he nodded. The two quickly arrived at the plaza of Tsang Peak's main hall and walked towards the main hall. After walking half the distance, Luo Jianqing could not help asking quietly, "Junior brother, this sword tassel seems a bit worn, why did you not change it even once?" They were hit by a burst of wind. Luo Jianqing's words were drowned out by the wind, and Zui Yunma did not answer, as if he did not hear him. But before they entered, Luo Jianqing heard the amusement in Zui Yunma's voice as he spoke next to him. "Senior brother, your junior brother has always been a sentimental person." Luo Jianqing stopped walking, but Zui Yunma already went inside the main hall. After nearly an hour, Tai Hua's 7 children were all assembled inside Lingyun Hall. They were waiting for the hurrying Sir Hao Xingzi. Even while they were inside Lingyun Hall, 5th junior brother still chased after 4th junior brother for a fight. Every kind of magical tool was lined up in preparation for battle, and there was also a 5th-level demon beast he set loose. It was like he was saying, "Laozi will not peel your skin off today, Xie Zizhua. You are just a weak old man." Xie Zizhua continued to plead, "Junior brother. Junior brother. That was only a 6th-level demon beast, aren't I your dear senior brother? That demon beast may be valuable, but your senior brother is even more important." The 5th junior brother Hui Yuchong, who had short red hair, spat and cursed, "Nonsense. You, Xie Zizhua, are not even higher than a soft hair on Laozi's demon beasts. Who do you call your junior brother? Laozi is your enemy." Xie Zizhua cried and wailed with grief. "It's already been half a year, how long are you going to hold this grudge against me?" Hui Yuchong sneered. "Until you catch another 6th-level demon beast for me." This was the first time that Luo Jianqing knew about this. 5th junior brother's 6th-level demon beast really was dead, but in his past life, he had never heard about 5th junior brother chasing after 4th junior brother for an entire half a year. He saw little junior sister pull on his sleeve, whispering, "Great senior brother, I didn't refine the 3rd-level medicine pill very well. I've given you the pills I've refined for you to try out several times, but I still hadn't succeeded in refining a 3rd-grade pill for that boy Xie Zizhua. By the time I finally managed to refine one, I heard that the demon beast was already dead. Luo Jianqing felt like he had made a mistake somewhere. But little junior sister didn't see anything wrong and added more fuel to the flame. Senior brother, this is the medicine pill I gave to Xie Zizhua before. Take it. Since that guy can't use it anymore, you should use it. When you tame a spiritual beast, this pill will save it. Xie Zizhua was worn out but angry at the same time. Little junior sister, that's the stuff that I found for you. Mu Tianxin chuckled and rolled her eyes. Your stuff is my stuff. You give me, Mu Tianxin, something that I put in my mouth and you want me to spit it out? Not a chance. Luo Jianqing felt like there was a hot piece of coal in his hand. Everyone messed around for a while, then they saw that the white-bearded Sir Hao Xingzi was about to arrive, but Xie Zizhua was still messing around with Hu Yuchong. Luo Jianqing knit his brows slightly. He had just thought about stopping the two when suddenly a sword light flashed and he saw Zui Yunhua lifting the two in each hand. Just as he saw Luo Jianqing draw out Shuang Fu, Zui Yunhua smiled slightly. No need to trouble senior brother. I will get these two to Xuanjie Gate later. Luo Jianqing. Xie Zizhua. Hu Yuchong, fine. When I get to Xuanjie Gate, let's see where this little bastard will run to now. Chapter 18. Chapter 018. Hu Yuchong still wanted to compete with Xie Zizhua, but Luo Jianqing coughed quietly. Cautiously, Hu Yuchong raised his gaze to glance at his great senior brother and finally decided to keep silent. He mumbled begrudgingly, I'll get my revenge later, then obediently stood to the side. Luo Jianqing stood with dignity among his fellow disciples. After all, in the cultivation world, the strongest came out on top. Tai Hua's 7 children were famed throughout the outside world, but if they came across someone of their own sect, the great senior brother would beat them by a mile. Zui Yunhua could stand against Luo Jianqing once or twice, but among the other 5, even the third senior sister Wei Qiongyin could not match Luo Jianqing. Shortly after, Sir Hao Xingzi flew over on a cloud and sat down in the very center of Lingyun Hall. As though he did not notice the earlier squabble among the disciples, Hao Xingzi carried on, highlighting the important points of the sect-wide competition, before passing it on to Zui Yunhua to further explain, the 24 of you newcomers are just in time for this year's sect-wide competition. All peaks must remember to remind the new disciples not to seek victory, but seek to learn. This does not apply to you Shao Peak. Yunhua, you are in charge. Zui Yunhua stepped forward and nodded. Yes, master. These years, Yu Shao Peak's only disciple was Luo Jianqing. The participants in each sect-wide competition were few, and it did not seem that the other peaks were as unusually enthusiastic. However, Luo Jianqing was quietly cheerful, since he could get first place for Yu Shao Peak just by himself. When he was at Qi condensation stage, the first person to achieve Qi condensation was from Yu Shao Peak. When he reached Qi Foundation stage, the first person to achieve Qi Foundation was, of course, from Yu Shao Peak. Nowadays, he firmly held the position of having the highest cultivation out of this generation of disciples. The winner of the sect-wide competition was matched by none, and even Zui Yunhua couldn't hold a candle to them. Inside Lingyun Hall, the great senior brother in his white wide-sleeved robe had an unhurried expression, just like the towering summit of Yu Shao Peak, cold and unapproachable. Long tassels hung from Luo Jianqing's waist, which held a tiny bead of green jade. This symbolized that someone belonged to Yu Shao Peak. The way he stood calmly seemed to tell everyone that he was one of a kind. It was not because of his exceptional beauty, it was because it was Luo Jianqing, Tai Hua Mountain's unrivaled great senior brother. Sir Hao Xingzi had been the leader of Tai Hua Mountain for many years. When he gave explanations, it was usually a bit long-winded. All the other inheriting great disciples' minds were already wandering except for Zui Yunhua. Even Luo Jianqing was standing straight as a pole, but his thoughts were already turning towards cultivation. No one knew how much time had passed until a smiling voice was heard by his ear. Senior brother, I'm going to make a breakthrough. Once his words fell, Luo Jianqing was suddenly roused and stared with astonishment at Zui Yunhua, who was standing by his side. Sui Yunhua was wearing Song Shuang Peak's light-colored uniform. His eyes curved slightly as he whispered to Luo Jianqing in front of his master, "This time, I will try my hardest, so I hope senior brother will too." Luo Jianqing nodded seriously. "I am prepared for anything you throw at me." After Sir Hao Xingzi talked for another 20 minutes, he noticed how indifferent the inheriting great disciples were. Depressed, the white-haired old man coughed and continued, "After I finish speaking of these matters, Yunhua will carefully warn you once again. But you must prepare yourselves well for what I'm about to say next." Everyone immediately looked seriously towards Hao Xingzi. Hao Xingzi's expression gradually became more grave as he spoke grimly, "A demonic cultivator has appeared in Changzhou." The main hall was suddenly in an uproar. Wei Qiongyin's face was cold when she stepped forward, saying, "Martial uncle, I wish to be the first one to wipe them out." Hao Xingzi waved his wide sleeve. "That demonic cultivator wiped out an entire sect and killed 2 great elders. The elder with the highest cultivation had already reached nascent soul stage. You will only be throwing away your life." Wei Qiongyin's cool and elegant face was full of frost. Upon hearing Hao Xingzi's words, she clenched her teeth as she spoke, "I must kill all demonic cultivators." Hao Xingzi sighed and did not speak any further. Wei Qiongyin had come to Taihua Mountain when she was at Qi Foundation stage and hadn't grown up there at all. It was reasonable to say that Taihua Mountain only accepted new disciples who had no cultivation, but Wei Qionyin's parents were best friends with the Bai Can Peak Lord through life or death. After demonic cultivators wiped out her family, the Bai Can Peak Lord took Wei Qiongyin as a disciple. All cultivators under heaven cultivated the 81 greater Daos and the 3,000 lesser Daos. Among them, human cultivation branched out into 3 different cultivation paths: Buddhist cultivation, ghost cultivation, and demonic cultivation. Cultivating by the greater Daos was the most basic, while Buddhist cultivators universally ferried across all the common people under the heavens. Ghost cultivators were the ghosts of people that cultivated after death. However, demonic cultivators were the one exception. Xiantian had few demonic cultivators, so few that ordinary cultivators could not find any traces of them, but they were ferociously strong. Their hand-sealing was cruel and vicious, and they discriminated against no one when dealing out punishment. Even in the human-demon war, demonic cultivators joined hands with other cultivators in an effort against the enemy, but as long as they were not fighting against the demon race, they instead went over the top killing human cultivators. Luo Jianqing knew that demonic cultivators were usually reclusive and very rarely met together. But every single demonic cultivator respected a demonic cultivation master who was at late Mahayana stage. This person's cultivation was lower than Xianlingzi, and it could even be said that he was the second best cultivator on earth. The demon master set up his own demonic cultivation temple, which many demonic cultivators depended upon. He was the only demonic cultivator that set up his own school or sect, while all the others were wandering cultivators. But even one wandering cultivator was enough to give a righteous cultivator a headache. The reason was that before nascent soul stage, demonic cultivators were not any different from other cultivators, except they were much stronger than normal cultivators. And once they reached nascent soul, demonic cultivators were fierce and powerful. Any normal, ordinary cultivator had no other option but death if they met one. Thinking of this, Luo Jianqing stepped forward and asked, "Sect leader Martial Uncle, about this demonic cultivator that appeared, do you want to send elders to resolve this?" Hao Xingzi lightly nodded. "They are nothing higher than nascent soul stage. This time, Taihua Mountain will send an elder at out-of-body stage to lead the first 3 winners of this sect-wide competition to go out and practice." He paused and added, "Yunhua, tell your martial brothers about the specifics." Sui Yunhua smiled. "Yes." After an hour, everyone went together, soaring on clouds as they returned back to their respective peaks to handle affairs. Luo Jianqing was left at Songshuang Peak, working with Sui Yunhua to manage admittance to the sect-wide competition. Even though Sui Yunhua asked Luo Jianqing for help, he ended up doing most of the work. As big as Yushao Peak was, Xianlingzi and his disciple were the only 2 there. Even if he was the great senior brother, Luo Jianqing was not very good at managing internal affairs. Instead, Zui Yunhua was usually the one who helped the honored sect leader with those matters and was quite experienced in it. When the sky was getting dark, Luo Jianqing walked out first, but before leaving, he could not help but ask, "Junior brother, Changzhou's Lu Yen Valley opened early this time because the demonic cultivator was making trouble. Are you going too?" Zui Yunhua smiled slightly and asked softly, "Senior brother, do you not believe that your junior brother can become one of the first 3 core formation disciples?" Luo Jianqing hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "If there really were a demonic cultivator causing a fuss, then you should remain at Taihua Mountain and help out sect leader Martial Uncle. And besides, you have no magical tools to help you at Lu Yen Valley, you'll be recovering from your critical injuries for half a year." Luo Jianqing did not say the last part, but he could not hide the anxiety emerging on his face under the moonlight. His long, ink-black brows were knit tightly, and light glimmered in his phoenix eyes like stars. A very long time had passed, but he did not hear any answer from Zui Yunhua. Luo Jianqing could not help but raise his head and saw his always composed junior brother watching him with an indescribable gaze. After a while, he finally said, "Senior brother, you do not need to worry. I promise with absolute certainty that even if nothing good will happen at Lu Yen Valley, if I could help you win the magical tools, then that is already some success." Luo Jianqing tried to persuade him again, but Zui Yunhua only smiled and stayed silent. When Luo Jianqing flew towards Yushao Peak, he did not see the smile on Zui Yunhua's face slowly fade away or the light sigh that followed. A beam of green light rapidly flew towards Yushao Peak. Luo Jianqing had still not ascended when he saw someone waiting at the base of the peak. Luo Jianqing smiled in understanding and dropped behind the person. He raised his eyebrows, asking, "How long did you wait?" Xie Zizhua's face immediately darkened. He snorted, "Senior brother, I've been waiting on you for 20 minutes already." Luo Jianqing produced a white jade bottle from his storage ring. "I spoke with second junior brother a bit too long. This 3rd-level medicine bottle was something that you found and refined. You should keep it, as it could be very useful to you later on." But Xie Zizhua refused the medicine pills. "I don't need it. If little junior sister catches sight of this, she'll get angry at me again and chase me all over Taihua Mountain." Pausing, Xie Zizhua chuckled and vulgarly withdrew his neck. He moved right to Luo Jianqing's ear and spoke, getting right to the point, "Senior brother, the past 6 months I've been working as hard as I can, so I won't disappoint you." Luo Jianqing raised his eyebrows and asked, "What? What did you do?" Xie Zizhua clapped his hands together, and an unrelenting torrent of words began to pour from his mouth. "First I have to bring up what I did before the past 6 months. I was thinking during that time that senior brother, you'd seclude yourself as soon as you came back and give me a whole mess to deal with. How could I talk about Li Xiuqun being the second best out of the new disciples and becoming an inner disciple of our Haoming Peak, and how he kept to himself when he went out, but when he came back he suddenly changed, my hands were completely full." Luo Jianqing knew from experience that Xie Zizhua exaggerated a lot. In his words, Li Xiuqun basically died and came back 10 times. Each life was full of pain and suffering, even more tragic than the 18th layer of hell. And Xie Zizhua's descriptions of himself were vivid and brilliant, admired and revered by countless disciples. Luo Jianqing's face was full of amusement as he listened to Xie Zizhua talk. When Xie Zizhua had talked for roughly an hour, he asked, "Thirsty?" Xie Zizhua, "A little." Luo Jianqing gave a snort of disdain and chided, "Then speak plainly." Xie Zizhua, "Senior brother, you bully." Actually, even though Xie Zizhua was exaggerating a little, Li Xiuqun really did become completely miserable this past half-year. First was his palm, which may have been completely healed, but his meridians were clogged. Another was his blindness, which no elder wanted to waste their cultivation on, so Li Xiuqun was a bit blind. From day to night, he could not see anything clearly. The most important thing was that Xie Zizhua dedicated an incredible amount of energy to bullying this new disciple. He did not mention that he sent the other to be an outer disciple, or that he usually sent people to harass Li Xiuqun. Every time Li Xiuqun said a sentence to him such as, "Do not deceive a poor young man," or "Sooner or later you will all be trampled beneath my feet," Xie Zizhua would get an excited gleam in his eyes and make people come beat him up. Being beaten will gain you a certain reputation. Watch closely, Li Xiuqun. Your disrespect towards your senior brother will turn into a hail of curses. Anyway, the truth was that although Xie Zizhua spoke of his constant troublemaking, Li Xiuqun was really not very popular at Haoming Peak. Ever since he became blind, he became even more irascible and treated the servants who had no cultivation in an absolutely disgusting manner, but to the other martial brothers, he was polite and well-mannered. Once there was a Qi Foundation disciple that walked right by and ignored him, only saying carelessly in passing, "It's too dark at night to see the mountain road, let's walk a bit faster." Li Xiuqun suddenly stumbled on his walking stick out of anger, making the other person confused and a bit embarrassed. In the cultivation world where strength dominated, a Qi condensation disciple's eyes suddenly flashing toward the sky was extremely offensive. When Xie Zizhua got to this point, he didn't understand it either. "He's pretty weird." Xie Zizhua didn't get it at all, but Luo Jianqing understood a little. When all was said and done, Li Xiuqun was only a young man in his teens, and his temperament was not yet stable. When they met in the past, Luo Jianqing discovered that Li Xiuqun seemed that he was aware of his own good fortune and opportunity. He had many magical tools, and so Luo Jianqing made a guess, Li Xiuqun was the same as him. He also had that book, Seeking Immortality. However, Li Xiuqun seemed to have no memories of his past life, which really surprised Luo Jianqing. Anyway, so long as Li Xiuqun had Seeking Immortality, then his rude conduct made sense. Because Li Xiuqun knew the heavens were on his side, he also knew that he was the main character in the book Seeking Immortality. That was why he seemed to lack willpower or sense, so when things didn't go the way he planned, he would lose his bearing and be unable to act. For example, in the book, Li Xiuqun was a disciple of Yushao Peak, and the other disciples looked up to him. He had no need to get involved with Haoming Peak or the other disciples. When he had no point of reference, naturally Li Xiuqun revealed his true colors, making other people disgusted with him. There was one point that made Luo Jianqing knit his brows tightly. Has he reached phase 4 of Qi condensation? Xie Zizhua was still depressed. Yes. Everyone that I sent told me he never cultivated once, but he'd somehow gotten to phase 4 of Qi condensation already. Senior brother, you said that he does not have a superior level constitution. He never had any constitution from the start, but then how did he cultivate so quickly? Luo Jianqing was silent. After a moment, the senior and junior brother said their goodbyes at the bottom of Yushao Peak. Xie Zizhua's story definitely clarifies what was going on with Li Xiuqun and still wanted to continue bullying that new disciple who looked towards the sky. But Luo Jianqing smiled lightly, while he hid the growing sentiments in his heart. By the time Luo Jianqing returned to Taihua Mountain, the two bamboo houses shone like jade in the moonlight, cold and silent. Xian Lingzi's door was firmly shut. It seemed that he did not care about his disciple's late return. Luo Jianqing had secluded himself for half a year, though Xian Lingzi was always in seclusion. He only came out to help with Luo Jianqing's cultivation questions. Other than that, he never stepped out the door. Luo Jianqing looked back at that closed door, then stepped into his own house. After 7 days, all the large sects arrived together. Luo Jianqing and Zui Yunma entertained them outside. In total, there were 3 goals that these sects wanted to achieve. One was Taihua Mountain facing the demonic cultivators. The second was how to open up Luyan Valley. And the last one was Taihua Mountain sect-wide competition that would take place in 3 days. Chapter 19. Chapter 019. The best sect in the Xiantian continent was Taihua Mountain. Every 7 years they hosted the sect-wide competition. As the #1 cultivation sect, Taihua Mountain was not afraid of exposing its strength. Instead, They let the best of their young disciples freely display their superior strength, showing off Taihua Mountain's peerless radiance. In every sect-wide competition, every single great power in the land was sure to come up to the stage and make a congratulatory speech. This time, it was spreading like wildfire. The small powers sent their sect leaders or their great elders to lead the participants. As for those 4 sects, 8 major families, and 16 schools, they immediately sent a Calamity Passage stage elder to express their congratulations. As the outstanding talents of the young generation, Luo Jianqing and Zhui Yunhua had to shoulder the responsibilities of receiving the guests. After the outside cultivators officially checked into Taihua Mountain, Sir Hao Xingzi promptly gathered everyone there and spoke about their crusade against the demonic cultivator, as well as the matter of Lu Yen Valley. Such a serious matter was naturally nothing ordinary disciples could partake in, even though Luo Jianqing sat in the middle of Ling Yun Hall, serenely listening to the body fusion cultivators' argument with the almighty out-of-body cultivators. He came here as a representative of Yushao Peak since Xian Lingzi never involved himself with other matters like these. What's more, the demonic cultivator was merely at nascent soul stage, so he was not worried at all. The discussion surrounding the demonic cultivator did not last very long among the older generation, as they were more concerned about Lu Yen Valley. Lu Yen Valley opened every 50 years. Apparently, when the war between the 2 races began thousands of years ago, some heaven-rank fire attribute demon master fell to Changzhou, forming Lu Yen Valley. For thousands of years after, Lu Yen Valley's fires never went out. Only cultivators below nascent soul could explore it, which was always a great opportunity for them. A heaven-rank demon master was equivalent to a spirit-refining stage human cultivator. With just another step, a heaven-rank demon master could become immortal and achieve a golden body. It was obvious that Lu Yen Valley was very important to cultivators. This time, Lu Yen Valley opened early, which naturally made many smaller powers furious. After a discussion that took place over a full day and night, Hao Xingzi finally wrote up a contract. The other representatives signed the contract and left some spiritual sense. At long last, everyone came to a consensus about the exploration of Lu Yen Valley. After the other sect leaders and elders left, only Luo Jianqing was left, until he heard Hao Xingzi say, "Jianqing, Lu Yen Valley's early opening is quite fortunate for you as well. If you don't take advantage of it, you will already have reached nascent soul stage and cannot enter again by the time Lu Yen Valley opens again in 24 years. Luo Jianqing nodded. Jianqing understands. Hao Xingzi continued, regardless, the timing of Lu Yen Valley's opening is also unfortunate. The young generation of Taihua Mountain are not yet fully mature, and we just happen to be lacking in resources right now. As the great senior brother, you must guide your junior brothers and sisters cautiously. Place importance on life above all else." After Hao Xingzi explained some more, he sent Luo Jianqing back. Just as Hao Xingzi said, Taihua Mountain was indeed lacking in resources for the time being. Among the disciples who were core formation and below, the highest cultivation was the middle stage core formation Luo Jianqing. He was very strong among this generation of disciples, but he had not cultivated long enough yet. Unfortunately, this meant that right when Lu Yen Valley opened again, there was no choice but to send them instead. After his return to Yushao Peak, Luo Jianqing did not return to the bamboo house to cultivate, but took out Shuang Fu and went to practice in the bamboo forest. His pale white gown lightly fluttered in the sky, the light green of his sword mark resembling green jade, his elegance unmatched. Shuang Fu flashed with a bit of sword light. There seemed to be snakes of lightning swimming around it. Under the moonlight, it seemed to transform into refined jade, radiating with bright light. Luo Jianqing executed each move with perfect control, the sword energy rocking the green bamboo around him endlessly. The bamboo leaves scattered like petals to the ground, but the trees never fell. If someone watched carefully, they would perhaps discover that he was deliberately controlling his strength so that the sword light would only make the bamboo sway and not leave a single mark. Luo Jianqing's face was calm as he raised his sword in preparation. He practiced for an entire 2 hours. When he had just put back the sword technique, true nine-petaled lotus record, he heard a cold voice behind him. Your heart is not stable, so your swordsmanship is not pure enough. Jianqing, the sect-wide competition is in 2 days. Are you going to show everyone Yushao Peak's swordsmanship with this kind of strength? Luo Jianqing's entire body was rigid. He immediately turned around and said with his head bowed, Master, this disciple knows his mistake. Sir Xian Lingzi wore a white-lapelled chongpao. His black hair scattered naturally, his level gaze aimed at his disciple in front of him. He stared seriously at him for a while, then suddenly stepped forward and grabbed the sword in Luo Jianqing's hand. Luo Jianqing reflexively gripped the handle tight. Xian Lingzi said in a satisfied voice, Good, you still know to protect your sword. Luo Jianqing nodded his head but didn't understand. His voice was suddenly caught in his throat just as he thought to say something. Too close. As if he had just taken a bath, Xian Lingzi's long hair slid lightly, without any jade crown or headband to keep it in place, completely relaxed. His jet-black hair fell to the sides of his cold phoenix eyes, making his face even colder and tranquil, like cool water under the moon. The Taihua mountain disciples liked to cause trouble, and there was always one disciple in the back joking, Yushao Peak's restrictions are necessary, Sir Xian Lingzi's honor needs to be protected. I heard Feihua sect of the Four Sects has a great elder that secretly admires him. And don't even mention our great senior brother. If there were no restrictions, who's to say whether little senior sister will climb up the mountain for nightly attacks? I'm afraid that many outside female cultivators wouldn't be able to control themselves either. Yushao Peak's brilliance not only lay in the master and disciple's strength, but also in their appearances. With the beauty of fair and perfect jade, they were so flawless and beautiful that it made one perfectly willing to comply. Luo Jianqing stared blankly for a time. Xian Lingzi conjured some spiritual energy in his palm and took Shuang Fu into his hand. Luo Jianqing's first instinct was to seize his sword, but Shuang Fu shook twice with strong discontent. When Xian Lingzi used just a bit of force, however, Shuang Fu submitted. Xian Lingzi said, Jianqing, watch carefully now. At the very beginning, 1 petal will open, and when 9 petals open, it will become the 9-petaled lotus. Voice falling, Xian Lingzi raised the sword, and a luminous sword light surged forward. Under the moonlight, the honored senior with his black hair and white clothes danced lightly with the sword, his every move as if precisely calculated. The observer standing off to the side was so moved that a gasp left his lips without realizing. The sword light was 100 times stronger than Luo Jianqing's earlier movement. In that bamboo forest, not a single bamboo swayed, and even the tips of the leaves were still and silent. Finally, the boundless sword light became a golden ray and shot straight towards Luo Jianqing, stopping a mere inch from his face. Xian Lingzi returned the sword to Luo Jianqing, asking, Jianqing, did you see it? Luo Jianqing nodded. Yes, I saw clearly. Xian Lingzi said, then do it again. Without hesitation, Luo Jianqing lifted his sword. With the effort used to make a cup of tea, he withdrew his sword and looked towards his master. The latter knit his brows slightly, then suddenly took a step forward and pulled Luo Jianqing's hand. Luo Jianqing's entire body became rigid. With a hint of fragrance, Xian Lingzi spoke quietly into his ear, you are too worried. Just as his voice fell, Xian Lingzi grasped Luo Jianqing's hand, still slowly guiding his sword. The burning warmth shot through his skin as soon as he made contact, spreading through all the blood vessels in his entire body. When Xian Lingzi took his hand back, some unknown feeling rose in Luo Jianqing's heart. He blankly raised his head to look at his master, and realized with a start, that tonight, he seemed to be unusually gentle with him. Xian Lingzi spoke softly, there are still 2 days left, you need not worry. Do you know what day it is today? Luo Jianqing stood dumbly, shaking his head. This disciple does not. Xian Lingzi's lips slowly rose up, exposing a warm smile. Today is your birthday. Luo Jianqing was stunned speechless. 36 years ago, I picked you up from the riverside. If a superior constitution is born, it is inevitable that it will occur along with a natural phenomenon. Back then, your parents left you at the riverside. I secretly gave them some silver and took you back with me. Now, 36 years have already passed. I found that a few days ago that your parents have died this year. Jianqing, would you like to go back and visit? Luo Jianqing smiled slightly. No need, master. Since you've already broken off the connection with them for me, then all is life or death, I have no relationship with them. Xian Lingzi watched the handsome youth in front of him, his phoenix eyes drooping slightly. That natural phenomenon was the heavenly lightning, and 18,000 li of the Luo River's water gradually clearing. As a result, I named you Luo Jianqing. 1. In those 36 years, were you ever curious about what different direction your life could have taken? Luo Jianqing smiled brilliantly, unable to keep some softness from his voice. Master, being with you is enough for Jianqing. These words suddenly rendered Xian Lingzi mute, staring at the handsome young man under the water like moonlight. His fingers started to tremble, a hint of disorder also in his spiritual energy. Looking at this exceptional, elegant face, rolling flames seemed to roar in his heart, gradually becoming more unstable. Xian Lingzi's expression suddenly chilled. Your master will spend your birthday with you this time, but after this year, you must never entangle yourself with mortal life again. Forget the world of mortals and henceforth dedicate yourself to becoming immortal soon. Luo Jianqing blurted out, how could I ever forget that? Xian Lingzi paused for a moment. Cut yourself off from worldly ties, and devote yourself to the greater paths. Luo Jianqing asked again, how can I cut myself off? After being silent for a long time, Xian Lingzi said, you are already disconnected from mortal affairs. Henceforth it can be assumed that you have already cut off worldly ties. Upon hearing him, Luo Jianqing smiled instead. Master, I have never done that. In my heart lays Tai Hua, second junior brother, third junior sister, and every elder and senior that protects me. His words abruptly cut off at that point. Luo Jianqing lightly raised his bright eyes, which carried a brilliant smile. His gaze was locked on Xian Lingzi as his voice rang clear and loud like he was speaking the sweetest words, and master, you are there too. Xian Lingzi did not reply. His face remained cold as always, while Luo Jianqing kept gazing at him with a smile. After a while, Xian Lingzi spoke, his sleeves fluttering, we are definitely not part of your worldly ties. After you reach that cultivation level, you will surely understand. His voice falling, Xian Lingzi flew inside his bamboo house. Luo Jianqing felt only a gust of wind wrap him up and carry him into the bamboo house. Xian Lingzi took a jade hairpin and gently pushed it inside Luo Jianqing's hair. His fingers fiddling in his hair made his head tremble slightly. This is made from divine jade agate and contains one attack with 60% of your master's power. Jianqing, after you use it, it will become nothing more than a mere accessory. Use it wisely. Luo Jianqing's eyes curved with his smile. Yes. After that, Luo Jianqing combed Xian Lingzi's hair for him and helped him tie his jade coronet. Supposedly they were celebrating his birthday, but throughout the entire night, the master and disciple did not speak much, only sitting on the side of the chessboard staring at each other. By the time the sky turned blue, Zui Yunma's voice could be heard from the base of Yushao Peak, who was calling Luo Jianqing to help with the sect-wide competition matters. Luo Jianqing immediately rose and walked to the gate, but couldn't help turning around and asking, Master, this disciple wants to know something. Have you cut off your worldly ties yet? Xian Lingzi's back faced the gate, looking right at the chessboard. After a very long time, just when Luo Jianqing thought he would be waiting forever for an answer, he heard Xian Lingzi seem to sigh. Your master has not. Luo Jianqing saluted and left, and the bamboo house resumed its state of quiet. Xian Lingzi sat straight up on the bamboo couch, his gaze falling next to the chessboard. After a long time, he extended his hand and slowly caressed every chess piece Luo Jianqing had just left behind. His movements were as tender as could be, filled with love and memory. After his touch passed over the last piece, Xian Lingzi's entire body shook and took back his hand as though he had just been burned. Jianqing. 1. Name of Luo River, surname. Gradual. Clear. Chapter 20. Chapter 020. It was already the night before the sect-wide competition when Luo Jianqing was done checking the preparations. The sect-wide competition was just on the horizon. Zui Yunma was still unable to make a breakthrough, having no choice but to say to Luo Jianqing with a smile, "This is truly unfortunate, senior brother. I am but an inch away from breaking through to middle stage core formation. Only then can I fully enjoy myself when I battle you." Luo Jianqing lightly smiled as he spoke. "Junior brother, even if you reach middle stage core formation, don't even think that you can challenge your senior brother's dignity." Zui Yunma raised his eyebrows. "It seems someone's forgotten who was it that liked to sit on my shoulders as a child every single day. Junior brother." Zui Yunma smiled slightly and put his finger against his lips, hushing him. Luo Jianqing had a very stable temper and only thought, "Tomorrow at the arena, I will make that shameless second junior brother know just how to write the words, great senior brother." When night came, Luo Jianqing explained what happened on the second day to Xian Lingzi. After confirming that he did not want to watch the competition, he felt a sense of disappointment, but he also knew that it was to be expected. The sect-wide competition was nothing more than a series of matches between disciples, and even his match with Zui Yunma was just a battle between two core formation cultivators. How was that even worthy enough for Xian Lingzi's eyes? But before Luo Jianqing left, Xian Lingzi said neutrally, "Do not make Yu Xiao Peak lose face." Luo Jianqing gave him his compliance and left. When night fell, the bright moon rose in the east. The quiet light of night enveloped all of Taihua Mountain. In the mountain forest, the cries of demon beasts could be faintly heard. The next day was the sect-wide competition, and many disciples spent the last night tossing and turning. Some people were meditating, wishing to stabilize their cultivation as much as possible, while some were continuously drilling their spiritual beasts to make sure they wouldn't forget, and there were others who were practicing against their fellow disciples, training their ability in actual combat. In the pitch-black night, a shadow flitted across Yu Xiao Peak and passed through the layers upon layers of restrictions, departing from the peak. Luo Jianqing sped between the mountain peaks, his entire body covered in black clothes for night travel. Besides a black cloth covering his face, he also took a second-grade image concealing pill, which made any cultivator below out-of-body stage unable to discover his true appearance. Luo Jianqing was not worried at all about Xian Lingzi being skeptical of his whereabouts. In his childhood, he and the rest of Taihua's 7 children would often sneak out in the middle of the night to play. In the beginning, Xian Lingzi punished him by making him self-reflect, but there was one time he was punished more brutally than usual. Luo Jianqing had knelt at Xuanjie Gate, refusing to acknowledge his errors no matter what. After he passed out, Xian Lingzi didn't care if he snuck out anymore. Luo Jianqing grew up knowing Taihua Mountain like the back of his hand. After he took a shortcut to Haoming Peak, he did not head for the inner disciples' residence, but instead walked to the outer disciples. At the moment, there were no lack of people who were secretly training inside. Luo Jianqing paid no attention to them and soon found who he was looking for. Obviously, the sect-wide competition will begin tomorrow. Obviously, with just his own strength, there was absolutely no way he was going to win the first match. Indeed, Li Xiuqian was still sitting in the courtyard, face as stiff as a board. He was not cultivating, he was not practicing with others, he only continuously practiced with a dagger, an odd look on his face, and who knows what he was feeling inside. In his past life, after Li Xiuqian entered Taihua Mountain, Xian Lingzi put his heart and soul into guiding him. Though Li Xiuqian had no constitution, Xian Lingzi still persisted in getting Li Xiuqian to phase 6 qi condensation in a single year. Who would have guessed that among the 24 new disciples, only 2 had reached phase 6 qi condensation, one of which who had a first-level constitution. That person's earnesty and attentiveness consumed Luo Jianqing's heart with hatred. Lu Yen Valley had also opened early in his past life. The Qi condensation disciples were divided into early stage, middle stage, and late stage, all fighting separately. The last 3 champions were allowed to go to Lu Yen Valley first. It was no different from his past life. The only change was that Li Xiuqun was only at Phase 4. Actually, even Phase 4 Qi condensation was just too ridiculous. Li Xiuqun never practiced and did not have a master as good as Xianlingzi, but he still managed to reach Phase 4 Qi condensation. As Xie Zizhuo would say, that joker Li Xiuqun is definitely up to no good. Luo Jianqing had no idea how Li Xiuqun cultivated. After all, Xie Zizhuo had been sending someone to observe him since the beginning, but never saw any hint of hard work. However, Luo Jianqing did not care about this at all. In fact, he did not come here tonight to spy on Li Xiuqun. Thinking of this, Luo Jianqing hid and made his qi untraceable. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Li Xiuqun returned the dagger to his waist. He turned his head just in time to see a masked, black-clothed person standing right in front of him. Li Xiuqun's eyes widened with fright. Right as he was about to scream, he found that his voice was sealed. He only heard a hoarse voice echo in the courtyard, "You seem to stand nice and straight. I quite like you, so I will bestow you a magical tool to help you pass the sect-wide competition tomorrow. No need to thank me. Until we meet again, you will come to know who I am." For a long time, Li Xiuqun's entire body was completely paralyzed. There was one more sword on the ground. Li Xiuqun still felt completely frightened as he was a moment ago. Don't even mention that person hiding their face, even if they had no face, Li Xiuqun still wouldn't be able to see them. Well, in the night, Li Xiuqun finally stopped shaking. He crawled to the sword and picked it up. The heavens have blessed me. This is the heavens' gift to me. I really am the main character. Ha 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 ha. Outside the courtyard, Luo Jianqing pulled the black cloth off his face and sneered, then flew away. The next day, the sect-wide competition that Taihua Mountain hosted every 7 years began right on time. Taihua Mountain nowadays had a total of several hundred Qi condensation disciples, around a couple hundred Qi foundation disciples, and 10 disciples at core formation. Among them were Taihua's 7 children, as well as 3 junior brothers who all painstakingly worked their way up to core formation stage. The arena was set up at the plaza in front of Zhangshuang Peak's Lingyun Hall, while elders of the other sects could sit in front of Lingyun Hall and watch the battles between the younger generation. This time, 3 Taihua Peak lords arrived. Sect leader Hao Xingzi sat in the center of the crowd, leading the matches. There were 4 out-of-body elders who were in charge of the sect-wide competition, as well as 20-odd nascent soul elders scattered all around the arena. In case something happened, they were right there to rescue anyone who needed help. Studying cultivation always involved danger to an extent. Anyone who made a full-out effort never broke their dedication. Therefore, in this sect-wide competition, there must always be an elder with a great cultivation level watching on the sidelines, or it may lead to great disaster. The very first matches were among the Qi condensation disciples, from Phase 1 to Phase 3. Nothing made this sort of match worth watching. By the time all the matches were finished, there came a cry of alarm among the disciples, not for the little junior brother who won his victory, but for the 7 people that appeared around the arena. Tai Hua's 7 children were here. Little senior sister Mu Tianxin was clad in fire red, 6th senior brother Xiu Hen looked strong and sturdy, bold and powerful, 5th senior brother Hui Yuchong had a head of red hair with a fierce disposition, 6th senior brother Xie Zizhua was covered in black from head to foot, fluttering his fan casually, 3rd senior sister Wei Qiongyin held a sword as a spectator, her face cold as ice, 2nd senior brother's Wei Yunma was smiling softly, tender and approachable. And the one who walked at the very front seemed to harness all the splendor of the world, as dazzling as the stars in the sky. He wore a white uniform with green sleeves. A green 3-petaled lotus adorned his forehead, a handsome face rivaled by none, eyes as beautiful as a painting. Every movement was beautiful and graceful. His expressionless face and calm, relaxed manner made the crowd part at once, while also making all the great cultivators in front of Ling Yunhao suddenly think of one name. Luo Jianqing. Taihua Mountain, Yishao Peak, Luo Jianqing. Even to an almighty body fusion cultivator, this name held a famous reputation. This was Taihua Mountain's Yishao Peak's only disciple. This was the last disciple of the number one cultivator, Xian Lingzi. This is Luo Jianqing. He really does deserve to be at Taihua Mountain. Even if this youngster is only at middle stage core formation, I actually sensed an overpowering sword intent from him. Sect leader Hao Xingzi, is Sir Xian Lingzi not coming today? Hao Xingzi had already prepared for this situation. Although his cultivation was higher than these people, he was currently speaking as the sect leader of Taihua Mountain. Hao Xingzi spoke mildly, yes, this is the great senior brother of our Taihua Mountain, Luo Jianqing. They sighed with emotion once again. Even the Calamity Passage elders of the 4 sects, 8 great families, and the 16 schools never moved their gaze away from Luo Jianqing. At this moment in the middle of the arena, Luo Jianqing was watching the matches between the middle stage Qi condensation disciples. There were several dozen in total who fought on stage. At last, with a great wave of dust, the mediocre-looking young man had finally won. Even the judging elder was staring with shock and couldn't speak for a long time. After a moment, the judge yelled, "The middle stage Qi condensation victor is Li Xiuqin, Phase 4 Qi condensation." As soon as his voice fell, the disciples erupted into whispers. Xie Zizhua smiled crookedly, and ran to Luo Jianqing's side, whispering, "Senior brother, what kind of trick has he pulled now? He's won again, he's done it again. 6 of his opponents didn't show up last time and only fought 2 matches. Even at the end he still beat a Phase 6 Qi condensation disciple. Can you believe it? I don't. There is definitely something up with that sword. Its power is unnatural." While he spoke, he thought of getting up to see what was going on with his body, but Luo Jianqing pulled him back down and admonished good-naturedly, "Fourth junior brother, this junior brother is already so critically injured. That sword of his is a magical tool, but since the judge hasn't stopped him, then it isn't illegal." Xie Zizhua cried out, "The heavens are so unfair." Luo Jianqing laughed quietly. "Junior brother, you don't have to be so jealous of how lucky other people are." Xie Zizhua's eyes turned green with anger. "I'm jealous of him." Luo Jianqing firmly slapped Xie Zizhua on the back of his head, making him stop running his mouth and shut up in shame. Still, he mumbled to himself, "Senior brother, it's obvious you hate him too, what's the matter with you today?" Luo Jianqing heard him and slightly smiled. Over there, Li Xiuqin hooped and hollered in celebration, but no one joined him. Even little Lu Xiaoxiao stood in the middle of the Qinlan Peak disciples, staring at Li Xiuqin but giving no congratulations. Upon seeing this, Luo Jianqing smiled lightly, his eyes narrowing, and continued to look at the match on the arena. Soon, the Qi condensation disciples' match came to an end. It was clear that many Qi Foundation disciples were missing, and it did not take long for their matches to end. Finally, there were only 10 core formation disciples left to battle. Everyone's gaze was concentrated on the 5 arenas. Luo Jianqing flew to the stage, staring at the brilliant red-clothed girl across from him. His sleeves gently fluttered as he smiled, "Little junior sister, today I won't be so polite." Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Capturing Spring and Autumn with a Sword, 1. Translator, Sissy That Walk. T/N, Hi, y'all, I just decided to pick up this novel for multiple reasons. To start with, my boss asked me to, and secondly I love my boss. All jokes aside, I'm sucker for BL/rebirth/fantasy/cultivation type, and this one has got it all. And I appreciate how the storyline was unfolding so effortlessly, full of bittersweet moments but none of them feel forced. It's like all the confrontations and climaxes make sense, all the crazy elements are well balanced. Anyway, please read it, rate it and let me know about it. And wait, let's give a shout out to Verdant Lore Translations and Bowl of Warm Soup, the previous chapters were translated beautifully by them. I know I have some big shoes to fill. Wish me luck. All comments and suggestions are highly appreciated. Any suggestions or advice on my translation, please DM me on Facebook, https://www.facebook.com/flying-lines or leave a comment down below. Manhwa. Previous chapters are available at. The villain has something to say. Luo Jianqing's first fighting ended in the time of a stick of incense. Mu Tianxin centered on core trail. Although she was one of the Tai Hua's 7 children, she was the 9th to master core formation among the generation of disciples, so her strength was not so strong. No one would goof around in the competition among various sections. This time, Mu Tianxin happened to encounter Luo Jianqing. Even trying her best by playing all kinds of magic weapons and various elixirs, she did not cause any harm to Luo Jianqing. Even among the Tai Hua's 7 children, the gap of strength difference was large to such a point. When this fighting was over, Mu Tianxin pulled Luo Jianqing's sleeve, complaining in a low voice, "Fellow elder brother, you didn't make any concessions for me at all." Luo Jianqing responded in a helpless way, "Little fellow younger sister, I have already given you time to throw out your magic weapon bombing thunder, how can I further make concessions for you?" He implied that he was able to end the fighting in much a shorter time. To save face for his fellow younger sister, he had tried very hard to let Mu Tianxin perform well. Mu Tianxin felt depressed and she pouted her mouth, turned around to not to see Luo Jianqing anymore. It seemed that she was really angry. But when it was time for Luo Jianqing to come on stage for the second time, she still took out a bottle of elixirs from her na jia and put it into Luo Jianqing's hand, and said in a low voice, "Anyway, since I will not use it at the moment, you just take it for use." Luo Jianqing did not know whether to laugh or cry. This time, the disciple Luo Jianqing met on stage was not one of Tai Hua's 7 children. The 9th fellow younger brother had just stepped into the golden core period for no more than 1 year. As he saw Luo Jianqing, he carefully made a salute. Before Luo Jianqing did anything to him, the 9th fellow younger brother stepped backward timidly. With a stumble, he just fell off the fighting stage by himself. Xie Zizhua was stunned. "Oh, you the first fellow elder brother are so lucky. No wonder you're not jealous at all." Luo Jianqing. In front of Ling Yun Hall, the disciples following their elders to come to watch the fighting were also surprised by the sight of these scenes. In the first game against Mu Tianxin, they only saw Luo Jianqing taking defense for a long time, but finally he forced Mu Tianxin back with sword qi. And in the second game, Luo Jianqing didn't even say a word after he was on his mark on the stage, but his opponent fell off by himself. The first fellow elder brother from Tai Hua Mountain is really as forceful as he was said to be. My master has always been saying, luck is also a kind of strength. You see, the second fellow elder brother from Tai Hua Mountain directly got a chance for a competition without fighting at all. I am ready for a big, exciting fight, but now. After 2 rounds of competitions, those who were left on the stage were only Luo Jianqing, Wei Qiongyin and Zui Yunma, who was lucky to get the chance for next round directly without fighting. The random order for Tai Hua Mountain this time was so awful that every time the strength gap between the 2 parties was very big. Not to mention those foreign friars, even the disciples of Tai Hua Mountain were confused, and it took only a few minutes to see who would win. Seeing that the foreign friars were discussing about it in a louder and louder voice, the disciples of Tai Hua Mountain grunted with dissatisfaction, and they began to cheer for their fellow elder brothers and sisters. Come on, fellow elder sister Wei. Fellow sister Wei, pull out your sword and show it to them. Fellow brothers Hua is sure to win. Yes, for this game of semi-final, fancy Luo Jianqing marching to the next round without a fight. Luo Jianqing helplessly walked off the stage, waiting for Zui Yunma to end his competition with Wei Qiongyin. The eyesight of disciples of other sects always turned to Luo Jianqing. In addition to the admiration and amazement at the beginning, in the eyes of the disciples of other sects, something unclear was there. Luo Jianqing did not care about it. He watched the fighting stage as he looked up. In this game, really you could feel the wind and cloud were surging, and it was different from the past fightings. When Wei Qiongyin pulled out the sword for the first time, Zui Yunma still had his sword sealed in the scabbard, smiling at Wei Qiongyin. The figures of two people turned into void on the fighting stage. After fighting for about half an hour, Wei Qiongyin had blood at the corner of her mouth, which meant that she failed. Zui Yunma arched his hands and smiled, "Fellow younger sister, I'm sorry for it." Wei Qiongyin also cupped her hands to gesture back, going off the stage for healing with her face blue. At this moment, finally, all the disciples of other sects became silent. They held their breath to look at Zui Yunma on the stage and Luo Jianqing off the stage. Without letting them feel disappointed, Luo Jianqing quickly touched the ground with his feet, and deftly he floated on the fighting stage, smiled while saying, "Fellow younger brother, in the heart of fellow younger sisters and brothers, you have been a big hero now." Zui Yunma showed a shamed smile on his nice-looking face. While shaking his head, he pulled the long sword out of its scabbard slowly. He said, "Fellow elder brother, I have been preparing for this fighting for 7 years, and you need to be careful." With those words said, overwhelming sword shadows fell on Luo Jianqing violently. The shadows of the sword closely blocked each way from which Luo Jianqing could get out. Shouting of amazement came from the audience from time to time, but standing in the middle of the sword shadow, Luo Jianqing was still quiet with his lips curled up. No fear could be seen on his face at all. The first game of Qin Yang's sword formula, Scorching Sun Sword. Zui Yunma constantly held the hand formula, and the Qin Yun sword in his hands quickly flied to Luo Jianqing. Behind him, a red sun rose slowly, scorching the earth with heat, shining. Luo Jianqing ducked to avoid the overwhelming shadow of the sword, as if he had no time to care about the terrible sword tricks. The round sun finally rose completely from the horizon. Instantly it turned into a fireball, fleeing to the constantly dodging Luo Jianqing. Outside the fighting stage, disciples felt that the temperature in the air suddenly rose. Many people even began to wipe sweat. In front of Ling Yun Hall, Sir Hao Xingzi touched his beard with satisfaction and lifted his hand to reinforce the boundary on the stage. Suddenly, the temperature dropped again. Seeing that round sun had gone toward and even pressed Luo Jianqing, who seemed to be burning into charcoal, in an instant, Luo Jianqing showed green light between his eyebrows before a sword with a length of about 3 feet 7 inches appearing in his hands. The sword was glittering with the color of glaze. Luo Jianqing raised his hand without any moves and thus he stood in front of the round sun. Bang! A sword stopped the advance from the round sun, and in a moment, the hot sun was gone. However, at the next moment, Luo Jianqing suddenly went to the side in a flash, while a sword had been stabbed into the position where he was just now. Zui Yunma smiled with his sword in hand and said, "Fellow elder brother, be careful and never underestimate your enemy." Luo Jianqing kept calm, saying, "Fellow younger brother, you are the one who need to watch out." As he said this, a crash of metal came out. Two people's figures almost became void. During the constant collision on the stage, even Wei Qiongyin could not see their movements clearly. The disciples from other sects also felt confused, only the elders in front of Ling Yun Hall sighed in amazement. In unison. Is this the match between friars in the Golden Core period? Tai Hua's 7 children live up to their name. Luo Jianqing definitely lives up to his name. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Capturing Spring and Autumn with a Sword, 2. Translator, Sissy That Walk. On the fighting stage, Luo Jianqing touched the ground with his toes, calmly and easily he dealt with each attack given by Zui Yunma. He appeared to be very natural and unruffled. As Sir Xian Lingzi said the night before, he didn't lose face for Yu Shao Peak. However, as Luo Jianqing swung sword upward again, Zui Yunma smiled in a low voice. Luo Jianqing broadened his eyes, feeling not good in his heart. However, before he was able to step back, he heard that Zui Yunma said in a low voice, "Fellow elder brother, you were careless." As soon as he said this, a vast blue sky came floating on the fighting stage. Hao Xingzi exclaimed in a low voice, "Yunma has reached such a state." The sky was getting wider and wider, with the majestic domineering momentum that would spread the whole fighting stage. The mighty righteousness fell down from the sky. Originally Zui Yunhua had lost a lot of spiritual force in the fighting a moment ago, but now he got all of it back. It could be seen that under the blue sky, he stood there with his clothes fluttering, while vast spiritual force was released on the Qin Yun sword. The second formula of Qin Yang sword formula, Qin Yun sword. Hardly had Zui Yunhua's voice faded away, the sky actually fell to the body of Luo Jianqing. This offensive move agitated the boundary to tremble slightly, which made even Luo Jianqing narrow up his eyes and quickly pinch the hand formula, and Frost floating sword also excitedly came floating in front of him. The imposing manner in the void stirred up a wave of qi on the fighting stage. Even Luo Jianqing couldn't help but step back for 2 steps to stabilize his body. At that moment the sky was about to press down, the frost floating sword suddenly turned into a 9-handle sword, which whirled to prick into the void. One sword turns into 9 lotuses. Suddenly a great mass of dark clouds came up in the sky, which covered the blue sky. The clouds were heavy, and the thick thunder came down, which followed the frost floating sword to go away, and joined the Qin Yun sword in midair. For a moment, with thunder and lightning there, the sky and thunder made a collision. Hao Xingzi hurriedly waved his sleeves to strengthen the boundary. Seeing that a burst of smoke come up on the fighting stage, the mass nervously looked at it, only to find that the handsome fellow elder brother in white clothes, with blood at his fingertips, panting heavily, and in front of him, Zui Yunhua, who was smiling a moment ago, spouted a big mouth of blood, and he staggered backward for more than 10 steps. Fortunately, with the support of Qin Yun sword, he did not fall down. Luo Jianqing pinched his fingers where the blood flowed down, saying, "Fellow brother, please admit that you are defeated." Smiling, Zui Yunhua raised his lip corners and muttered while seeing the youth in white in front of him with a gentle look, "How can I admit defeat in this way?" As soon as he said this, a piece of void was seen to rise again. Luo Jianqing looked at the scene with horror and said in a rush, "My fellow younger brother, you will become spiritually exhausted. Is it necessary for you to do so? I will spare no effort, fellow elder brother. And didn't you Jianqing say that we must go all in?" Looking at the smile on Zui Yunhua's face, Luo Jianqing suddenly was shocked there. Luo Jianqing looked up at the vast expanse of blue sky. With his eyes narrowed, suddenly, he had his 5 fingers pointed to the ground, and an invisible force came out of the palm of his hand. The force broke through the barrier for the fighting stage with irresistible vigor. In face of the sirs of Ling Yun Hall, it just turned aside ashamedly, but in the face of those disciples, it just went directly through them. This force was frantically seizing all the living creatures within a mile of the summit of Zhangshuang Peak. Countless starlight that ordinary people could not see flew up from the sky and gathered to the body of Luo Jianqing. These forces with the arrogance of the stars flew away in front of the eyes of Hao Xingzi, though the latter was completely unaware of it. Sir Hao Xingzi was still holding his breath to look at the scene on the fighting stage. The next moment, Luo Jianqing's breath began to increase, 10%, 20%, 30%. When he returned to his prime, the surged breath did not stop there, but continued to pile up in a crazy way. The elder transcending tribulation of Duan Hun sect was amazed, so he asked, "What kung fu is this?" Hao Xingzi tightened his eyebrows and said, "What Jianqing practiced is the supreme kung fu of Tai Hua Mountain, true 9-petaled lotus record." The mass immediately understood, it was the true 9-petaled lotus record as heard before, no wonder it was so wonderful. Luo Jianqing had his palm hit the ground, and a handprint of as long as 10 meters appeared on the fighting stage. Capture spring and autumn. One sword turns 9-petaled lotus. Luo Jianqing's sword turned into a green lotus that quickly stabbed into the sky. Bang! 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 Bright dazzling sword light pierced the sky, toughly piercing the blue sky into countless fragments. That momentum thundered up, hitting the boundary beside the fighting stage. Everything was completely transformed in the blink of an eye. The boundary suddenly broke, and the vast sword chi went directly towards the audience. Hao Xingzi narrowed his eyes, stomped on the ground, thus the boundary appeared again outside the fighting stage, which stopped the spread of the sword qi. After the loud rumble, on the fighting stage, Luo Jianqing showed a pale face, while Zui Yunhua had flied out in an inverted way. He passed out completely, covered with blood all over his body. Luo Jianqing immediately came forward to see, and the fellow younger sister also hurriedly took elixirs to feed into the mouth of Zui Yunhua. In a moment, the people of Qinglan Peak carried Zui Yunhua out. Silence reigned the ground. The disciples from other sects and Taihua Mountain looked at the friar in white clothes with horrified eyes. After a long time, Judge Elder shouted like waking up from a dream, "The Golden Core Period winner is Luo Jianqing, who is in the middle stage of Golden Core Period." In one day, the final result of the big competition among various sects was spread all over Taihua Mountain. When the elders of other sects took their disciples away, there were still many foreign disciples looking at the elegant and handsome fellow elder brother from Taihua Mountain with great care. They could not believe that such a good-looking man could actually wield such a terrible killing power. Although Luo Jianqing also got some injuries, compared to Zui Yunhua, his was only a small injury. After seeing all the guests off, he was asked by Sir Hao Xingzi to go to Lingyun Hall, and was told to cultivate himself well, for in 7 days they would go to the Lu Yen Valley. Luo Jianqing said yes to Sir Hao Xingzi before he flew back to the Yushao Peak. This time, Xian Lingzi did not continue to close his door for cultivation. He wore white clothes that were quite similar to Luo Jianqing's. With a complex golden pattern embroidered at the sleeves, he had his both hands crossed with each other at his back. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he raised his hand to have a look at the sky. Seeing this, Luo Jianqing was a little shocked. He said respectfully, "My master." Xian Lingzi was still standing on the edge of the cliff. The wind whipped up his robe and made a sound of hunting. Luo Jianqing just stood behind Xian Lingzi. Without knowing how long it took before he heard an indifferent voice ringing out gently, "Jianqing, in the Kung Fu competition among various sects today, how did you hit your second fellow younger brother into serious injury?" Chapter 23 Chapter 23 Mo Chio of the Mo Clan, 1. Translator, Sissy that walk. What Xian Lingzi said was like a slap on the face to Luo Jianqing. Throughout the entire Taihua Mountain, even the master, Sir Hao Xingzi knew nothing about the true 9-petaled lotus record, and the whole thing happened at the time when Xian Lingzi was in closed-door training. That's why Luo Jianqing dared use the 9 heavenly seizure record. However, Xian Lingzi was questioning him now about how he won. Struck dumb, Luo Jianqing didn't know how to reply. After a while, Xian Lingzi said again in a casual tone, "According to the master, you performed 1 sword turns 9-petaled lotus, which was a skill could only be mastered by people who are in nascent soul period. Have you mastered it already? Show me. I want to see you perform it." Luo Jianqing, whose back was now covered in cold sweat, felt relieved upon hearing those words. He took out floating frost sword and skillfully performed 1 sword turns 9-petaled lotus. The floating frost sword turned into 9 cyan lightnings, each thrusting into the mountain opposite of you. Shao Peak. All of a sudden, the mountain exploded with flying rocks and splashing sands. Back in the grave of Sir Bei Do's, Luo Jianqing was not good at performing it. However, as he further studied 9 heavenly seizure record during the past 6 months, he found that the spiritual power in his body was much different from 30 years ago. Usually speaking, Luo Jianqing was going against natural law, so he could not absorb spiritual power from heaven and earth anymore. However, after practicing 9 heavenly seizure record, he felt a wonderful power in his meridians which empowered him to sweep across the world with such force that placed almost everything, including vegetation and the change of 4 seasons under his control. In a way, he had usurped the power of the universe over these things. With this sweeping power, Luo Jianqing was able to grab spiritual power from the universe. That's right. Not receiving it but grabbing it from the universe. 9 heavenly seizure record was against the natural law. It was about conquering the world. Luo Jianqing had come to master the first seizure of the 9 heavenly seizure record over the past 6 months, but despite all his efforts he had put into, he just couldn't master the second seizure. Every time he tried to perform it, he always came up short at the final step. Nonetheless, the first seizure had allowed Luo Jianqing to use one sword turn's 9-petaled lotus free from the inhibition of time realms with incredible aim. Looking at this, Xian Lingzi nodded in satisfaction. After offering some advices, he retreated back to the closed-door training in his bamboo house. Standing in the moonlight with the sword in his hand, Luo Jianqing stared at the locked bamboo house with mixed emotions, his eyes gradually growing darker and darker. Then, he squinted his eyes and went back to his own house to resume training. 7 days later, Luo Jianqing got words from the master, instructing him to go to the Luyan Valley. This time, Zui Yunhua didn't go with him, as performing the Qin Yun sword for the second time and the injury he suffered at Luo Jianqing's hands had taken a heavy toll on his health. Though Zui had gotten much better, Sir Hao Xingzi didn't see fit to send his disciple on another risky venture to the Luyan Valley. In the early morning, Luo Jianqing packed his bag into interspatial ring. Hardly had he opened the door and stepped out when he saw a slim figure standing in front of his house. Luo Jianqing's heart skipped a beat and wondered how long Xian had been here. They simply stood quietly in front of the bamboo house, no one uttered a word. The sound of the breeze rustling through the green leaves in the bamboo forest sounded like a piece of lively music. After a while, Luo Jianqing decided to step forward, saying, "Master Xian, I've just heard from Sir Hao Xingzi that we are to follow Master Shan and head to the Luyan Valley in Changzhou." Xian Lingzi acted as if he had not heard anything. It was only after Luo Jianqing repeated his words again that he whispered, "Jianqing, how are you doing with the true 9-petaled lotus record?" Luo Jianqing froze for a moment. Xian Lingzi looked to him with piercing eyes and said calmly, "For the likes of us, sword skill is not as important as the fundamentals and how strong a connection you have with your sword. Luyan Valley is a dangerous place. Since you are determined to go there, I would give you something as a gift to help you with your journey." Luo Jianqing exclaimed, "Master Xian." With a wave of his sleeve, Xian Lingzi suddenly placed his hand around Luo Jianqing's waist and together they turned into a streak of light and flied out of the Yushao Peak. After gently putting Luo Jianqing on the top of Side Peak besides Yushao Peak, Xian Lingzi stood between Yushao Peak and the Side Peak. Wearing a white robe with wide sleeve, Master Xian slowly walked mid-air to the middle of the two peaks. Luo Jianqing watched his movement with baffled look on his face. He had a rough idea about this gift. Whenever the little sister went out on adventures, Sir Yuqingzi usually gave her a lot of advanced magical items and precious elixirs in hope that she could return unharmed. But Luo Jianqing had been on adventures for countless times and never did he get any magic weapons from him. Even though Xian Lingzi had never explained that to him, Luo Jianqing understood that it was because his master values self-cultivation more than fancy items. But now, Xian Lingzi was offering him a magical item. While Luo Jianqing was still in the state of confusion, Xian Lingzi had already positioned himself in between the two peaks. The roaring wind whistled through the mountain gaps, blowing up Xian Lingzi's long and pitch-black hair as well as his robe which was now fluttering in the air. Suddenly, he turned to Luo Jianqing with a celestial smile on his handsome face. Across the distance, Xian Lingzi said, "Let me play you a piece of music to aid your cause." The moment he finished those words, a burst of music rang through the air. Duong. Astounded, Luo Jianqing watched what happened in front of him with bugged eyes. Xian Lingzi crooked his finger as if plucking an invisible string and immediately a tremendous spiritual power rushed out, bouncing back and forth in between the two peaks. Luo Jianqing came to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Between the two peaks, every golden streak of the spiritual power was glistening under the sunlight like numerous golden strings. Making a Chinese zither out of a mountain and a string out of the spiritual power. Xian Lingzi was standing mid-air high above the sky from where the melodious music rang like heavenly sound. In between the mountains, the sound turned into tangible things, such as flying cranes, whirling ribbons and auspicious clouds above the sky. The wonderful sound echoed around the entire Tai Hua mountain. All the disciples stopped to listen carefully to this unfamiliar rhythm. The trainers who were struggling to make a breakthrough suddenly saw things clearly. The most quick-minded of them even made it straight to the next level. Even Sir Yuqingzi, who preferred to make elixirs alone in the Tai Hua mountain, was intrigued to come out from his house and looked at the direction of Yushao Peak with surprise. Who is this blessed man that Xian Lingzi is playing his Yushao zither for? Luo Jianqing closed his eyes, trying to savor the indescribable feeling at this moment. He heard how the flowers bloomed and withered. He heard the joyful conversation between fish and shrimp in a stream. He heard every gust of wind rustling through the leaves. He also heard the sighs of all lives as they grew and prospered. Through the blooming yellow flowers, one perceives the ultimate wisdom, and among the thriving bamboos the Buddha reveals himself to the world. The second seizure of the 9 heavenly seizure record, seizing lives. Luo Jianqing was like being struck by a thunderbolt as he finally understood the supreme power that was the second seizure. As the music came to its final ending, all the golden strings surged upward to the high sky, and then down they came, spreading all over the land right beneath the Tai Hua mountain. Countless monsters rushed out from their caves to bathe in this golden aura, many fairy grasses also swayed their bodies with joy. After they absorbed the golden light, their spiritual power was furthermore strengthened. Standing at the center of this golden light, Luo Jianqing felt invigorated with a gush of refreshing energy seeping into his body through his every pore. He was in a state of bliss as the mild spiritual power gently passed through his meridian. When this music finished, Luo Jianqing opened his eyes and looked up. Xian Lingzi, who was still standing in the air, waved his sleeve and the spiritual strings between the peaks suddenly vanished into thin air. Xian Lingzi suddenly appeared in front of Luo Jianqing after taking only a few steps away from where he stood a while ago, a thread of golden light flashing across his fair eyes. As powerful as Xian Lingzi was, he looked a bit pale with a sheen of sweat on his forehead. Luo Jianqing looked up at him while he was looking down at Luo. After a while, Xian Lingzi gently tapped Luo somewhere in between the eyebrows with one finger. Luo Jianqing suddenly felt a burning sensation, and before he could react, Xian Lingzi turned back quickly, placing his hands behind his back and said in a casual tone, "This stroke of energy will follow you into the Lu Yen Valley. Jianqing. If you don't step up your practice, I will know it." Luo Jianqing was mesmerized, his lips trembling with emotions. He had a lot to say, but in the end he swallowed all those words. After giving a bow, Luo Jianqing flew away. Not long after Luo Jianqing left, Xian Lingzi, who had been showing his back to Luo the whole time, suddenly took a stumble and almost fell off the cliff. Then, a flash of light swept across the sky. It was Sir Yuqingzi, who asked with a smile, "Brother, why did you suddenly play zither today? What's happened to you?" Xian Lingzi simply dismissed his questions by a wave of his hand. Yuqingzi then generated tens of thousands of thread-like spiritual powers and sent them into Xian's body. A second later, Yuqingzi exclaimed with widened eyes, "Half primordial life. I dared not believe it when I heard from Hao Xingzi that you split half of your primordial life to support Jianqing's previous training and was therefore badly wounded. That was barely a year ago. How dare you split it in half again? You are. Sister, say no more." Yuqingzi flew into a rage and yelled, "That is Lu Yen Valley. It's not some little grave of nascent soul trainer. The half of your primordial life is deprived of substance and you are greatly diminished. Your strength might have already been reduced to that of the Dashing period, or worse, the tribulation period. Should you find yourself in trouble there is no guarantee that you will be able to get out. Brother, with only half of your primordial life, even you will be in mortal danger." Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Mo Chio of the Mo Clan, 2. Translator, Sissy That Walk. Xian Lingzi, whose face was as pale as a sheet of paper, did not reply until Yuqingzi suddenly yelled, "Jianqing hasn't gone far. Let's take back that half primordial life." Hearing that, Xian Lingzi mustered what strength he had left to stop Yuqingzi by standing in front of her. Looking as elegant as ever, Xian casually said, "Sister, he is my disciple. If you dare do anything to him without my consent, I will make sure your disciple Mu Tianxin would pay the price." Yu Qingzi widened her eyes in astonishment and for a while words escaped her. A quarter of an hour later, a group of disciples followed Master Shan and left the Tai Hua Mountain. It was a long way from the Tai Hua Mountain to the Lu Yen Valley. Even with the help of Master Shan's flying tool, it still took them 10 days to arrive at the Lu Yen Valley. At that time, many cultivators had gathered there. Some were from famous schools, but most of them were rogue cultivators. When the Lu Yen Valley was open, anyone below the nascent soul level could get in. But for most rogue cultivators, the chance of getting precious items there was really slim, as most of them usually couldn't survive the experience. Those from various schools, on the other hand, usually teamed up to improve their odds, and so they usually got the bigger prize. After Luo Jianqing and the others made it to the Lu Yen Valley, Master Shan quickly found his way to the only tavern in the town and took away the number plate that read Tai Hua Mountain. The Lord of Lu Yen Valley ran this tavern exclusively for traveling cultivators. Even though the tavern had not been open for 50 years, this one-time operation could bring enough profits to sustain it for another 50 years. Every time they opened, they would have rooms reserved for cultivators from 1 mountain, 4 sects, 8 clans and 16 schools. What few rooms left were to be distributed among rogue cultivators through fierce competition. As the Tai Hua group entered the tavern, the masters of the 4 sects came up to greet Master Shan and together they began a joyful conversation. In the meantime, Luo Jianqing started arranging accommodation for his fellow disciples. He gave each female disciple a single room, whereas 2 or 3 male disciples were to share a room. Even himself was no exception, as he had to share a room with Xie Zizhua due to the lack of available rooms. Upon hearing this arrangement, Xie Zizhua quickly waved his hand and said, "Brother, why don't you have the room for yourself? I have something to talk with little 19 anyway, and so I thought maybe I could crash over there together with him and little 18. Isn't that right? Little 19." The little 19 snickered, "Yeah, Brother Luo. Brother Xie and I have a lot to talk to each other." Looking at their wicked smiles, Luo Jianqing raised his eyebrow and said, "That's fine. But you must not go out at night." Xie Zizhua suddenly put on a downcast face and said, "Brother, we hardly get a chance to come down the mountain. How could you ground us?" Luo Jianqing replied with a sneer, "You really think I don't know what you guys are up to? Don't cross the line, otherwise your master will be informed." Xie Zizhua and others were immediately disheartened after hearing what Luo Jianqing said. Meanwhile at the other side, Master Shan was still talking with the 4 masters of Zoarium level. Then, after entrusting Luo Jianqing with the rest of the affairs, he went upstairs to exchange information of Lu Yen Valley with other masters. They discussed about how they would find that evil cultivator of nascent soul level and kill him after all the disciples were inside the valley. Luo Jianqing sat everyone down and ordered a few dishes for them to eat. Though the likes of them could live without eating grains when they reached the foundation level, the food ingredients this tavern served were the best and so one could hardly say no to those dishes. Like the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Luo Jianqing found those dishes to be quite appetizing and couldn't help but eat a few more. Hardly had they finished eating when they heard clanking sound coming from the lobby. While Xie Zizhua and the other curious disciples were looking at the direction where the sound came, Luo Jianqing was still busy picking up food in front of him with lowered head. Then a soft voice broke the air, "So, there is no more room available." The man spoke in a slightly high-pitched voice that sounded both feeble and feminine. He ended each word with a slightly raised voice, just like a feather brushing over people's hearts. Xie Zizhua exclaimed in a low voice, "Brother, I wonder if there ever exists such a pretty man like this one. He is as beautiful as a woman." As soon as he finished those words, a gust of wind whizzed towards Xie Zizhua. Xie Zizhua was for a while struck dumb. Luo Jianqing raised the chopsticks and caught a flying needle. That man chuckled, "What an impudent man. The man beside you are more beautiful than me. Why don't you make any comment on him?" Luo Jianqing looked up at him. Wearing a scarlet robe embroidered with dark red texture, that man held his hair with a white jade hairpin. He fixed his flirting gaze on Luo Jianqing with his pretty, curved eyes. What with his red, seductive lips and his slim body, this man looked very much like a woman from all possible angles. However, it was impossible to fool a cultivator over something as basic as one's gender. This was a man, or rather, a man whose appearance was as delicate as a woman. Xie Zizhua finally come to his senses. As a feared cultivator of the Taihua mountain, he had never been treated like that. With a thump on the table, he growled, "What do you mean? My brother naturally looks better than you, but he is not in any way as sissy as you." That man squinted his eyes and tried to say something. Before he could open his mouth, Luo Jianqing spoke up in a casual tone, "It's my brother's fault. He shouldn't have talked about you like that, but you used a poisonous needle. Don't you think that's too much?" That man in the red robe sneered, "Well, pretty. Your brother said I was a sissy." Xie Zizhua wanted to talk back, but Luo Jianqing stopped him before he could finish the word, "sissy." Moving his fingers, Luo Jianqing cast the needle back, which immediately turned into a beam of light and flied towards its owner. Seeing this, that man in the red robe raised his sleeve to retrieve the poisonous needle. Luo Jianqing then clasped his hands to make a salute and said, "I apologize to you on behalf of my brother, but you also have to explain what you just did with the poisonous needle. Although you are a late-stage gold core expert, Taihua Mountain would never be bullied." That man asked in an odd voice, "Taihua Mountain?" Luo Jianqing replied, "Exactly. What do you say to that?" Instead of being infuriated by those words, that man laughed. He looked Luo Jianqing up and down with a pair of seductive eyes. Luo Jianqing didn't care about this rather insolent behavior, but others like Xie Zizhua were irritated. Wei Qiongyin even took out his sword, looking furiously at that man. The man in red laughed and said, "By the look of you, you must be Luo Jianqing, the eldest disciple of the Taihua Mountain and the core disciple of Sir Xianlingzi, right?" Luo Jianqing ignored his question and asked, "Who are you?" "Mo Qiu." Luo Jianqing froze for a moment, and the man in red leaned his body against the table and continued, "Mo Qiu of the Mo clan." Luo Jianqing turned his head to Wei Qiongyin, but Wei Qiongyin shook his head and said, "The Wei clan aren't on friendly terms with the Mo clan in the past. I don't know much about them, brother." The 8 clans were ranked under the Taihua Mountain and the 4 sects, and they included the Bai clan, the Yun clan, the Tsang clan and the Mo clan, the K clan, the Yu clan, the Wei clan and the Gung clan. The Bai clan was the most powerful of the 8 clans with 2 ancestors of the Dashing level. The Mo clan was also one of the top 4 clans with an ancestor of the middle Dashing level. Although Luo Jianqing knew those who were the best among the younger generation of the 8 clans, he had never heard of the name Mo Qiu before and fancy him being a late-stage gold core expert, no less. By the look of him, his spiritual bones must be well under 50 years old. Were he known to the cultivation world, people would definitely label him as a genius. As if seeing right through Luo Jianqing's mind, Wei Qiongyin whispered, "Brother, the Mo clan has a lot of branches. I have heard that one branch committed a crime and was sent in exile to the cold wasteland. They are stipulated to stay there until they reach the nascent soul level. Maybe this Mo Qiu is one of them." Hearing that, Luo Jianqing slightly nodded and then turned nonchalantly to Mo Qiu. He casually said, "Your apology, sir." Obviously surprised by this question, Mo Qiu mumbled, "My apology." Luo Jianqing said in a cold voice, "Seeing as you are the one who delivered the lethal blow, you owe us an apology. If you don't apologize, then I am afraid there must be a fight." Hearing that, Mo Qiu curved up his lips and smiled, "Pretty, are you sure you want to fight me? You are a middle-stage gold core expert." Luo Jianqing raised his eyebrows, "So you won't apologize? What a joke. Anyone who thinks he can comment on my appearance and survive the experience is a moron. That said, seeing as he is a disciple of the Taihua Mountain, I will let him go this time. If I ever see him again, I would skin him alive and..." A beam of green light suddenly sprung up from the floor. Mo Chio's retort was cut short by this sudden attack, and immediately he formed a scarlet whip on his hands. With a sweep of the whip he managed to block Luo Jianqing's onslaught. As the clash between the sword and the whip dragged on in this little tavern, spiritual energy kept colliding with each other, sending waves upon waves of energy out into the air. Just when the dispute between Luo Jianqing and Mo Chio started to flare up, some perceptive rogue cultivators had already stayed clear of them. Those disciples from the four sects were watching from the sidelines. The four cultivators of the late gold core level had been observing Luo Jianqing and Mo Chio since the beginning. Now that the dispute had turned into open conflict, they squinted their eyes, carefully assessing the situation. There was a succession crisis going on at the Tai Hua Mountain. In contrast, the younger generations of the four sects and other schools were in a much better shape, with virtually all of their best disciples being the late-stage gold core experts. Those four were the eldest disciples from the four sections. The green light projected from the sword was freezing cold and every slash of the scarlet whip was meant to kill. Those two were locked in a dog fight with neither side gaining obvious advantage. However, Xie Zizhua was not worried, as he knew that although his brother was a middle-stage gold core expert, he could very well make up for it with his nascent soul skill. Cultivation base was important, yet what constituted a cultivator's basis was his strength. Sir Hao Xingzi had said a long time ago that Luo Jianqing's supreme spiritual bones had given him unparalleled strength, allowing him to kill those who were above his level. However, as time passed, those four onlookers all knitted their brows, watching cautiously at both Luo Jianqing and Mo Chio. Xie Zizhua was very much astonished, as he didn't expect a man from a branch family of the Mo clan could fight Luo Jianqing to a tie. Slap. Slash. Luo Jianqing wobbled a bit and came to a halt. There was a trail of lash mark on his face. On the other side, Mo Chio was panting with a slash wound on his left arm. They all looked at each other with cold eyes. After a while, Mo Chio broke an untraceable smile and said, "This is the first time people try to force me to apologize." Luo Jianqing raised his sword and pointed it at his forehead. "You want to do this again?" Mo Chio squinted his eyes to observe this young man in white like a cobra looking at its prey. After a long while, he sneered and turned to Xie Zizhua, "I shouldn't have used that poisonous needle. My bad. But the next time your little friend sees me coming, he had better go the other way. I've never spared anyone before. You'd better not antagonize me again." "What a condescending bastard. You didn't win over there." Xie Zizhua wanted to talk back, but he was still muted by Luo to utter a timely rebuttal. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Mo Chio of the Mo clan, 3. Translator, Sissy that walk. After finishing that, Mo Chio was about to turn back and leave. "Cultivator Mo, now that everything is sorted out, why don't we forget about this unpleasant business and make up? I understand there is no room available for you. We have a spare room. You can have it if you like," said Luo Jianqing in a casual. Little 19 exclaimed, "Brother, I thought we have run out of rooms." "You." Luo Jianqing said, "I can sleep over with others." "That's all right." Hearing that, Mo Chio fell into silence, all the while looking at Luo Jianqing with a smile. Looking calm, Luo Jianqing said, "Cultivator Mo, what do you say?" Mo Chio asked instead, "Are you bribing me?" Luo Jianqing ignored his question. Mo Chio laughed, "How interesting. The Tai Hua Mountain and Tai Hua disciples. Ha 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 ha. Fine, I accept your invitation. But you don't have to crash with others, I can share the room with you." Upon hearing those words, a glint of dim light flashed across Luo Jianqing's eyes, yet he remained silent. After the meal, Luo Jianqing led Wei Qiongyin somewhere outside to ask about the Mo clan. After hearing the things about the Mo clan, the eyes of Luo Jianqing gradually grew darker. At last, he laughed, "I see. I didn't know that the Mo clan was the leading clan of the 8 clans in the ancient times." Then they returned to the tavern. That night, Luo Jianqing made a bed on the floor. Seeing that, Mo Chiu asked with a twisted smile, "Little pretty. Do you think I'm a bad sleeper or are you frightened that I might harass you in the middle of the night?" Luo Jianqing replied nonchalantly in a cold tone, "It's me. I'm the bad sleeper." Mo Chiu laughed. In the midnight, Luo Jianqing was still wide awake. With his robe on, he lay on the floor gazing at the ceiling and was reminded of something that happened long time ago. In his previous life, after he learned the death of his two little brothers, he risked returning to the north for revenge. But he only found Zui Yunma's sword tassel. What's worse, he was also attacked by many cultivators from the righteous factions. Wounded as he was simply no match for those assailants and so he fled into a valley. It was easier to get in than to get out. Luo Jianqing was not as fortunate as Li Xiuqian. After Luo fell into the valley, he did not find any magic treasure or medicinal plant, but a skeleton and a letter written in blood. The letter indicated that this corpse was a cultivator of the Mo clan. Having failed the mission, he knew that his kin would definitely be isolated and even slaughtered by others of the Mo clan. The letter didn't reveal why the other branches of the Mo clan would be so furious by what this man did that they would hold his kin responsible. But the letter harbored such an implacable hatred, that, even after thousands of years, can still be felt when Luo Jianqing read it. "My sin had nothing to do with my descendant. Please help them, in return I would give you all my magic treasures, medicinal herbs and all my belongings." Luo Jianqing didn't find any magic treasures and medicinal herbs. All he could find was a skeleton in front of him. However, Luo Jianqing owed him a debt of gratitude, for in order to regain his strength, he had no choice but to absorb all the remaining spiritual power in that skeleton by performing an evil cultivation skill. This senior cultivator was an immortal stage expert. Even his bones contained tremendous power, but after the spiritual power was absorbed, the bones turned into a pile of ash and drifted away with the wind. Before he left, Luo Jianqing kneeled and kowtowed 3 times in front of the blood letter. He swore to himself, "It's my fault that your skeleton has gone with the wind. Given the chance, I will find your descendant and I would do my utmost to protect them." That senior cultivator was a member of the Mo clan. According to Wei Qiongyin, a branch of the Mo clan had been exiled to the cold plain for over tens of thousands of years. If it was true, Mo Chiu would probably be the descendant of that senior cultivator. Although that happened in his previous life, Luo Jianqing still couldn't forget the fact that it was the senior cultivator's skeleton that gave him the chance to get out. It was one thing that he forced Mo Chiu to apologize to Xie Zizhua and the Taihua mountain, but when it came to his previous commitment to the senior cultivator, it was another story altogether. But who took the magic treasures and medicinal herbs? "Little pretty, what are you saying?" Surprised, Luo Jianqing looked up and saw Mo Chiu, who was looking at him from the side of the bed with a smile on his pretty face. Luo Jianqing found his smile odd as it didn't look like one should be showed to his peer, but rather an amiable one an elder would show to a junior cultivator. However, from a worldly perspective, Luo Jianqing was indeed a junior compared to Mo Chiu, as he was more than a dozen years younger than him. Luo Jianqing didn't reply. He closed his eyes and asked, "Cultivator Mo, are you going into the Luyan Valley?" Mo Chiu grinned, "So, are you going inside, too?" For Taihua Mountain, the opening of Luyan Valley is simply too good an opportunity to miss. Luo Jianqing asked, "Why don't you go inside with the Mo clan?" "I heard that Mo Feng, the third eldest son of the Mo clan had come this time and he would be followed by the other members of the Mo clan." Mo Chiu remained silent. But Luo Jianqing had figured out why. His family had been exiled for tens of thousands of years, and so possibly this time he went behind his family's back and sneaked out to the Luyan Valley. Since the Mo clan wouldn't accept him, he wanted to get in as a rogue cultivator. Thinking of that, Luo Jianqing said, "Cultivator Mo, how about joining us? Even if you can't get many magic treasures, at least you will have a better chance at getting out alive." Mo Chiu gave an inconspicuous smile and suddenly asked, "Luo Jianqing of the Taihua Mountain. Why are you being so nice to me? What do you want? Luo Jianqing froze a bit. When he opened his eyes, he saw Mo Chiu pulling half of his body away from the bed and staring right at him from a distance of less than 3 inches. As astonished as he was, Luo Jianqing struggled to remain calm. After a while, he said, "If you don't like it, just forget it." Instead of an immediate reply, Mo Chiu looked at the sword texture on Luo's glabella, and finally fixed his eye on a little cinnabar mole. Mo Chiu asked, "You have a cinnabar mole on your glabella?" Muttered Luo Jianqing instead of giving him a direct answer. Before Mo Chiu removed his gaze, he took a few more looks out of curiosity. Then he said, "I am used to be a rogue cultivator. There is no need to worry about me. I'm a late-stage gold core expert, and so I will have no trouble getting out alive." Luo Jianqing didn't keep persuading him. After all, he had had a tiring day, and he gradually fell asleep. The next day, when Luo Jianqing opened his eyes, Mo Chiu had already gone. He noticed a few spiritual stones on the table, and when he picked them up, he found a piece of paper. Seeing this, Luo Jianqing put on a smile in resignation. Did Mo really think he would like to sleep on the floor all night for a few stones? If not for the gratitude he felt towards the senior cultivator, he would have made Mo Chiu pay for what he had done yesterday. The next day, before all people got ready to enter the Lu Yen Valley, Wei Qiongyin found Luo Jianqing and told Luo some information he learned yesterday. There was indeed a genius disciple named Mo Chiu, and he was the descendant of those who had been exiled to the wasteland. Once he reached the nascent soul level, he would be accepted by the Mo clan. He also made a name among the younger generation of the Mo clan, but he had been living in the wasteland all the time and never showed himself in the 36 states. Thinking about that, Luo Jianqing said, "Mo Chiu is only a hair's breadth away from the nascent soul. I'm afraid his arrival at the Lu Yen Valley was an attempt to break through the gold cord level. Once he reaches the nascent soul stage, he would be accepted by the Mo clan and he would not have to go back to the isolated wasteland." Wei Qiongyin nodded in agreement. The disciples of the Tai Hua mountain were ready to go. Early in the morning, they followed Master Shan to the plain outside of the Lu Yen Valley. At that time, tens of thousands of rogue cultivators had already been there, and countless small schools had also sent their best disciples. They were not after some big, magic treasures, a little experience to help with their cultivation would do. Following Master Shan, Luo Jianqing greeted people from the 4 sects, 8 clans and 16 schools. When he met Mo Feng, Luo Jianqing looked at him up and down, and then he asked, "Cultivator Mo, do you know Mo Chiu?" Mo Feng was a rather muscular man and he replied with a frown, "Mo Chiu is a member of one of our branch families living in the wasteland. I've heard about your conflict with him. Allow me to apologize to the Tai Hua mountain on his behalf. But I don't know him that well. He has been living in the wasteland before. I'm afraid this is the first time he has come to the 36 states." Luo Jianqing agreed with a nod. After 2 hours, the gap between the gate was wide enough for a man to get through. After sweeping a look at Li Xiuqian, a disciple of the Tai Hua mountain, Luo Jianqing slightly squinted his eyes and flew to the gate. Meantime, all the cultivators flew to the gate at their fastest speed. All of them wanted to be the first one to get in. Luo Jianqing was the fastest among them. He got in as quickly as he could. Seeing that, Master Shan touched his goatee with satisfaction. On the other side, the master of the Duanhuan sect complained, "You are the closest to the gate, so you are the first to get in. Let's see. The second must be one of our men." Before he could finish his words, a scarlet figure flew into the gate. The master was stunned with his mouth wide open. Master Shan was also stunned for a while, and then he laughed, "How about that? Elder Lu, I knew that man. He is Mo Chiu, and he was defeated by our eldest disciple, Luo Jianqing. He was forced to apologize to us in the tavern yesterday. Look, your men can't even compete with a rogue cultivator." Twitching his mouth, the master of the Duanhuan sect almost fainted. The Lu Yen Valley was now officially open. Thousands of cultivators rushed in to compete for the ultimate prize. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, The Secret of Seizing Lives. Great Magic Treasure. 1. Translator, Sissy That Walk. Luoyang Valley located on the north of Chang State, which occupied 1/10 of its vast territory. So it would take 10 days at least to fly around the whole Luoyang Valley even for someone who resorted to the earth-level flying magic treasures. In this case, the people here seldom met a soul even he walked outside all day. Luo Jianqing told Tai Hua's disciples the location before they came in the Luoyang Valley and emphasized that everyone must go that way so that they could gather again in the finale. If any one of them dared to disobey it, the offender would get severe punishment, from being locked in the admonition school to being kicked out of the Tai Hua directly. Thus, after Luo Jianqing firstly made it to the destination, he was joined by Wei Qiongyin just after half a day. Within 3 days, all the disciples arrived there, including Li Xiuqun who came unwillingly with a long face. Luo Jianqing gave a glance on Li Xiuqun's face and then he looked around, saying, among all the people who came in the Luoyang Valley this time, only 9 people were from the Tai Hua Mountain in total. As I knew, there are 10 people who already reached the late-state gold core, especially the disciples of Duan Han sect, Yen Su who even had the cultivation of half-nascent soul period. Therefore, the disciples who are in foundation level need to find their opportunities by their own under the premise of paying attention to the danger. As for the disciples of Qi refining period, Luo Jianqing made a pause for a second and then looked at Wei Qiongyin and Xie Zizhua who stood near him saying with a smile, junior sister and brother, considering the high rate of death of the cultivator of Qi refining period in the Luoyang Valley, I suggest that each of us should take one disciple to protect their life. Of course, about the magic measure, it depends on their own fate. Wei Qiongyin answered and agreed. But Xie Zizhua curled his lips and said, oh, come on, senior bro. If it wasn't that the second senior brother couldn't come here, I didn't want to come to the fucking Luoyang Valley at all. Yet I showed up despite all the unwillingness harbored in my heart. Don't tell me that I need to take a useless partner with me. Please remember, I'm the senior brother of all the disciples here. Everyone's attention was focused on Li Xiuqun. Among these 3 disciples who were in the Qi refining period, 2 of them were from Zangshuang Peak and Baikan Peak, only Li Xiuqun was from Haoming Peak. So what Xie Zizhua meant was quite obvious. Li Xiuqun was the disciple from Haoming Peak, but the big brother of Haoming Peak said he was the senior brother of everyone, which obviously contained an undertone of refusing to be forced to take Li Xiuqun for the adventure. Luo Jianqing said graciously, so junior brother, you take care of the junior sister who is from Zangshuang Peak. Xie Zizhua giggled, senior brother, thanks. Luo Jianqing did not reply to him, junior sister, then you will take the junior brother from Baikan Peak. As for the junior brother from Haoming Peak, you just follow me. Li Xiuqun stepped back a little bit unconsciously. After looking at Luo Jianqing's smile, he had no other options but to nod. Luo Jianqing looked at him with a smile. Soon, they split into 6 groups to look for their opportunities. The persons who were in foundation level each made one group by their own, and each of the 3 disciples who were in gold core level formed a group with one disciple who was in Qi refining period. The junior sister from Zangshuang Peak saw Luo Jianqing group leaving in a flying boat, swallowed with envy, saying in a low voice, spending 1 year at the Luoyang Valley with the big brother, how lucky that guy is. Hearing what she said, Xie Zizhua suddenly stared directly at her, junior sister, isn't it good to stay with me? Once opening, Luoyang Valley would keep open for 3 days. After 3 days, the door would shut down again and after 1 year, it would send the survived adventurers out automatically. After hearing what Xie Zizhua asked, the junior sister who was in the 9th level of the Qi refining period lowered her head out of shyness, saying in a low voice, senior brother you are also very good. But everyone in Tai Hua Mountain knows that the big brother stays at Yushao Peak all the time, we barely see him. Plus, he is, she flushed ever scarlet and continued, the big brother is so handsome and powerful that lots of female disciples in Tai Hua Mountain admire him. I am one of them. Xie Zizhua. After a while, Xiezizhua was unwilling to give up, saying, I may not as handsome as the big brother, but I am also good-looking. Then, Xiezizhua swung the folding fan open and asked, besides, I am in the first stage gold core level and am the big brother of Haoming Peak. Junior sister, am I qualified? That's different. Senior brother, the big brother is the god in our mind. Xiezizhua. It seemed that she did not notice Xiezizhua was frustrated. The junior sister clasped her hands tightly and positioned them on her chest. Do you know there is a folk song in Taihua Mountain? Xiezizhua stopped for a second and then he laughed with a weird look in a sudden, did you mean that piece of? The junior sister nodded immediately, yes, that is a folk song for the big brother. Xiezizhua burst into laughter and switched on his blanket-type flying device to take the junior sister to set off. While flying, he said on purpose, Junior sister, make sure you sing this folk song to the big brother after you meet him after 1 year. The junior sister was very confused. Xiezizhua and the junior sister were the last to leave the gathering place. Meanwhile, Luo Jianqing had already driven the flying boat for more than 10 miles. Luo Jianqing was meditating and cultivating in the flying boat, paying no attention to Li Xiuqun. He did not worry Li Xiuqun would do anything to him, not only because Li Xiuqun was only in 4th level of the qi refining period, but he also knew Li Xiuqun did not remember the fact that he wanted to kill him in the secret place. Li Xiuqun's memory was erased by some powerful person. He felt suspicious of Luo Jianqing's identity, but he did not know any fact of any consequence. Thus, Luo Jianqing was cultivating hard without worrying anything else. After they entered the second layer, Li Xiuqun knocked his door open and said, Big brother, we have entered into the second layer area. Luo Jianqing opened his eyes, looking at him with a smile, and asked, so junior brotherly, are you suggesting we should stop? Li Xiuqun asked confusedly, Big brother, what did you mean by, should stop? Luo Jianqing said, it is also my first time entering Luyan Valley. I know there are so many opportunities in here, but it won't be easy to find them. Most people coming to Luyan Valley for the yen fruit, which contains pure spiritual power from the heaven-level demons master of the fire. It is said to contain a bit of the fire principle. We human beings cultivate the Tao, but the demons cultivate the principle. There are many fire fruits in the Luyan Valley, but the valley is too big, it is possible that we cannot find even one yen fruit within hundreds of miles. Luo Jianqing looked up at Li Xiuqun indifferently and asked, Junior brotherly, do you think you can find the fire fruits if we go down only at the second layer? Luyan Valley is a ladle-shaped dangerous place, with the circle of the edge to be the first layer. From the outside to the inside, there are 9 layers in total. It was said there was a fire river in the core, with flames glowing. As thus, in the Luyan Valley, the flames and force would get stronger as the layers getting to the core, and accordingly, the yen fruit would become easier to come by. Li Xiuqun said, there may not be any fire fruits in the second layer and this area is too huge. Senior brother, can we stop at the 4th layer? Luo Jianqing raised his eyebrows and asked, why? Li Xiuqun said, the 4th layer is in the middle, but not too close to the core. I think the enemies we meet there will not be very powerful, but we still can obtain the fire fruits. Luo Jianqing smiled and nodded to agree. Before leaving, Li Xiuqun rolled his small eyes and could not help but to ask, Senior brother, you really don't know what television is? Luo Jianqing was very surprised and asked, is it some kind of demon? Li Xiuqun shook his head and directly left. Walking in the corridor in the flying boat, Li Xiuqun talked to himself in a low voice, seems like he is not transmigrated from the future, which means after I come, the butterfly effect has been so strong that the whole plots have been changed dramatically. However, I have to follow the plot sooner or later, after all he is one boss in the beginning of this novel. Luo Jianqing did not totally understand what Li Xiuqun was saying, but he could tell Li Xiuqun did not suspect his identity and he could feel there was an unconscious killing intent while he was talking. Others might not know to whom this killing intent was pointed, but Luo Jianqing knew clearly as long as he recalled the time he was killed by that sword in his last life. A cultivator who was in the 4th level of qi refining period wanted to kill the one who was in the middle stage of the gold core period, what vain hope it was. Others might think it was ridiculous, but Li Xiuqun's tone was firm and not a touch of hesitation could be sensed. Because he was the main character of the book, seeking immortality. Luo Jianqing took out the book and read through the last chapters once again. This book ended in the Lu Yen Valley, which said Li Xiuqun had obtained a lot of treasures in the valley before returning to the Tai Hua mountain. As a cultivator who was only in the qi refining period, Li Xiuqun escaped from dangerous conditions for so many times and he ran into quite a few natural treasures. In the end, he found a blood-colored fruit which was still burning. That blood-colored fruit was the goal of Luo Jianqing for this time. It was not the yen fruit, but it contained huge energy. Only absorbing a tiny bit from its energy, Li Xiuqun's cultivation base increased from the 6th level to the 8th level of the qi refining period. Besides, the book said Li Xiuqun hid this fruit which was very useful in the future. Luo Jianqing was determined to get the blood-colored fruit. It was not only to snatch the treasures of Li Xiuqun, but also to help himself to increase his cultivation base, so he could be much closer to that person. If I was also in the deity transformation period, then how would you deal with it? Wu Ying. Luo Jianqing had been in the state of cultivation in isolation for 3 days, trying to reach the 2nd level of the 9 heavenly seizure record. The first seize of 9 heavenly seizure record was to seize the plants and the weather. This enabled every plant in this world to be away from the control by the heaven. Why did catkin fly in the spring? Why were flowers withered in the autumn? These were the rules regulated by the heaven, but after seizing the plants and the weather, these plants could improve their cultivation base. Or become weeds all by their ability. As to those rules which were seized, Luo Jianqing had a feeling that after he cultivated to a certain status, he might be able to make the rules. The heaven created the rules and ordered the whole world to obey them. Then, why couldn't he be the one to make the rules? While the second seize of the 9 heavenly seizure record was to seize lives, which meant to seize the unfairness prevailing all living creatures. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, The Secret of Seizing Lives. Great Magic Treasure. 2. Translator, Sissy That Walk. Injustice prevailed in the law of nature. While Mayfly only lived for 1 day, dragons or demonic beasts were born with the cultivation equivalent of the 8th rank. It should be equal among all the creatures in the world, and no one could outlive the others. There was no difference of lowliness or nobleness between human beings and distinct species ever, even the smallest insect living in the drain was also life. This was the real Tao of the heaven, all the creatures were equal. And the secret of seizing lives actually meant seizing the unfair rules of every life. Luo Jianqing sat on the stone bed and meanwhile, he formed a sign incessantly. Soon, an invisible power emanated slowly and then it turned into long strip dancing in the air lightly inside the small boat. The power seemed like it had the special spiritual sense and played naughtily around Luo Jianqing. But soon they stopped slowly with the sense sounded from Luo Jianqing's mouth. Suddenly, a blue light explored from Luo Jianqing's forehead and a trefoiled blue lotus showed with bright lights. With the cultivation of a cultivator who cultivated the true 9-petaled lotus record increased, a tattoo of the lotus would appear on his forehead. After Luo Jianqing stopped cultivating the true 9-petaled lotus record and turned to cultivating 9 heavenly seizure record, then the tattoo on his forehead became a small trouble for him. But unexpectedly, the trefoiled blue lotus still existed on his forehead even he cultivated the 9 heavenly seizure record. The only difference was that the blue lotus now became more vivid, shining some spiritual lights faintly. Luo Jianqing's eyes were closed tightly while some blue spiritual lights appeared from his figures. Around the spiritual lights, the invisible power began to spin and formed a small whirlpool. Soon, the whirlpool got bigger and then finally broke the limit space of the boat, extending quickly. Even a yellow flower contains its prajna, even a blue bamboo owns its dharmakaya. The Tao of heaven has its own way, and where is it? In the equality of all sentient beings, in the constancy of all creatures. The second seizure of the 9 heavenly seizure record, seizing lives. In an instant, terrible spiritual energy exploded suddenly from Luo Jianqing and spread around uniformly. As the first thing that the spiritual energy reached, Li Xiuqun, who stood on the boat, was immediately wrapped up by the invisible power like a cocoon. However, at the moment when the power tried to seize his natural law, a lot of spiritual lights showed on Li Xiuqun. The power stopped for a while and then released Li Xiuqun helplessly, leaving disdainfully after it gave a flick of its long strip to Li Xiuqun. Of course, Li Xiuqun knew nothing about what was taking place right now. Standing still on the boat, he looked at the Lu Yen Valley with a curious look. After this, the power flew toward the Lu Yen Valley quickly and swept countless low-level demonic beasts, even a fifth-layer demonic beast was included. In this world, one fifth-layer demonic beast owned the same cultivation of a cultivator in the gold core. And some fifth-layer demonic beast with spiritual sense even could talk. As the only demonic beasts that could feel the invisible power, it struggled crazily. However, no matter how hard it struggled, resplendent starlight still flew away from the fifth-rank demonic beasts after the time for a cup of tea, being absorbed by Luo Jianqing's body immediately. With his eyebrows drawn together tightly, the blue light on Luo Jianqing was getting brighter and brighter. His cultivation increased so greatly that he immediately reached the level of full middle stage of gold core, which just one more power needed and he could reach the late stage gold core easily. The second seizure of the 9 heavenly seizure record, seizing lives, he finally cultivated. The flying boat kept flying forward. No matter where it arrived, the invisible power swept everything along the way, and every single place it reached, the invisible power would absorb all the natural law of the creatures, leaving no exception. What's more, it never gave up on watching Li Xiuqun with its covetous eyes, if it had eyes, wondering how to absorb all his natural law successfully. But it couldn't, considering his powerful natural law, which even could be seen from 100 kilometers away. Due to the influence of invisible power, a lot of cultivators who just arrived the Lu Yen Valley found that during this time, many demonic beasts and spiritual plants had undergone some things against the law of the nature, such as the dark sand snake, which should be born with 3rd rank cultivation, but now they were in the 2nd rank cultivation. And the black fire flower, which would never reach the 4th layer, but now they did. Maybe it's because of the difference of the geographical conditions between the Lu Yen Valley and others. No one could explain it. 7 days later, Luo Jianqing and Li Xiuqun arrived on the 4th layer of the Lu Yen Valley. Luo Jianqing took the flying boat back to the interspatial ring, and then they stepped on the hot sands and stones, walking on the Lu Yen Valley step by step. Due to his low cultivation, Li Xiuqun was very glad to walk with Luo Jianqing, since it would help a lot if he got Luo Jianqing to rely on. But meanwhile, he still remembered the day when he came into the relic of Sir Bei Do. Luo Jianqing ordered someone to cover his mouth and fixed his body with a spell, which was really a shame. Therefore, now as the only person he could count on right now, Li Xiuqun still kind of feared him. But after getting along with him for some days, Li Xiuqun realized surprisingly that maybe Luo Jianqing forgot it. One time, Li Xiuqun asked Luo Jianqing carefully, but Luo Jianqing asked him back with a surprised look, "So it was you, the junior brother at that time?" Actually, it made sense. Back then, he thought Luo Jianqing was also a person who transmigrated to this world like him, so he sent out a few cautious feelers, and as return, he was kicked by Luo Jianqing for several times. And then when they were in the relic of Sir Bei Do, maybe he had said something wrong, so Luo Jianqing punished him as his senior brother. So in fact, Luo Jianqing was not so bad to him, at least, Luo Jianqing treated him better than Xie Zizhua. Thinking of this, Li Xiuqun's perspective on Luo Jianqing changed. After being bullied by many persons in the Haoming Peak, Li Xiuqun had learned how to forbear his anger. 10 times Xie Zizhua provoked him, Li Xiuqun could ignore him for 2 times. It was great progress, right? Li Xiuqun said, "Big brother, how about we take a break here?" Luo Jianqing smiled, "Okay. Look. What a nice easygoing person compared to Xie Zizhua." Luo Jianqing acted normal and calm, like he had no desire about the magic treasures in the Lu Yen Valley and just kept cultivating. If Li Xiuqun asked him to stop for a rest, he stopped. And if Li Xiuqian told him that it was the time to go, he followed. Therefore, Li Xiuqian gradually relaxed and let down his guard against Luo Jianqing. But along the way, Luo Jianqing saw many yen fruit. It was a bit wired since they couldn't find even 1 yen fruit although they had searched it for 3 days before. Now they found 8 yen fruits within 1 day. Luo Jianqing was quite generous with these yen fruits. He did not take any of those which Li Xiuqian was able to reach and he only took whichever Li Xiuqian was unable to reach. This made Li Xiuqian feel more grateful to him. He even decided to totally let go of the fact that Luo Jianqing kicked him on his face and gagged him. There was even one time Li Xiuqian whispered, "I will try my best to defeat the boss as fast as I can in the future, at midnight." Li Xiuqian did not know that Luo Jianqing's hearing was much better than a normal gold core period cultivator, even better than many nascent soul period cultivators. Even if Li Xiuqian did not make a sound, only blowing out air, Luo Jianqing still could understand what he was saying. After more than 1 month's walk, the two had found many treasures. Li Xiuqian looked at Luo Jianqing gratefully, while Luo Jianqing was very calm. Li Xiuqian appreciated Luo Jianqing. But Luo Jianqing knew that even he gave a small part of the treasures he encountered to Li Xiuqian, the gain of this month was more than what he had obtained within half a year in his last life. The heaven's way was never fair. Li Xiuqian stopped to have a rest, and just like that he secured a yen fruit after stepping on the sand. However, Luo Jianqing had to kill a 5-level demonic beast to obtain 1 yen fruit. After walking for another 3 days, the two finally encountered people from Duan Hun sect. Unlike Taihua Mountain, the disciples of which divided into different groups in order to find more opportunities, the disciples in Duan Hun sect all stayed together. The cultivation base of their leader Yen Su was half-nascent soul period. So when he appeared in a sudden, Luo Jianqing opened his eyes and raised his head to look at him. Their eyesight met in the air. After a long time, Yen Su greeted him while cupping his hands as a salute, "Fellow cultivator Luo." Luo Jianqing followed suit, "Fellow cultivator Yen." Yen Su asked, "It looks like fellow cultivators from Taihua Mountain were separated to look for the opportunities in small groups?" Luo Jianqing kept quiet with a smile, not answering his question. Meanwhile, a female, wearing a blue cheongsam, who was standing next to Yen Su suddenly started to talk with a high-pitched voice, "Senior brother, I saw that guy picked up 1 yen fruit and then dug out of 1 yen fruit from the sand." The eyes of disciples from Duan Hun sect were focused on Lu Xiuqian, who was standing next to Luo Jianqing. Luo Jianqing also looked at Lu Xiuqian with surprise. Lu Xiuqian only went out for a walk for 15 minutes, and he had found 2 yen fruits. The 9 people from Duan Hun sect were all staring at Li Xiuqian. The female in blue said with jealousy that Li Xiuqian was only in qi refining period, that he did not deserve to own this many yen fruits. But Yen Su waved his hand to discontinue her, and he took 1 step forward and asked, "Fellow cultivator Luo, may I ask how many yen fruits do you guys have?" Luo Jianqing's face clouded up after he heard his question. While Yen Su added, "I know my question was rude, but I have to tell you, we, 9 people from Duan Hun sect, have been looking for 2 months, only finding 4 yen fruits." Instead of being angry, Luo Jianqing started to laugh. "Is it related to me that you have only obtained 4 yen fruits?" Yen Su said, "Fellow cultivator Luo, I have been always looking up to you, the first disciple of Taihua Mountain. But junior sisters and brothers risked their lives to enter Lu Yen Valley. In Lu Yen Valley, it is common to kill a person and seize the treasure. There is even a rule which says that all conflicts will be considered as it has never been happened after you are out of Lu Yen Valley. Taihua Mountain and Duan Hun sect have both signed the contract. In Lu Yen Valley, life and death are preordained, and riches and honors come from God." Luo Jianqing replied indifferently, "So." Chapter 28. Chapter 28, The Secret of Seizing Lives. Great Magic Treasure. 3. Translator, Sissy That Walk. Yen Su said sincerely, "It seems that he got the God-blessed and gained many yen fruit without being noticed as well. Brother Luo, I promise you that Duan Hun sect will never be your enemy in the Lu Yen Valley." Boom! Blue sword energy suddenly burst up and rushed toward Yen Su. It happened so quick that Yen Su took out his ghost axe to meet the sudden attack immediately, heedless of finishing his words. Meanwhile, Luo Jianqing took out the floating frost sword and then kicked Li Xiuqin away from him, running forward to Yen Su. Yen Su raised his ghost axe up and met the attacks. Just within a breath, they had already exchanged several moves. Yen Su tried to be a nice guy and persuaded, "Brother Luo. Such a disciple in the qi refining period doesn't worth you to fight against me." Luo Jianqing laughed out, "Do you think that I'm doing it for him to fight against Duan Hun sect?" "Yes." Yen Su nodded. With a cold sword light hewed out, Luo Jianqing said angrily, "As a disciple of Tai Hua, I'll bow down to no man, let alone the person like you. For the fame of Tai Hua, I must make you apologize for what you did." No one could threat the disciples of Tai Hua. Both of them kept fighting in the air. The long sword crashed with the huge axe, splashing metal sparks. At this time, there were 8 people coming to Li Xiuqin and Luo Jianqing hewed them down with one stroke of the sword, forcing them to stop. Yen Su's fellow disciples were they. Yen Su's face changed and said coldly, "Brother Luo, don't tell me that you want to fight against 9 people alone." Luo Jianqing stepped forward and crooked his finger, then the floating frost sword flew back to his hand. He smiled indifferently, "So what?" Standing on the yellow sands under the burning sun, in a blue gown, he was so eye-catching with a cold long sword in his hand and confronting a group of 9 persons. 1 man guarded the pass, 10,000 were unable to get through. The intimidating qi from Luo Jianqing forced them to lower their heads subconsciously. Even Yen Su, who had the cultivation of the full late-stage gold core, dared not to look at him directly. Next second, they fought against each other at the same time after the short silence. With a cold sword light flashed, the right hands of 3 disciples in the foundation level from Duan Hun sect were shot directly so that they lost their fighting strength for a while. And the other 3 disciples in the qi refining period hadn't joined the war yet. Therefore, for now, only 2 disciples in the early stage gold core and Yen Su stood in front of Luo Jianqing. The heaven-separated ghost axe. The thunderbolt of the sword. Of course, this fight basically could be said as the fight between Luo Jianqing and Yen Su. However, although as Sir Hao Xingzi said before that no one under the cultivation of nascent soul period could beat Luo Jianqing, Yen Su also reached the level of a half-step to the nascent soul period. With the assistance of 2 cultivators in gold core level who would plot against Luo Jianqing as some time, Luo Jianqing was slowly at a disadvantage and suffered many injuries. Now, a lot of dark light gathered on Yen Su's huge axe and many ghosts flew out. The sky turned into dark, slowly blowing the cold wind. With the scary screaming, countless ghosts rushed toward Luo Jianqing quickly. Luo Jianqing's pupils shrank and flew up immediately. Seizing the seasons. 1 sword turns 9-petaled lotus. 9 blue sword lights showed and formed a blue lotus formation, thrusting the countless ghosts in front of him. After the blue lotus formation dashed against the ghosts, they engaged each other in a battle. And meanwhile, Yen Su gritted his teeth and spat out mouthful blood, which successfully increased the power of the ghosts on the ghost axe. At this time, another 2 cultivators in the gold core of Duan Hun sect were running toward Luo Jianqing from each side together. Luo Jianqing's forehead oozed sweat slowly, but he didn't have enough power to stop their sneak raids. At the moment he decided to end in common ruin with his enemies and resort to the second seizure of the 9 heavenly seizure record at the cost of all his spiritual energy, he suddenly heard a sound breaking the wind of a spiritual power coming from a distance. Ah! It hurt. Who is it? The red blood whip pierced the shoulder of an early-stage gold core cultivator and got through the palm of another early-stage gold core cultivator. With the soft laughter, the blood whip was taken back by its owner. A blood-red man slowly came over, smiling, 9 against 1. It's interesting. Other Duan Hun sect cultivators shouted, "Who are you? Don't interfere with the affairs of Duan Hun sect." Hearing these, Luo Jianqing narrowed his eyes and Yen Su even pulled a long face. Yen Su hurried to take back his big axe. And he flew to other Duan Han sect disciples and looked at the man in red who had arrived here suddenly. My name? You don't deserve to know it. Mo Chiu smiled and covered his lips. He reached Luo Jianqing and said, I just can't bear to see you guys gang up and bully one. I am fed up with you. Duan Han sect disciple was dissatisfied and said, Brother Luo hurt our 3 disciples of Qi refining period. Mo Chiu said with a strange tone, it said that death and life have determined appointments, riches and honors depend upon the heaven in Lu Yen Valley. You lost. Aren't you ashamed to live on? How dare you? Luo Jianqing turned his head to Mo Chiu and showed a fist and palm salute, Brother Mo, thanks. Mo Chiu waved, don't mention it. I always hate the guys from Duan Han sect. Luo Jianqing was surprised, you have a connection with Duan Han sect? You have ever been to 36 states? Mo Chiu suddenly squinted, you have done a survey of me? Luo Jianqing was silent. At this moment, the atmosphere between Luo Jianqing and Mo Chiu suddenly went somber. Seeing that, Yen Su clenched his big axe in his hand and just wanted to attack secretly. As unexpected, suddenly the sky in the east burst into a blood-red light. The great power fell and rolled up the dust. The wind howled. Luo Jianqing, Mo Chiu, and Yen Su looked at each other. There is a treasure to be born. 3 people went straight to the center of the pressure like lights. Luo Jianqing was fastest when flying. To his surprise, it was Mo Chiu that followed him closely and Yen Su was left so far behind. Luo Jianqing hurried to speed up, but Mo Chiu still followed him closely. Soon, Yen Su was nowhere to see. In the face of such a treasure, each one carried on his own way, just as Yen Su also left his younger brothers and sisters. When Luo Jianqing arrived, he happened to see that Li Xiuqian was cut by a cultivator of foundation level. Luo Jianqing never glanced at Li Xiuqian, he directly looked at the blood-red fruit in the middle of the sandpit. Luo Jianqing opened his eyes wide and even stopped breathing for a moment. Here came the voice of Mo Chiu by the side of Luo Jianqing, the man in front of you seems to be a disciple of your Tai Hua mountain. He was cut and in danger. You can save him in time. Why don't you save him? Luo Jianqing said, Brother Mo, you see it wrong. I don't see our Tai Hua mountain disciple. Mo Chiu raised his eyebrows surprisingly and he didn't say anything more. Here was a sunken sand dune whose radius was about 10 miles. Luo Jianqing's eyes were fixed on the blood-red fruit, but he did not move. Because he knew although Mo Chiu was talking to him nicely at this moment, as long as he took action, Mo Chiu would stop him with his whip. Likewise, when Mo Chiu moved, he would draw his sword. In order to return the kindness of the predecessor of the Mo family in his previous life, Luo Jianqing would never kill Mo Chiu, but this did not mean that Luo Jianqing would give up such a treasure. There was a stalemate at this moment. The Rouge cultivators of foundation level who were being onlookers saw 2 cultivators of gold core level suddenly and were totally shocked, not daring to make any movement. Before long, Yen Su flew here and saw the blood-red fruit surprisingly. He said, is it a spiritual herb above 7th grade? The spiritual herbs in the world were divided into 9 grades. Most of the spiritual herbs above the 7th had their own consciousness. The 8th grade could have talented skills, and 9th grade could even turn into human forms. In the past 1,000 years, no one had ever seen it. It was strange that the blood-red fruit seemed unconscious, though it exerted overwhelming power. But there was no doubt that it was a spiritual herb at least above the 6th grade. The ordinary flame fruit couldn't match it. The fruit created immense fluctuations with its born. Gradually, lots of cultivators were drawn over. Luo Jianqing finally understood why he had no idea of the fruit in his previous life. Such a horrible fruit was on the 4th layer of Lu Yen Valley, not the innermost. At this time in his another life, he went to the 8th layer of Lu Yen Valley with great difficulty. How could he know what happened on the 4th layer? This time, he finally saw it. Mo Chiu was right just now. Luo Jianqing indeed could have saved Li Xiuqun, but he didn't. Li Xiuqun was not useful for him anymore for this adventure. Since he had found the spiritual herb, for the sake of Heaven Dao, he wouldn't kill Li Xiuqun with his sword. But as for Li Xiuqun's next trial, it had nothing to do with Luo Jianqing. As the saying went, when shepherds quarreled, the wolf had a winning game. The book said that Li Xiuqun finally got this fruit. But this time, Luo Jianqing would not give him the chance. Around the sunken sand dune, hundreds of cultivators slowly gathered. The cultivators of gold core level all flew in the sky. The cultivators of foundation level and chi refining period didn't give up and stayed around and waited for a chance. In the beginning, only Luo Jianqing and Mo Qiu were in a stalemate, but later Yan Su joined them. After a half-day stalemate, 3 late-stage gold core successors from One Mountain and late-stage gold core sister Manhwa Fairy from Fei Hua sect also arrived here. There were a total of 6 late-stage gold core cultivators besides Luo Jianqing. 7 people looked at others carefully. No one would move first. In this way, 7 forces and hundreds of cultivators had been a deadlock at the sand dune for 3 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, it seemed that the blood-red fruit moved slightly and flew to Mo Qiu and fell into his arms. Mo Qiu seemed to be prepared early. He turned around and ran with the fruit. Luo Jianqing was nearest to Mo Qiu. When he saw it, he immediately pulled up his sword and stopped Mo Qiu before he left the dune. Next, numerous spiritual attacks went straight to Mo Qiu who was in red. The heaven-separated ghost axe. Flower sounds. White snow spear. The heaven phoenix jade kill. Cloud and sun broken arrow. Suddenly, noticing that so many attacks had come to Mo Qiu, Luo Jianqing's eyes narrowed. It was only a second of hesitation. He actually turned to the 5 late-stage cultivators and pulled up his sword. Seizing seasons. Seizing lives. One sword turns 9-petaled lotus. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, He cultivated in fiend method. 1. Translator, Sissy that walk. Rumble. 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 Green Lotus 9 swords formation collided with innumerable spiritual power. All the attacks from the cultivator in the chi condensation level or foundation establishment level on the ground had just scratched the surface and didn't work a lot. Even some gold core cultivators couldn't hurt him at all, except for the 5 cultivators who were in the late stage gold core. Just like a mountain of a wave, their attacks rushed to him crazily with 5 people's cultivation gathered, breaking the Green Lotus 9 swords formation. Luo Jianqing couldn't help but grunt, and blood watered from the corner of his mouth. Standing in the lead of the 5 people was the first disciple of Duan Han sect, Yan Su. Yan Su stepped forward and looked at Luo Jianqing coldly, asking in a chilling voice, "Fellow cultivator Luo, what do you mean?" Luo Jianqing kept Mo Qiu behind, and even with the blood on the corner of his mouth, he still stayed calm and never lost poise. He said calmly, "Fellow cultivator Mo saved me before, and as the return, I'll never leave him in danger." The 7th son of Bai family laughed slightly, and he took back the fans. "So, fellow cultivator Luo's going to fight against all of us, alone." Just when he finished his words, Mo Qiu's gentle voice sounded, "Not alone. He got me here." Luo Jianqing trembled slightly and felt a bit gratified from the bottom of his heart. At least Mo Qiu wasn't the guy who acted perfidiously and secretly ran away when he stopped them just now. With the white robe on him, Bai Qi was a handsome and impressive guy when they met on the entrance of the Lu Yen Valley, but now, his white clothes were stained by the sands and his face wasn't clean anymore. Hearing what Mo Qiu said, a light flashed in his eyes and he asked, "So you are Mo Qiu from the Mo family? I've heard about you a lot, like you're the talent disciple of the sinners." You know what, Bai family had a good relationship from generation to generation with Mo family, and my auntie was the daughter of Mo family. I know that it must cost you a lot to cultivate such a level for you in the cold desert. If you can give the yen fruit to us, I'll promise to help you to get in the Mo family. Bai Chi's words finished, and he got no response, except for the sound of the wind blowing through the dune. His face changed, and asked sputteringly, "Have you heard what I said? What does your expression mean?" Luo Jianqing looked back curiously and saw that Mo Chiu rolled his eyes and sneered, "It means that I heard someone was farting." Bai Chi was irritated, "You son of..." The war might break out at any moment. Bai Chi raised the white spear on his hand and pointed at Mo Chiu directly. The head of the spear was made by some kind of material like jade so that it reflected bright color under the sunshine. His spiritual power gathered on the head of the long spear constantly, and suddenly Bai Chi flew up, with his sharp spear stabbed toward Mo Chiu. Meanwhile, a horrible storm formed behind Bai Chi. As soon as it showed up, the whole dune was forced to lower considerably immediately by its terrible power, let alone all the trembling cultivators under the level of the foundation establishment. This was the second shoot of Snow White's 7 shoots, Snow White Spear. At this time, Bright Flower Fairy who stood bare by Chi played the unknown Chinese zither which looked nothing special. With her soft hands played on the strings, the Chinese zither began to tremble slightly and its power became stronger and stronger. The moment she played the 9th note, she opened her eyes widely and waved her hand. "Flowers bloom and I don't, when I bloom, they all fall." Sound of the flowers. Just now, they used their unique skills when they met Mo Chiu's attack, but it happened so quickly that they weren't 100% prepared and didn't use all the power. That was also why Luo Jianqing could stop them for a while temporarily. But now, both of them attacked with all their power. Around them, the rolling spiritual power told everybody silently how scary their unique skills were actually. Seeing that, Yen Su and the other 2 people prepared to fight back, but suddenly, a figure wearing blue clothes showed up in front of them. An excited clang sounded from the floating frost sword in his hand. The handsome cultivator, Luo Jianqing, smiled faintly and said, "Hey, you. Your opponent is me." Yen Su squinted and rushed toward with his ghost axe without any mercy. Meanwhile, the other 2 disciples also jumped and flew to Luo Jianqing with their bow and sword. The war started. It was no surprise when they saw Luo Jianqing could stop the unique skills of Yen Su and the others. After all, he was Tai Hua's first disciple. However, when Mo Chiu waved his blood-long whip and stopped Bai Chi and Bright Flower Fairy's shoots, all of them opened their eyes widely with disbelief. "I never know that there was an extra dark horse in the 36 states." Luo Jianqing played his long sharp sword and used the second seize of 9 heavenly seizure record at the beginning with no reserve. All the spiritual energy ran together to him. Seizing lives, balanced all the creature. His Green Lotus 9 swords formation crashed into every raider and Mo Chiu still didn't take the blood fruit back to the interspatial ring. He held it with one hand and waved his long whip to fight Bai Chi and Bright Flower Fairy. Countless spiritual power crashed on the ground constantly and made one after one whole. Many cultivators hid near trying to seize a chance and grab the blood fruit. But after some unlucky cultivators were killed by Yen Su's undifferentiated attack, the others hid far away immediately. The Snow White Spear, soft but dangerous flowers sound, horrible ghost axe, the shining sharp arrow. And the long blooded wipe and the Green Lotus 9 swords formation could break the sky. The most excellent generation were fighting here across the whole Xian Tian mainland. The war lasted for 1 day and 1 night. All their interspatial ring had enough medicine to recover their spiritual power, so the war never stopped. Even the onlookers dared not to let down the guard and kept their attention to the war carefully so that they could find a chance in the first time. After all, a quarrel which benefited only a third party. But what surprised them, it was Luo Jianqing that fell into the dangerous situation slowly and passively hit back while the unknown Mo Chiu gained the upper hand in his fight. Bai Chi seemed like that he had no extra power to fight back but hardly accepted every single move from Mo Chiu. Bright Flower Fairy was having a hard time too. Soon, Bai Chi spit blood and flew back quickly. Bright Flower Fairy followed suit and her Chinese zither broke at the same time. Then Mo Chiu waved his long whip to Luo Jianqing, breaking one of the ghost shadows cast by Yen Su's ghost axe. Mo Chiu said seriously, sorry, I'm late. Luo Jianqing. With a pale face, Luo Jianqing smiled faintly, not quite so. After this, both of them combined against the common enemies. One was the first disciple of Tai Hua in the middle stage gold core level, and the other was just a Mo family's sinner that nobody knew before in Lu Yen Valley. But when they fought together, not only Yen Su but also the others got into trouble immediately. They fought for several rounds, but in the end, the bowstring of one competitor from Gung family got broken and the girl from Yun family was badly injured. Although Luo Jianqing and Mo Chiu also got heavily injured and attacking in the air weakly, they looked at Yen Su, who was at the same situation, fiercely. Seeing this, Yen Su curled his lips. He thought for a while with his eyebrows drawn together, and then he said unwillingly, let's go. He ran away. All the people around burst out exclamation. This war would be well known in the whole Lu Yen Valley and Chang State and all the 36 states in the Xian Tian mainland alike. Hearing Yen Su's words, Bai Qi and Bright Flower Fairy decided to follow suit. As for the girl of Yun family and the guy from Gung family, they also slunk away after hesitating for a second. Luo Jianqing heaved a sigh secretly and was about to look at Mo Chiu near him. But unexpectedly, as soon as he just turned his sight, all the hair on his body suddenly stood up when he met Mo Chiu's pretty eyes, where he saw that countless spiritual power attacked toward them. Obviously, those scoundrels feigned defeat, and a sneak attack was what they were really up to. One sword turns 9-petaled lotus. Blood shadow wipe. At the same time, they attacked back, but it was too late, so that they couldn't get enough time to hide but were forced to fly out. Luo Jianqing was hit to fall on the warm sands. He raised his floating frost sword, calling the lightning, and was going to fight back. However, suddenly, he felt that he was falling down in the sands. Luo Jianqing. Get out of there. It was Mo Chiu's voice came from far away anxiously. Luo Jianqing opened his eyes widely. He now finally realized what happened to him now. OMG. It was the Ghost Drift Sands. Holy crap. The Ghost Drift Sands is hidden near the dune. Ghost Drift Sands, one kind of special dangerous situation in Lu Yen Valley, which had nothing different from the normal sands if you saw it from the surface. But once somebody stepped on it, it would run as the water until he was swallowed up. It wouldn't kill you by absorbing your spiritual power, but the one would never get rid of it. Even the cultivator who was in the late-stage gold core level was doomed not to get out. Yen Su and the others stood in the air and looked at Luo Jianqing carefully, who was now in the center of the Ghost Drift Sands. They knew clearly that they would definitely die if they fell in the Ghost Drift Sands. So they just watched aside, waiting for that Luo Jianqing disappeared in the Ghost Drift Sands, and then they could kill Mo Chiu and grab the blood fruit. Seeing that half of his body was swallowed by the Ghost Drift Sands, Bright Flower Fairy frowned and sighed. He is the first disciple of Tai Hua. Is it all right if we didn't help and watch him die? How are we going to justify ourselves to Tai Hua if they ask? Bai Qi responded, Bright Flower Fairy, maybe you forgot that life and death are decreed by fate in the Lu Yen Valley. It's not us who killed him but the Ghost Drift Sands. Bright Flower Fairy averted her eyes and said worriedly in a low voice, but his master was the legendary Sir Xian Lingzi. All the people who heard that were shocked. Later, Yen Su said, but the rules were made by all the sects, even the Xian Lingzi cannot break it. Of course, Luo Jianqing now couldn't hear the words that they were talking about at all. He kept trying to use different magic tools and moves to get out, but he failed. It was known by everyone that no matter who touched the Ghost Drift Sands, he would be swallowed up. An alarm bell rang in his heart, but there was nothing different showed on his face. Meanwhile, all the people on the site couldn't help but sigh in their heart when they saw Luo Jianqing's calm and handsome face. Such a talented young cultivator, now he would die here. Yeah, he had super roots. He got nobody as his opponent under the level of the nascent soul. He was the first disciple of Tai Hua and the son of Yu Shao Peak. But so what? On the road of every genius grew, it was always filled with danger. Everyone would probably die at any time. Power meant anything in the cultivated world, even for the one who was called genius. He would lose his life without enough power. Sweats broke out on his pale forehead. Luo Jianqing didn't notice that the red nevus on his forehead became more and more bright, as if it would burn in the next second. The moment when the ghost drift sand swallowed his shoulder and his red nevus burned, suddenly. Luo Jianqing. One hand grabbed Luo Jianqing's arms out of the ghost drift sands. Luo Jianqing looked at them directly, surprisingly, and saw a charming cultivator who wore a red robe flying in the air and holding his hand, saying, "Don't tell me that you will die of the ghost drift sands. I don't think that you are so weak as the disciple of Xian Lingzi. Luo Jianqing, come on." The last thing all the cultivator on the site saw was Mo Chio's smile. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, He Cultivated in Fiend Method. 2. Translator, Sissy That Walk. Just within a breath, two mega-talented cultivators disappeared in the ghost drift sands. Then it resumed peace like the ordinary sands, as nothing happened before. But they all knew huge danger was hiding under its surface. Bright Flower Fairy sighed, they took the blood fruit. Well, it's a good funeral object for them. After saying that, she left. The girl of Yun family hesitated for a while, but then she also left directly. Bai Qi searched around for a long time but found nothing. Finally, he could just fly away unwillingly. Besides, the guy from Gung family turned away as well. Yen Su was the last one who left there. Being armored by the ghost's shadows, he ran his spiritual sense searching the ghost drift sands. But unfortunately, the ghost drift sands blocked his spiritual mind outside, as if it locked the door, leaving a secret space inside. Yen Su sliced through the ghost drift sands and then left angrily. The whole dune became peace again, and hundreds of cultivators stayed there for 3 days. After confirming that indeed nothing happened again, they all left with pity. But no one knew that after Luo Jianqing and Mo Chio were swallowed up by the ghost drift sands, they quickly lost their spiritual power. On the road opened by their spiritual power, they kept falling. It was a dark, deep road, and nobody knew where the end was, so that they couldn't do anything but running their spiritual power and going ahead. However, as a cultivator who just had a cultivation of the mid-stage gold core, Luo Jianqing soon ran out of his power and passed out. Immediately, Mo Chio pulled his hand. His blood power kept burning until it was used up. Mo Chio sneered, "Only you, it was not enough to kill me." Next second, powerful evil power exploded. They fell faster, and before the red nevus on Luo Jianqing's forehead was about to wake up, but now its light became dark slowly. The black evil power burning crazily and brought them fall deeper and deeper. It was like after 1 day or 1 month. They finally got out of the dark road and stranded near a burning river. Mo Chio's power was exhausted. His face turned pale, and after he spat mouthful blood with black spiritual light, he lost his minds. The blood fruit rolled to Luo Jianqing and stopped next to his left hand. 3 days passed by. And 7 days, 10 days, 100 days. They all fell into coma deeply. The black evil power on Mo Chio kept springing up, fixing his broken meridians. But Luo Jianqing was at death's door now. He was badly injured during the fighting before, and then he stayed in the ghost drift sands for a long time, which ran out his power. Now, his elixir field was withering slowly. In the Lingyun Hall on the Tai Hua Mountain, the light of his destiny lamp on the 2nd floor dimmed down slowly. At the moment the lamp was about to extinct, Luo Jianqing's red nevus suddenly burned near the burning river. Meanwhile, a figure in a white gown showed up. Noticing Luo Jianqing's situation now, the mysterious sir's face changed a lot. As soon as he was going to use his power to fix Luo Jianqing's broken meridians and elixir field, he saw the blood fruit. Xian Lingzi's pupils shrunk. How strong this power is. He reached out and drove the blood fruit to his hand, then he made a hand seals without any hesitate, turning the blood fruit around in the air. Soon later, much bloody power flew out and emerged into Luo Jianqing's body. After spinning for 24 hours, the volume of blood fruit reduced to fist size. At present, the natural color had revived on Luo Jianqing's face, and his breath had been smooth. His elixir field that withered before became animate again. Meanwhile, his meridians from heads to foot was connected. Xian Lingzi looked down, stared at the blood fruit, and knitted his brows. After confirming that the blood fruit owned pure spirit power, he poured it into the elixir field of Luo Jianqing with relief. He used the prestige of a cultivator in deity transformation period to force blood fruit to sign an agreement with Luo Jianqing, which made blood fruit rotating gently in Luo Jianqing's body and spilling over spirit power constantly. At this time, Xian Lingzi had time to turn around and looked at the strange male cultivator in red not far from here. Out of body of primordial life, even though it was merely half of the primordial life, would extremely consume energy. And even Xian Lingzi would felt extremely exhausted to handle with. Thus when he sealed half of his primordial life in the cinnabar mole by 2 na breathing, he would never appear. Unless Luo Jianqing's life was at risk or Luo Jianqing was in a great emotional fluctuation. Because every time he appeared, his noumenon would suffer great damage. Xian Lingzi also did not know how many times could his primordial life save Luo Jianqing, for Lu Yan Valley was 1,000,000 miles away from Taihua Mountain. While in deep sleep, Xian Lingzi could only roughly perceive what happened to Luo Jianqing, such as this strange male cultivator, which he did not have too many memories, but he knew that this strange cultivator had saved his apprentice several times. Staring at the black devil chi around his body, Xian Lingzi sighed. What a pity that he had congealed devil chi during nascent soul. This extraordinary cultivation talent was unexpectedly from a low level of the first level spiritual bone of, what's more, it was devil cultivation. His future would be promising if he had a better spiritual bone. After making sure this strange cultivator was repairing the body by his devil chi, Xian Lingzi turned and walked away without looking at him again. He was sitting beside Luo Jianqing and gently staring at this apprentice of his own sect. After 3 days and 3 nights, Luo Jianqing gave a slight snort and gradually woke up. Simultaneously, Xian Lingzi changed into a flowing light, flew into the glabella of Luo Jianqing, and became a deep red cinnabar mole again. When Luo Jianqing woke up, he only felt that he had experienced death and all his bones were crushed. As he raised his arm, all his meridians twitched with pain. After a full hour's rest, he felt much better. Then, to his surprise, he found all his injuries had been cured. What happened? Hadn't I been badly injured and drained all my spirit power? Luo Jianqing began to check his body immediately. Following his meridians, his spiritual consciousness finally found the blood fruit spinning in his elixir field. His eyes widened in shock. Somehow this fruit had unexpectedly connected with him in spirit, just like a spirit beast that had taken him as the master. No matter how Luo Jianqing thought about it, he could not figure out what had happened. But he could not think more because he had found Mo Chio not far from here soon. Mo Chio. At present, closing his eyes tightly, Mo Chio was still in a coma. Looking at the devil chi restoring Mo Chio's body, which looked like a semi-transparent black cocoon wrapping around him, Luo Jianqing was in a great shock. I can't believe it. You are a fiend cultivator. It all made sense now. Why Mo Chio could be in late sage goldcore before the age of 50, why he could grow up in the barren cold desert, why he could have such a scary cultivation base, all of these were because he was in fiend cultivation. Luo Jianqing was seized with mixed feelings, he did not know how to face him. In history, unless there was a war between human race and devil, fiend cultivators were irreconcilably hostile to other cultivators. Fiend cultivation featured a more powerful cultivation method which could snatch the spirit power of any living creature. They cultivated the fiend method just like Luo Jianqing took away the spiritual power contained in the body of a predecessor of Mo clan. As long as your strength was brutal enough, fiend cultivator even could snatch the spirit power of a living person. Fiend cultivation was usually unruly as well as arbitrary. Luo Jianqing did not know how much blood had he tainted with, but he did know it was Mo Chio who held his hand without hesitation when he was caught in Ghost Drift Sands. Mo Chio was his friend, not enemy. Even though Mo Chio was a fiend cultivator, he would kill Mo Chiu on the battlefield, not here. Thinking of this, Luo Jianqing began to sit in meditation to recover his spirit energy. After 10 days, the devil chi around Mo Chiu gradually disappeared, but he still did not wake up. Therefore Luo Jianqing held him to a prepared cave, took out all the spiritual herbs and pills left during his interspatial ring, and helped him to cure his wound. During this time, Luo Jianqing was always cultivating most of the time and wanted to reach the late-stage gold core. Meanwhile, he also observed the terrain around here. This was a very strange valley. Not large, but looked like a 2 or 3 square miles place. Surrounded by high cliffs, the walls were smooth, and the cliff on the top formed a huge dome, which made this valley become a big room made of stone cliffs. And in the center of the valley, the burning river was flowing slowly. Having no idea what kind of flame formed the burning river, even Luo Jianqing could not approach it. Because as soon as he was close to it in 10 zhang, he would be pushed back by the fierce gold flare. Obviously, only by the effort of Luo Jianqing in the middle stage gold core, he definitely could not escape. After another month, when Luo Jianqing picked up his last 3rd level of earth level Tong Tian pill and poured half of the strength of the pill into Mo Chiu's body, Mo Chiu let out a stuffy cry, and suddenly black blood was spat out from his mouth. Luo Jianqing said, Mo Chiu. Mo Chiu. Mo Chiu in red opened his eyes slowly and stared at Luo Jianqing in a daze. Having lived in this strange valley for several months, Luo Jianqing could not help to get thrilled when he saw Mo Chiu finally woke up. He said, Mo Chiu, don't move. We have been swallowed by ghost drift sands and came here unintelligibly. I have not found out the exit though I have tried several months. We could take actions together when you wake up, maybe we could have a chance to escape. Seeming to operate the spiritual power in his body, Mo Chiu breathed slightly. After a short while, he looked up and stared at Luo Jianqing, said. All right. I may need 100 days to recover to my peak period. At the time, I could take actions with you too. He stopped suddenly, and his charming eyes were widely open. He looked at Luo Jianqing in a shock and shut to Luo Jianqing in a raising voice, full of disbelief. You have robbed my blood spirit fruit. Luo Jianqing was in a surprise, what? Luo Jianqing. You have robbed my blood spirit fruit. I can't believe you have robbed my blood spirit fruit. As Mo Chiu saying, he grabbed Luo Jianqing's arm with one hand tightly. Knitting his brows, Luo Jianqing understood instantly. Mo Chiu, actually I did not understand what had happened. When I woke up, the blood fruit has. Luo Jianqing. You robbed my blood spirit fruit and signed an agreement with it. I certainly will take my blood spirit fruit back. As soon as he finishing his words, a long blood whip suddenly appeared in his hand and went straight to Luo Jianqing. Mo Chiu was so angry that he did not give any thought to his injured body. So straightforward and decisive of his long whip that it was waved without any hesitation. Mixed with heinous devil chi and Mo Chiu's residual spiritual power, the long whip was in a life and death struggle. It seems that it was desperate to kill Luo Jianqing. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Sworn Friends for Life or Death, 1. Translator, Sissy that walk. Luo Jianqing gathered his fingers to accumulate the blue sword light, as same as sword energy, to entangle the blood-colored long whip directly. Fellow cultivator Mo. You've bad injured and hadn't recovered yet. Just take it easy, and we will figure out what's going on about the blood fruit. Okay. However, Mo Chiu didn't buy his words at all. He shook his wrist lightly and took his long whip back. Sitting on the stone bed with the support of his hand, he smiled coldly while the blood watering from the corner of his mouth slowly, stop talking nonsense. Since you have built bond with blood fruit, I would never get it back unless I kill you. As soon as his words finished, the blood whip moved quickly and slapped it to Luo Jianqing again. It was the first time for Luo Jianqing to face Mo Chiu's blood-colored whip directly as his opponent. Especially, this time, Mo Chiu used all his power with the addition of black evil power. Flying in the air, his long whip kept winding rapidly as the countless snakes with blood color, which formed a huge scary bloody shadow. Luo Jianqing dared not to let down his guard and drew his floating frost sword immediately. Almost at the same time, his floating frost sword crashed with the long blood-colored whip. With a shining sword light flashed, the stone in the cave was broken into pieces. With the shadow of the long whip cast, all the broken stones flew into all directions. After several rounds, Mo Chiu gradually fell into an inferior position, and soon Luo Jianqing attacked with his sword surrounded by the thunder, ending the fight with his sharp cold sword pointed at Mo Chiu's throat in a very close distance. Mo Chiu wiped the blood on his face silently and then sneered, "Do you believe that I can kill you right now by 1,000 ways and black will be your fall?" His tone was so cold and freezing, with the deep scary killing intent. Staying still, Luo Jianqing looked at him with his sword and said after a while, "Mo Chiu, the blood fruit was in my body when I woke up and I didn't know why it happened. Maybe it approached me on its own initiative and then." "What the hell are you talking about? I'm the only person it would choose between you and me. It is the blood spirit fruit." Luo Jianqing asked, "What's the blood spirit fruit?" Before, when they were in the dune, be it Yen Su of the Duan Han sect or the Bright Flower Fairy of the Fei Hua sect or the others from 8 clans, none of them could recognize the blood fruit. Even Luo Jianqing, he always thought that the blood fruit was just one kind of yen fruit's variant. Of course, there was nothing recorded in the book, seeking immortality about the blood fruit as well. Therefore, the only thing he heard about was the name, blood fruit, which was called by Li Xiuqian. Mo Chiu's face turned pale quickly. His spiritual energy which just recovered a little was exhausted now after the fighting just now. Mo Chiu said in a cold tone, "You know that I'm not Dao cultivator." Keeping silence for a moment, Luo Jianqing said, "Yeah, you're fiend cultivator." "You're right." Mo Chiu admitted it without any hesitation, the blood fruit was the unique product as the result of the fiend cultivating. The way of fiend cultivating was the way of killing. In my whole life, there were only less than 10 fiend cultivators I ever met have no blood on their hands. Even in the whole world, 99% of the fiend cultivators made themselves by killing innocent creatures. And the fiend cultivators who only killed their opponent and the guilty person were less than 100 persons. Hearing this, Luo Jianqing couldn't help asking, "What about you, Mo Chiu? Have you ever killed human cultivator? And how many years you've been cultivating for, since you said you've met a lot of devil cultivators?" Mo Chiu looked up staring at Luo Jianqing coldly. Looking at each other like this for a long while with a floating frost sword between them, then Mo Chiu opened his mouth and said slightly, "No, I haven't." With no known reason, Luo Jianqing heaved a sigh after hearing Mo Chiu's answer. And Mo Chiu continued, "It was filled with the blood on the way of being a fiend cultivator, so all the fiend cultivators will get a bottleneck when they reach the body fusion period and hardly get promoted. In this case, there is a unique method of cultivation for fiend cultivator called blood spirit skill. In the process of the cultivation, fiend cultivator will turn all his spiritual power into the blood and then water one blood spirit tree with it. And the time of growing the tree depends on the cultivation of the owner. The more powerful the cultivator is, the more time and more suffering required accordingly. After the blood spirit fruit is born, fiend cultivator will eat it and then he can begin to cultivate the blood spirit skill. Luo Jianqing asked surprisingly, "So just eat it?" The hidden meaning in his words was that it would be so easy if all he needed to do was only to eat one fruit. Mo Chiu gave him a mock smile, "You know nothing. When the blood spirit fruit is ripe, it is also the time that the fiend cultivator lost all his spiritual power and blood. And the fiend cultivator must eat the fruit immediately when he still can feel to the spiritual power within the blood spirit fruit. Do you know what result he will get if the fiend cultivator eats the fruit after he lost all his power and blood?" Luo Jianqing said without thinking, "He will die in a violent manner. Without any spiritual power and blood in his body, the fiend cultivator would be reduced to a living death which was just stronger than the ordinary people a bit. Even he survived, he was still in a terribly dangerous situation." Mo Chiu nodded, "Yes. Of course, the one who ate the blood fruit will meet his new life, which hardly happened in 100 persons. There were so many blood spiritual fruit in the world, what we need to do is to find it. After a pause, a hopeless sad emotion flashed in Mo Chio's eyes. He sighed. It seemed that the fiend cultivator is powerful and no one is his opponent in the earlier stage on the way of the fiend cultivating, but in the late stage, he will suffer endless vicissitudes. You may feel that it's not so difficult to cultivate the blood spirit skill. But do you know that the body fusion period is the ceiling that the fiend cultivator who cultivates the blood spirit skill could reach? Hearing this, Luo Jianqing fell into the silence. He still held his sword while Mo Chio lowered his head. It was so quiet at this time. In the end, Mo Chio couldn't insist any more and fell. Until now Luo Jianqing finally found that like a spent arrow, Mo Chio was actually struggling not collapse in front of him. Entirely debilitated, Mo Chio lied on the stone bed. A mixture of emotions spreading over his face, he stared at Luo Jianqing, saying, "Luo Jianqing, give my blood spirit fruit back." Luo Jianqing replied after a long silence, "You also told me that you can't take it back as long as I am still alive. Besides, fellow cultivator Mo, the treasure doesn't belong to any specific one in the world. He who is capable gets it. Although I have no interest in the blood spirit fruit, now, please forgive me that I can't give it back." Closing his eyes slowly, Mo Chio smiled in sarcasm. Luo Jianqing still stood in front of the stone bed quietly. After a while, he heard that Mo Chio said hoarsely, "Fuck off." Hesitating for a moment, Luo Jianqing put 3 little jade bottles near Mo Chio and then away he left. On the stone bed, the corners of his eyes began to wet but the tears in his eyes didn't fall. When Luo Jianqing arrived at the gate of the cave, Mo Chio suddenly shouted angrily, "Luo Jianqing! Don't let me see your face again or I will kill you directly. I will tear you apart and destroy your bones." Luo Jianqing halted his steps and then he still walked out. In the next days, Luo Jianqing found another cave in the valley and continued to cultivate. In fact, the blood fruit didn't belong to Mo Chio as well but he grabbed it from others. There was nothing wrong in what Luo Jianqing said before, the treasure doesn't belong to any specific one in the world. He who is capable gets it. No matter what, the power decided the states in the cultivating world. Mo Chio couldn't judge him even one word. Even Luo Jianqing grabbed the blood spirit fruit by tricks. Did he say that, he could kill me in thousands of ways? Thinking the way he lied on the stone bed, Luo Jianqing shook his head slowly and sighed. It seemed that the anger made him lose his mind. Such an idiot. Time passed by uneventfully. Luo Jianqing knew nothing about Mo Chio's situation now and also didn't hear any sound from the cave. On this morning, Luo Jianqing walked to the golden burning river for ways to get out and strengthening his power. When Luo Jianqing drew near to the golden burning at a distance of 10 zhang, the burning suddenly became fierce. The burning became a giant golden eagle which swooped from the sky and pecked at Luo Jianqing's eyes straightly. Luo Jianqing raised the floating frost sword and cut it off at one strike. At a distance of 9 zhang, the burning became a fierce golden tiger that came straight toward Luo Jianqing. Luo Jianqing drew down the thunderclap with his sword and smashed the tiger. Then he clenched his teeth and came closer to a distance of 3 zhang. It was then that the burning turned into a long golden dragon. The dragon had 5 claws, its vivid scales sending an archaic and vigorous breath. It rushed out from the burning river spirally. With head lowering and eyes looking at Luo Jianqing, the dragon suddenly spoke with human language, "Tao cultivator. You are one of Tao cultivators." With eyes shrinking suddenly, Luo Jianqing raised his sword immediately and drew down the thunderclap. "Who are you?" The golden dragon spewed a hot dragon breath which melted the thunderclap. "A sword cultivator. I hate sword cultivators among the Tao cultivators most. Especially the sword cultivators of that mountain. I forgot the name. They are the most annoying bunch. Since you've got here, I'd better kill you lest that I may become annoyed watching you." As soon as then, a hot dragon breath rushed to his face directly. It was so hot that the cliffs around the valley tended to melt. The air became so hot that it rolled gradually, with heat waves splashing fitfully and burning numerous common plants quickly. Without hesitation, Luo Jianqing spoke formulas and his floating frost sword flew in the air. One sword turns 9-petaled lotus. One 9-petaled lotus rushed to the dragon breath straightly. The two collided with a shocking light. This flower. This damn flower. You are the disciple of that man. Ah. I'm gonna kill you. More fervent dragon burning rushed to Luo Jianqing squarely. It has already become golden and its temperature was so hot that it became visible to the naked eye. Without hesitation, Luo Jianqing withdrew 3 zhangs. Suddenly, the golden burning died out, the temperature dropped gradually and the dragon also disappeared. Before fading away, the golden burning roared fierily, "The day is coming soon. You will die soon. You will die soon. I'll never admit my defeat. I'm gonna kill the disciple of that man. I'm gonna kill the disciple of that man." The burning faded away into the golden burning river. Luo Jianqing leaned against the floating frost sword, panting heavily. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Sworn Friends for Life or Death, 2. Translator, Sissy that walk. The burning river was indeed too dangerous. Beyond all question, he would be killed by the dragon had he not withdrawn a certain distance to evade the attack. Dragons were born in the 7th level. This dragon was in the level of out-of-body at least. That man? Is he one of the senior cultivators of Yushao Peak if he also uses martial arts in 9 heavenly seizure record? And, when was that day? All questions remained unsolvable. Luo Jianqing couldn't figure out the first 2 questions by his present cultivation base, but he felt an alarm going off in his mind with all his hair bristling when he confronted the last question. Especially the day when he looked at Huiyan River flowing into or out of the opening of the valley. He was seized with panic. The next moment, endless astral wind blew from that small opening. The wind blotted out the earth, and darkness enveloped the sky. For fear that Huiyan River would incur an inundation, Luo Jianqing had already drilled a hole in the ground beside the cliff and made a huge formation by countless Xian-level magic treasures and earth-level treasures. At present, he was planning to hasten to get into the hole to hide, but he suddenly looked up at the cave on the other side at the moment he was about to enter the hole. Holding his floating frost sword in hesitation, Luo Jianqing unexpectedly touched the ground with his tiptoes and entered that cave rapidly. Luo Jianqing. There came Mo Chio's voice, in anger. Not allowing him to speak, Luo Jianqing directly picked up Mo Chio and carried him on the shoulder, then they fled out of the cave quickly. At this very moment, the astral wind had already blown into the cave. The moment they made it to the cave entrance, a gust of astral wind blew on their face, which made Luo Jianqing's pupils contracted because of nervous tension. But he sidestepped to avoid it immediately. Bang! The cave behind them crumbled to dust. Mo Chio widened his eyes and said in surprise. The astral wind endowed by Demon Exalt Eagle, the wind-broken monster of heaven level. Luo Jianqing could not hear Mo Chio's words clearly, he just carried Mo Chio's weak body with Mo Chio's head dangling on his back. He took out floating frost sword, cleaved all kinds of stone along the way, and carved out a new way to the tunnel. Bang! Everything in the valley was blown into dust by this horrific astral wind. 10 zhangs. 5 zhangs. 1 zhang. 1 qi. Rumbling. Suddenly, a gust of astral wind blew from Luo Jianqing's side and was ready to hack Mo Chio. Clenching his teeth, Luo Jianqing turned around to protect Mo Chio without hesitation. Floating Frost Sword uttered a cry of terror while innumerable forces had already approached and torn Luo Jianqing's cuff to tatters before astral wind closed in on. Tiny blazes of wind scratched Luo Jianqing's fingers and cheeks, left strips of scarlet wounds. At the last moment, Luo Jianqing heaved a deep sigh, then suddenly took out a cyan bamboo umbrella. When the cyan bamboo umbrella hit the fierce astral wind, its cyan ribs went up in smoke instantly and its fabric also crumbled into dust. However, during this brief period, Luo Jianqing did not give it a second look but hid into the channel with Mo Chiu and immediately performed incantation gestures to open the huge formation in the channel. Immediately, pieces of gold magic seals sparked in the dark channel. Mo Chiu, who had already been thrown to the ground and they entered the channel, opened his mouth wide and did not know what to say when he saw this. After quite a long time, he chuckled and said, "Luo Jianqing of Taiwa Mountain, you used the method of adopted by Fiend Cultivator to make this earth-level heaven demon huge formation. Funny, so funny. What if Xian Lingzi knows that his only disciple has become a Fiend Cultivator? I don't know what his reaction would be." Before he could finish his words, Luo Jianqing struck his cold floating frost sword on his neck. The smile on Mo Chiu's face gradually disappeared. Luo Jianqing said with a poker face, "Make an internal demon oath that you will never tell anybody what happened today." Mo Chiu satirized, "For what?" Luo Jianqing moved floating frost sword and scratched a bloodstain on Mo Chiu's neck, and said, "For I can kill you now." Mo Chiu kept silent. After a time of a cup of tea, he said in a low voice, "I swear that I won't tell anybody what I have seen today for my whole life. If I break the oath, I will be swallowed up by an internal demon, and I will never be spared even after death." Luo Jianqing put down floating frost sword with satisfaction, but Mo Chiu chuckled. "Why did you save me, Luo Jianqing? I have said I would kill you if I see you again. I can still tear you to shreds in the time of breath even if I have not recovered all my strength." Hearing Mo Chiu's soft laughter, Luo Jianqing squinted at him and said, "So are you going to kill me now?" Mo Chiu was speechless. In the narrow dark channel, their bodies slightly leaned against each other. Because all cultivators were blessed with a brilliant vision, Luo Jianqing could see all Mo Chiu's actions clearly. He also could launch an attack before Mo Chiu could play tricks. At the same time, the astral wind was still blowing outside the channel. It impacted on this earth-level heaven demon huge formation and made the formation quake slightly. Closing his eyes slowly, Luo Jianqing was recovering his spiritual power consumed just now. At this time, he heard a husky voice, "Thank you." Luo Jianqing was still closing his eyes as if he had heard nothing. But Mo Chiu did not say any words. The astral wind blew for 3 days and 3 nights. After making sure that there was no menace outside, Luo Jianqing leaned out and observed the outside world for a while. The valley was worn out with all plants and flowers wiped out by astral wind, and even stones were ground into dust. Only smooth cliffs around the valley and the flowing Huiyan River were still tranquil as if nothing had happened. Lifting Mo Chiu's collar, Luo Jianqing carried him out of the channel. After putting him on the ground, Luo Jianqing turned around and walked away without looking at him. But nobody had expected that Mo Chiu would say aloud, "Luo Jianqing, are you leaving now?" Luo Jianqing ignored him and continued walking forward. Mo Chiu smiled gently, "If I say I have roughly know where this place is, do you still want to go away?" Luo Jianqing suddenly stopped and turned around. With his smile gradually disappeared, Mo Chiu said seriously, "I guess, it should be the 9th layer of Luyan Valley." Luyan Valley had a total of 9 layers, and Luo Jianqing only went into the other 8 layers in his previous life, because he was kept out by an invisible fire ward when he was going into the 9th layer. Taking more than half a year to break into it, Luo Jianqing's purpose was simple, to get more yen fruits and make Xian Lingzi proud. However, all his efforts were in vain. Because his junior fellow apprentice Li Xiuqian had got hundreds of yen fruits when he left Luyan Valley 1 year later. All the people said, "Fellow cultivator Li deserves to be the apprentice of Sir Xian Lingzi." Thinking of here, Luo Jianqing cleared his sore throat and said, "If it was the 9th layer, why there is no yen fruit here?" Mo Chiu did not reply but just said, "My injury has not cured yet, and this is the first time I get out of the cave. Luo Jianqing, it is all your fault. If you bring me out earlier, we have already known where this place is." Luo Jianqing slapped Mo Chiu's face with his sword. Don't beat about the bush. Mo Chio opened his eyes wide and covered his face incredulously, he said. You slapped my face. Luo Jianqing replied, Cultivator Mo, there has been no compatibility between Dao cultivators and fiend cultivators since ancient time. I do not kill you and give you a way out just because of our friendship over the past days. You. After getting in a huff for a time of a stick of incense, Mo Chio glared at Luo Jianqing in anger. When Luo Jianqing was going to lift his sword again, he said. Do you see that Huiyan river? Actually, it is neither a river nor flame, it is blood. In those days, fire heaven-level demon Exalt fell here and changed into this Luoyan valley. His heart blood remained here and became the Huiyan river. And the astral wind before was the talent of another heaven-level demon Exalt. All the people believed that this fire demon Exalt was killed by the human cultivator. But, as far as I know, he fought a ferocious fight with another demon Exalt, and perished together. Luo Jianqing asked, according to what you said, since another demon Exalt could kill the fire demon Exalt, why there is Luoyan Valley, not Gangfeng Valley? Mo Chio sneered at Luo Jianqing and looked at him. You should ask the elders of Taihua Mountain Yuxia Peak. They came here and plunder magic treasures every 1,000 years. No matter how many magic treasures there were, they would be looted by them. They might also take away this Huiyan river if it was possible. Everybody say Taihua Mountain is the leader of righteous party. Bullshit. You people from Yuxiao Peak are the most tricky and slippery. Posing as a person of high moral, you think. Ah. You dare to slap me again. Luo Jianqing took away Floating Frost sword unhurriedly and said, You are talking nonsense. How do you know these things since you have cultivated less than 50 years? How dare you slander my elders? Mo Chio, I'm not kill you today, but if I find you say it again, I must slap you again. Clenching his teeth, Mo Chio said. Well, very well, you'd better remember it. Though Luo Jianqing had quarreled with Mo Chio like this, in the following days, he still made a cave with Mo Qian and cultivated here. Seeing that Mo Chio did not use any pill medicine that he left before, Luo Jianqing directly got them back. Mo Chio satirized, hypocritical cultivator from Taihua Mountain. Luo Jianqing gave a flick of his sleeve and pulled Mo Chio in his front. Seeing this, Mo Chio subconsciously wanted to protect his face for his spirit power had not recovered yet. But unexpectedly, Luo Jianqing's sword did not fall. Removing his hands in surprise, Mo Chio only saw Luo Jianqing was operating his spirit power and healing himself. Luo Jianqing said in a cold voice, Cultivator Mo, you get well early and we could come out of here early. Mo Chio chuckled and thought secretly, that's more like it. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Sworn Friends for Life or Death, 3. Translator, Sissy That Walk. 4 months later, Mo Chio recovered. And the first thing he did after his recovery was to chase after Luo Jianqing and pound him. This time, Luo Jianqing did not win. But when Mo Chio was about to throw his whip to that beautiful face, he suddenly stopped. Mo Chio chuckled and supported Luo Jianqing's face with whipstock, he said. Oh, how could I was willing to hit the face of such a beauty. When Mo Chio did not pay attention, Luo Jianqing slapped him with sword scabbard. Mo Chio said, You. Luo Jianqing replied, Cultivator Mo, please behave yourself. When Luo Jianqing was talking, the cinnabar mole between his eyebrows twinkled. Half a year later, there was another violent astral wind. Not expecting they will encounter astral wind again, these two people hid into the cave under the ground again like a drowned mouse. This time it was Mo Chio who took control of the earth-level heaven demon huge formation. He controlled it in an extremely skilled way, which made Luo dazzled. In the channel, Mo Chio said, the gate of Luoyan Valley had opened a few months ago, but we did not come out. Mo clan might thought I have died. How about the people of Taihua Mountain, is anyone waiting for you? That person must be nervous seeing you did not come back. A figure in white suddenly flashed across his mind. Luo Jianqing looked down and felt a slight pain in his heart. After a moment, he said, Nobody is waiting. But my life lamp is placed in Taihua Mountain, they know I am still alive. Looking at the disappointed face of Luo Jianqing, Mo Chiu curled his lips in silence. There were no seasons in the valley, nor the passing of time. There was only a gust of astral wind semi-annually. Luo Jianqing and Mo Chiu had already prepared for this, and they would directly hide into the hole in the ground every time. In the second year being trapped in the valley, Luo Jianqing reached the level of late-stage gold core by virtue of the mighty spiritual power in blood spirit fruits. To this, Mo Chiu said with a cold smile, "Congratulations." Luo Jianqing was in a good mood and ignored the irony in his words. Time flew away quickly just like this. And Luo Jianqing would approach the burning river every day, intending to enhance himself under the pressure of it. But he failed every time and could not but returned. Strangely, flame beasts never attacked Mo Chiu when he wandered around the burning in boredom. Luo Jianqing said astonishingly, "Mo Chiu, why haven't you been attacked?" Mo Chiu joked expressionlessly, "My level is much higher than that of the stupid fire demon Exalt of Heaven level. I could kill him when it was alive. Now it was dead, how dare you speak of the level in front of me?" Luo gradually said speechlessly, "Would you die if you stopped boasting yourself, fellow cultivator Mo?" Mo Chiu sneered but did not answer. In the valley, Luo Jianqing buried himself in the study of 9 heavenly seizure record. He wondered if it were thanks to the burning river that his cultivation base increased quickly. His body was like a dry sponge that absorbed the spiritual power in the blood spirit fruits enormously. In the third year, Luo Jianqing reached the level of nascent soul. It broke the record of Xian Lingzi. However, Luo Jianqing did not feel that happy. He stared at the burning river silently, until Mo Chiu said with a smile, "You reached the level of nascent soul in less than 40 years and your nascent soul is so perfect. Good for you. Luo Jianqing, are my blood spirit fruits useful?" Luo Jianqing murmured, "Mo Chiu, we really cannot leave here." Mo Chiu stopped talking suddenly. After a while, he took out a jade boat from his interspatial ring. The boat was exquisite but could only accommodate 3 people. It shone a cold glisten and bogged down the burning river for a moment once it landed in the river. It seemed that the river was intimidated by it. Mo Chiu said, "It's called Claude Jade Heaven Boat. I found out earlier that, every time the astral wind blew over, the burning river would calm down for a quarter of an hour. As long as we could get out of the valley at that period, we might be able to escape here." Luo Jianqing looked at the boat in surprise, and asked after a while, "You could leave here long time ago, right?" Mo Chiu answered with a smile, "What? You think that I can leave by myself?" Luo Jianqing nodded heavily, "Yes. You are not afraid of the burning river, and you have magic tools of heaven level. As long as there is no astral wind, you can leave as you like even without the so-called quarter of an hour." However, Mo Chiu raised his brow and said, "You think too much, Luo Jianqing of Taihua Mountain. What if I came across something more horrible than the astral wind as soon as I get out of the valley? You are now in the level of nascent soul, and that's what I need. Well, the astral wind will come again 3 days later. Let's make preparations and get out of the valley as soon as it dies down." Luo Jianqing cast an unfathomable look at Mo Chiu, and took out a white jade tablet from his interspatial ring. He dropped a drop of his blood on it, and gave it to Mo Chiu, saying, "Fellow cultivator, thanks for helping me get out of the valley and you're waiting. The tablet is a treasure that I got from a relic. I have discharged the contract on it just now and it is a material without owner. With this tablet, you can move to places thousands of miles away for escaping in a blink." Without hesitation, Mo Chiu accepted the jade tablet. He looked at it with a smile and then took out a small blood-red bell from his sleeve. When Mo Chiu shook it, it did not make any sound. "How strange." Mo Chiu said, "What a coincidence. This is called devil-sounded bell. I refined it in boredom. It has no other use. But if you put it near your heart, I can hear the bell ring as long as I am within thousands of miles when you are in danger. And I might come to rescue you if I were in a good mood." Then Mo Chiu threw the devil-sounded bell to Luo Jianqing. Luo Jianqing stared at the exquisite bell with a complicated expression and remained still for quite a while. Mo Chiudao, are you afraid that I'm gonna hurt you? Whatever, I may not be necessarily happy to save you. Mo Chiu stopped talking abruptly when seeing Luo Jianqing thrusting the bell into his heart at one blow. When the bell entered the body, the cinnabar mole between Luo Jianqing's eyebrows flashed a while. Mo Chiu opened his eyes widely and saw the cultivator in cyan robe smiling slightly. His smile was as shiny as the spring morning and the moonlight, and his voice seemed to come from the heaven. Mo Chiu, you said before that you have numerous ways to kill me even if you can't move. You actually believe that? Luo Jianqing's smile became more vigorously, which made him seem more handsome. Yes, I do. You have too many secrets. You know it is the 9th layer of the Lu Yen Valley, and you know the so-called Wind Demon Exalt and Fire Demon Exalt. Although you were born in the barren cold desert, you own magic tools of heaven level that I have never seen before. You can even condense devil chi before reaching the level of nascent soul. Pausing for a while, Luo Jianqing said with a smile, since you did not kill me in the past, I believe that you will not kill me in the future. At least you will not kill me with this devil-sounded bell. 3-year friendship in the Lu Yen Valley is enough to make me believe you and, to make us sworn friends for life and death. Mo Chiu changed his expression on the face for a few times and smiled finally, sworn friends for life and death. Luo Jianqing nodded, yes. Mo Chiu spoke again, I'm a Fein cultivator. Luo Jianqing smiled, I knew. Mo Chiu raised his eyebrows, since you knew that, why you still want to be my sworn friend for life and death? Aren't you afraid being condemned by the other Dao cultivators? Luo Jianqing shook his head and said, who said the Dao cultivators are all good people? And who said that the way of Dao is the only right way, and the way of Fein is wrong? There is no absolute line between rightness and wrongness. Even my elders would make mistakes in his life. And the devil exalt in the palace of devils might also do things living up to his original heart. It is Luo Jianqing who is making friends with you now, but not the first disciple of Taihua Mountain or the so-called Dao cultivator. Mo Chiu, I am nobody but Luo Jianqing. Hearing Luo Jianqing's words, Mo Chiu showed a strange expression on his face but smiled finally, given your words, you are my sworn friends for life and death. The two laughed together. 3 days later, another astral wind blew over. The two hid in the tunnel and escaped. Then they ran to the burning river quickly. Mo Chiu took out the boat of Heaven Laven and they looked at each other. Now. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, To Break the Mortal Bond, 1. Translator, Sissy That Walk. Once the cold jade heaven boat slid into the river, it dispersed coldness and bleakness. The burning river turned tranquil for a second, and then flooded with fierce surges. The heaven-level treasure was glooming with a light blue luster as if it was fighting this golden flame river. They were an even match. The flame around the ship was slowly frozen. The body of the ship reddened on the contrary. Mo Chiu spoke with seriousness in his voice, the cardiac blood of this demon exalt is indeed very powerful. I fear that the ship will drown in a minute. Got the meaning behind his words, Luo Jianqing nodded in agreement, let's get to the ship. The two was like lightning, leaping into the air. Mo Chiu agilely got to the ship, but Luo Jianqing bumped into some troubles. While he was 10 feet away from the burning river, the flame beasts rushed towards him one after another. Luo Jianqing was prepared for this. He lifted the floating frost sword and killed every beast he encountered. The cultivation of nascent soul period plus the weakest quarter of the burning river. Luo Jianqing treated these beasts like weeds in the garden until he met the golden fire dragon when he was 3 feet away from the river. Once the dragon saw Luo Jianqing, he blasted a roaring laugh, it's you again. Come on, let's end this, huh? Luo Jianqing lifted his sword calmly. The Cyan Lotus 9 Swords deployment cut the now weakened 6th level fire dragon in half. It's not possible. Luo Jianqing ignored this arrogant fire dragon, he pushed forward one more foot and met a grumpy golden Kylan, who said, "I have no time for nasty human like you. Piss off." Time was running out. Luo Jianqing didn't care about the despise and disrespect in the Kylan's words. He moved on. Just before he reached the clawed jade heaven boat, he saw a golden silhouette emerged. Holding a gigantic axe in his hand, a strong muscular man was staring him furiously. Luo Jianqing's pupil shrank. A high-level demon exalt. Feeling the wind created by the beast's coming axe, Luo Jianqing quickly preceded the hand knack in preparation of his final attack. However, seeing the cinnabar mole between Luo Jianqing's eyebrows gleaming a scarlet light, the beast hesitated, then dispersed in the air and turned back into flame. It happened in a sudden. Luo Jianqing didn't quite know what just happened. Nonetheless, there was no time for him to figure it out. Mo Chiu kept shouting, "Hurry up." There's not much time left, so Luo Jianqing quickened his steps and got to the ship. The cold jade heaven boat speeded up, headed towards the exit. There were only two spots which looked like the exit. One was the entrance of the burning river. The other was the exit of it. Like Mo Chiu said, the burning river was the cardiac blood of that heaven-level demon exalt. It was creepy to think about what might be at the upstream of the river. The two came into an agreement of heading downstream, but it was the place where the biannual astral wind originated. There was risk to take this choice. Neither of them knew what's around the corner. Cold Jade Heaven boat was navigating on the burning river in lightning speed. Suddenly, the light dimmed. They entered the cave. This cave seemed to stretch on forever. Embraced by complete darkness, the ship kept moving for a day and a night, but they still didn't get out of the cave. Luo Jianqing frowned. "Mo Chiu, do you know what's going on?" Mo Chiu yawned and spoke with reluctancy. "Luo Jianqing, you are really treating me as if I am an encyclopedia." They moved on. The temperature was decreasing from burning to human's body temperature. Luo Jianqing realized that they already got used to the heat in the valley of the Flame River where the temperature was high enough to burn a cultivation period disciple. What they were feeling now was the actual normal temperature. The ship went forward. The temperature was getting lower and lower. The river started to freeze when the temperature became sub-zero. Without any hesitation, Luo Jianqing used the qi of the sword to break the ice, while Mo Chiu continued to steer the ship. They made a great team, but the temperature kept decreasing. After the whole river was frozen, Luo Jianqing turned his head to look at Mo Chiu and found his friend was doing the same. They nodded in agreement. Mo Chiu collected the cold jade heaven boat. They marched on by feet. In an unfamiliar dark place like this, flying was the worst choice. It was true that the gold core cultivators were well managed of the flying skill, but this also made them into a moving target. With faster speed, they were less sensible to the danger around them. Well aware of these details, Luo Jianqing had been a renegade for years, but he was surprised that Mo Chiu was also careful and experienced. Mo Chiu sneered, as if he heard the voice in Luo Jianqing's mind, "The number of people who want to kill me was more than the people you ever knew." They walked along with each other, doing the best they can. Seemingly, danger was far behind them, despite the frozen river. Little by little, Luo Jianqing and Mo Chiu relaxed and let go of their vigilance. After 10 miles of walking, Mo Chiu made a banter, "This cave is really deep. We haven't reached the end for days. I wonder how long it is." Luo Jianqing smiled, "As long as there is no danger awaits us." Right when he finished the sentence, Luo Jianqing felt a breeze passing him. He suddenly stopped, asked Mo Chiu, "Did you feel the wind?" Mo Chiu stood and looked around vigilantly. "No, I didn't." They guarded up again. After Luo Jianqing walked on for 100 meters, the wind blew his black hair, lightly touching his cheek. Eyes wide open, Luo Jianqing was shocked. "There's wind." A cyan sword light flew towards the origin of the wind. The sword light seemed like swallowed by the darkness, made no sound, no hit, no anything. Dangers in the dark were always more difficult to deal with than that in the open light. Luo Jianqing and Mo Chiu had no fear in their hearts, instead, they sped on. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, from breeze to storm, then from storm to whirlwind. When the fierce astral wind came in, Luo Jianqing lifted his sword while Mo Chiu wielded his whip. They were able to fight with it in the beginning, but when they moved forward, the astral wind was even stronger. After 10 miles marching in the wind, the astral wind stabbed Luo Jianqing's shoulder. He moaned with blood oozing out of his mouth. Mo Chiu was worried about him. Be careful. Luo Jianqing took out a Xian-level defense instrument from the interspatial ring and put it on. The instrument was cut into powders by the astral wind, but it did keep out some attacks. Mo Chiu said, "Hurry up. Let's get out of this place." Luo Jianqing nodded. With no hesitation, they pulled out their best instruments to fight against this fearful astral wind and moved forward. 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles. When they finally saw the light, Luo Jianqing got 4 or 5 wounds on his body. Mo Chiu was no better than him. The astral wind was as strong as a out-of-body level cultivator's most powerful attack. The instruments in Luo Jianqing's interspatial ring were almost all broken. Mo Chiu stopped to pull out instruments. They flew to the exit, against the violent wind. 1,000 meters, 100 meters, 10 meters. 3 meters. At this moment, a frightening astral wind rushed towards them from their back. Wanted to get out of the cave as quick as possible, Luo Jianqing speeded up, but the wind reached his clothes. The breath of the wind was strong enough to strip a slice of bleeding flesh from Luo Jianqing's back. He spat out blood. Bang! Luo Jianqing was kicked out of the cave. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, To Break the Mortal Bond, 2. Translator, Sissy That Walk. He dropped into a magnificent river. The wound was hurting like fire burning on his back. There was not much spiritual power left in his body. Still, he turned himself toward the cave calling his partner, Mo Chiu. Mo Chiu. A voice uttered inside the cave. Mo Chiu said, "No worries. The astral wind isn't a big deal for me. I have a heaven-level instrument which can deliver me to home. Luo Jianqing, my home is far away from here. There will be a long time until we see each other again." The pain was almost unbearable, but Luo Jianqing still shouted, "Don't you lie to me, Mo Chiu. You kicked me out of the cave. Is it because you can't make it? Fuck off. Why can't you believe me, huh? Never mind, I'm not gonna waste my time on you. Leaving now." A beam of scarlet light glimmered from the dark cave entrance. A mysterious vibe was dispersing in the air, with the unique threatening sense of feeling from the heaven-level instrument. The light dimmed. Luo Jianqing felt, Mo Chiu had left indeed. Luo Jianqing. His mouth twitched speechlessly, and then he burst into a laugh. Luo Jianqing laughed for quite some time and finally passed out because of tiredness. Tired and beaten, he drifted with the edgeless river, moving along with waves and tides. A vivid cinnabar mole surrounded by a 4-petaled lotus was right between his eyebrows. Every time when arrogant earth-level beasts tried to get near him, the cinnabar mole would glitter and repel them. The wound on his back stopped bleeding, but Luo Jianqing still remained unconscious. He had no idea how long he had been floating in this river. Neither did he know that he already followed the river from the 9th layer of Lu Yen Valley to the 1st layer. He passed a gigantic waterfall and suddenly broke a light red ward. Then he kept drifting on. The scenery around him was constantly changing. Eyes shut tight and face pale, the handsome cultivator in Sian was floating in the trickling river from stark forest to bustling village. An old woman who was doing laundry saw the young man lying in the middle of the river. She was shocked and screamed, "Help, a dead body." When Luo Jianqing woke up, a humble rooftop was what fulfilled his sight. Smelled the light aroma of fully cooked rice, Luo Jianqing tried moving his fingers and arms. He saw an old woman walked in while he was getting out of the bed. The tableware in her hands dropped on the ground when she saw him. After a while of complete silence, the women asked carefully, you awake? It was until then Luo Jianqing knew what was going on. The village was called Gu Village, which was built along one of the branches of the Luo River. There were only 46 households in the entire village. All of the villagers lived on the Luo River. That day, Grandma Gu was doing laundry by the river, and that was when she saw Luo Jianqing in the middle of the water. Grandma Gu thought Luo Jianqing was surely dead, but after the villagers got him out of the river, they found him still alive. Warm-hearted Grandma Gu brought Luo Jianqing home and took care of him for 40 days. Pouring congee into the bowls, Grandma Gu said, "In the morning, my husband went out for farming. He won't come back until the night falls. Jianqing, if you don't mind, you can stay here and have a rest." With all the gratitude in his heart, Luo Jianqing took over the congee from Grandma Gu and said gently, "Thank you." Grandma Gu waved her hand, "There's no need for thanks, really. A gorgeous child like you must have been through something terrible to lose a chunk of flesh on the back. Although I am only a vulgar woman from the countryside, I know you are not immortal. You remain alive even if after lying in the middle of the river. Speaking of this, Jianqing, how old are you?" Thought it over, Luo Jianqing told her his real age, "I'm 40 years old." Eyes wide open, Grandma Gu couldn't believe what she heard, "You look like a 20-year-old. There's no way you are already 40. Luo Jianqing smiled but said nothing. 40, my son would be 40-year-old if he were still alive. Grandma Gu put some food in Luo Jianqing's bowl, "But Jianqing, you are immortal, right? I heard that these beings can be forever young and are all beautiful like you." Paused for a moment, Luo Jianqing lifted his head and looked at the woman, "I am no immortal, but Grandma, you've seen one before." Grandma Gu nodded, "Yeah, about 3 years ago, he befell at our yard and gave us some herbs. He was gorgeous. He said that we didn't have much time left to live, but the herbs can prolong our lives." The words touched a secret part in Luo Jianqing's heart. He asked, "Why did he prolong your lives?" Grandma Gu responded, "He told us that one day in the future there will be someone, maybe his disciple, coming here to break the bond or something. Well, I don't quite know what he was saying, but the herbs were working pretty well. My husband is 70 years old this year. He's still very strong and healthy. You know, he even goes out to do the planting." Bang! Luo Jianqing dropped the chopsticks on the table. He turned his head slowly, staring the wrinkled visage of the grandma with a complicated gaze. He looked at her eyes which containing gentleness and kindness, he looked at her wrinkles with all the years and ages hidden within, he finally put his eyes on her visage. Mouth puckered, he went into silence for a long time. This time, Luo Jianqing stayed. Although his spiritual power only recovered for 30%, although the wound on his back still needed time to heal, if Luo Jianqing was keen to leave, he could leave any time. He stayed, no matter what. That night, Grandpa Gu went home. Grandma Gu cooked a hearty meal which triggered a laugh from the grandpa. "Jianqing just regained consciousness today. He can't eat all this feast. You should prepare something easy to digest." Grandma Gu tapped her own forehead, "Oh my. I almost forget." Silently, Luo Jianqing looked at the meals that occupied the whole table, couldn't calm down his mind. While eating, Grandma Gu said, "Husband, do you know that Jianqing reaches his 40 this year?" Grandpa Gu's eyes widened, staring at Luo Jianqing. 40. The same age as our son?" Grandma Gu smiled and nodded. Somber yellow light was slowly wobbling in the narrow shabby house. Cultivating, Luo Jianqing sat cross-legged on the bed. He had just broken the nascent soul period. If not that he needed to get out of the valley as soon as possible, he should have been consolidating the period a long time ago. Now, however, he couldn't calm down and cultivate. He heard the snoring of Grandpa Gu, he heard the breathing of Grandma Gu, he heard the mating call of the frog outside, he heard the jingling sound of water from the running Luo River. Finally, Luo Jianqing got out of the bed, walked into the yard, and looked up to the sky. There happened to be a full moon. Slowly touching the earth, the moonlight was as limpid as water. Confusion emerged on the comely face of the cultivator. The starry eyes were filled with haze. He was standing in the Gu village. However, he felt like he was standing in the middle of the lively capital city, or at the desolate top of the Yushao peak. Enjoying the precious tranquil night, Luo Jianqing closed his eyes. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, To Break the Mortal Bond, 3. Translator, Sissy That Walk. In the morning of the next day, Grandma Gu saw Luo Jianqing in the yard. She was shocked. Jianqing, why did you wake up this early? It's cold outside. Come in. You can't bear the coldness with these clothes. Smiling, Luo Jianqing took over the shoulder pole from Grandma Gu. May I help you with cooking? The bright smile of the young man dazzled Grandma Gu. She came to her senses after a while, and nodded, sure. That day, Luo Jianqing helped Grandma Gu with preparing breakfast. After the meal, Grandpa Gu was leaving for laboring in the field. Luo Jianqing asked, can I join you? Grandpa wasn't expecting him to say that, but still, he responded in joy, of course. With no spiritual power or enchantment, Luo Jianqing held the delicate rice seedling in his hands and carefully put it in the muddy ground. Grandpa Gu laughed, and pointed out his mistakes, then taught him how to fix the angle of the seedling. After a whole day of laboring, Luo Jianqing's beautiful face was distained with mud. Days like this passed by uneventfully. There was nothing more special compared to a stranger coming to the Gu village, especially when the stranger was very gorgeous. Luo Jianqing charmed a lot of girls from the village. Even the most beautiful one couldn't help herself giving Luo Jianqing a red flower as a gift and then ran away with blushing cheeks. Luo Jianqing held the shoulder poke in one hand, looking at the red flower in his hand. Just like the visage of the girl, the flower was so delicate, composing by youth and ages. Luo Jianqing refused all the proposals, and shook his head to every villagers who wanted to introduce a girl to him. He lived with Grandpa and Grandma Gu, helping them with cooking, laundry, laboring, and cleaning like he became a part of the family. He never treated a task with carelessness. Although he was wearing shabby clothes, he was elegant like an immortal. In the winter, heavy rain swept the Gu village which led to a flood. That night, Luo Jianqing and Grandpa Gu went to the field to check the plants. Grandpa Gu slipped. Luo Jianqing tried to catch him. He failed. He forgot he was a cultivator who could use the spiritual power. He tried to catch Grandpa Gu with a mortal body and didn't make it. Grandpa Gu was ill because of the accident and couldn't get out of bed. Grandma Gu and Luo Jianqing took care of him day after day, night after night. The villagers brought gifts to the family. The pretty girl who gave Luo Jianqing a flower brought a quilt. When she was about to leave, she said in a soft voice, that day, I saw you floating on the river as well, but I was too frightened to shout out. Avoided eye contact, Luo Jianqing didn't respond. 10 days later, Grandpa Gu's illness was more acute. The 3 years in the Lu Yen Valley left Luo Jianqing an empty interspatial ring. He wanted to use his own spiritual power to prolong Grandpa Gu's life. However, right before he was about to do this, Grandma Gu was wiping Grandpa Gu's body and mumbling, the immortal told us that his disciple will come to us to break the bond. There aren't many days left for my husband. Why is it that he hasn't shown up? Luo Jianqing lost his words. 3 days after, Grandpa's condition became worse and lost his eyesight. He should have been dead 3 years ago, but he managed to live till now due to the herbs. Before his death, Grandpa got a momentary recovery of consciousness and said a lot to Grandma Gu. He talked about their encounter, their early marriage days, their days without a child, their memory about abandoning their son into the Luo River. Luo Jianqing was listening quietly and sat beside Grandpa Gu when the patient beckoned him. With a kind smile on his face, Grandpa Gu gently held Luo Jianqing's hands. He stared at the young man carefully, didn't say a word. After a long time of silence, he said, Jianqing, for a year of living together, I have always considered you as my son. Now it's time for me to leave. Can you call me Dad for one sole time? Mouth shut tight, Luo Jianqing didn't say anything. This didn't annoy him. Grandpa Gu shook his head. This is indeed too much to ask from you. He beckoned to his wife. I know that he is not a monster. He is our son. She, my wife, I remember the day when I proposed. I picked your favorite azalea. They looked good in your hair. The sunset was beautiful that day, but, I remember, you are even more beautiful than the magnificent light. Grandma Gu showed a subtle smile. Next life, I will still decorate my hair with azalea. You will know it's me when you see the flower. Grandpa Gu nodded. They embraced each other. A relieving smile emerged on the visage of Grandpa Gu. His eyes were slowly closing, and that's when he heard a voice saying, Dad. His eyes glimmered and then closed forever. A drop of tear slid down. 10 days after Grandpa Gu's death, Grandma Gu had gradually lost her health. Luo Jianqing started to take care of this lonely woman. He played his role as a good listener, staying by her side for her story of the younger romantic days and her poor daughter who died several years ago. 3 months later, Grandma Gu couldn't get herself out of bed anymore. That day, she held Luo Jianqing's hand, just like Grandpa Gu, suddenly found back her energy and said a lot of words. When I was young, believe me, I was the prettiest girl in this region, so that I once had a high expectation for my future husband. That day, under the sunset, I saw him holding an enormous bouquet of azalea with a silly smile hanging on his face. I was thinking, wow, that man looks so funny, and then we were married. I wasn't able to give birth to a child until the 12th year of our marriage. He didn't mind at all, but the villagers were foul-mouthed. In the 12th year, we had a baby who opened his eyes and smiled at the moment he was born. He had beautiful eyes which would bend like the new moon when he smiled. They were even saying that I've given birth to a little girl. But every time he smiled, there were thunders came from the firmament hovering over the Gu village. I never knew thunder could be that terrifying. It didn't stop for 3 days and 3 nights. At the same time, the Luo River became crystal clear, very clear. It was so clear that I could see lots of shrimp and fish beneath the surface. I lived here for dozens of years, but that was the first time I knew there were so many creatures in the Luo River. Then, we put him inside a bucket and let him float away along the river. Anywhere his bucket touched, tranquil befallen. The fish and shrimp all scattered away, but the thunder followed. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, To Break the Mortal Bond, 4. Translator, Sissy That Walk. Luo Jianqing was still smiling when she stopped to cough. He gave her a glass of warm water. She looked at Luo Jianqing with joy in her eyes. We once gave him a name called Gu Niansheng. Luo Jianqing lightly nodded. It's a good one. Grandma Gu smiled and sipped some water. It was raining outside. Dropping on the ground without a sound, the rain in spring was light and mild. When Luo Jianqing stood up to shut the windows, he heard an old kind voice said something before he even turned his back. Niansheng, how are you these years? Luo Jianqing was petrified. Are your step-parents treating you well? Do you have any siblings? Where do you live? Are you married? Luo Jianqing was standing still, didn't turn his head. Coughing while smiling, Grandma Gu said, I forgot that you went to learn how to be an immortal. Your master must have been nice to you. Is he? Grandma Gu heard Luo Jianqing's words. Grandma Gu quivered and slowly shut up her mouth. After a long silence, Grandma Gu wiped out the tears and said in a cracked voice, Our second child was a girl. We named her Gu Ame and gave her a nickname Niansheng. She was beautiful, married to a young man from another village. She died because of dystocia. Her husband didn't marry until the 3rd year by when he suddenly became rich and married another girl. My daughter, however, didn't have a chance to enjoy her life for even 1 day. When I was little, I heard the elders talking about karma. My son only lived a few days after his birth. Ame inherited his name, and, just like my husband and I, was cursed by that. Staring at the ground, Luo Jianqing was still facing the window. The villagers are saying that we are nice and kind, but they don't know we are always haunted by our dreams. I remember one night I had a dream in which my son came back and told me he was scared of the thunder. He told me that it was cold lying in the Luo River. My husband and I didn't have a single peaceful night for 27 years until the immortal came. It was our karma. We did something wrong, to our own child. She choked with sobs. Luo Jianqing couldn't help himself but turned his head. He saw the old woman was crying. The quilt was wetted by the tears. She was crying and shivering uncontrollably. Luo Jianqing made his way towards Grandma Gu. Before he could say anything, she said, 3 years ago, the immortal told us that we were about to leave this world. We told them that we did not want to live any longer as well. What we really wanted was death, so that we could reunite with our children. However, the immortal said that our son was still waiting for us to break the bond that connected our family. We asked him where our Nianqing was. He told us that we would know when the time is right. We managed to live another 3 years just because of his words. Actually, we didn't eat the herbs. That's surely a precious thing. We want to give it to our Nianqing. We've been wondering for 3 years how he's gonna look like. He's in his late 30s. Maybe he has a wonderful life. Maybe he already had his own family now, with beautiful wife and lovely child. Maybe he's like that immortal. So gorgeous. So kind. Befallen our yard one day and told us he's coming to cut the bond. When that day came, I was doing laundry. I saw a man floating in the middle of the river. I took a gleam when he was rescued ashore, and I knew, at that moment, this is my son. My Nianqing is even more handsome than I ever imagined. He is so gorgeous, so nice. We don't deserve a son like this. I know, after my death, he's gonna be an immortal. It's good. He should be one. He doesn't need parents like us. Then what's the meaning of our bond? Mom, Luo Jianqing sobbed. Grandma Gu suddenly lifted her head, staring at the handsome young man standing in front. It was after a while before she beckoned him finally. Nianqing, how are you, these years? She said the words with extreme carefulness and mild voice as if she didn't want to scare him. Luo Jianqing held her hand and nodded, my life is very satisfying. Do you have any child? Luo Jianqing shook his head. Are you married? He nodded, I have somebody that I really like. Grandma Gu beamed with pleasure, it's good, it's good. The light kindled in the house. The thunder and lightning outside couldn't disturb the peaceful kind vibe within. Grandma Gu was very happy. She said a lot as if she had countless things to tell Luo Jianqing. It was till the sunrise her voice became weaker and weaker. In the end, Grandma Gu was leaning on Luo Jianqing's chest and mumbling, that day, I was the one who decided to abandon you, not your father, it's true, not your father. We regretted before we got to our house. We found a ship and searched you around in the Luo River but couldn't find you, we really couldn't find you. We found a lot of money in our house after we returned. We hid them all under this bed. Take the money. They are yours. We didn't even tell Ame. Luo Jianqing nodded hard. Looking right into this handsome man, Grandma Gu lifted her head. She looked at him as if she didn't want to leave this world, not after she finally had the chance to look at her son. She smiled slowly, your master must have been treating you well. Nianqing, his eyes were beaming with delight when he spoke of you. Luo Jianqing couldn't move his body. She was still speaking, your master spat out lots of blood when he left. You must take good care of him. Shivering in shock, Luo Jianqing widened his eyes. Grandma Gu's eyes were slowly closing. Voice weakening and fingers losing strength, using the last bit of her energy, she still gazed at Luo Jianqing. A relieving smile emerged, for 1 second, she became the beautiful girl who enchanted every young man in the region dozens of years ago. She said, Nianqing, our bond, was cut. Splat. Her arm dropped at the moment she finished the sentence. Stupefied, Luo Jianqing held the old woman in his arms. A long time passed. His tears were finally running out. He felt something inside him vanished at the moment Grandma Gu stopped her breath. That thing was constraining him for 41 years, and he didn't notice it at all. It was the bond between the family which was buried at the deepest corner in his heart and was broken following Grandma Gu's last words. What was the meaning of breaking the mortal bond? Must we become indifferent of love and hate to be immortal? Thunder was roaring in the firmament. Countless lightning was rushing towards the ground like silver snakes. Then a heavy rain followed. In terrible weather like this, Luo Jianqing buried Grandma Gu with Grandpa Gu. He knelt before the tombstone, kowtowed 41 times, and then using sword qi left a phrase on the tombstone. By their son, Gu Niancheng. The last bit of the bond had disappeared. Luo Jianqing looked up at the sky. There was nothing but coldness and anger on his face. Who's to blame for the flood and thunder 41 years ago? Why the fate asked me to break the mortal bond? Why is it that we have to be indifferent to a mortal? Why do we need to leave behind the love and hate? I, Luo Jianqing, swear that I will succeed with all the mortal emotions still inside me. Emerging and rumbling from the underground, an ancient invisible power accumulated around Luo Jianqing. This was the third seizure of the 9 heavenly seizure record, seizing right and wrong. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, The Bond Between Master and Disciple, I Will Never Let Go of It. 1. Translator, Sissy That Walk. Under the downpour, a figure in cyan stood alone in the forest. It was raining cats and dogs. With tremendous thunder and lightning, the whole region was shaken. Gazing at the sky, Luo Jianqing stood in this terrifying weather. It was just like the weather which befell the Gu village 41 years ago. The rain dropped into the Luo River which meandered thousands of miles. There seemed no end for the countless lightning. Instead of turbid, the Luo River turned crystal clear by the raindrops. Shrimp and fish were swimming. The mountains ashore were connected by their reflections in the river, and their dim outline was looming in the rain. The Luo River not only ran for an enormous distance, but it was no mild river. The cultivator in cyan stood at the top of the mountain gazing at the vast Luo River but couldn't find its end. It was majestic and stirring, just like the fearful firmament. It was in the rain that Luo Jianqing saw the imaginary images of the couple. The villagers had nothing for their child but hate and curse. They put that little chubby boy into a bucket along with enough quilt against the cold, enough foods against the starvation, and enough canvas against the rain. Crying as if their heart was broken, they put the bucket into the water and watched it floating along with the river. The thunder went away following the departure of the child. The water turned clear everywhere the bucket touched. The vibe around the child was always tranquil and steady. The couple ashore was wailing. Finally, the young man dragged the weeping lady away. The crying sound from the bucket gradually ceased as well. Sighed, Luo Jianqing let go of this image before that familiar white figure appeared. Thunder was roaring in the sky as if it aimed to demolish the mountain. Luo Jianqing closed his eyes instead. 41 years ago in the peaceful Gu village, after 12 years of marriage, Gu Qi and his wife finally had their first child. The baby boy was gorgeous. Wishing him to be like a young willow, growing fast and evergreen, they named him Gu Willow. Gu Willow was smart and bright. He went to a school in the village at the age of 6 to learn how to read and write from a shiozai. It was not until he turned 12 that his teacher realized he was outsmarted. Gu Willow's teacher wrote a letter of recommendation and sent him to study in town. When Gu Willow was leaving the village, Gu 16 gave him a box of candy as a goodbye gift and said in lovely voice, "You know how to read, while I know how to cook." The girl in buns was bravely expressing her love, but Gu Willow was blushing. With simple luggage, Gu Willow went to the town to study. He got the first place in the town test and the province test, and stayed at the top one for all the tests along the way to the capital city. The emperor endorsed him as Manhwa, number 3 in national civil examinations, and then gave him the courtesy name of Fengzhang. With great achievement, Gu Willow returned his hometown. He smelled the aroma of cooked rice before he even stepped into the village. The subordinate asked, "Tanhua Gu, is there any tasty famous food in your hometown?" Gu Willow didn't have time to answer because he saw a pretty girl came out of a house built at the end of the street. She rushed towards him. Looking shy while saying something bold, "Gu Willow, you come back with knowledge and I am good at cooking now." With a blush on his face, Gu Willow married Gu 16 a year later. Although Gu Willow was just a Tanhua, within 10 years he impeached several corrupt officials who once held great power in their hands. On the outside, he was the ruthless censor, once a year gave the emperor a world-shaking suggestion and bet his life with it, even the emperor couldn't say no to him. On the inside, he was a perfect husband, although they didn't have any child, he was doing all he could to take care of Gu 16 with love, care, and gentleness. They were well known for their loving stories. When Gu Willow was 40, he became a member of the cabinet and went to the battlefield to overwatch the army, while Gu 16 was sobbing every day back home. When Gu Willow was 50, while the colleagues around his age all had a big family and countless offspring, Gu Willow and Gu 16 only had each other. When Gu Willow was 60, holding tremendous power in his hands, he became the prime minister. He was still ruthless and just, a nightmare of the greedy negligent officials. When Gu Willow was 70, a new emperor took over the throne. Believed the obloquy, the new emperor was dread of the power of the prime minister and sentenced the old good man death. The whole city cried for 3 days and 3 nights. Youth had already left Gu 16. That day, she held her husband's cinerary urn for a long time and gently buried it underground. She sat in front of the tombstone for 3 days and left abruptly. Gu 16 came back with a lunch box which was filled with fully cooked rice. "You know how to read, while I know how to cook." After having the rice, Gu 16 rushed towards the gravestone and commit suicide. All of these was frozen into an image. Again, the time came back to 41 years ago. Gu Qi and his wife had a child. That year there was little rain in the village. All the plants were died because of the drought. The couple named their baby Gu Wish, wishing him and the family a bright future. A better future. Playing every single day, Gu Wish was very naughty. He hates studying. His parents never ceased to worry about his future. This time, Gu 16 didn't make it to be born into this world. Her mother had a stillborn. Following his parents and playing his toy, Gu Wish visited this lady who had just lost her child. With just 7-year-old, Gu Wish was weirdly strong. Noticing that, his parents sent him to learn martial arts with a veteran. At 12 years old, Gu Wish enlisted. Still looking for candy before he took his leave, he didn't treat this seriously. There was nobody except his parents said goodbye to him, only several girls who were enchanted by his handsome visage but soon called back by their parents, "That boy has nothing but a pretty face. He won't succeed but die in the battlefield sooner or later." Gu Wish stopped to stare at the direction where the voice originated. When he was 13 years old, Gu Wish fought in the war for the first time. He earned himself a lot of medals and was promoted Qianfu Zhang when he was 17. He saved the general's life once, and by that chance, impressed by both his appearance and his skills, the general started to endorse him. At last, when Gu Wish was 20, they ended the war with a great victory. Came back to the capital city as a soldier who proved his braveness. Gu Wish was complimented by the emperor himself. However, Gu Wish didn't like the vibe of party. While wandering alone in the garden, he bumped into a girl who was practicing her sword. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, The Bond Between Master and Apprentice Disciple, I Will Never Let Go of It. 2. Translator, Sissy That Walk. Seeing Gu Wish who stood aside, the girl was slightly angry. "You insolent tramp, who gave you permission to enter?" Gu Wish acted like a swain. "Is that so? There is a sign outside saying only woman allowed but no hero like me." The girl sneered, "Are you kidding me? You, a hero?" Gu Wish held his head up high, said, "So by your majesty." Her eyes glimmered and held the sword up. Then, "Hero, do you dare take my challenge? Why not? They fought with excitement in the yard. At last, the girl was defeated. Tried to break Gu Wish's constraint but failed, she sighed, really? You are just like what was said by my father, having nothing but strength and having no idea how to behave yourself. 3 years later, Gu Wish married the general's only daughter, Ing Nyang. The emperor himself even gave them a blessing. They had their first child in the 2nd year of their marriage, and had 3 boys within 5 years. When the time reached the 10th year, Ing Nyang refused to give birth to another one. Gu Wish couldn't do anything about it, so he put all his energy into teaching his 6 sons martial arts. When Gu Wish was 30, Ing Nyang's father, the old general, was killed in the war. Followed the new emperor's order, Gu Wish went to the battlefield. Wherever he went, death and demolish followed. They won the war with no doubt. He beheaded the general of their enemy and brought the head back home. He held his wife tight and comforted her gently. When Gu Wish was 50 years old, he held great power in his hands. His 6 sons all became famous generals. When Gu Wish was 60 years old, the suspicious emperor beckoned him to the palace. It was a party, but Gu Wish's last one. The emperor gave him a death sentence along with a glass of poisoned wine. Gu Wish laughed instead, and asked, "There's only one thing I want to know, what did I do wrong?" The emperor sighed, "General Gu, that is your mistake, you did nothing wrong." Gu Wish drank the wine and stroked the glass on the ground. He rode the horse rushing towards General Palace, but life was slipping away. He died halfway home. The horse took him all the way home as if it knew what his owner was determined. Under the moonlight, when Ing Nyang came out of the general palace, she saw his hero still wearing the army attire, sitting on the horseback, and eyes wide open. Ing Nyang was shivering, kneeling on the ground, their 6 sons swore to revenge. However, Ing Nyang said, "Your father was the hero of this country. He owed nothing to the country, the emperor, or the citizens. The former emperor gave him the title of hero. How can you guys discredit his honor? Mother! Take your father off from the horseback and bring him to my room. I still have a lot of words, hadn't had a chance to tell him." That night, the general palace didn't turn off light for the whole night. The old lady sat beside the bed and held her husband's hand, mumbling, "Honestly, I knew who you were when we first met each other, Gu Wish. My father told me that he found someone who would achieve greatness in the future. He wished me to marry that guy, but I hated that. How could he decide whom I will marry? Me, Ing Nyang, was famous in the capital city. I was not like the other girls who will obey their parents' arrangement. The day you entered the yard, you were wearing the same white attire. You held my hands. I could feel my heartbeat. It was like boom, boom, boom. The beat went on and on. You tramp. Rather to die as a hero instead of to live as a traitor. You were everyone's hero, but my tramp." She kept talking until the sunrise. The old lady got out of the room and took out her sword. She started practicing the sword just like 40 years ago. She was still beautiful and powerful as if nothing had changed. She was playing her sword in the middle of the yard and he was watching her in the darkness. They got to know each other and then fell in love. The sword was dropped on the ground. What following it was the body of Ing Nyang. The general palace hung up white curtains. Ing Nyang died on the same day with Gu Willow. This was what was called, no need for the same date of birth but beg for the same date of death. The 6 generals were in wrath and planned to overthrow the emperor, but were defeated by the well-prepared majesty who destroyed the whole general palace with no mercy. Several years after this, the once magnificent general palace was now shabby and poor. No one ever remembered once there was a teenager from a common village step by step became a great hero of the country. Again, 41 years ago, Gu Qi and his wife had a child. They named him Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen chose business as his work field but lost a tremendous amount of money in the end. Even his old wife hung herself and committed suicide. They left nothing but an idiotic son. Another 41 years ago, this time his name was Gu Qing. He was a hard-working farmer and very good at agricultural tactic. He married Gu 16 at the right time. They had a wonderful life together. The 9th 41 years ago, Gu Qi and his wife named their child Gu Niancheng. Gu Niancheng was handsome and very clever. When he was 7, an immortal came to the Gu village to find himself an apprentice. That immortal in white robe fixed his eyes on Gu Niancheng. What is your name? My name is Gu Niancheng. Why Niancheng? He shook his head, I have no idea. Didn't care much on his answer, the immortal waved his hand, I'm Xianlingzi. You come with me to the Tai Hua mountain. You can follow me and be my disciple. Knowing nothing, Gu Niancheng followed his parents and kneeled before the immortal. When he was about to leave, his parents held his hands and kept telling him to be a good student. Dad, Mom, can I still come back and visit? Before his parents could answer, Xianlingzi said, to be an immortal, you have to leave no bond in the common world. Now, you are given the chance to break the bond between your parents and yourself. After this, you will have the freedom the commoners never have a chance to enjoy, and then, you could step on the journey to learn how to be an immortal. No, said Gu Niancheng, why do I have to abandon my parents? Xianlingzi gazed at him, do you want to be an immortal? The wrath slowly disappeared. Gu Niancheng looked up and smiled, Master, I want to be immortal, but I don't want to be a creature with no love, no hate, nor sympathy. I won't break the bond linking my parents and I, nor which linking you and me. If it is true that only indifference can lead a person to the road of immortal, then why, can you tell me, that 41 years ago you came to the Luo River, rescued me, and made me your first disciple? Suddenly, everything around Gu Niancheng, including Xianlingzi, froze like statues. Step by step, Gu Niancheng made his way up to the sky, while his figure slowly transformed into Luo Jianqing. 9 phantasms. Every single one of them was diminishing Luo Jianqing's determination. There was a saying, all the relationships and bonds bring only agony, then why keep them? There is only one way, put them into demolition. Luo Jianqing gently touched Xianlingzi's face and showed him a smile with indulgence, you came to the Gu village just for me, you prolonged my parents' lives in order to create a chance for me to break the bond. Wu Yin, do you really want me to be an immortal with, no love, no hate, no anything? Then, given that you've spat blood for me, who am I to you? Chapter 40. Chapter 40, The Bond Between Master and Apprentice-Disciple, I Will Never Let Go of It. 3. Translator, Sissy That Walk. With fingertips gentle touching, Luo Jianqing lowered his head and kissed Xianlingzi's lips. All were fake in the phantasm. However, Luo Jianqing felt it real. The touching of the lips was soft and gentle. It had Sir Xianlingzi's love. Although all the emotions were confined in the Yushao Peak, just like what Xianlingzi said, the respected immortal hadn't broken the mortal bond. The next moment, all the phantasm vanished. Tremendous energy burst out from Luo Jianqing. The power transformed into a whip, releasing energy into its surroundings. Whipping and striking, Luo Jianqing twisted the whole dimension. A roaring sound came out from the firmament. There was thunder hidden in the clouds but never really hit the ground. In chaos we born, over wrong and right we bring, but who's in the position to say which is right or not? They say heartless lead to immortal. They say indifference is the basic of cultivation. Then what is immortal and what is cultivation? My fate is controlled by myself, not by God. The bond linking me and my parents, I won't let go of it. The bond linking me to my master, I won't let go of it as well. 9 Heavenly Seizure Record. The third seizure, seizing right and wrong. Boom. Ferocious spiritual power flooded out over the whole Gu village, then converged with the Luo River. Surprisingly, nothing was hurt nor taken away by that enormous power. Instead, it stroked over all the creatures that existed in the world, studying and observing everything as if it was eager to know what was truly right and what was truly wrong. But that was a question which remained unanswered for tens of thousands of years. Standing in the rain, Luo Jianqing looked up at the sky. In that very moment, the rain suddenly stopped, but the clouds were still shrouding over. Something that had lost in him for a quite long time emerged again. Entangled Luo Jianqing for 41 years, this strong emotion was ignited by his parents, who gave him flesh and blood, and Luo Jianqing could never put that into disdain. Hatred or complain, it was what Luo Jianqing had to carry on himself, it was his decision to choose whether or not to break their bond. Luo Jianqing stood in front of the tomb for 41 days, as if he was trying to mend what he missed for 41 years. When he finally turned away from the graveyard, he was still the son of Gu Qi and his wife because these two had struggled to live for another 3 years just for him. They abandoned Luo Jianqing in the Luo River, but they were also the people who saved him from drowning. Although there was a gap of 41 years separation between Luo Jianqing's parents and himself, Gu Qi and his wife still took care of Luo Jianqing for 40 days. Luo Jianqing took out the money that was hidden under the bed when he came back to the house and gave the money away to every household in the village and his brother-in-law. He left while the man was still trying to figure out what was going on. When Luo Jianqing reached the exit of the village, a beautiful girl rushed towards him, couldn't care less about her reputation among the villagers. Holding a vivid red flower in her hand, the girl was crying. She wiped out the tears and gave the flower to Luo Jianqing, who was looking every movement of her and smiled. "Are you the 16th girl who was born in the Gu village?" "I am the only one in the village ranked as the 16th girl." Luo Jianqing laughed with relief as if he knew something already. Pulling out a white jade hairpin from his interspatial ring, Luo Jianqing helped Gu 16 to wear this gorgeous accessory. The girl was so happy that her fingertips were shivering with delight, but Luo Jianqing said, "I'm not your true love. Somebody once told me that it is her own business to love me, and that business has nothing to do with me. So now I only want to tell you that I'm not the one, but if you insist, I won't clear your memory." Widened her eyes, Gu 16 said, You are indeed an immortal. 16, you will understand that I'm not the one when you met your true love. Leaving this sentence, Luo Jianqing used his spiritual power to leave the village and flew up to the sky. For a whole day, Gu 16 gazed at the direction where Luo Jianqing went. At last, she went home with tears hanging on her eyelashes. She didn't know that many years later she would hold her grandson in her arms and smile with content, saying, "Actually, a long time ago, Grandma liked someone. Once, but I fear that like was only remained as like, not love, for if I did love that man, I would take pains to follow him no matter what it takes, not like what I did, stood there for only one day." In fact, every cause had an effect. All was determined by fate. There was no coincidence but only causality. When Luo Jianqing came back to the Tai Hua mountain, all the young disciples were stunned and looked at him with disbelief, and finally started to shout, "It's Luo Jianqing. He comes back. You finally come back." This good news was spread all over the Tai Hua mountain in less than half an hour. Many elders and apprentices came to check if Luo Jianqing really came back. Luo Jianqing thanked their warm welcome and then flew to the Shuang Peak to report to the master. When Luo Jianqing flew away, an elder was shocked by what he sensed from this senior apprentice. "Wait, is it true that Jianqing already reached to the nascent soul period?" "It is. It's the nascent soul period. OMG, the senior disciple cultivated for only 41 years. I can't believe somebody could make it. Master Xian Lingzi made it when he was 56 years old. Luo Jianqing is only 41. It's impossible." At the moment Luo Jianqing came back to the Tai Hua mountain, the cinnabar mole between his eyebrows turned into a golden beam and suddenly flew to the Yushao peak. Pretended he couldn't care less about that peak, Luo Jianqing said nothing but gazed at the light. He met the master when he arrived at the Shuang Peak. Hao Xingzi asked what happened after he was swallowed by the ghost drift sands and how did he manage to come out while the gate of the Lu Yen Valley was closed. Luo Jianqing answered every question the master asked but hid the truth that Mo Qiu was a fiend cultivator. Hao Xingzi sighed, after all, that was the grave of a heaven-level demon exalt. It would be strange if everything there went on normal. "Jianqing, you'd better hurry up to the Yushao Peak. While you were gone, your master had made the whole 4 sects and 8 clans into chaos. Luo Jianqing was surprised to hear that. Master, can you tell me exactly what is going on? When the Lu Yen Valley was opened, the gate didn't close for 3 days, but you remained missing. Seeing the gate closed again while you still didn't show up, Master Shan was worried about you. Then we heard some cultivators saying that you and another one from the Mo family were swallowed by the ghost drift sands. Though we knew you were still alive, signed by your life lantern, your master still lost control and went ballistic. He hurt the people sent by the Duanhun sect, Feihua sect, Bai family, Yun family, and Mo family who came here to help explain what happened to you. Hearing what was said by Hao Xingzi, Luo Jianqing said these words unconsciously. Master, I have a question that I don't know if it is appropriate for me to ask. Is it true that my master is sick? Silence filled the palace for a long time. Hao Xingzi sighed. The first disciple of the Taihua mountain, Luo Jianqing, do you have a slight idea how much did your master has done for you? Chapter 41. Chapter 41, What was deemed to happen, 1. Translator, Sissy that walk. 1 hour later, Luo Jianqing got out of the Lingyun Hall. He was in a hurry. Before flew up to the sky, he heard a gentle voice sounded behind him. Senior disciple Luo, you do come back. Luo Jianqing stopped to turn back. He saw Zui Yunma, who was wearing a light-colored robe with Qin Yun sword hanging on the waist. Smiling as the summer breeze, Zui Yunma looked exactly the same with dozens of years ago. However, Luo Jianqing didn't have much time to hang around, so he said, Senior disciple Zua, it's been a long time. I'm quite busy right now, so, next time. But Zui Yunma said, what are you going to do? Luo Jianqing wasn't expecting the question, but soon he showed a smile to Zui Yunma. I've been gone for 4 years. My master is surely eager to see me. I must meet him soon and, I have something to tell him. An amiable smile was what responding Luo Jianqing. Looking at Zui Yunma's eyes, Luo Jianqing felt like his senior had seen through him. Luo Jianqing remembered in the last life he met Zui Yunma at the Arctic for the last time. He remembered, at that time, Zui Yunma was looking at him with the same gaze, so profound and so deep. But something was different. Zui Yunma wasn't smiling when they met at the Arctic, while now, he was still smiling. After a while, Zui Yunma said, Jianqing, several days ago I heard a pair of master and apprentice was kicked out of a sect in Liangzhou. Do you know the reason? Luo Jianqing was shocked a little, and asked, why? Zui Yunma gazed at the beautiful young man standing before him. He sighed with sorrow glimmered in his eyes, but the emotion disappeared very quickly. At last, he said in calmness, because that pair of master and apprentice fell into a relationship that never should exist between them. Said nothing, Luo Jianqing didn't have any expression on his face. Zui Yunma kept saying, Jianqing, I haven't met you for a long time. I'm impressed that you've reached the nascent soul period. You reached the median stage of the gold core period as well. It's a rare opportunity that we meet each other today. How about we make full use of it and exchange a few moves to see? Senior disciples I have to go back to the Yushao Peak. Seemed worried a little bit, Zui Yunma frowned. He didn't even follow the formalities, blurting out, Jianqing, I'm your senior who watched you grow up. I know you, anyhow, you can't. Brother Yunma. Zui Yunma couldn't utter a word. He saw Luo Jianqing looking at himself with a fearless smile on his gorgeous face. Luo Jianqing gazed at his brother, said in a firm voice, Yunma, I haven't called you in this name since I was 5 years old. I will remember what you said, but I have to go right now. One day, when the right time comes, we can exchange a few moves together. Then Luo Jianqing transformed into a bice light and disappeared in a sudden. Realized what happened, Zui Yunma wobbled a little. Looking up and gazing at the direction where Luo Jianqing went, he shut his lips tight. After a long time, Zui Yunma sighed, slowly closed his eyes and relaxed his hand which was gripping the Qin Yun sword. At the same time, Luo Jianqing arrived at the Yushao Peak. Hundreds of banning boundary vanished before Luo Jianqing. He made it to the peak as easily as walking on firm earth. When he came to the top of the mountain, he saw that man who was wearing a golden-rimmed white robe. The man was standing in the garden of spiritual herbs and looking at the herbs. Luo Jianqing had thousands of words to tell him before they actually met, but when Luo Jianqing finally saw him, he couldn't say a single word. He still remembered what Sir Hao Xingzi told him in the Lingyun Hall. Do you know why Xian Lingzi hasn't played the Yushao zither for more than 100 years? Because, although others can get benefit from the music and enhance their cultivation, his own cultivation will be worn down when he plays that instrument. He knows this, Jianqing, but he still played it for you. Do you know what makes humans and demons remained in peace for 100 years? All of the cultivators who have reached beyond the Dashing period know this. The most powerful heaven-level demon Exalt has reached the level which equals to the late stage of the Dashing period, even more powerful than the fiend Exalt Mo Qianqiu. Your master Xian Lingzi can defeat it, but he can't kill it, not to mention the amount of demon Exalt is twofold of our human masters. All of this is because that, after the war, Xian Lingzi and the demon Exalt had a contract which confined Xian Lingzi at the Tai Hua mountain, reducing his chance to encounter divine opportunities. On the other hand, stipulating Mo Qianqiu's fiend palace as the border, the four most powerful demon Exalts have to stay in the demon realm and can never step on the 36 continents. Xian Lingzi isn't supposed to step out of the Tai Hua mountain, but 41 years ago, he split half of his primordial life out of his body and took you back from the Luo River. 5 years ago, he did it again, followed you to Sir Bei Dou's tomb and came back with impaired body. 4 years ago, he split his primordial life for the third time and went to the Lu Yen Valley with you. Lu Yen Valley is a dangerous place. In the passing years, when the gate was closed, nobody could get out of there. Do you know how severe it would be if half of his primordial life was destroyed inside the valley? Jianqing, your master had put in lots of efforts in you. You have to take pains to cultivate. Supreme spiritual bone won't be born into this world again in the next 1,000 years. If you could reach the deity transformation period within 300 years like your master, then our humans. Luo Jianqing couldn't catch what Sir Hao Mingzi said next. His heart was pounding. All of his spiritual power was rushing inside his body with tremendous force. He could see no more, hear no more, what remained in his mind was just, he still played it for you, he split his primordial life for you. Luo Jianqing couldn't imagine how painful it is to split the primordial life. He never tried that before, but he surely knew how sensitive the primordial life could be. When he reached the nascent soul period at the 9th layer of the Lu Yen Valley, he felt enormous pain when building the nascent soul using the spiritual power. He remembered that he couldn't even control his shivering body. Then how suffering it could be, to split the primordial life. That man followed him to the grave and the Lu Yen Valley. That man prolonged his parents' lives for him. That man stepped out of the Tai Hua mountain for him no matter how dangerous it was. Wu Yin, if you really did all of these, then, who am I to you? Watching his master in silence, Luo Jianqing stood at the top of the Yushao peak. He didn't say a word, just stood there and looked at him. After a while, Xian Lingzi turned his body to face him. Frowned a little, Xian Lingzi said, "What happened to you in the Lu Yen Valley? Why do you come back this late? It's nice that you've reached the nascent soul period, but it's still too early for you. Your foundation is not quite firm. Remember to keep cultivating and practicing. Don't drown into your accomplishment." Luo Jianqing still kept his mouth shut and didn't respond. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, What was deemed to happen, 2. Translator, Sissy that walk. Xian Lingzi was surprised by his reaction. Jianqing, I am speaking to you. Why don't you respond? Luo Jianqing stared him with a profound gaze, still not uttering a word. Irritated a little bit, Xian Lingzi said, Does these several years staying outside make you forget your manners? Since when have you started to become this rude? You've just come back, and because of this, I am not going to sentence you to the penalty gate. In the following days, however, if you are still behaving like this. Master. Heard Luo Jianqing's husky voice, Xian Lingzi stopped speaking. He looked at his gorgeous disciple who was wearing a bice robe, surrounded by a verdant bamboo forest. The wind was dancing with Luo Jianqing's hair. Smiling, the disciple finally spoke, "I got out of the Lu Yen Valley 1 year ago and floated along the Luo River. An old couple saved me, stopped for a while," Luo Jianqing said, "they were my parents." Xian Lingzi didn't say anything at first, then, "You didn't break the bond, however." Luo Jianqing nodded, "No, I didn't." "Master, why do I have to break the bond linking my parents and I? Why do I have to be a person with no emotions, no heart? You told me that even you didn't break all the mortal bonds. No offense, but your parents passed away a long time ago. Is that the bond you kept untouched? In other words, with all my respect, may I ask you what indeed is the bond which still linking you to the mortal world?" Xian Lingzi flicked his long sleeve, "How dare you!" Luo Jianqing was knocked into the air. Fought with the pain, he slowly walked toward Xian Lingzi. "Master, is your unbroken bond linking to your parents? I have no father or mother. That bond was not even formed. Sir Hao Xingzi. Your fellow brothers. The entire Taihua mountain. These are not the mortal bonds." At this moment, Luo Jianqing had made his way to Xian Lingzi. He slightly lifted his gaze, staring at his master who stood before him nonchalantly. He looked at Xian Lingzi's visage with all the care in this world but didn't notice his master's already clenched fist hidden under the sleeve. Luo Jianqing suddenly burst out a laugh, then managed to say these in seriousness. "Then, master, is your mortal bond linking to me?" Widened his eyes, Xian Lingzi formed a golden swordlight in his palm. Luo Jianqing was knocked into the air and bumped on an old bamboo. Xian Lingzi was incandescent, "Behave yourself. Luo Jianqing, you showed no respect to your master and said very offensive words. Go to the penalty cliff and think over your mistakes. I won't let you come back until you truly know what you have done. Your dozens of years of cultivation has come to naught. You don't deserve the title of senior brother in our sect, and you don't deserve to be my disciple." Seized with a severe pain in the chest, Luo Jianqing groaned and spat out blood. Saw his apprentice got hurt, Xian Lingzi didn't show the slightest care, instead, he looked at Luo Jianqing dauntingly. However, Luo Jianqing smiled. He wiped out the blood around his mouth and stood up. Step by step, he walked toward Xian Lingzi again. He stared at Xian Lingzi with honesty and determination ignited in his gaze, just like flames, as if Xian Lingzi was burning inside. Didn't move at all, Xian Lingzi was stunned, while heard a laugh came out of his disciple's mouth. "Master, is that what you really want? Among all the masters in the world, which one of them would split his primordial life several times just because he was worried about his apprentice? Which one of them would put tremendous efforts to help his disciple but keep it in secret?" Face paled, Xian Lingzi listened to Luo Jianqing's interrogation but couldn't refute a word at all. When Luo Jianqing finally made his way to Xian Lingzi, he stared at his master with a complicated gaze. He heard the rustling sound from the forest. He heard the wind whispering. Luo Jianqing said subtly, "If you truly did all of these in the name of the care from a master, then, can you tell me? Who was the one in Dubhe, the seventh layer of Sir Bei Dou's grave leaning on top of me and couldn't help, kissing me?" Xian Lingzi was shocked as if he was struck by lightning. He was surprised that Luo Jianqing still remembered that kiss. He paid efforts to carefully remove that part of memory from Luo Jianqing's mind, but, obviously, he failed to make his disciple put it into complete oblivion. All these years, Luo Jianqing thought it was only a dream, a fantasy created by his desire. All he remembered was only a kiss. The one he had loved for dozens of years was leaning upon him and kissing him like it was the end of the world. How is it even possible for his master to kiss him like that? However, Hao Xingzi told him that Xian Lingzi's primordial life followed him to the grave and came back with severe injury. Why this man was injured? What Hao Xingzi told him gave an explanation for Li Xiuqin's wounds and Sir Bei Dou's remnant soul's obedience. All of these was because his master came and rescued him. His master, kissed him. How can these be simply explained as master-disciple relationship? Looking at his eminent master standing before him but showing only indifference, Luo Jianqing could no longer keep his fake smile. Feared to hear a disappointing answer, his voice was trembling. Wu Yin, who am I, to you? A kiss. With all the love and passion Luo Jianqing kissed Xian Lingzi. It happened in a sudden. The master didn't have time to elude. He was stunned, and just like that, he let his apprentice kiss him. Luo Jianqing felt a scorching heat transmitted from their lips. He stretched out his arms and embraced his master, like what he's been imagining for dozens of years. Put all the rules, boundaries, and limitations into disdain, Luo Jianqing kissed Xian Lingzi, licking and biting his master's still ice-cold lips. Then, suddenly, he felt pain dispersing from his chest, he was knocked into the air. Xian Lingzi was standing before his bamboo house, shivering, and said hoarsely, "How dare you, Luo Jianqing? Do you really believe that I won't kill you? Wu Yin, you like me." Luo Jianqing was lying on the ground. Blood was dripping out of his mouth, but he still said it in delight. Xian Lingzi's expressionless mask was broken. Now his face was pale, his voice unstable, nonsense. "But, Wu Yin, you like me." Luo Jianqing stood up as if he wasn't hurt at all. He walked toward Xian Lingzi and kissed his master again. Luo Jianqing got the answer he wanted from Xian Lingzi's stunned but accepting posture, but that posture only remained for a very short time. A golden sword light stabbed into Luo Jianqing's shoulder, while his master turned into a golden light and disappeared in the forest. Smiling, Luo Jianqing gazed at the direction his master had gone. After making sure that Xian Lingzi had truly left, however, Luo Jianqing spat lots of blood with Bai's spiritual light mixed inside. Lying in a pool of his own blood, Luo Jianqing fainted out. Still mad about his disciple's behavior, Xian Lingzi came back one day later, and saw Luo Jianqing who was covered by blood at his last gasp. Startled, Xian Lingzi rushed to Luo Jianqing's side. Hands shivering, he held up his disciple and tried to check him out using his golden spiritual power. Luo Jianqing was losing his breath, and his spiritual power was even too weak to capture. When Xian Lingzi's spiritual power reached to Luo Jianqing's dantian, he ceased his every movement. There were only regrets and fear kindled in his eyes. Your primordial life is weak and unstable. Forcing it to fight against my sword light. Have you lost your mind? Without any hesitancy, Xian Lingzi held Luo Jianqing in his arms and turned into a golden light, heading toward Qinglan Peak. Chapter 43. Chapter 43, What Was Deemed to Happen, 3. Translator, Sissy that walk. He got straight into Yuqingzi's cave, knocked off 2 guarding disciples who were about to salute him and destroyed 3 gates. Yuqingzi was alchemizing pills. She was surprised to see her younger fellow disciple, and even more surprised to see wounded Luo Jianqing. How did he get injured so badly and even his fragile primordial life get hurt? Brother, what the heck is? Freaking hell. It's your sword light. Dumbstruck, Yuqingzi's eyes traveled back and forth that pair of master and apprentice. Xian Lingzi was sweating badly with a pale face white like paper, as if he was gonna faint out. He said in a hoarse voice, "Sister, save him. Save him." 10 days later, Luo Jianqing woke up in Qinglan Peak. Mu Tianqin was taking care of him. She was exultant to see Luo Jianqing finally wakes up. "There you go, senior brother. My master told me that this time you are in great danger because your primordial life was so badly wounded before it was stable. If not taking this carefully, you will face 30% of chance dropping back to the golden core period, 20% of chance of never going to have a nascent soul in your lifetime, and 10% of chance." Mu Tianqin clenched her fist. "How dare master said that you may die because of these wounds? Nonsense. I won't speak to her for half a year." Luo Jianqing was just able to open his eyes but still couldn't speak. What he could do was looking at Mu Tianqin with anxiety. However, Mu Tianqin couldn't get the meaning out of his eyes. She just kept talking. 3 days later, Luo Jianqing finally got back his strength to get out of the bed. What he did first was saying goodbye to Sir Yu Qingzi, preparing to go back to Yushao Peak. Yu Qingzi sighed, "Jianqing, your master has gone into seclusion. What have you done making your master this mad?" Luo Jianqing was stunned. After a while, he said, "Respected master, I fear that it was these years staying outside made him worried about me." Yu Qingzi nodded. "Makes sense. Your master cares about you so much. Do not let him worry again. I remember when you were little, Jianxin and you hang out to the Beast Garden on the Yushao Peak and didn't come back for a whole day. Your master was so fretful that he almost turned the whole Tai Hua mountain upside down. Respected master, what I remembered was only that 3-month punishment at the penalty cliff." Yu Qingzi laughed. "No, clearly you misremembered it. It wasn't 3 months. Your master let you come back after only 1 month of punishment. Why? Because you are his precious disciple. He made the whole Tai Hua mountain into chaos just for 2 disciples. That was no glory. If I were him, I won't tell you either." Luo Jianqing nodded in silence. Yu Qingzi didn't notice anything unusual. She exhorted Luo Jianqing to be a good apprentice and dismissed him. Walking at a lane on Qinglan Peak, Luo Jianqing was thinking over Sir Yu Qingzi's words. "They are saying that I am spoiling Tianqin. Oh no, that was nothing compared to brother Xianlingzi. There was a saying that you can never know the truth if you are involved in the event." Luo Jianqing remembered that although his master intentionally hid his emotions, every time he came back to the Yushao Peak, Sunlingzi was always waiting for him at the top of the Yushao Peak and would never go into seclusion while he's around. Countless thoughts were hovering over Luo Jianqing's mind, rendering him knit his eyebrows. He started to regret pushing his master so hard to face their relationship. He knew, from the very beginning, that his master held manners and rules in importance. Sir Xianlingzi of the Tai Hua mountain was eminent, respected by all the cultivators over the world, but was so fragile and incandescent that day just because of him. Luo Jianqing did vent his spleen at that moment. He even thought about what would happen if his master saw his corpse. Would he regret? Would he remorse? Would he be despaired seeing what he has done? Luo Jianqing wanted to break his master's mask of indifference, so he tried his best to hide his wounds, not letting Xianlingzi discovers it. He didn't know, however, at that time, Xianlingzi was already too disturbed to notice his injury. Luo Jianqing got what he wanted from Sir Yu Qingzi's words. She told him that when his master took him to Qinglan Peak, Xianlingzi was shuddering as if he would collapse immediately. Xianlingzi lost his calmness, begging Sir Yu Qingzi to save his apprentice's life and even wanted to cure Luo Jianqing using his own primordial life. Sir Yu Qingzi told him, "I never saw my younger disciple so frightened like that for the past 300 years. However, his master left immediately and even went into seclusion after making sure he would be okay." Now, Luo Jianqing came back to the Yushao Peak. He stood before his master's house, didn't utter a word. After a long time, he said huskily, "Master, There was only silence. Tried to open the door, Luo Jianqing reached out his hands but was blocked out by a golden ward. "Master, given that you've already done so much for me, why are you still hiding in the house refusing to meet?" Again, silence. Luo Jianqing insisted, "If you don't come out, I will kneel before your house until you do, He knelt down, back straight, staring at the door wistfully. Be it a sun-scorching day or raindrop-striking day, he was kneeling. For a nascent soul period cultivator, it wouldn't be a problem kneeling here even for 10 years. Luo Jianqing didn't move for a whole month, but the door still didn't have a slightest sign to open. Still recovering from his previous injuries, Luo Jianqing fainted out on the 40th day. When he woke up, that door was still shutting tight, nonchalantly refusing him. Suddenly, Luo Jianqing smiled. Wobbling, he got up from the ground. "Although you don't want to see me now, I will wait for you till the end of the world. Wu Yin, I will start seclusion." Can you still treat me like this after I step into the deity transformation period? Silence was what responded to him. Luo Jianqing stared at the door as if he could see Xianlingzi through the ward. He remained unmoved for a long time, but unwaveringly walked away at last. I, Luo Jianqing, not only want to be your apprentice, but also, your lover. Then Luo Jianqing went back to his house and went into seclusion. His words were echoing in the Yushao Peak, driving the leaves of bamboo into rustling dance. In a bamboo house, Xianlingzi shut his eyelids tight, face pale, as if he was trying to smother his turbulent heart. In another house, Luo Jianqing started cultivating. Only he knew that his nascent soul formed at the age of 40, 16 years faster than Xianlingzi. When will he reach the deity transformation period? What will happen when he finally makes it? He told Xianlingzi his feelings about him, but his master was still defending the boundary between master and disciple, didn't want to overstep. There was only one way, forcing Xianlingzi to face him with undeniable power. Right before Luo Jianqing was ready to empower his primordial life, he saw a thick book dropping from nowhere and landed on the floor. Surprised, he stretched his fingers and used his spiritual power to get the book in his palm. Seeking Immortality 2. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Master, have you heard about couple cultivation? 1. Translator, Sissy that walk. Luo Jianqing never thought that he would see this book again, and it was the second volume of it. The first volume of Seeking Immortality was destroyed by himself intentionally after he made sure that he memorized every word of it. The world would be driven into chaos if someone else read that book. He couldn't afford to take any risk to preserve it. Luo Jianqing was sure that he didn't see any serial number on the cover of that book, but the first volume did end with Li Xiuqun got out of the Luyan Valley and replaced Luo Jianqing's status among all the disciples in Taihua Mountain. After Luo Jianqing's reincarnation, however, everything was different. Li Xiuqun didn't have a single chance to show off. In the book, or Their Last Life, Li Xiuqun was the second disciple of Yushao Peak, but now he was just one of the mediocrities on the Haoming Peak. Frowned, Luo Jianqing opened Seeking Immortality and kept on reading. He finished it within 15 minutes. Cultivators had brilliant memorization ability which was far more powerful than the mortals, not to mention that Luo Jianqing himself was the best one among all the nascent soul cultivators. He destroyed the book after he finished it. The book was the sequel of the first volume of Seeking Immortality, which wrote about how Li Xiuqun surprised Xianlingzi with more than 100 yen fruits that he got from the Luyan Valley. More than 100 yen fruits. Even Xianlingzi couldn't find this much of yen fruit in Luyan Valley. It was true that Xianlingzi could deal with all the challenges in the Luyan Valley like a piece of cake, but since yen fruit couldn't resonate with spiritual power, cultivators can't use their spiritual sense to search it. It was just a normal fruit like anyone else before it was consumed by cultivators. This was strong evidence on how lucky Li Xiuqun was. In the last life, Li Xiuqun became a well-known name on Taihua Mountain after he came back from Luyan Valley with a gigantic amount of yen fruit. Luo Jianqing remembered this, but he found something interesting in Seeking Immortality. For instance, the book emphasized that Luo Jianqing got out of the Luyan Valley on the last day and immediately showed others all the 20-ish yen fruits he had found. Others were impressed. Some of them even kept saying that, Cultivator Luo must be the top one among all the people who went to the Luyan Valley this time. However, right before the gate was about to close, Li Xiuqun came out with more than 100 yen fruit which drew everyone's attention. The book wrote. Seeing this, that handsome great senior disciple immediately got mad and felt embarrassed. He left in anger but no one ever noticed his disappearance. The compliments for him were still echoing, but sadly they all turned into a slap on his face. Speechless, Luo Jianqing touched his face. It was true that he was irritated when it happened, but he was no petty person. He admitted that he did leave with fury, not for yen fruits, but for something Li Xiuqun said. Thank God that my master gave me some defensive instruments, otherwise I definitely can't make it. Why on earth did Xianlingzi give Li Xiuqun instruments but only told Luo Jianqing, do not dishonor our you shall peak instead. Thought about these, Luo Jianqing became fidget, then he recalled Xian Lingzi's face when his master was forced to face their abnormal relationship. Luo Jianqing found it quite funny in an agonized way. He didn't understand why Xian Lingzi treated him like that in their last life. At least he didn't send half of his primordial life to escort Luo Jianqing to the Lu Yen Valley in the last life. Perhaps it was something he had done in this life making Xian Lingzi fell in love with him. Nobody was there to answer his question. Refused to see him, his master was hiding in his house like a turtle and went into seclusion. Luo Jianqing failed figuring out a way to get him out of the room. He tried kneeling before the door for 40 days. The result wasn't that well. Luo Jianqing looked at the ashes lying on the ground, the remnants of seeking immortality, and chuckled. He yelled at the air, "Master, 1 year later, the septennial competition between different sects on Taihua Mountain will begin. This time, will you come out and remind me, do not dishonor our you shall peak?" Luo Jianqing used his spiritual power when speaking these words. Wu Yin could definitely hear this as long as he didn't conceal all of his senses. However, what responded Luo Jianqing was a long silence. Didn't get wrath at all, Luo Jianqing shouted again. "Master, how would you punish me if I lose in the competition?" Still, nobody answered him. Luo Jianqing said calmly, "Well, if you don't reply, then I guess I shall lose." Swish. A golden sword light suddenly passed through the flaw on the door and cut a wisp of his hair as if it was a warning. However, Luo Jianqing widened his eyes which were rippling with surprise, opened his mouth and was about to say something, but felt an overwhelming coercion pressing on his shoulders, which constrained him on his bed. The coercion from a deity transformation period cultivator made Luo Jianqing panting badly. Sweat was dripping from his forehead. He tried to get up but was defeated by the coercion upon his body which acted as a stone weighing about thousands of kilograms. He tried to speak but couldn't let out a single syllable. Luo Jianqing refused to surrender, so the coercion kept forcing on. After a whole day, the coercion suddenly dismissed just as quick as its appearance. Finally relaxed his tense body, Luo Jianqing was lying on the bed, couldn't move a finger. He was fighting the coercion all the time, but the enormous gap between their powers made him unable to revolt. Nonetheless, "This is the first time I disobey you in the past 41 years, am I right, Wu Yin?" Like a stone falling into the magnificent ocean, Luo Jianqing's words got no response. Luo Jianqing lay on the bed and chuckled. He covered his eyes with palms but couldn't conceal the laugh. His master liked him. His master really liked him. His master really liked him. Chapter 45. Chapter 45, Master, have you heard about couple cultivation? 2. Translator, Sissy that walk. Luo Jianqing stopped provoking Xian Lingzi. Went over the plots from seeking immortality, he sat down and started cultivating. The spiritual power was like a spring, running over the withered vines all over his body, but stopped when it reached to his shoulder. That day, Xian Lingzi stabbed Luo Jianqing's shoulder. The magnificent golden sword light made the vines at Luo Jianqing's shoulder badly impaired. Even Yuqingzi couldn't help him mend these. The only way to heal was fixing it with Luo Jianqing's own spiritual power. For a consecutive 10 days, Luo Jianqing shut his eyes tight, using the spiritual power to flood over the clogged vines. The vines in Luo Jianqing's body were like magnificent rivers and were twice the size of the common cultivators. They were strong enough to bear violent crushes of spiritual power. However, when these vines were damaged, they were surely more difficult to mend than that of the commoners. Failed several times, Luo Jianqing took out a rejading pill and swallowed it. Suddenly, a gigantic amount of spiritual power flooded out from his body. Although it was mammoth, the spiritual power was quite tamed, didn't move a little without Luo Jianqing's instruction. Over the Taihua Mountain, there were less than 3 people who were able to make this 7th-grade earth-level rejading pill. This piece of pill was given by Yuqingzi for curing Luo Jianqing's wounds. The materials for making rejading pill was extraordinarily rare. Even Sir Yuqingzi was lacking two kinds of materials. Someone told Luo Jianqing that Xian Lingzi managed to find the last two herbs for him. One from Xian Lingzi's own collection. As for the other, he got it after begging Sir Hao Xingzi for a whole day. After all, Luo Jianqing was just a nascent soul period cultivator. He can't use all the spiritual power and the healing strength from the rejading pill. There was only a small amount of the pill orbiting inside him while the rest of it all turned into spiritual power. Luo Jianqing tried to unblock his vines. When the spiritual power crashed into the vines that were blocked by the blood, Luo Jianqing moaned with his face slowly turning pale. Like a knife cutting his body, the spiritual power was acting like a blade, cutting all the atrophied vines and cleaning the blood inside it. How strong the vines once were, how painful it was to cut it now. Even his lips turned pale. Luo Jianqing couldn't suppress groaning painfully. Every cut made Luo Jianqing shiver. Of course, he had no idea that his master was also sitting on the bed in the house next to his, face pale, fist clenched. At first, Luo Jianqing could still bear the pain, but when the spiritual power reached his shoulder, Luo Jianqing trembled and finally passed out. In another bamboo house, Xian Lingzi suddenly stood up and walked toward the door before he even realized what he was doing. Then he ceased his steps, faltering and looking at the ground. After a whole hour, he finally flicked his sleeves and got back on his bed.